Travel through Douro. Become the grandson of the 6th enshrined Douro of the martial soul temple. The parents followed Tang San to hunt and kill the Blue Silver Emperor, and were killed by Tang Hao. Growing up with my grandfather since I was young, the young master of the martial soul hall, Ren has always been by my side, and today happens to be the day of awakening the martial soul. Xiao Feng, on such an important day, why are you still practicing with the knife? Awakening what martial soul is not something you can decide. It's better to practice with the knife. In case the awakened martial soul is not good, you can still find a job as a law enforcement team leader in the martial soul hall. You said helplessly. The Soul Palace, as the holy land of soul masters on the continent, how could it lack powerful soul masters? Without strong talent or family background, how can one live in the soul city? Alright, although your parents are not extraordinary geniuses, they are still good. Moreover, your grandfather is a super Douro. How could you be inferior? Hurry up and come with me to awaken your martial soul. All the grandfathers are waiting for you. Boy with the edge, you finally came. Hurry up and awaken your martial soul. This old man is still waiting for you to play together. This person is the old stubborn child Guanling Douro who is enshrined in the temple. Because of the relationship between Ren and Shenzhen Douro, you often come and go to the temple of offerings and are very familiar with all the offerings. Since Ren is not in the temple, you are the only junior who often enters and exits the temple. So Guanling Douro often takes you to various places to play. You can say that in recent years you have always been the shield for Guanling Douro to go out and play. When he saw that the visitor was his own grandson, Shenzhen Douro smiled and said, Han Feng, you're here. They've just finished, so it's perfect timing for you to awaken your martial soul. Upon hearing this, you step into the awakening formation. The elder in charge of awakening the martial soul said, relax your mind, I am about to begin. With the input of soul power, you feel a warm stream flowing towards the palm of your hand. You then instinctively raised your right hand, only to see a dark golden short stick slowly appearing in the palm of your hand. The next line is already in the English language. Afterwards, he said sadly, Han Feng, come back to the temple with me. On the way, Ren comforted you. Xiao Feng, don't be sad. If it doesn't work, go to the Tiandou Empire with your sister. You haven't said anything yet, but you heard Guanling Douro say, it's so much better not to work hard to cultivate. And it's so much better to play in the mountains and water with the old man every day. You didn't say anything in response to the words, just smiled. The two of them saw the situation and didn't say anything more, just treating it as a sadness. Afterwards, Ren fell behind a figure and instructed her guard, go collect a list of this year's awakened civilian genius soul masters for me. She plans to find a few geniuses to train as guards for you. After all, geniuses are not few, and there will always be some people who will give up their freedom for resources. What you are thinking at the moment is, I didn't say my martial soul is a malignant mutation. If you knew what Ren did, you might say, who will protect whom is still uncertain. A 10-minute journey. You have fought a lot. Calculate the time. Tang San should also awaken his martial soul this year. We need to find a way to suppress him. Preferably in the future we can go to Shrek to keep an eye on him. After all, a father's debt must be repaid by the son. Although I don't have deep feelings for my parents in this life, I still owe them for giving birth to me. Although the death of his parents may not be entirely Tang Hao's fault. After all, how could a newly crowned title Douro possibly severely injure a title Douro who has broken through for many years, but who called himself still doesn't know the specific situation now? What if it's really a powerful secret method of Haotian sect? However, since Tang Hao is currently the prime suspect, they can only take action against his whole family. Arrived at the enshrinement hall, Shenzhen Douro took out a crystal ball and said to you, let's first test your innate soul power. You hear the words, pick up the crystal ball, and try to infuse your own soul power into it. As the soul power continued to be infused, only to see the crystal ball light up, but in the end, only about 1/3 of the crystal ball was illuminated. The light feather Douro on the side saw the situation and quickly said, innate soul power at level 7. Not bad, practice well. This old man is still waiting to travel and have fun with you. The blue Luan Douro spoke up at this moment. Generally speaking, mutated martial souls are not so mediocre. Either extremely talented or extremely poor. You haven't spoken yet, but Shenzhen Douro took out another crystal ball and said to you with a slight look of doubt, Han Feng, try again. Upon hearing this, you immediately took the crystal ball and tried again, because your intuition tells you that your martial soul is not ordinary. It should be more than just a 7th level innate soul power. The light inside the crystal ball illuminated the entire crystal ball. Seeing this situation, the people on the side all showed a puzzled expression, indicating that they did not understand what was going on, and were also curious about what level of soul power you are. The 1000 Gene Douro saw the doubts of the crowd, and then explained, The soul power detection crystal just now was level 30, while this one is level 20. Upon hearing this, everyone showed surprised expressions. Innate soul power level 20, previously only appeared on the six-winged angel martial soul, but the six-winged angel martial soul is a divine gift martial soul. The impulsive but not talkative side character of the demon-fighting Douro saw this situation and laughed. Indeed, you are the descendant of our ancient family. Practice well. Your grandfather and I are waiting for you to take over from us. And the situation here has also alarmed the thousands of streams in the Enshrine Hall. Chen Daolu saw this situation and did not stop it, but said, Han Feng, summon your martial soul out and let us have a look. Upon hearing this, Qian Guhan Feng did not hesitate and summoned his martial soul. After he summoned his martial soul, the crowd also looked carefully, and could see that this dark golden stick was different from the coiled dragon stick, with the body appearing black, and a dark golden dragon pattern engraved on the top. Seeing this situation as the dominant Chitaru thought a little before speaking. A mutated discordant dragon stick martial soul? It's not bad. I just don't know what caused Han Yufeng's innate soul power to reach level 20. The crowd also fell into thought when they heard this, as the person in question, Thousand Ancient contained frontal C, however, opened his mouth. Grandpa's, Sister Snow, it seems that my martial soul is not a stick. The people heard the words are to cast a gaze at it. Chigu Xianfeng see this did not say much, only to see its left hand holding the middle of the stick. The other hand held the end of the stick slightly. Force will be pulled apart, revealing its original appearance, is a long knife. In the sheath of the knife at the moment of a golden dragon like a long time like suppressed rushed out of the temple of enshrinement circled around the body of the knife rushed to the body of the knife turned into a golden dragon pattern engraved in the knife. If it were not for the fact that all the people were in the hall of enshrinement, and the long years of rendering in the angelic divine power had a trace of divine breath did not allow this vision to rush out, or else the people outside would have exclaimed, the real dragon has come out. Just as the crowd was surprised, Thousand Jun Doulua and Demon Subduing Doulua were surprised. Heaven Awakening Holy Golden Dragon. At the moment when the long sword was sheathed, their martial souls resonated. Yes, this golden dragon is the Heavenly Awakening Holy Golden Dragon. Rumor has it that the true dragon is sealed within the Panglong Stick martial soul, although it is rumored that the Panglong Stick martial soul seals a true dragon, but only the Thousand Ancient family who owns the Panglong Stick martial soul knows that rather than sealing it, it is more of an exchange, although the Panglong Stick martial soul seals the whole thing, but at the same time, that true dragon brings the power to the Panglong Stick martial soul owner. Under certain circumstances, it can even borrow its power. Although the dragon stick martial spirit seals the whole, but at the same time the real dragon also brings the dragon stick martial spirit owner power. In certain circumstances can even borrow its power. Han Feng, your situation seems to be a bit special. Unlike the coiled dragon stick martial soul, your martial soul and the Heaven Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon are in a situation similar to symbiosis. The Heaven Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon is the source of your martial soul's power, and its power has caused your martial soul to reach the level of a divine grade martial soul, allowing your innate soul power to reach the 20th level. Because when the Heaven Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon rushed out, I felt your martial soul like it had lost its power, and only returned to normal when it returned to the sword. Under normal circumstances it says the source of power of your martial soul is likely to backfire on you, or even take over you. And the reason why it did not do it may be that it's feeling that this is a fine opportunity for it to regain its freedom. On the other hand, it is likely to be the reason for the sheath of this knife. Because normally the general sword-type martial souls do not have a sheath. And I felt a trace of divine power in it. You are likely to have been given a look by a certain god. This is your chance, but it's something you need to explore on your own. As the most knowledgeable Chidori Ryudo. Hearing this, Demon Subduing Doulua said happily, not bad for our Thousand Ancient family's genius. Whether our family can produce a god depends on you. Instead, the stoic character of Chijun Doulua asked Chitaru, will this have an effect on our Pan-Dragon Stick martial spirit? Chitaru replied, the future Panglong Stick martial spirit will no longer be like the current one. It will change into what the Panglong Stick martial spirit was initially like. It will not also have the power of the Heaven Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon. And from the situation of you two brothers, it won't have an impact on the current Panglong Stick martial spirit as well as the current Panglong Stick martial spirit. It's just that you may not be able to borrow the power of the Heaven Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon any longer, as we can't be sure if this would have an impact on Han Yufeng have an effect. Huan Feng kid, does this martial soul of yours have a name yet? Or should I come up with one? Lightplume Doulua curiously said. Thousand Ancient 100 Blades pondered a little. Since the power of my martial soul comes from the Heaven Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon, might as well call it the Heaven Awakening Chop. Seeing this, Xianjun Doulua said to Qiangu Xianfeng after thinking a little, Xianfeng, you familiarize yourself with your martial soul. I'll go back to my family and explain the situation to them. When the crowd saw this they were about to disperse when Chen Daolu said to Qian Gu Han Feng, old me has an unforgiving request, I hope you can agree to it. P.S. It is said here that Qian Rinxue has not yet taken the angelic god exam, or else no sane person would let someone who has hopes of becoming a god go undercover. Thousand Ancient Hidden Frontier returned. Grandpa Thousand, please tell me, I will do my best. I hope that you can be my martial soul Hall's saint son. You have the stature to become a god. I hope that you can bring back the glory of the past for my martial soul Hall. Qian Daolu said. You don't need to worry about that holy maiden of Bibidonli. The martial soul Hall is my Qian family's martial soul Hall. It's not the turn of Dao for her to be the master. Thousands of ancient Han Feng heard did not answer, but looked to his grandfather. Thousand Jun Dolua saw his eyes cast just pointed to his heart signaling that he followed the heart of their own decision. Seeing this, Qian Gu Han Feng opened his mouth after a little thought. Grandpa Qian, I promise you. Qian Daolu heard this and said happily. Good, good, good. Huan Feng, from now on you are the holy son of my martial soul palace. In addition to the outside world you will claim that your martial soul is a mutated pan-dragon stick martial soul. Innate soul power level 10. Huang Ling, you have a good relationship with Han Feng. His safety in the future is in your hands. After instructing him, he went out to announce the news. Light Plume Dolua also agreed without hesitation. The people see this as also said congratulations after dispersed. Only Qian Renxue, the descending devil Dolua and Light Plume Dolua, Qian Renxue in the expression of their own time will come back to see him also left. After all, it's now also has a snow-clear river this layer of identity and the cannot disappear for too long. Demonfall Dolua saw the crowd leave and said to Qian Gu Han Feng, go, little grandpa, I will accompany you to try out your martial soul. Then he pulled him towards his own martial arts training ground. Light Plume Dolua hurriedly followed and said, this is fun, I also want to go. Came to the martial arts field. Two people exchanged a few strokes after the Demonfall Dolua commented, power is good. Did not use the soul skill. Power is comparable to the second soul skill of the ordinary soul masters. And your sheath of this knife is not worse than your knife. No loss contains God's power. What the crowd didn't know was that this sheath had already reached the strength of a semi-divine artifact under the divine power of a certain deity. On the other side in Bibidong, after learning the news that Thousand Ancient Hainfang was ordained as a holy son, murmured, I hope you won't affect my plans, otherwise don't blame me, and said to his beloved disciple Helena, Nana, work hard, he is a holy son, it won't have an impact on your status as a holy daughter, but this pope position needs your own efforts. The two do not know as 1,000 road flow is decided. As long as the two do not make out of the ordinary behavior, he can promise the two future glory and wealth. As for the pope's position, do not want to think about. The future is not their own granddaughters is 1,000 years old with the front. Or else you can find the continent at the apex of the strong. How will be the generation of the mercy of the soft heart. Chapter 3 Sunset Forest. First soul skill. 3 days passed with his eyes open. And during these 3 days Qian Gu Han Feng had been familiarizing himself with his martial soul and practicing his sword. On the evening of the third day, when the sun was about to set, Qian Gu Han Feng was still practicing his sword in the back of the mountain. It is worth mentioning that Qian Daolu directly gave the back of the mountain to Qian Gu Han Feng as his exclusive cultivation site when he learned that Qian Gu Han Feng was used to practicing his sword in the back of the mountain. Just as Chang'e Han Feng was concentrating on practicing his sword, Qian Jun Dolua came to Chang'e Han Feng's side and said, Han Feng, Grandpa is back. Qian Gu Han Feng stopped his movements at his words and said, Grandpa, you're back. Did the family side say anything? After I explained the situation to the elders of the family, they expressed their hope that you would cultivate well and be able to help the future generations of the family clan in the future. In addition, they said that in order not to affect your cultivation in the future, they would not resort to the power of the heavenly awakening sacred golden dragon again. What Qi Gu Hanfeng didn't know is that Qi Jun Dolua didn't say to the family that using the power of the heavenly awakening sacred golden dragon might have an impact on Qi Gu Hanfeng's cultivation, but instead said that the heavenly awakening sacred golden dragon had reached symbiosis with Qi Gu Hanfeng, and was no longer being suppressed by the Panglong stick martial soul, so if he borrowed its power again it might backfire on himself. After all, Qianjun Dolua is not only a member of the Thousand Ancient family but also a grandfather. For the sake of the future of his offspring, to make this behavior is not strange. Okay, I know, Grandpa. Han Yu Feng, you prepare. Tomorrow I'll take you to hunt for a martial soul. Okay, Grandpa. Right at this moment, Time Plume Dolua flew from afar and landed in front of Thousand Gu Huan Feng. I knew you were here. Hurry up and go with me. I just found a fun place. Grandpa Lightning. Grandpa wants me to hunt for soul rings tomorrow, so it might be a few days before I can accompany you. Light Plume Dolua also saw Thousand Jun Dolua on the side when he heard this, and said to him, Old Sixth Han Yu Feng lent me for 2 days. I'll help him obtain his soul ring. Fifth brother, you are willing to help Huanfeng to hunt soul rings, of course. After saying this, he said to Thousand Ancient Huanfeng, Huanfeng, You will follow your grandpa Guangling tomorrow. If you need any help, go to the Hall of Enshrinement to find grandpa, and it's fine to look for your little grandpa. And left. Thousands of ancient containing Feng saw the situation did not say more. After all, a super Doluwa is willing to hunt for the first soul ring for a soul master said to go who will not be moved. See a side full of excitement Light Plume Doluwa asked, Light Plume grandfather you said the fun place is where? Oh, 2 days ago the following soul hunting team said someone in the Sunset Forest soul hunting is found in the Sunset Forest there is an area surrounded by poisonous array said. Out of curiosity its top poison want to enter it to find out. And found that these poison sources some flowers. It would like to continue to go deeper, but because of toxicity had to be quit. But on the second day of its come out is still heavy and died. Come back to a treatment of soul masters found that it has long been poisoned. Only because of its martial soul has a certain anti-poisoning only to hold out for a day before the poison died. Thousands of ancient with the front herd thought of the original was poisoned Doluwa Dokubo occupied later by Tang San ransacked to the Shrek 7 monsters have opened the eye of the ice and fire 2 meters. It turns out that he is still thinking how to Tang 3 before the ice and fire 2 meter eye in the bag. This is not a dose to send a pillow it. Is that where you said the fun place is? Grandpa Guanling? Xian Guhan Feng said after thinking about it. After all, he was now a 6-year-old child. If he directly said the matter of the ice and fire twin eyes he would definitely be suspected. Yeah, it just so happens that I can still obtain soul rings for you in the Sunset Forest. Although it is said that the soul beasts with high yearly soul rings in the Sunset Forest are not as good as those in the Star Dual Great Forest, but it's still enough to obtain the first and second soul rings for you. Grandpa Guangling. According to the soul hunting squad there are some special flowers and plants there. I remember that there is an elder in the Pope's palace who loves flowers and plants. Should we call him up? After all, 1,000 ancient 100 blades didn't know much about these immortal grasses, so it was still necessary to find a fellow traveler who knew about immortal grasses. No matter how it was said it was an immortal grass it would be a waste not to utilize it. Good. I'll get him and we'll leave in the morning. Early in the morning of the second day, in the back of the mountain, Qian Guhan Feng was practicing in the morning, when suddenly he was picked up by someone. But Qian Guhan Feng wasn't surprised because the only person who could do such a thing to him in the Palace of Martial Souls was Light Plume Doluwa. Sure enough, a familiar voice came to his ears when he reached mid-air. Has the Hanyu Feng kid been scared? Fifth provider, Your Highness the Holy Sun, can you guys fill up a little bit? I can't keep up anymore. A feminine male voice came from behind. This person was precisely the Jew Doluwa who was called by the Light Plume Doluwa, the Martial Soul Chi Velvet Tong Tian Chrysanthemum. Because of the reason of the martial soul, the whole person was full of feminine atmosphere, and at the same time, he loved all kinds of cherished flowers and plants very much. Hearing that, Light Plume Doluwa also reduced his speed a bit. In the three just entered the Sunset Forest soon. A golden yellow figure suddenly attacked towards them. Just when the Light Plume Doluwa was ready to strike found that he was still holding the 1,000 ancient containing the front. There is no way to make a move. Can only fall towards the bottom. The Daisy Doluwa saw the situation also did not make a move but rushed to keep up. As a sealed Doluwa he has his own pride. Does not care about the head of this head of a few hundred years to make a move. Just as the three had just landed on the ground, a heavy fall came to mind beside the three. And as the three sniffed and looked, it was the soul beast that had just attacked them. But at this moment, it could be noticed that the soul beast was in a dying state, obviously severely injured. Seeing this, 1,000 ancient hidden front asked curiously, what kind of soul beast is this? This kind of soul beast is called golden feathered eagle, named for its golden and hard feathers. Unlike other eagle-type soul beasts that attack with their claws, it's used to use its own wings to attack its opponents. The golden feathered eagle is aggressive by nature, so it always acts alone. From its condition and wounds it should have been seriously injured while fighting with other soul beasts, so it's running for its life. Ju Doluwa's voice came to mind at this moment. Attacking with wings, it's rather similar to a sword. What do you think about giving me this head soul as my first soul ring, Grandpa Light Plume? Judging from the age the soul beast is around 600 years old, which is just right for your physical fitness from practicing the sword for years. Light Plume Doluwa replied. The ancient Hanfeng herd is also, did not hesitate, directly summoned the martial spirit will be it ended and absorbed the soul ring. Of course, the ancient Hanfeng no master Yu Shaojiang the so-called best soul ring ears, but not these big families or big forces did not take it as a matter of time. They all know that an absorption soul ring ears mainly depends on their own physical quality and mental strength, or according to what he said, Tang San is also not possible to absorb the fourth soul ring on the 10,000 years of the, about a quarter of an hour later. Xian Guhan Feng also successfully absorbed the soul ring. Light Plume Doluwa saw this situation is also hastily asked about his soul skills. Chen Guhan Feng did not hesitate to say, my first soul skill is called Shattered Gold 10,000 Feathers Chop. It is an attack soul skill. It can summon a blade gas to attack the enemy. After attacking the enemy it will be transformed into a blade like a feather to explode in all directions. And the number of blades will increase with the enhancement of my soul power. Chapter 4, Eye of Ice and Fire. Immortal herbs everywhere. Light Plume Doluwa thought for a moment after hearing Thousand Ancient contained blades reply and said to Ju Doluwa, "Little chrysanthemum, you go try the power." It wasn't that he didn't want to try it himself, but he didn't have a defensive soul skill as a long-range attacker. Ju Doluwa didn't say much as he heard this, and walked 10 meters in front of Thousand Ancient Containment Blade, summoning his martial soul, second soul technique, light of its glory. A barrier formed around it. Seeing this, Thousand Ancient Container Blade directly summoned his martial soul, first soul skill, Shattered Gold 10,000 Feather Chop. It launched an attack at Ju Doluwa. Just after Chiku Hanfeng attacked Kiku Doluwa's defense barrier and didn't cause much of a storm. But just as Kiku Doluwa was planning to retract his move, that blade aura suddenly exploded and actually caused his defense barrier to crack. And even though that attack dissipated afterward, it caused Kiku Doluwa's Korea Doluwa to show a surprised expression. Ju Doluwa saw that Chango Hanfeng's martial soul was actually a sword, not the mutated pan long stick that the Hall of Enshrinement had said. Then he couldn't help but cast a glance at Chango Hanfeng. Light Plume Doluwa saw Ju Doluwa's gaze toward Chigu Henyuanfeng, then opened his mouth and said, "What should be said and what should not be said you should know." Kiku Doluwa also nodded his head to indicate that he knew. After all, his little life was important, and he fully believed that if he leaked the news he might not be able to see the sun the next day. After Light Plume Doluwa knocked Ju Doluwa, he said to Thousand Ancient Hanfeng, "Hanfeng boy, this first soul skill is not ordinary ah. It seems that the quality of your martial soul may also be in the six-winged angels above." When the young master's first soul skill also did not have such a great power as you. Although it is said that the first soul skill will be the second soul skill produced by the defense barrier to produce cracks because of the difference in the quality of the martial soul is also possible. But that is the soul master's first soul skill and the second soul skill of the Seal Doluwa. It is really hard not to let people surprised, but what they don't know is that under the power of the heavenly awakening sacred golden dragon, not only does it make Thousand Ancient Blades martial soul reach the height of a god-level martial soul, but it also makes its attacks have a hint of dragon power attached to them. If it was in the core area of the Star Dipper Forest, it might have attracted the attention of the Soul Beast Co-Lord, Emporian. Huan Feng Kid, how is the consumption of this soul skill of yours? Light Plume Doluwa asked. Attacks like the one just now consumed about 1/10 of my soul power. Is it 1/10 of your current soul power or 1/10 of your soul power? 1/10 of current soul power. Soul power consumption will not change. Then when you reach Sealed Doluwa, wouldn't you be able to injure an ordinary Sealed Doluwa with just your first soul skill? Although it is said that the details of a soul master's soul skill cannot be known to others, but Qian Guhan Feng knows that Guanling Doluwa cannot harm himself, and Ju Doluwa is even more unlikely, or else he may not see the power of the next day, because the Hall of Offerings, although there are only 7 people but completely have the strength. After all, the Hall of Offerings is the actual bottom of the Palace of the Martial Soul. 3 people after some rest and recuperation will continue to the ice and fire 2 meters I set off. Although Qian Guhan Feng can immediately go to get the second soul ring, but Qian Guhan Feng intends to absorb some immortal grass in the ice and fire 2 meters I after absorbing the second soul skills, because he intends to absorb the second soul ring 1,000 years soul skills, although with his current physical quality may also be able to absorb 1,000 years soul ring, but he still intends to add a layer of insurance. So he then stated that he consumed a bit too much, intending to rest for a few days before acquiring his second soul ring, wanting to go to the ice and fire 2 ice first. After 2 hours of rushing, the 3 finally arrived outside the poison formation of the ice and fire eyes. After Ju Doluwa observed it and said that the poison could not cause damage to a Sealed Doluwa, so Light Plume Doluwa and Ju Doluwa used their own soul power to generate a barrier to take Thousand Ancient Container Blade deeper towards the interior. Just as the 3 of them marched into the middle of the poison formation, Ju Doluwa said, "This is the Bailan's 7 extinction flowers. It seems that this poison formation was created because of them, but there are other poisons in these poisons. It seems that they are Dokubo's poisons." Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier was also a little surprised to hear what Kiku Doluwa said, worthy of being Dokubo's old rival. "You're talking about poison Doluwa Dokubo?" Thousand Ancient Container Blade pretended to be surprised. "Yes, Kai Lai here has been shortchanged by him. Little Chrysanthemum, you take the Han Yufeng kid and go in first. Protect him well. I'll go up there," Light Plume Doluwa said with a grave face. Although it is said that Light Plume Doluwa in front of outsiders will always look like an old boy, but after all, it is still a person who has lived for decades, and knows that he as a shooter is not suitable for close-up to do. The station of basic common sense is still there. Ju Doluwa also understood these truths, so he immediately brought Thousand Ancient Container Blade towards the interior and quickly advanced. Just the moment the duo stepped out of the poison formation, a different floral scent rushed into their nostrils. Before Chigu Hanfeng could say anything more, he saw Ju Doluwa looking at a faintly glowing chrysanthemum with a fiery gaze and said, This is the Chi Velvet Tongue Tian Chrysanthemum. I searched for my whole life and didn't think that it would show up here. And these are all immortal herbs as well. Only see here, as far as the eye can see, only a pool of red on one side and light blue on the other side of the spring water, and a different strain of gorgeous flowers and plants. Just as Ju Doluwa was running towards it, a voice came from the distance: who has intruded into the old man's place? Hurry up and get out, or don't blame the old man for not being polite. Although Ju Doluwa didn't see the source of the voice, he still recognized that it was the voice of his old rival Dokubo. Randomly, he also did not hesitate. Immediately returned to the side of the Chigu Hanyu phone. Although he is very eager for the strange antler Tong Tianju, but he still understands that if the Chigu Hanyu foam out of the problem, his own life this year will not be guaranteed. Chrysanthemum Doluwa returned to Chigu Henyuanfeng's side, immediately intending to take Chigu Henyuanfeng away. Although he wasn't afraid of Dokubo, he understood that his first task now was to protect Chigu Henyuanfeng. But just then that voice came again: Chrysanthemum Guan, how could it be you? How did you know this place? The voice came at the same time a silhouette appeared from the direction of the source of the voice. See, the coming person is Dokubo. Ju Huaguan is also loud. Why can't I be here? This is the Sunset Forest. You won't really take this place as your place. After all, it is their old rival lost what cannot lose momentum. Dokubo was also a bit deflated when he heard this, but still said, "What? Do you want to fight with the old man? Can I still be afraid of you? Today I will make you pay the price." Although Ju Doluwa's surface tone was arrogant, but he still slowly protected Qian Guhan Feng behind him. Dokubo had already had a bit of retreat in his heart, but he saw behind him the thousand ancient container Feng has suddenly come to the bottom. And two, although I can't beat you, but if I want to, then you can't protect that teenager behind you. The teenager who can let you protect so much is your martial soul palace's newly appointed holy son. Right. When Ju Doluwa heard this, he was about to take Chigu Hanyu Feng away when Dokubo spoke again. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's do a fight first. Then intended to launch an attack on the duo, wanting to claim that Chrysanthemum Seiki cannot be fully out of the occasion out of this old opponent of their own. Finally, thousands of ancient containing fronts, as long as let the two people die without a body who can find is their own, do it. However, when Dokubo was planning to attack, a voice that sounded like a child but was full of majesty came from the air. Dokubo, you are looking for death. Chapter 5, Dokorobo's Death. Reaping the Immortal Herbs. At the time when the voice came, Dokubo sensed that an attack was coming towards him. Seeing this, Dokubo didn't care to think too much, and immediately flashed to the side. And when Dokubo just stabilized his body, he was shocked to find that an icy blue arrow was being inserted into the place where he originally stood. Rika Doluwa was also relieved to see this. He understood that it was Kuria Doluwa who had stepped in, and his own little life was saved. I don't know which friend is here. Can you come out to see? Dokubo from that attack just now found that the other party is a martial soul for the bow and arrow soul master. If the other party does not show himself, will be caught in a passive. So this is why he opened his mouth. Hearing Dokubo's words, Light Plume Doluwa didn't say anything but continued to attack fifth soul skill, Infernal Arrival. It is not that he is afraid of Dokubo, but his main task now is to protect Chen Guhan Feng. So only by holding Dokubo back and waiting for Ju Doluwa Chen Guhan Feng to get to a safe place can he go all out. Just as Guanling Doluwa thought, Dokubo saw another attack coming and hurriedly dodged, not having the time to strike at Chigu Hanfeng and Ju Doluwa again. Seeing this, Ju Doluwa also immediately fled to safety with Thousand Gu Hanfeng. The upper light plume Doluwa saw that the two had already reached a safe place and was no longer wary of striking out with all his might. 7th Soul Skill. Martial Soul True Body. The 8th Soul Skill. Stop. Dokubo heard found an arrow was coming to himself. Do not think much, can only panic to dodge. But a sealed Doluwa's full attack, and how can it be so easy to dodge? Even if the Dokubo full force to promote the soul power to dodge is only to let the arrow in his face rubbed over. But in the Dokubo thought he had dodged the attack when an arrow was from the bottom up to their own attack, which cannot be seen to dodge, can only be rushed. He could only hastily activate his soul power to defend himself. That's right. This is the 8th soul skill of Light Plume Doluwa, and the arrow just now was just a feint. Even though Dokubo had already activated his soul power defense, but he was also seriously injured. After all, a Super Doluwa fully activated the 8th soul skill, and how could he so a 91 level sealed Doluwa panic under the defense can withstand? Dokubo the other attack so sharp cannot help but think of the martial spirit hall, that martial soul for the light plume divine bow of the envoy. Although the martial spirit hall of the envoys stay in the hall of the envoys for many years, the general public does not understand. But they are these sealed Doluwa, or the big forces of the great families, still have some understanding of the people. Thereupon, Dokubo opened his mouth and asked, "Dare I ask if it's the martial soul hall's provider Light Plume Senior?" Seeing that Dokubo had already recognized his identity and was seriously injured, Light Plume Doluwa also landed on the ground and stopped hiding, but still separated himself from Dokubo by a distance. After all, who can guarantee that Dokubo does not have any cards? Kai Liu still have some eyesight. Old Man Martial Soul Hall's fifth provider. Seal Light Plume. Although the Martial Soul Hall had caused the Pope's Hall and the Provider's Hall to be at odds because of BB Dong, but they were still very united externally. Senior, I know I shouldn't have made a move on His Highness the Sacred Sun. It's my problem. I wonder if you can spare my life. I'm willing to join the Palace of Martial Souls and cede this place. Dokubo knew that he was undefeatable. Between freedom and life he still chose life. Moreover, it was said to be something outside of his body. What do you think, Huanfeng boy? Light Plume Doluo asked Thousand Ancient Huanfeng in the distance. Those who surrender must not be retained. Kill, in order to eliminate future troubles. Thousand Ancient Containment Frontier replied with a sniff. Light Plume Doluo nodded with satisfaction. After all, in the Doluo continent, such a weak and strong world of the soft-hearted generation destined to be difficult to be in a big job, then turned back to Dokubo and said, you also heard it, so you can't live. Third soul skill, High Explosive Piercing Strike. Dokubo saw that the other party had already struck out, knowing that the other party would not let himself go, and ignored his injuries to strike again. Seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. Medusa Head Soul Bone Skill, Medusa's Gaze. Dokubo knew that he was not an opponent when he immediately used his bottom card. Just at the moment when Dokubo's attack and Light Plume Doluo's soul skill intersected, he saw Light Plume Doluo's soul skill arrow turn into stone while Dokubo's attack continued to attack Light Plume Doluo. Light Plume Doluo saw the situation, hurriedly dodge. Also do not know Dokubo's attack is not how the attack can be petrified. Can only once again shot the fourth soul skill, 10,000 Plumes Cold Air. Fifth soul skill, Infernal Arrival. Sixth soul skill, Extreme Plume Light. In one breath, he used all the soul skills that could be used instantaneously, and he himself flashed towards the safety zone. Just in the Light Plume fighting Luo soul skill and Dokubo's attack intersection is again petrified, until a beam of light and its attack intersection of the moment Dokubo's attack is constantly forced back. The last that beam of light is also attacked Dokubo. Dokubo was already seriously injured. In the time of the attack of their own martial spirit, true body is also dissipated. Although Medusa's Gaze can be enough to turn energy into stone, is a kind of object or energy to produce mutation of the horror of the beam, but also has its limit where, in the face of some extreme beam, is also unable to cope with. Light Plume Doluo saw that his attack worked and that Dokubo had no power to fight back, but for safety he still made up for Dokubo's 8th soul skill. Stop. One by one, the arrows continued to penetrate Dokubo's body, and in the end, Dokubo's body slowly collapsed. Light Plume Doluo was also relieved to see that Dokubo was dead. Seeing this, the distant Thousand Ancient Hundred Blades also walked over to Lightning Doluo and inquired, Grandpa Lightning, are you alright? There's no harm. It's just that the soul power consumption is a bit high. Light Plume Doluo replied, Elder Juyu said that all these flowers and plants are immortal herbs? What are immortal herbs? Chen Guhanfeng saw that Guangling Doluo was not seriously hurt, so he pretended not to know and asked Ju Doluo. And the side of Ju Doluo also replied, there is a small portion of immortal grass, while most of the others are some heavenly treasures. Different immortal herbs have different effects. For example, this Qi Velvet Tongtian Chrysanthemum can transport Qi to the limbs and blood to the 8 veins when eaten, and it can develop a body of adamantine invulnerability. I wonder if Elder Ju knows the effects of these immortal herbs. I know. I've loved flowers and plants since I was a child, and I'm still quite knowledgeable about it. Then I'll trouble Elder Ju to pick out the ones that are suitable for me and the grandfathers of the offerings. Your Highness the Holy Sun, I have this ungrateful request. I want that bead of strange antler Tongtian Chrysanthemum. It is of the same origin as my martial soul and will be of great use to me. Thousand Ancient Han Yufeng sniffed and looked at Light Plume Doluo. Seeing that, he nodded his head and said to Ju Doluo, Elder Ju has done hard work without merit this time, so the bead will be given to you. The Light Plume Doluo see Juju Doluo protect Thousand Ancient Hanfeng is also quite competent and did not refuse. Juju Doluo know that the worship hall and the Pope's hall do not get along with. Have the Light Plume Doluo hear these immortal grass is not their own can be coveted. So did not to Thousand Ancient Hanfeng for Bibi Dong and Helena and so on the people to ask for immortal grass. Chapter 6 Distribution of Immortal Herbs. Ice and Fire Dragon King. Chigu Hanfeng saw Ju Doluo did not ask for immortal grass for Bibi Dong Helena and others, and only asked for a strange antler Tongtian Chrysanthemum for himself and did not want to refuse. But because of the presence of Guangling Doluo, he is still just a junior, so he still asked Guangling Doluo. Of course, even if Ju Doluo wanted to ask for immortal grass for Bibi Dong Helena, he would also refuse. How do you say is also know the plot, not to mention other things. On the Bibi Dong and Hulina, this two love brain plus white-eyed wolf himself is not likely to give them immortal grass. Bibi Dong, even if she gave her immortal grass, may also give you Xiao Zhang. Want to let him break through the martial soul limitations. Hulina, let alone. In order to Tang San is not a time to go against their own duties as a sacred daughter of the Temple of the Martial Souls, the golden generation of a white-eyed wolf. a licked dog, and also on the evil moon is still normal, but he also carries a little sister control attribute. It can be said that this session of teammates is really difficult to bring. Suddenly an idea appeared in his own mind. Teammates cannot bring their own can go to disintegrate the opponent. Qian Rinxue went to the Heavenly Dipper Empire undercover himself cannot go to Shrek undercover? It seems that there is time to visit the Snow Sister. Let him arrange the identity, and then find a reason to go to Shrek. Just as Chiku Han Yufeng was still thinking, Kiku Dolua's voice made himself return his thoughts to the outside world. Your Highness the Holy Sun, the 5 offerings. I wonder what to do with this Dokubo, Ju Dolua asked. You go and see what's valuable on him, then the body you find a place to bury it. Striking out at my martial soul palace's Saint Sun. He doesn't deserve to be in the Dolua palace yet. Not having him thrashed to ashes is already the greatest respect for him as a sealed Dolua. Light Plume Dolua replied. Ju Dolua heard immediately went to do. Light Plume Dolua see Ju Dolua go to deal with Dokubo's body himself also went to the side of the 1000 ancient Huanfeng to restore the soul power. Encountered danger themselves can also take him away. As for the utterance of the collection of immortal grass duo don't know if these immortal grass is poisonous not to mention. In about half an hour Ju Dolua returned and said to Lightning Dolua. 5th provider, this is the head soul bone and storage soul guide found at Dokubo's place. Light Plume Dolua put away the head soul bone and handed the storage soul guide to 1000 ancient Huanfeng. Huanfeng you don't have a storage soul guide yet do you? This is for you. Thank you Grandpa Guangling. Thousands of ancient Han Feng also did not hesitate. He knows this Rui 100 treasure bag can store living things, maybe then can also have a great use. As for that head soul bone although it is also good, but it is not suitable for himself, and who does not have a wilded? In his planning his own soul bone how to be 100,000 to start. Shen Guhan Feng took the Rui 100 treasure bag and pretended to start studying it, then said to Guangling Dolua, Grandpa Guangling, there are some medicinal herbs in there, and this soul guide seems to be able to store living things. Just in time, little chrysanthemum, you go and collect herbs that are suitable for us and then give them to Han Yufeng for safekeeping. Ju Dolua heard is also immediately according to do. First until the strange antler Tongtian chrysanthemum before it picked and put away. Light Plume Dolua in 1000 ancient contains the front to see the situation also did not say much. This is the 8-petal immortal orchid, an immortal herb that must be taken in gold and packed in jade. As long as it is packed in a jade utensil, it will not wither for 1,000 years, and will not wither for 100. The medicinal properties are soft and easy to absorb. Absorption takes a long time. It can solidify the root and cultivate the energy to drive out impurities in the body. Chewing and swallowing is sufficient. Suitable for His Highness the Holy Sun, Ju Dolua said, then removed it and put it into a jade box and handed it to 1000 Gu Huan Feng. This is the cherry tulip. Take it and you can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the light of the sun and the moon. This flower should not be swallowed. You need to gently suck on the stamen and slowly ingest the essence of it. Then cultivate your soul power to move slowly, so that the medicinal effect can spread throughout your limbs and bones. Suitable for the 3 offerings. This is the cockroach phoenix sunflower, which can drastically increase soul power and flame effects. It cannot be chewed, swallowed, and needs to be lifted and gathered for soul power infusion. But no matter how painful it is, it must be endured, or else it will be a lost cause. It is suitable for the 4 offerings. This is the dew of looking through autumn water. Eat it and you can train your fiery eyes to see through all the wonders of the world. It can be swallowed directly, and is suitable for you, the 5th donor. This is Narcissus jade musclebone, which can moisturize the tendons and tonify the bones, and chi through the 7 meridians and 8 veins. When taking it, you only eat the petals and suck the stamens at the end, and when absorbing it, you have to calm your heart and quiet your mind. Suitable for the young lord. This is the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. Although it is not considered an immortal product, it does have the effect of fixing the root and cultivating the vitality, benefiting the chi and increasing the strength. Just take it directly. It's suitable for the grand offering. This is the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. It has the effect of the Earth Dragon turning over. Although it's not an immortal product either, taking it can enhance the fusionist's control over the power of the earth. Just take it directly. There are just 3 of them. Suitable for the 2nd and 6th or 7th offerings. This is the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo. Absorbing it can enhance the rigidity of the martial soul, but keeping it for a long time will cause the medicinal properties to be lost, and it is also suitable for your highness, the Holy Sun. You can just chop it off and absorb it later. As for this bead is Acacia Broken Heart Red. Flowers are not extraordinary. Choose the master in things. Picking time must be thinking of your heart lover. Sincere and sincere. Spit out a mouthful of blood sprinkled on the petals. If the slightest trifling, even though the blood spit out and die, but also don't want to take off the flowers. After the flower is taken off, as long as in the sight of this master, will never wither. Flower under the stone named Wu Jie. If forcibly destroyed, this plant will likewise lose all the medicinal power. Consumption of this grass has the merit of immortality with heaven and earth. And then if your highness the saint's son then find 2 lovers can let her absorb it. This is the Ishan Yiluwa immortal product. It is the nemesis of all poisons. It has the effect of neutralizing all toxins. And by itself, it does not detoxify poisons, but it is capable of restraining them. Your highness the saint's son can wear it with you. Chrysanthemum Doluwa knew that Chigu Henyuanfeng was a saint's son and might be his top boss in the future. So he picked 4 plants for Chigu Henyuanfeng. The others are mostly ordinary heavenly treasures. As for these 2 beads, I don't know much about them. Ju Doluwa finally pointed at the octagonal Xian icegrass and fiery apricot Jiaoshua and said, 1000 ancient contained front will Ju Doluwa take down the medicinal herbs put away. Then walk to the side of the ink jade divine bamboo. Summoned the martial spirit to chop it down and absorb it when the change was steep. Only to see the ice and fire eyes out of the 2 light shadows gradually appeared. And then the 2 voices said in unison, the sky wakes up. Is it you? 1000 ancient Huanfeng felt his martial soul trembling in response and let out a voice. But the 2 seniors of the Ice and Fire Dragon King? It's us. Why is your scent on this human? The 2 elders. I was previously sealed with my martial soul by the possessor of the discordant dragon stick martial soul at that time because I started the beast tide. This kid is that person's descendant. Then I found out that he was extraordinary, so I fused with his martial soul, hoping that I could then return to the god realm and protect my dragon clan. However, what everyone does not know is that it actually wanted to take over the ancient blade, but then was suppressed by a deity in the divine world and made a deal with him to help him become a god, so that he could return to the divine world in the future. It is naturally impossible for it to say otherwise. It is not betraying the dragon clan, so it lied to the Ice and Fire Dragon King. The Ice and Fire Dragon King, because it was only a remnant of divine thoughts, very weak, did not find the divine power on the 1000 ancient blade containing martial soul blade sheath. Chapter 7, Ice and Fire Refining Body. External attachment of soul bone. The Sky Awakening Holy Gold Dragon did not tell the truth to the Ice and Fire Dragon King. This is only one of them. In addition, it has the dragon tried before the generals. Others do not know, they cannot know it. The 9 Dragon King, although not as good as the former Dragon God and the Gold and Silver Dragon King, but the peak of the period, are also comparable to the first level of the gods of the strength of, as long as you can get the inheritance of these 2 own, and this kid can also faster back to the world of the gods. The 2 of us, because of the former God Realm War, led to their own serious injuries, and then fled to this place. Not long after that they fell. This is just a trace of the remnant of the 2 of us of the divine thoughts. We cannot see the depth of this kid, but since it is the person you chose, the 2 of us will believe in you for a time. 10,000 years. I 2 people's power dissipation serious. This pool water under the 2 people's residual power. For now you are also an opportunity. The 2 beads of flowers and grasses on the shore are very extraordinary under the influence of the power of the 2 of us. And then with the help of the pool water, we can help this kid to refine his body. The 2 of us can't survive for long with this remnant of our divine thoughts. So I hope that the 2 of you will be able to return to the divine realm with our legacy. The Ice and Fire Dragon King dissipated after saying that. The Heaven Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon also re-entered within the Heaven Awakening shop. On the side of the light plume, Doluwa and Ju Doluwa saw the Ice and Fire Dragon King's figure dissipate before they heaved a sigh of relief. It was not that the Ice and Fire Dragon King's remaining power was very strong, but when the Ice and Fire Dragon King's figure appeared, the 2 of them felt a thick and heavy pressure. Hanfeng, kid, hurry up and go. I'll escort you. I really didn't expect that you could still have such a chance after a trip out. Light Plume Doluwa said to Thousand Gu Huanfeng. Chen Gu Huanfeng walked to the edge of the pool of water and reached out to touch this pool of water. Then he withdrew his hand quickly and familiarly. Then said to Guanling Doluwa, Grandpa Guanling, this pool of water is extremely hot on one side and extremely cold on the other side. I can't dive into the pool of low, so I want to refine my body first. Trouble Grandpa Light Plume to help me. Light Plume Doluwa sniffed and urged his soul force to send 1000 ancient containing fronts and octagonal Xian icegrass and fiery apricot Jiaoshua to the middle of the pool. Shen Gu Hanfeng is also immediately with the help of the pool of water to absorb the octagonal Xian icegrass and flame apricot Jiaoshua. Absorption just began to be. Chen Gu Hanfeng felt the pressure. The extreme cold and extreme heat to their bodies caused great damage. They cannot help but to reveal a painful expression. The Light Plume Dudown Moncler outlet store saw the condition of the Chen Gu Hanfeng, also cannot help but to pinch the sweat, and ready to rescue the preparation at any time. In the blink of an eye 3 days of time passed. 3 days of time Light Plume Doluwa and Ju Doluwa take turns guarding Chen Gu Hanfeng. Finally in the evening of the 3rd day Chen Gu Hanfeng finally opened his eyes. No one knows that these 3 days of time several times nearly fell into a coma. Light Plume Doluwa see Chen Gu Hanfeng awakening is also immediately urged the soul force will be brought back to the shore. Chen Gu Hanfeng, and asked, how do you feel? It's pretty good. It's just that the physical and mental energy consumption is a bit high. It's good that you're fine. Eat something to recover your strength. Then go to Tam Lo. Tomorrow I'll take you to obtain the second soul ring. We've been out for 4 days and then we don't go back, your grandfather should be worried. Qian Guhan Feng also heard, immediately began to restore physical strength, and then entered the pool low to find the inheritance of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. In the Qian Guhan Feng just dive into the pool low to find the Ice and Fire Dragon King, that huge body. In the Qian Guhan Feng just want to get close to the time when the two light masses at the same time flew to him, and then his consciousness fell into a coma. There are 3 hours after Qian Guhan Feng opened his eyes. He only felt his back seems to be more what something. Just when he used soul power to perceive a pair of dragon wings from his back stretch and open. This pair of dragon wings are blue and red, and he also felt his soul power has become solid a lot of. He has not yet felt the body's situation is to feel a sense of suffocation came, which remembered that they are still in the water, and then to the surface of the water to swim to, the surface of the water to swim, just out of the water just light plume Dolua concerned voice came, you kid can scare us to death. 3 hours? I almost thought you drowned in the water. When Thousand Ancient Container Feng heard 3 hours just also was startled. Fine thought should be the power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King to protect themselves. Qian Guhan Feng just returned to the shore. Light Plume Dolua saw the pair of huge dragon wings behind Qian Guhan Feng, immediately spoke. This is the external attachment soul bone. Could this be the inheritance you obtained? Yes. In addition to these pairs of Ice and Fire Dragon wings, my soul power has also become much more solid. Good boy. Hurry up and show me. Thousand Ancient Han Yu Feng also incited his dragon wings when he heard this. But just as he flew into the air, his body lost its balance and fell into the water, and then swam back to the shore in a sorry state. Light Plume Dolua see this is also flirting. It seems to go back after going to find the big donor to learn the ability of aerial combat. After all, our 7 big donor out of your grandpa Qingluan and the big donor can no one have wings. And your grandpa Qingluan is not good at in the air with the sword against the enemy. Well, hurry up to put away the wings to change a piece of clothing. You this body clothes or buy you this wings to get out of shape. Set is also handed a set of his own clothes, but also thanks to the Light Plume Dolua usually like a child's face show people. Otherwise Qian Guhan Feng may not even have a set of clothes that fit. Just as the 3 of them were resting, Zhu Dolua asked, Your Highness the Holy Sun and the 5 offerings. I wonder what should happen here after we leave. This place will soon return to normal without the power boost from the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Since Elder Zhu loves flowers and plants, collect the useful ones and then destroy the poison array. I believe that it won't be long before this place is occupied by soul beasts. Thousand Ancient Han Yu Feng also replied at his words. Zhu Dolua heard that also immediately went to collect herbs, although the rest are some ordinary heavenly materials and treasures, but used to deal with Bibi Dong's inquiry is also enough. Thousands of years ago, I understood that the rest of this place are some ordinary heavenly materials and treasures. Let Zhu Dolua bring to Bibi Dong and the golden generation is also not bad. The development of the Palace of Martial Soul's treasure trove, there are also a lot of these things. The 3 of them were also ready to leave after Zhu Dolua collected the herbs and went back to the poison array. And without Dokubo's maintenance, Zhu Dolua also destroyed the poison array very quickly. Light Plume Dolua also asked as he set off. Han Yu Feng kid, what type of soul beast do you want for the second soul ring? I already have an attacking soul power. And with the blade techniques I've been practicing I don't lack the means to attack. I want a speed type soul beast. Light Plume Dolua also gave Zhu Dolua a look when he heard this. And Zhu Dolua also immediately unfolded his spiritual power to look for soul beasts suitable for Thousand Guhan Feng. There is no way that this is the so-called official big level pressure people to death. After about 10 minutes Zhu Dolua suddenly left in a direction, apparently having found a suitable soul beast for Thousand Ancient contained blades. About 5 minutes later Zhu Dolua returned with a wolf-type soul beast. After all, with the strength of a seal, Dolua dealing with an ordinary 100-year-old soul beast was a matter of moving his hands. Chapter 8 The Second Ring of the 1,000 Years. Returning to the Palace of Martial Souls, Zhu Dolua sent down the dying soul beast and said to Qian Guhan Feng, Your Highness the Saint's Son, this is a 900-year-old blasted wind demon wolf, known for its speed. Thousand Ancient Han Yu Feng looked at the blasted wind demon wolf and shook his head. I want a 1,000-year-old soul beast. After going through the baptism of ice and fire, refining body and Ice and Fire Dragon King's power, my physical qualities are fully capable of withstanding a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Zhu Dolua sniffed and did not act, recognizing looked to Light Plume Dolua. Light Plume Dolua saw this and asked Thousand Ancient Huanfeng. Huanfeng, are you sure? Yes. And aren't you still there? Light Plume Dolua nodded to Zhu Dolua upon hearing this. Zhu Dolua also acted immediately when he saw Light Plume Dolua's gesture. And about half an hour later Zhu Dolua returned to Thousand Gu Huanfeng's side with the 2 soul beasts. This is 2,000-year-old swift light mantis, whose speed is also among the top in the soul beast realm. But their numbers are scarce because their attack power is not outstanding. This female is about 1,500 years old. And this male is about 2,700 years old. Thousand Gu Huanfeng thought about walking towards the 2,700-year-old swift light mantis. Thousand Ancient Han Feng summoned his martial spirit and chopped towards the swift light mantis, and sat down cross-legged to absorb the soul rings. About an hour later Qian Gu Han Feng opened his eyes. Seeing this, Light Plume Doulua immediately stepped forward and asked, "How do you feel?" "Pretty good." "That's good. The second ring of the millennium, you kid, will surely down many people a jump in the future. Tell the old man what your second soul skill is?" Thousand Ancient Contained Blade summoned his martial soul and chopped towards an empty space. Second soul skill, Swift Light Blade Shadow. Then only a yellowish blade shadow appeared in that empty space. "Is that all?" Light Plume Doulua asked doubtfully. Only to see Qian Gu Han Feng shook his head flash. Then only to see his figure directly instantaneously move to that light yellow blade shadow. Then only to see Qian Gu Han Feng chopped out another blade to where he was originally. Second soul skill, Swift Light Blade Shadow. Flash. Qian Gu Han Feng spoke after returning to his original place. "My second soul skill is called Swift Light Blade Shadow, which cuts out a blade shadow, and then I can instantly move to the shadow. So powerful. How about soul skill consumption? Are there any restrictions?" Light Plume Doulua asked. "The movement of the blade shadow after chopping it out will constantly consume my soul power, which means that the farther the distance, the greater the consumption. Moreover, the blade shadow being dispersed during its movement or existence will cause the soul skill to be interrupted. The soul skill is good, it's just a bit limited, but as a 1,000-year soul skill it's already pretty good." Light Plume Doulua commented. "No, Light Plume Doulua, what if it's like this? First soul skill, Shattering Gold 10,000 Feather Chop. Second soul skill, Swift Light Blade Shadow, only to see the pale yellow blade chi overlap with the knife chi, reaching a state of almost fusion. Then Thousand Ancient Contained Blade opened his mouth. The opponent can't help but dodge the attack, can they? Ha ha ha, that's a good idea of yours, Han Yu Feng boy. Alright, recover, we're ready to return to the Martial Soul Palace." When the three of them returned to the gates of the Martial Soul Palace about 2 hours later, Ju Doulua said, "Your Highness the Holy Sun and the 5 offerings. If there's nothing else I'll return to the Pope's palace to resume my duties." Light Plume Doulua said, "Well, little chrysanthemum, what to say and what not to say you should know." Ju Doulua nodded and returned to the Pope's hall. And Thousand Gu Han Feng and Light Plume Doulua also returned to the Hall of Offerings. After Ju Doulua returned to the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong asked, "How was it? What did you get out of this trip?" Reporting back to the Pope, "This time we went out to obtain the first soul ring for His Highness the Holy Sun, and then explored that poison formation. You have consumed nearly 5 days on this trip, but what is so special about that poisonous formation?" Back to the Pope, "That poison formation was the work of Dokubo, but that poison Doulua Dokorobo? Because of the special nature of Dokorobo's martial soul, Bibidong had once recruited him as well, but because of Kiku Doulua and his refusal on the grounds that he was used to being free." Exactly. That poison formation was originally a heavenly paradise with many heavenly treasures inside, but was later occupied by Dokubo. I wonder how that Dokubo is doing now. Later, Dokubo tried to use His Highness the Sacred Sun to restrict me from striking out against us. He was later killed by the 5 provisioners, and we returned after collecting the heavenly materials and acquiring that treasure and obtaining the first soul ring for His Highness the Sacred Sun. That's when I harvested this time. Ju Doulua took out the heavenly materials and treasures that he had collected, but this did not include the bead of Chi Velvet Tong Tian Chrysanthemum and did not say anything about the immortal grass and the 1,000 ancient containing blade martial soul and soul power. Bibidong sniffed and said, "Well, you take some for Nana and the others, then leave some you like, and you put the rest in the treasury. After all, you can't ask your men to give and not give benefits." Although it was said that Bibidong's character became cold-blooded because of that incident, at that time he was still good to his own people. It can be seen from the fact that she chose the Soul Master competition's prizes as suitable for the golden generation. On the other hand, Thousand Gu Huan Feng and Light Plume Doulua also returned to the Hall of Offerings, and it just so happened that all the offerings were present when the two of them returned to the Hall of Offerings. Qianjun Doulua saw and returned also asked, "Han Feng, how was the harvest this time?" Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier said to Demon Subduing Doulua, "Doulua little grandpa, how about you come and try with me?" "Yes, please." Then Shen Guhan Feng showed the first and second soul skills with the cooperation of the Demon Subduing Doulua. The crowd also jumped and fell into silence when they saw that Qian Guhan Feng's second soul ring was 1,000 years. In the end, it was Qian Dao Lu who spoke up. "Huan Feng, how many years old is this second soul ring of yours? After all, in addition to Qianjun Doulua here also has a baby granddaughter. If Chen Guhanfeng really have a way to break through the body limit to absorb the soul ring to Qianren Shui is also a great benefit." "Grandpa 1,000. My second soul ring originates from a swift light mantis of about 2,700 years. Han Yu Feng, how did that absorb a 1,000-year-old soul ring in the second ring?" "Your second soul ring is already comparable to an ordinary soul master's third ring." "Grandpa Qian, that's because we found a treasure land in the Sunset Forest. which has many immortal grasses. I got a lot of improvement in my physical quality after absorbing the immortal grasses. And, omit the experience narration here. That's when we got the harvest this time, and these are suitable to be given for Grandpa and Sister Snow Immortal Herb. After recounting the experience of this trip, Qian Guhan Feng took out the immortal grass. We are old. These are of little use to us. It's better for you to keep them for yourself. The various confessors said almost in unison. Grandfathers, none of these are suitable for me. I have the ones that suit me. And these immortal herbs are different from ordinary heavenly treasures. They may cause the evolution of the martial soul. Just like this one of Grandfather Guangling's can train his fiery eyes, and it will have a huge boost to his combat ability. Thousand Ancient Hanyu Feng took out the 8-petal immortal orchid that belonged to him and said, when the various confessors saw that Thousand Gui Xianfeng had said so, they did not refuse anymore. After explaining the method of taking it to the various devotees, Chango Hanfeng returned to his residence with Qijun Doluo, and the various devotees also returned to their own residences to absorb the immortal herbs when they saw Chango Hanfeng leave. After arranging for someone to deliver the Narcissus Jade Bone and the method of taking it to Qian Rinshui, Qian Daolu also returned to his own residence. The person arranged by Qian Daolu is the direct line of the angel family. Absolutely will not appear the situation of corruption, and the strength is as high as 89 levels. In addition to the sealed Doluo, no one can pose a threat to him. To do this thing absolutely can rest assured. Chapter 9, Fairy Herb Effect. Learning Air Combat. A day later. This day Chango Hanfeng and all the worshippers are absorbing the immortal grass. The next day all the worshippers gathered in the worship hall again. In the Chango Hanfeng just entered the worship hall when the 4 worshippers Lion Doluo smiled to Chango Hanfeng. Hanfeng this time you are a big favor to help the old man In the taking of the Cockleshock Phoenix after I Martial Soul's flame actually evolved to the ultimate fire. Although my soul power did not improve, but I feel that the barrier that limited me before has disappeared. I think it will not be long before I can break through the 98 level. Even I feel I still hope to impact the 99 level. Although my soul power did not improve, but I feel that the barrier that limited me before has disappeared. I think it won't take long for me to break through the 98th level. And I even feel that I still have hope to impact the 99th level. Then you must continue to work hard, Grandpa Lion. I'm just waiting for you to cover me after you become a Jedi Doluo. Thousand Ancient Containment Frontier also smiled back. Ha ha ha, when the old man breaks through the 99 levels, you can do whatever you want. And if there's a disobedient old man, I'll help you beat him up. Lion Doluo responded. I wonder how all of you grandfathers' harvests are. Thousand Ancient Container Fronts asked to the other offerings. Old me's soul power broke through from level 97 to 98 after absorbing the cherry tulip. And my martial soul showed a hint of returning to its ancestor, possessing a trace of the Phoenix bloodline. The third provider Qinghuan Doluo replied. Because the accumulation of soul power of Qinghuan Doluo's ability was thicker than that of Lion Doluo, perhaps without the use of Eros Tulip in the near future could also break through the 98th level. And Eros Tulip was like a key opening that door to the 98th. After the old me took the looking through autumn water, do I have practiced my fire eyes? I now dare to say that the long distance attack ability I claim first no one dares to claim second. Light Plume Doluo also said with delight. Although my soul power didn't increase after absorbing the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, my martial soul possesses a trace of the Earth Dragon's power, and I feel that I can impact the 99 levels. The second provider Golden Crocodile Doluo replied. The two of us brothers made our soul power breakthrough from the peak of rank 96 to rank 97 due to the fact that our martial souls originally had power from the dragon race. So the Earth Dragon Golden Melon caused our soul power to break through from the peak of rank 96 to rank 97. Sixth provider Qianjun Doluo and seventh provider Demon Subduing Doluo replied. Old me was already a 99 level Doluo, and this 9th grade purple Ganoderma is something that has restored old me. Grand provider Qian Daolu said. Looks like all the grandfathers had a good catch. Don't just ask us. Han Yu Feng boy, tell us how your harvest was? Light Plume Doluo asked. After absorbing the 2 soul rings and the 8-petal immortal orchid, my soul power was raised to level 28. And the medicinal power of the 8-petal immortal orchid was able to increase my soul power cultivation speed until I was level 70. My martial soul is also helped by the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo. I dare say that under the same soul power Houghton and Hammer wouldn't dare to fight me hard. Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier replied. With your soul power enhancement speed there's no need to go to the primary Soul Master Academy. You can stay in the Hall of Offerings. We'll personally teach you to cultivate. Qian Daolu saw Qian Guhan Feng's progress and also clapped his hands. Grandpa Qian, I want to learn air combat techniques from you first. Thousand Ancient Container Blade also spoke up. Oh, I remember that when I came back the day before yesterday, I had said that you obtained a piece of externally attached soul bone after obtaining the inheritance of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Could it be a wing-type externally attached soul bone? Chitaru asked curiously even after hearing this. Yes, Grandpa Qian. Qiangu Xianfeng also summoned the ice and fire dragon wings after he finished speaking. This external soul bone of yours is not bad. We actually felt a hint of dragon power, Lion Dolua said, and the green Luan Dolua on the side also nodded his head to gesture to Thousand Gu Huanfeng. Since these wings of yours have given you the ability to fly, then from tomorrow morning you will continue to practice your sword skills and cultivate your soul power. At noon you will learn basic flying skills with your grandpa Qingluan. His flying skills are far above mine. After you have mastered the basic flying skills, then come back to Lao Fu. Lao Fu will teach you aerial combat skills. If you are free you can also learn long-range aerial combat skills with your grandpa Guanling. One Qian Daolu said to Qian Gu Huanfeng. Okay Grandpa Qian. At noon on the second day, Thousand Gu Huanfeng arrived at Qingluan Dolua's residence. The essence of flight for any winged martial soul or winged externally attached soul bone that wants to be like you is the rapid waving of the wings and the use of gas as a pedal. Waving the wings I believe I don't need to teach you. And the most basic and essential skill for fast and stable flight is balance. So before practicing flight the first thing you need to practice is balance. Starting today you practice balance first, then I'll take you to try to fly. After you are able to fly smoothly and quickly then you can learn aerial combat skills with the Great Confessor. In the next 3 days Qian Gu Huanfeng has been practicing balance. From the very beginning of the one-legged stand-alone bridge. Because of the reasons of the previous life of martial arts Qian Gu Huanfeng is also progressing rapidly, which also let the Qingluan Dolua surprised. Other people a month or not necessarily have Qian Gu Huanfeng do well. The heart of the thought of is it because of perennial practice of martial arts reasons. Later, Qingluan Dolua began to try to bring 1,000 ancient Hanfeng road to try to fly in the air. Halfway light plume Dolua also often come to bring 1,000 ancient Hanfeng to try to fly. After a month of study after 1,000 ancient Hanfeng has been able to fly smoothly. Thousands of ancient Hanfeng wanted to go to find 1,000 road flow to learn aerial skills, but then was light plume Dolua directly away. Said to teach him long-range aerial skills, but thousands of ancient Hanfeng understand light plume Dolua is a month did not go out to play fast cannot stand. But I have to say that the light plume Dolua is worthy of the Dolua continent's first long-distance attacker. Even if it is to learn while playing also makes the long-distance attack ability of the 1,000 ancient Hanfeng has been greatly improved. It can be said that within 10 meters of the 1,000 ancient Hanfeng has been able to point where to hit. If not the 1,000 ancient Hanfeng's soul level is low, the knife cannot be a long time to exist. There has been about a month Qian Gu Huanfeng is also finally come to bring 1,000 road flow residents. If the light plume Dolua is not good at close combat maybe Qian Gu Huanfeng change will not come to 1,000 road flow this. By the look of your attack technique I assume you've already studied with Korea? Yes, Grandpa 1000. Although lightning is playful, his long-range attack skills are far above mine. Once lightning became famous only there were many people who wanted to worship him as a teacher his did not agree. To be able to learn long-range attack skills with him will also be of great benefit to you. After almost a year of learning Qian Gu Huanfeng is also finally reached Qian Daolu's master requirements. I have to say that Qian Daolu even if it is already 99 levels of Jedi Dolua even if it is to teach Qian Gu Huanfeng a junior is also responsible. This year's time Qian Gu Huanfeng in the arrangements of the Qian Daolu often with the members of the Angelic Legion sparring. The most martial arts soul temple really the bottom of the war. To a junior to do the accompanying coaching to say that out of it I am afraid that no one will believe. From this can also be seen Qian Daolu how much optimistic about Qian Gu Huanfeng. In a year of learning and practicing Qian Gu Huanfeng's aerial combat skills are no longer under the ordinary members of the Angelic Legion. Well, there's nothing more I can teach you about aerial combat techniques. Your soul power has long since reached level 30, so tomorrow you'll go with Korea to obtain your soul rings, Shidaru said. Even if Qian Gu Huanfeng had spent most of this year learning and practicing aerial combat techniques, at that time, his soul power had long since reached level 30 with the help of the 8-petal immortal orchid. If Qian Gu Huanfeng had spent this year cultivating his soul power with all his might, I'm afraid that it could have already reached level 35 or more. Okay, Grandpa 1000. Chapter 10, The Third Soul Technique. First meeting Tang San. Early in the morning of the second day, Light Plume Dolua found Thousand Gu Huanfeng who was practicing his sword in the back of the mountain. Huanfeng boy, let's go. With those words, he hugged Thousand Ancient Huanfeng and flew into the air. Grandpa Lightning, are you done with me being able to fly by myself? With your soul power flying to the Star Do Great Forest still have soul power to absorb soul rings, Light Plume Dolua said. Martial Spirit City is originally located at the junction of the two empires and the Star Dipper Great Forest. In the light of the Plume Dolua Super Dolua's strength added even with 1,000 Ancient Container Blade is also not yet half an hour to arrive at the Star Dipper Great Forest. Huanfeng boy, what type of soul ring do you want this time? Power type, I guess. Defensive soul skills aren't very useful to me. Light Plume Dolua sniffed and also urged his spiritual power to search for a suitable soul beast for 1,000 Ancient Containment Blade. Star Dipper Great Forest is worthy of being the largest gathering place for soul beasts. After 5 minutes Light Plume Dolua also opened his mouth and said, about 7. 500 years old giant strength spirit monkey. Spirit monkey clan is mostly famous for its speed, while giant strength spirit monkey is one of the few that are famous for its strength. Yes, please Grandpa Koryu, prepare to strike at any time, Light Plume Doluwa said to Thousand Gu Huan Feng. Chen Guhan Feng heard also summoned the ice and fire dragon wings. In order to be able to let Chen Guhan Feng summon the ice and fire dragon wings at any time, Ching Luan Doluwa and teaching Chen Guhan Feng to practice flying also let the artisans of the Palace of the Martial Souls to customize several sets of special clothing for Chen Guhan Feng. Light Plume Doluwa saw that Thousand Gu Huan Feng had already made preparations, also summoned his martial spirit and drew his bow to shoot an arrow in one direction. After the attack hit, Light Plume Doluwa nodded his head toward Thousand Gu Huan Feng. Seeing this, Chang Guhan Feng also flew towards the direction of Light Plume Doluwa's attack. After seeing a giant power spirit monkey with ice blue arrows stuck in its back, Chang Guhan Feng also summoned his martial soul, the first soul skill, Shattering Gold 10,000 Feather Chop. The giant power spirit monkey had already been seriously injured by Light Plume Doluwa in an unguarded situation, and under Thousand Guhan Feng's attack the giant power spirit monkey also slowly collapsed. Thousand ancient hidden blades also stepped forward to start absorbing soul rings after seeing the giant spirit monkey fall. About half an hour later, Qian Guhan Feng also opened his eyes. Light Plume Doluwa also stepped forward to ask when he saw this, "Tell me what the third soul skill is for the old man?" "My third soul skill is called Sacred Dragon Giant Strength. During the duration of the soul skill my soul skill power is increased by 80%. The duration of the soul skill increases despite the increase in my soul power." "Not bad. Next stop," Light Plume Doluwa said to Thousand Ancient Hundred Blades. "Grandpa Lightning Doluwa, aren't we going back to the Martial Soul Palace?" Thousand Ancient Hundred Blades asked curiously. "The great provider asked me yesterday to go to the soul hunting forest for a period of time to practice after you acquired your soul ring. Why don't we just practice in the Stardust Forest? The great confessor told me yesterday that a dragon-type ferocious beast exists in the core area of the Star Double Great Forest, and that your martial soul and externally attached soul bone might attract his attention. So he specifically instructed me not to allow you to use your martial soul and externally attached soul bone for a long period of time in the Star Double Great Forest." Thousand Gu Huan Feng also thought in his heart that he really knew that there were people who knew that there were ferocious beasts existing within the Star Do Great Forest, but others do not know. Thousand Ancient contained front as a traverser, but he knew that the ferocious beasts of the core circle were busy squeezing that big bug, otherwise the first they wouldn't have failed to show up. After leaving the Star Do Great Forest, Light Plume Doluwa also did not rush to catch up, but took Thousand Ancient containment fronts to walk and play. The last day of the road took 3 days to arrive. "Let's rest tonight and enter the soul hunting forest tomorrow morning." "Okay, Grandpa Lightning." Early in the morning of the second day, after the Light Plume Doluwa presented, the Elder Order also brought Thousand Ancient Hidden Blades into the soul hunting forest, because the Hall of Envoys was not active in the public's field of vision, so the Palace of Martial Souls did not specially create the Envoy Order, but prepared the highest specification Elder Order for all the envoys. Just as Qian Guhan Feng was preparing to look for soul beasts, Light Plume Doluwa said to Qian Guhan Feng, "Han Feng boy, there's a bustle over there. Hurry up and follow." After saying that, he ran off in a direction. The duo saw a middle-aged man and a teenager facing a mandarin snake after less than a minute of sprinting, and the middle-aged man had a pig-like creature in front of him. Just as Guangling Doluwa was about to step in to help is when Qian Guhan Feng said to Guangling Doluwa, "Grandpa Guangling, do you see that person looks like Yu Xiaozhang?" Light Plume Doluwa heard this and also did not plan to make another move. After all, he still knew about Yu Xiaozhang's matter, and making a move to save Yu Xiaozhang was impossible. Just at this time, Yu Xiaozhang suddenly shouted, farting like thunder, bombarding the sky and cracking the earth. Luosan gun. The martial soul resembles a pig but not a pig. It's really Jade Xiaozhang. Since it's Jade Xiaozhang, then watch the show, Light Plume Doluwa said. Then he brought Thousand Ancient Contained Blade to a place where Jade Xiaozhang and Tang San couldn't see. After looking at the Tang San duo, Thousand Ancient Hidden Blades asked Light Plume Doluwa, "Grandpa Light Plume, can the blue-silver grass martial spirit be cultivated as well?" "It's generally impossible, but some with higher innate soul power can also cultivate to soul master," Light Plume Doluwa replied. "But I see that he doesn't seem to be very old, and it feels like he only awakened his martial soul not long ago, and my intuition tells me that his martial soul is not an ordinary blue-silver grass." Of course this wasn't what Thousand Guhan Yufeng felt. After all, he couldn't tell Light Plume Doluwa that he knew the plot. Keep looking. The two didn't make a move, but instead watched the duo of Yu Xiaozhang and Tang San from the sidelines. After Tang San hunted the mandala snake with his concealed weapon, Time Plume Doluwa said to Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts, "This person isn't simple. His special weapon and techniques don't look like something an ordinary little kid should have." After Tang San absorbed the soul rings and detoxified Jade Xiaozhang, Light Plume Doluwa said to Thousand Ancient Henyuanfeng, "It seems like you won't be able to continue practicing this time. Light Plume Douro didn't continue to bring Thousand Ancient Huanfeng on his adventures but followed Jade Xiaojiang and Tang San. Thousand Ancient Containment Blade and Light Plume Douro followed the duo of Jade Xiaojiang and Tang San to Notting City. The duo did not continue to follow the Jade Xiaojiang and Tang San duo, but instead came to the nearby Martial Spirit Hall branch to investigate the duo's information. Not long after Lightning Douro presented the Elder's order, a staff member of the Palace of Martial Souls delivered 2 pieces of information to Lightning Douro. Tang San. Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass. Innate Full Soul Power. This person is most likely the son of Tang Hao. Let's see if we can out him. Light Plume Douro said as he looked at the information. The duo brought a deacon of the Martial Soul Hall to the Nordine Primary Soul Master Academy. After all, not everyone recognized the Elder Order, and bringing a deacon of the Martial Soul Hall could avoid a lot of trouble. Just after the duo entered the academy, Light Plume Douro sensed the aura of a sealed Douro. It seems that this person should really be the son of Tang Hao. I can't take down Tang Hao 100%. It seems that the kid's life is not meant to be, but it's not like there's no gain this time. Light Plume Douro whispered to Thousand Gu Huan Feng. Chapter 11 Little Dance Captured. Father and son meet. If Tang Hao strikes, don't mind me. Go directly to the branch hall and ask the branch hall master to contact the Hall of Envoys and the Hall of the Pope. Light Plume Douro instructed to Thousand Gu Huanfeng, after which Light Plume Douro directly exuded the pressure belonging to his own sealed Douro, and then said to the Martial Soul Hall deacon at the side, "Go take that little girl down." Light Plume Douro is not distrustful of Thousand Ancient Containing Blade but is afraid that Tang Hao will be unfavorable to it, and the deacon of the Martial Soul Hall on the side didn't hesitate, and directly stepped out to see Xiao Dai brought to the side of Light Plume Douro. Seeing that Tang Hao didn't put up a fight, Light Plume Douro directly said to the crowd present, "This person is the daughter of a serious offender of the Palace of Martial Souls, and anyone who spreads the word about today's matter shouldn't blame the old man for being nonchalant." After saying this, Light Plume Douro directly took Xiao Dance and Thousand Ancient Containment Fronts and flew towards Martial Soul City with all his might. Tang Hao in the distance saw Light Plume Douro leaving and murmured in a low voice, "The goal of their trip is that 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, and I don't know if they have found me or not, so it seems that I have to take Xiao San out of here for insurance purposes. I would like to leave her as the soul ring of Xiao San, but it is not worth it to expose very much for her." A day later, Martial Soul City, the Hall of Envoys. On the way to the Light Plume Douro did not stop. Directly with the small dance and Thousand Gu Xianfeng back to the Hall of Envoys, Light Plume Douro immediately contacted all the worshippers after returning to the worship hall. All the worshippers gathered in the worship hall. Different from the past is that there is more a little girl wearing a pink dress with a scorpion tail braid on her head. "Fifth brother, what are you doing? Let me make it clear to you first. Not just anyone can come along and be worthy of our family's Xianfeng." Demon Subduing Douro opened his mouth to interrupt the silence. Thousand Ancient Blades looked at Demon Bucking Douro but did not open his mouth, and thought to himself, "I don't have a beast fetish." Familiar with the plot, he knew that this person should be 100,000 years of soft bone charm rabbit in the form of small dance. "Take a good look at this little girl," Light Plume Douro replied. The crowd sniffed and also looked at Xiao Dance. "Kuryu, where did you catch it from?" The main seat of the Qian Dao Lu opened his mouth. The crowd felt the martial soul aura on Xiao Dance's body, just wanted to open their mouths when they heard that Qi Dao Lu had already opened his mouth, also did not open his mouth. Light Plume Douro sniffed and also recounted the experience of the trip to the crowd. "Tang Hao's son, Tang Hao is also nearby. Golden crocodile, you go for old me." Qian Dao Lu opened his mouth. Although Qian Dao Lu knew that Qian Sunji's death wasn't all Tang Hao's responsibility, when it was after all, he couldn't get away from Tang Hao. "Okay, big brother," Golden crocodile Douro replied. "As for this 100,000-year-old transformation soul beast, let old man take care of it, and come back to old man when Han Feng is able to absorb its soul rings." Qian Dao Lu opened his mouth. It wasn't that Qian Dao Lu didn't want to leave this 100,000-year-old soul beast to his granddaughter Qian Rinshui, but with the potential that Qian Gu Han Feng was showing now, he was more suitable for this soul ring than Qian Rinshui. In the evening, Nodding City, Tang San was studying martial soul theory knowledge with Yu Xiaozhang. A person suddenly walked into Yu Xiaozhang's office. Seeing the visitor, Tang San suddenly rejoiced. "Dad, why are you here?" The visitor was none other than Tang Hao. "It's too late to explain. You go with me first. Grandmaster can also come with us if he is willing to go with us." Tang Hao opened his mouth. "It's my honor. Coronation Hao Tian." Yu Xiaozhang sniffed in delight. At noon on the second day, Golden Crocodile Douro arrived at Noden City, and after inquiring learned that Tang San and Yu Xiaozhang had left last night with a man clad in a tattered cloak. 3 days later, Golden Crocodile Douro returned to the Hall of Offerings. "Big brother, by the time I got to Noden City, Tang Hao had already left with Tang San and Yu Xiaozhang." Ahmad Douro said to Qian Dao Lu. I don't blame you. Tang Hao is still too cautious. Grandpa Qian, I have a way to find out where Tang Hao went. At this time, Thousand Gu Wanfeng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Oh, what solution do you have?" Han Yufeng might as well tell us. Tang Hao left with Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Tang Hao definitely won't go to the Palace of Martial Souls to collect the subsidy. But what about Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang? The main thing is that we notify the following branch halls as long as there's a Tang San or Yu Xiaojiang named Tang San to collect the subsidy to notify us immediately. That's a good way to go. Grandpa Thousand, I have an idea. What do you have in mind? We can indeed find Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang through this method, but we can't guarantee that Tang Hao will be with them. And I'm afraid that with Tang Hao's strength even Grandpa Golden Crocodile won't be able to leave him behind if he tries to escape. Moreover, Light Plume Douro and I found out that Tang San wasn't simple. The weapons and techniques he used to hunt and kill soul beasts that day were something I hadn't seen before. Big brother, Han Yufeng is right. That Tang San is using a weapon and technique that I haven't seen before either. Light Plume Douro said at the right time. Wanfeng, now that you've said it, I'm sure you should have a solution, right? Chandao Lu asked Changgo Wanfeng. We aren't sure if there is a high person behind Tang San outside of Tang Hao, so I'll first go to Tang San's side as an ordinary soul master, and investigate the person behind him before making a move. This might as well be a chance for you to practice. But after you leave the Martial Soul Hall we have how to hide your identity while not being able to guarantee your safety? This is going to Snow Sister help. Announced that I closed for training. My martial soul in addition to the grandfathers did not know. We can find a martial soul for the sword at the same time and the Martial Soul Hall did not show outside the face of the senior soul master to the Skybucket Empire merchants, so that the Snow Sister to give him to arrange an identity. And then wait until the time is ripe and then I suddenly met with a change in my family to the relatives to rely on the reason to its defection, so that no one knows my identity. This way no one will know my identity, and then I will go to Tang San's side. This matter is feasible, but it's too early now. With your talent you should still focus on cultivation. I'll first arrange for someone to act according to your plan, while you cultivate in the Hall of Offerings, and wait until Tang San is about to go to the Senior Soul Master Academy before you go to his side to investigate. Star Luo Empire Shosi City, a small city in the Star Luo Empire. Tang San's father and son and Yu Xiaojiang were in a small inn at this moment. Dad, what's going on here? Why did we leave all of a sudden? Tang San asked Tang Hao. Actually, this shouldn't have been told to you how early it was, but you should know it now that it's happened. What is it exactly? And why are you keeping it from me? Do you remember the girl called Mai? Dad, how do you know about Mai? The one called Little Dance is not an ordinary girl. It's a 100,000-year-old soul beast in disguise, and its body should be its martial soul soft bone charming rabbit. What? Dad, you said Little Dance is a 100,000-year-old soul beast transformed. Tang San said in surprise. Tang San surprised as not Small Dance's soul beast transformed. After all, he obtained the first soul ring back to the academy when he has seen that it is a rabbit. He was surprised as Small Dance's 100,000-year soul beast. After all, he just learned martial soul knowledge not long ago, and do not know that only 100,000 years of soul beasts can be transformed into a new repair. But he is in the period of time to follow the Jade Xiaojiang learning or understand the preciousness of the 100,000 years of soul beasts. Chapter 12, Tang San's Life, Going to Shrek. Yes, Little Dance is indeed a 100,000-year-old soul beast transformed, and it was captured by the Martial Soul Palace just before we left, Tang Hao said to the duo. But Dad, what does this have to do with us? Junior, do you know who your mom is? What does that have to do with being a mom? Your two martial souls Houten and Hammer come from me, while blue silver grass comes from your mother. And your blue silver grass martial soul isn't an ordinary blue silver grass. For that I'm sure Master should have seen it as well. Indeed. According to my research martial souls usually inherit the stronger martial soul amongst their parents. And Xiao San your Houten and Hammer martial soul is the #1 weapon martial soul in the world. And your blue silver grass should not be simple either. Yu Xiaojiang said. Jade Xiaojiang were no twin soul martial arts of the two martial arts soul quality is often comparable. After all, although he is smarter than the average person, but with his 29 level of soul power and how to research those theories are also from the martial arts soul hall and blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex song obtained. Their own is but to summarize only. So what exactly is mom's status? Your mother is a 100,000-year-old blue silver emperor in disguise. And your blue silver grass should be an unawakened blue silver emperor. Dad, you said mom was a 100,000-year-old blue and silver emperor. But where did mom go and what does that have to do with us leaving? I come from the Haotian sect. I am the son of the former head of the Haotian sect. And the current head of the sect is my older brother, your eldest uncle. Dad, you're talking about the Haotian sect, the #1 sect in the world. Yes, Back then your eldest uncle and I were out training. Then we met your mother. At that time she took the name of Een. After that we trained together. Then you and I fell in love. But then your mother's identity was discovered by the Martial Soul Palace. At the time I learned your mother's identity, your mother already had you. After the former pope of the Palace of Martial Souls Qianshuan disease brought people to hunt your mother. But at that time you just came out. And then your mother, in order to protect me, and you sacrificed to me, which is the source of my ninth soul ring. And finally I sacrificed your mother at the end of the last birth of the Palace of Martial Souls and the former pope of the Palace of Martial Souls, and at that time together with the hunt for your mother's Palace of Martial Souls elder. But that pope and the Palace of Martial Souls back to the Palace of Martial Souls shortly after the death of the Palace of Martial Souls, and the Palace of Martial Souls with people to go to Haotian sect, went to the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect was forced to announce to the outside world to avoid the world. And I also brought you to the Holy Soul Village. So Dad, when we left because the Palace of Martial Souls found us, Tang San had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and wasn't overly surprised after learning of his origins. I'm not sure, but that day the Martial Soul Hall went to capture Showdance was a sealed Douro. I'm not really sure if that person found me or not, but for the sake of your safety I had to take you away. So what are we going to do from here? This is going to trouble Master. This is that elder's order I had back then. With this plus Master's identity it should be able to allow you to be looking for a place to land. It's inconvenient for me to show myself, and I have to make a trip back to the Sacred Soul Village, where there are seeds and soul bones left behind by your mother. Tang Hao left after saying that, putting down the elder order. P.S. I was watching the novel and anime at the time and always wondered why Tang Hao had injured Chishan disease by advancing to sealed Douro, why the Martial Soul Hall would still give Tang Hao the elder order. But since the novel was written I can't change it too much. After all, it could have been Tang Xiao or someone else in the Haotian sect. A month later, in the Hall of Offerings, Han Yu Feng, someone has just sent word that Jade Xiaojiang and Tang San have received their Soul Master subsidies in Star Luo Empire's Cass City. I've also arranged for someone to monitor the duo from the shadows. Qian Daolu said to Qian Guhuan Feng. Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang had also spent the month seeking a landing spot at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Cass City. A year later, Thousand Guhuan Feng also arrived at the Heavenly Dipper Empire as planned. Tiandou City. Inside a luxurious manor. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, you finally arrived. A middle-aged man of about 50 years old said, I suppose you are the one in charge of this operation? Thousand Ancient Hidden Frontier asked. Yes, my name is Li Changfeng. Martial Soul Riding Wind Blade, 85 level Soul Douluo. In the future, I will be known as Li Mo Feng. I will call you second uncle, and you can directly call me Qingfeng, and externally declare that my family has obtained a heavenly material treasure, which was later given to me by my enemies, and I was able to escape and then defected to you. You don't need me to say more about your identity. Thousand Ancient Contain Front said with a little thought. Yes, your holiness. Nephew Mo Feng? Tell me about your situation in Tiandou City now. In this year's time, with the help of Crown Prince Xueqinghe, I become the second merchant in Tiandou City. The first being belonged to the 7 Treasure Glazed sect, and our business includes inns, clothing, and food. I wonder how your highness pulled Xueqinghe in. Don't ask what you shouldn't know. And in the future I'll have the Crown Prince's Highness come down to draw you in. Just agree to it, and then you'll find a chance to offend Snow Avalanche and Snowstar. Qian Gu Xianfeng commanded. After all, Qian Renshue's identity is currently only the Temple of Worship and the Pope and some of the elders know. Offend Snow Crash and Snowstar is in order to go to Shrek in the future to make preparations. After all, a relationship with the Prince of the Rich relatives to go to not to go to the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy will inevitably cause people's suspicions. But if you offend the royal people cannot go to the reason makes sense. Yes. Well, go down. After it left Qian Guhan Feng said, Grandpa Guangling, Grandpa Changwan. 2 people appeared from out of nowhere and said, Han Yu Feng, what is it that you are looking for us for? The people who came were none other than Light Plume Douluo and Green Luan Douluo. In order to protect Thousand Guhuan Feng, Thousand Roadstream also arranged for Light Plume Douluo to accompany and protect, while Green Luan Douluo was mainly responsible for the transmission of news and dealing with some special things. Grandpa Qingluan, please go and talk to Sister Shui to ask her to pull Li Chengfeng together. Then I have something to discuss with him. Okay. Qingluan Douluo responded and headed towards the Heavenly Dipper Palace. 3 days later, Your Excellency is Senior Li Chengfeng. Right. I am Prince Xueqinghe of the Heavenly Dipper. I have long heard of Your Excellency's great name, and this time, I got up hoping that Your Excellency can all help me. Chen Rinxue pretending to be Xueqing, he said. How could I dare to refuse an invitation from His Highness the Crown Prince? This must be the nephew of the senior who had a sudden change in his family. Right. I heard that you have extraordinary talent. This is my Crown Prince order free time to go to the palace for a reminder. But I'm sorry. Then I'll thank Your Highness the Crown Prince. 1,000 Ancient 100 Blades said. 4 years later. In this 4-year period of time, Chango Hanfeng is also the soul power cultivation to level 40. But the hidden talent did not get the 4th soul ring. And this 4-year period of time Li Chengfeng is also borrowed business for the reason of offending the Snow Avalanche and Snowstar. But also so that the two people learned of Chango Hanfeng alias Li Mofeng's existence. But because of Chango Hanfeng from time to go in and out of the prince's palace, so did not do anything about it. Huan Feng just passed on the study. Tang San is preparing to head to an academy called Shrek, which was created by the flying called Flanders, who is known as the Golden Iron Triangle along with Jade Xiaojiang. Qingluan Dolua said, I wonder what their enrollment conditions are. Though 1,000 Ancient Container fronts knew but couldn't say it outright. 12 years old and 21 levels of soul power. But you're already 13 years old. Han Yu Feng. P.S. This article is calculated according to the imaginary age. Remember that the Palace of Martial Souls has a secret technique to change bone age? Then have someone arrange a new Soul Master's handbook for me at the Palace of Martial Souls. I know. I'll make the arrangements. On the second day, after changing the bone age for Qian Gu Hanfeng and obtaining a new Soul Master's handbook, Qian Gu Hanfeng said to Light Plume Dolua and Green Luan Dolua in the shadows. Two grandfathers, since the arrangements have already been made, it's time for us to set off for Shrek Academy. P.S. Thank you for the recommendation and error correction of Lone Sinking Wanderer Ocean, and thank you for drawing Chinchou and Jiahao's advice on this book. I know my writing is not good. If you have a problem with my writing that I really cannot help. But if you have a problem with the plot and the protagonist of the soul technology settings can speak freely, I will combine everyone's opinions to design the plot. At the same time, in order not to affect your reading experience, the future thanks and some plot setting description and so on will be placed in the author / writer's words. I do not know exactly what to call it. The writer's assistant and the end of the chapter is the writer's words, but listen to the book settings page as the author's words, within the text, but the text will be added to some small details of the description and views. Here to explain a little. Chapter 13, First Acquaintance with Tang San. The Enrollment Fiasco. Liemo Feng equals Chango Hanfeng. Liemo Feng is Chango Hanfeng's pseudonym to hide his identity. 3 days later. Soto City. 1,000 Ancient 100 Blades had traveled the entire journey on a carriage in order to hide his identity, so it took 3 days to arrive at Soto City. Let's find an inn to take a rest first, and then head to Shrek tomorrow. Chango Hanfeng said to the horseman, whose name was Li Yen. It was the person Li Chengfeng had found for 1,000 Gu Huanfeng's trip. Li Yen said, young master, the Riding Wind Hotel in front is our family's property. Alright, lead the way. 1,000 Ancient Contained Frontier said, the lobby of the Ride Hotel. Get me a room. A teenager wearing plain blue clothes. The teenager's face value was not perfect, but compared to ordinary people it was also more outstanding. Front desk lady, I'm sorry, this customer, we have no more rooms in the hotel at this time. According to the news from our people, this person is Tang San. Qingluan Dolua transmitted his voice to 1,000 Gu Huanfeng. 1,000 Ancient 100 Blades nodded, then said to Li Yen, go arrange a room. Okay, only to see Li Yen go up to the front desk lady and show a token. And then the front desk lady took out a key that didn't have any number but had the word Ride the Wind. Li Yen returned to the side of Qian Gu Hanfeng and said, young master, it's done, and this token is our family's identification. The old master asked me to give it to you before he left the house. If you have any need to our family's industry to show the token, you can do it. With the help of Qian Rinxue, Li Zhanfeng had already covered the Tiandou Empire with his business, second in size only to the 7 treasure glazed sect. Just as 1,000 Ancient Hidden Fronts was about to leave, Tang San suddenly said, didn't you say there were no more rooms? Why did you bring him a room? This customer, that person is the owner of our hotel. Our hotel reserves 3 rooms all year round in order to entertain special guests. The front desk lady opened her mouth to explain. Can you open one for me too? I'm sorry, I don't have the authority to use those 3 rooms without the owner's permission or a token. Just as Tang San was about to open his mouth again, 1,000 Ancients Contained Frontier said, meeting is fate. Open one for him as well. Okay, boss. After the words, the receptionist lady also handed Tang San a key. My name is Tang San. Thanks for this time. I wonder if my friend can tell me his name. My name is Liemo Feng. If your friend doesn't mind, you stay here. Xiangu Xianfeng said and left. What didn't surprise 1,000 Ancient Contained Feng was that without little dance Tang San hadn't even traveled to the Rose Hotel. On the second day, Chango Hanfeng came to Shrek Academy alone. Li Yen was Chango Hanfeng stayed in Soto City. In Chango Hanfeng came to the door only to see Tang San just finish testing the age of the bone. Chango Hanfeng saw this as also to go forward. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Xian Gu Hanfeng sniffed and took out 10 gold soul coins from within the Rui 100 treasure pouch. Summon your martial soul, said the old man at the door. Xian Gu Hanfeng summoned his martial soul at his words. and the 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and violet appeared under Qian Guhanfeng's feet. After years of practicing, Qian Guhanfeng was already able to summon only the Heavenly Awakening slash without summoning the sheath. 3rd ring Soul Zun, Old Man Li Yusong. 6th ring Soul Emperor. But I haven't even seen this martial soul of yours before. Mutant Martial Spirit Dragon Blade. That's fine. Give me your hand. This bone age of yours is 12. Yet your bones are much tougher than those of your age. I once took a herb that increased my physical strength, plus practicing sword skills since I was young. My bones are tougher than normal people. This is my Soul Master's Handbook. Chen Guhanfeng took out that new Soul Master Handbook and said to Li Yusong. Li Yusong received the Soul Master's Handbook and then said, Li Mo Feng, Martial Soul Dragon Striked Blade, 3rd ring Soul Dignity. What a little monster. Mu Bai, take him directly to the 4th level. Okay. Only to see a teenager in white fancy dress on the side walking towards Qian Guhanfeng then said, My name is Dai Mu Bai. I'm your senior. Your talent is not bad follow me. Just as the two of them were walking inward, a voice came, Boss Dai, would you like a sausage for dinner? Go to hell. Dai Mu Bai didn't have the good sense to say, Boss Dai, what a bummer. Where is this brother? 1000 Ancient Hidden Front sniffed and threw out a silver soul coin and said, 2. My name is Oscar. Thanks for looking after me brother. Oscar said as he handed over 2 sausages. Dai Mu Bai just wanted to open his mouth when he saw 1000 ancient containers had already eaten. Dai Mu Bai not turn is also did not open his mouth again. A food-based soul master? 1000 ancient container fronts said in feigned surprise. Brother, quite a bit of insight. Dai Mu Bai sniffed and spoke. After the 3 of them talked for a few moments, Dai Mu Bai took 1000 ancient contained fronts and continued walking inward. Suddenly an older elder said, Mu Bai, bring this along to the 4th level. This person was none other than Tang San. The old man had also seen 1000 ancient Han Yufeng's condition and knew what Dai Mu Bai was bringing him for. Just then a male candidate said, Teacher, what's going on? Why are they allowed to enter the 4th level of the exam without a test? But we have to go through one level at a time? The old man spoke with some displeasure. If your soul power is also over level 25, then, you can also go directly to the 4th level of the examination without having to delay here at my place. But your current tested soul power is only 21 levels. So then, you have to pass one by one. That male candidate spoke up this time after hearing his words. They have a soul power of 25 levels or more? That's impossible. We're all only 12 years old. How could a soul power that high be present? The old man sniffed and handed Tang San a white crystal on the table. Show them. Tang San sniffed and directly took the crystal and tested his soul power. Then prepared to hand the crystal to 1000 ancient 100 blades. 1000 ancient Huanfeng did not take it but once again conjured up the yellow, purple, and violet soul rings, and that candidate did not open his mouth again when he saw this. Just then a clear voice rang out. Teacher, I think that I should be exempt from the 2nd and 3rd levels as well. The person who opened the mouth was wearing a long white dress. This person was Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong walked to Tang San's side. Tang San also handed over the crystal when he saw this. Ning Rongrong took the crystal to test the soul power after a figure silently took the crystal to test the soul power. This person is Zhu Zhuqing. Not bad. Mu Bai, you just bring the 3 of them along. With that, the group of 5 also headed inward. On the way Tang San opened his mouth to 1000 ancient containing fronts. Brother Mo Feng, why did you come here from an extraordinary family? With your condition you can totally go to the academy in Heavenly Dipper City? I was just about to ask. You two know each other. Dai Mu Bai asked. There has been a meeting. As for why I came here, it's because I offended someone and I'm afraid that it's not safe in Heavenly Dipper City. 1000 ancient contained frontier said. Chapter 14, Separation Plan. Battle with Zhao Wuji. I see that your family's condition isn't bad. There would still be people who are afraid? Tang San queried. There will always be people you can't afford to offend without being at the top of your strength. Also, but what's going on with your soul ring? My teacher said that the upper limit of the 2nd soul ring is 764 years. Tang San asked. Everyone's martial soul, physical quality and spiritual power are different. Soul ring ceiling there how can be the same as you? There is no spiritual impact when absorbing under the 10,000 year soul ring. So as long as your physical quality and martial soul is strong enough you can even absorb the 1000-year soul ring on the 1st soul ring. How can that be? There's no way a teacher would lie to me. Think about it. How many soul masters and soul beasts are needed to measure the upper limit of a soul master's absorption of soul rings? So who can hit the exact number of years? Tang San sniffed and fell into thought. 2 lifetimes ago he understood that what 1000 ancient contained fronts had said wasn't without reason. 1000 ancient container foam see Tang San has some suspicion. Also is not more words. Originally because of Tang Hao's reason he should not say so much to Tang San, but deeply know the original he understands that although Jade Xiaojiang's strength is not strong, But the late stage of his in the Great War between the Heavenly Fighting Empire and the Palace of the Martial Souls or play a small role. If Tang San and Jade Xiaojiang parted ways, the least can let the Heavenly Fighting Empire within the disharmony. Not a moment a line of 5 people also came to a vacant lot, only to see the vacant lot only a robust middle-aged man. This person is Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji on the arrival of some people is also open to say, this year actually have someone to the 4th level, or 4. Dai Mubai laughed. Teacher Zhao. This year not only are there 4 people who also all skipped the 2nd and 4th levels. After saying that, he turned his head to Qian Guhan Feng and the others and said, this is the Academy's teacher Zhao, the person in charge of the 4th level. Not bad, there are quite a few good seedlings this year, just in time for me to move around. Your 4th hurdle is to hold up under me for 1 incense burner. Zhao Wuji laughed out loud. Thousand Ancient Container Blade also directly changed out his martial soul when he heard this. Li Mo Feng, Artifact Martial Soul Dragon Strike Blade, Level 38 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Tang San and the others also summoned their martial souls when they saw this. Tang San, Artifact Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass, Level 29 Control System Battle Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing, Beast Martial Soul Spectral Spirit Cat, 27 Level Min Attack System Battle Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, Artifact Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, Level 26 Auxiliary Artifact Soul Master. Tang San saw that Ning Rongrongdu's martial soul was the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, opened his mouth and asked, you're from the 7 Treasure Glazed sect? Don't look. I'm an ordinary person too. My first soul skill is speed increase and my second soul skill is strength increase. And how do we fight? Ning Rongrong saw someone open their mouth and asked, also introduced their soul skills in passing. Thousands of Ancient Containing Feng Herd is also on Ning Rongrong's view has a hint of change. The previous life when reading books or said Ning Rongrong have princess disease, came to the Douro continent after the discovery that you have the strength of the background of this and what? And from the Ning Rongrong's current situation from the point of view of its nature is not bad. Cannot help but also in the heart of the mind thought, 7 Treasures Glazed Clan on the role of the Palace of the Martial Soul is very big to the character of the Ningfanji can also try to recruit it. Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier saw Tang San wanting to open his mouth to command also grabbed the first opportunity to open his mouth. I'll attack strongly. Tang San control. Pay attention to protecting Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong auxiliary. Shu Shuqing look for an opportunity to attack. Not bad. My name is Zhao Wuji. You guys can call me Teacher Zhao. After the words Zhao Wuji lit a piece of incense and also conjured up his martial soul, only to see 7 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Zhao Wuji, are you the immovable bright king? Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier opened his mouth and asked. Exactly. Thousand Ancient Containing Foam also did not say much when he heard this but said to Tang San and the others who turned their heads, do it. The 7 treasures turn out to have a glazed surface. And the 7 treasures are famous for 1 thing, speed, and 2 things, power. Ning Rongrong was the one who exerted assistance for the 3. Second soul skill, Swift Light Blade Shadow. Zhao Wuji saw the attack came as also dodge, cause the attack fell behind him. Chen Guhan Feng see this situation is also directly flashed behind him. The first soul skill, Broken Gold 10,000 Feather Chop. Zhao Wuji saw Chen Guhan Feng suddenly behind him and unleashed an attack. He also had no time to dodge and hastily counterattacked, and swung a fist at the incoming attack, directly shattering the blade gas. Zhao Wuji was just about to open his mouth to comment on the blade chi that had been shattered by it suddenly exploded and opened up, catching Zhao Wuji off guard. The soul skill is good, and the power is also good. Since that's the case don't blame me. Zhao Wuji opened his mouth. Second soul skill, Powerful Vajrapong. The first soul skill, the Powerful Vajrapong. Thousand Ancient Hidden Blade Knotted Turn is also hastily dodged this blow. Zhao Wuji saw Thousand Guhuan Feng dodged also wanted to chase. Tang San saw Zhao Wuji wanted to chase also shot. The first soul skill, Entanglement, binding Zhao Wuji in place. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji also unleashed his soul skill. First soul skill, Immovable King Body. Broke free from Tang San's control then said to Tang San, then I'll take care of you first. Then attacked Tang San. Just then, first soul skill, Spectral Surge. Zhu Zhuqing's attack suddenly came at his back. Zhao Wuji was also planning to counterattack when he saw the attack coming. Tang San saw this. Second soul skill, Parasitic, restricting Zhao Wuji's movement. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji once again broke free from Tang San's control and turned back to try to attack Zhu Zhuqing again. But Zhu Zhuqing had already disappeared. Just then, first soul skill, Shattered Gold 10,000 Feather Chop. Thousand Ancient Containing Blades attack came again. Zhao Wuji hurriedly defended and then attacked towards 1,000 ancient hidden blades again. First soul skill, entanglement. Tang San once again took control of Zhao Wuji, and when Zhao Wuji was just about to break free, 1,000 ancient containment front shouted. Tang San collects his soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing attacks. Then the blue-silver grass on Zhao Wuji's body disappeared. Then, third soul skill, Holy Dragon Power. Second soul skill, 100 Claws of the Underworld. The attacks of 1,000 Guhan Feng and Zhu Zhuqing came towards Zhao Wuji. The sudden attacks made Zhao Wuji unable to defend himself in time, and he was solidly affected by the attacks of the two of them. Zhao Wuji just wanted to counterattack, but Chen Guhan Feng said to Zhu Zhuqing, retreat. Zhao Wuji saw the two of them leading in different directions and didn't know who to attack. Right at this moment Tang San once again launched an attack towards Zhao Wuji. First soul skill, entanglement. Zhao Wuji also hurriedly broke free, then saw 1,000 ancient contained blades attack once again. The first soul skill, shattered gold 10,000 feather chop. Zhao Wuji took a solid hit, and his body was also colored. Tang San saw that Zhao Wuji was injured. He also attacked again. Zhao Wuji once broke free from the blue-silver grass. Just when he wanted to counterattack there was suddenly a trace of discomfort coming from his body. Then he spoke. Poison? You guys are very good. I'm going to get real next. At this time, 1,000 ancient contained frontier's voice rang out. Teacher Zhao. Tang San all stop. Chapter 15, Worrisome Environment. Pulling Ning Rongrong together. The crowd sniffed and stopped attacking, turning their heads to look at 1,000 ancient container blade. Are you afraid? Zhao Wuji said. No, 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 it's time. 1,000 ancient container pointed to the incense that had already burned out. The crowd sniffed and realized that the incense had been burned out, so they also put away their martial souls, and Zhao Wuji also put away his martial soul even though he had not yet enjoyed himself. Chen Guhan Feng see the crowd put away the martial soul is also relaxed. Chen Guhan Feng no Ning Rongrong side asked, not only the family father is the seven treasures Liuli clan patriarch Ning Fingji? Recruiting Ning Fingji cannot remember. Ning Rongrong is a good breakthrough. The crowd also turned their heads to look at the duo when they heard 1,000 Gu Huanfeng's words. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was one of the upper three sects. Its influence could not be ignored, and Ning Rongrong might be the Seven Treasures Glazed sect's young sovereign. Know my father? Ning Rongrong asked curiously even as she sniffed. My name is Li Mo Feng. Li Chang Feng is my eldest uncle. When I spoke with His Highness the Crown Prince earlier, His Highness mentioned your father and you. Your eldest uncle is the Li Changfeng from the Wind Riding Chamber of Commerce. Yes. The two of them were talking for a while before Qian Guhanfeng flung away 2 silver soul coins after seeing Oscar on the side and said, that uncle? 4 sausages. You're the uncle. I'm only 14. Although he was dissatisfied with Chiku Henyuanfeng's name but still made 4 sausages and handed them to Chiku Henyuanfeng. After all, people gave money. 1,000 ancient hidden fronts took the sausages Oscar handed over before distributing them to Tang San, saying, it can restore soul power. The three saw the process of Oscar's production also fell into hesitation. Tang San sniffed and hesitated for a while before eating the sausage. Zhu Zhuqing was a bit unable to get down. Tang San was surprised after eating the sausage. This sausage actually restored 10% of my soul power. Zhu Zhuqing heard Tang San's words and hesitated for a moment before also eating the sausage in her hand. Ning Rongrong did not eat. Thousands of years of ancient containing foam saw this situation is also did not persuade. After all, the two people just know. If leave a bad impression on the future to pull together the 7 treasures glazed sect unfavorable. This beauty. My name is Oscar. I wonder what the girl calls herself. Oscar asked when he walked in and saw Ning Rongrong as well. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, Uncle, I don't know you. Don't get close to me. Thousands of ancient containing fronts to see the two of them is also not to laugh. Even if there is his existence some places still cannot change, but also did not stop but he is also at this time in the heart of the thought. This Oscar has to be said that is also an uncommon genius, and Tang 3 currently do not have too much to do with the relationship, but it is possible to pull together to their own side. If and then will be the 7 treasures of the Glazed clan after pulling together with Ning Rongrong's relationship later pulled together to the Palace of Martial Souls is not impossible. Zhao Wuji also didn't stop the crowd from talking. After all, they will all be in the same academy in the future, and said to the crowd, from today onwards you are the academy of our academy. Move by, you take them to the dormitory. The rest will be spoken to tomorrow when the dean returns. After saying that he also left, although a few people's attacks could not put him Hao, but still suffered some skin on, and he also found that Qian Guhanfeng and Ning Rongrong's family is not extraordinary. There is no way to take the original set of the Martial Soul Hall's youngest elder to cheat them. Directly have to talk to Flanders. Dai Mubai sniffed as also did not say more. Understand the meaning of Zhao Wuji himself as the Star Luo Empire's prince as Hao will not know its set of rhetoric. After all, To become the premise of the martial spirit hall elders is the strength to reach the seal Doluo, and the current youngest seal Doluo is Tang Hao's thing is still a lot of no. The crowd also became much more acquainted after talking for a long time. Especially Ning Rongrong and Thousand Ancient Containment Front, having the relationship between Ning Fengji and Prince Xueqingha also started to refer to each other as brother and sister. Dai Mubai saw that the crowd had finished talking and also said to the crowd, "Come with me, I'll take you to the dormitory." Dai Mubai brought the crowd to a wooden house and said, "This is your dormitory. This side is for the boys, and that side is for the girls." Ning Rongrong saw the current wooden house unhappy said, "You and I say this is a dormitory. Our family's scared people live or better than this." Qian Guhan Feng sniffing is also some recognition. Even if he has been prepared is also some surprise. Even in his previous life he practiced martial arts in the mountains as the environment is better than this. Not to mention this life. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing are okay. One has been living in the sacred soul village for many years. Plus Tang Hao doesn't care. So the environment isn't much better than this. And Zhu Zhuqing has suffered a lot by escaping all the way here. And the days of eating and sleeping in the wind have also been experienced. Dai Mubai didn't say anything when he heard Ning Rongrong's words and walked towards his dormitory. Not to mention Ning Rongrong, even he himself often went to Soto City to stay. Although not just to stay. Ning Rongrong saw that the duo had already walked towards the wooden house. Ning Rongrong just wanted to follow when she heard Thousand Ancient Containment Fronts say, "Wrong. How about we go to Soto City and find the CN?" To draw Ning Rongrong in, he had to first draw the two into a relationship. Ning Rongrong sniffed and said with some embarrassment, "Brother Feng, I ran out with my father on my back, and the money I brought with me has already been spent. Okay, come with me, can still let you spend money not. Besides that, ride the Wind Hotel is my eldest uncle's practice." Thousands of Ancient with Fronts laughed. Ning Rongrong sniffed and didn't refuse to walk towards Soto City with Thousand Gourmet Container. The big deal was that he would ask his father to help out with their family's business in the future. "Where are you going? Not organizing the dormitory?" Dai Mubai didn't hear the duo's conversation, but still opened his mouth to ask regarding the duo's intention to leave. "Go to Soto City for a night. That house will get someone to tear it down and rebuild it tomorrow," Shiger said with a sharp look. Dai Mubai also froze at the words. The power of this money. The two of them came to the Riding Wind Hotel in Soto City and opened 2 rooms. Then they found Li Yan and instructed, "Find me a few craftsmen. Come to my academy tomorrow to build 2 houses. And then give me those golden soul coins." Li Yan sniffed and immediately went to go 2 bags of golden soul coins. Looking at the bags, there were at least 1,000 golden soul coins in each bag. Qian Guhan Feng took the golden soul coins and then handed the bag of golden soul coins to Ning Rongrong and said, "Take it. Let's go buy some supplies." Ning Rongrong also didn't hesitate and took it. In the evening, inside Thousand Ancient Huanfeng's room, Light Plume Doluo said to Thousand Ancient Huanfeng, "Huanfeng brat, you can't be looking at that Ning Rongrong to come. With her talent it's not impossible." "Grandpa Guangling, what are you talking about? That's the young sect master of the #1 auxiliary sect in the world," Thousand Ancient Container Front said with a slightly deeper meaning. On the side, Qinghuan Doluo sniffed and said to Thousand Gu Huanfeng, "You're not trying to pull in the 7 treasure glazed sect, are you? Ning Fengji is an old fox. It won't be easy to pull him in. So the 7 treasure glazed sect's young patriarch is a good breakthrough." Green Luan Doluo and Light Plume Doluo also did not say anything more when they heard this. After all, if there is the 7 treasures glazed sect's edition, the strength of the martial soul hall will definitely be taken to the next level. Chapter 16, Ma Hongjun, Dean Flanders. The next morning, because they were reserved for the boss to live in and entertain guests, these rooms were more like a private courtyard. Thousand Gu Huanfeng woke up early to practice his sword as usual, and Ning Rongrong woke up to see Thousand Gu Huanfeng, who was practicing his sword, and greeted him. "Awake! Then hurry up and wash up. Let's go back to the academy." Thousand Ancient Hidden Fronts said to Ning Rongrong. "Okay." After Ning Rongrong washed up, Qian Gu Hanfeng and Ning Rongrong took Li Yan and the 5 artisans to Shrek Academy. Immediately approaching Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong saw a man and a woman arguing. "Ma Hongjun, don't you ever look for me again. I won't be with you," the slightly older girl said to a little fat man in red. That little fat guy of yours sniffed and said, "Suehua, am I not good to you? Why did you break up with me?" These two were none other than Ma Hongjun and Suehua. "You're pretty good to me, but I just can't stand you. We're not right for each other. You'd better find someone else. Besides, I'm several years older than you. Please, don't look for me in the future." Suehua sniffed and said with some anger, "What do you mean you can't stand me? I really don't understand what you pussies are thinking. Breaking up is fine. Come with me one more time and I'll break up with you. Otherwise, no way." After the words, Ma Hongjun wanted to go forward and grabbed Suehua. Suehua begged regarding Ma Hongjun's movements. "No, don't. Just let me go. Are you a human being or not?" Seeing this, Ning Rongrong shouted. What are you doing? That fatso? Ma Hongjun saw the outsider's voice and turned his head to look, realizing that the person who opened his mouth was a girl with outstanding looks who opened her mouth and said, what a pretty chick. What? Do you want to replace her as my girlfriend? Success. No problem. I agree. Ning Rongrong sniffed in annoyance. What are you thinking? You fatty. Do you know who I am? Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ma Hongjun didn't have the good sense to say, this is our business. So don't be a dog and meddle in it. Since you don't want to be my woman, get lost. Why? What do you want to do to a girl in broad daylight? Who are you to meddle in my business? Looking for pain? Ha? Who do you think you are? Daring to scold me. Mind your own business or don't blame me. I'm running the show today. What can you do to me? Then don't blame me. After the words Ma Hongjun intended to make a move on Ning Rongrong. Chen Guhan Fong see Ma Hongjun intends to take action from the Rui Bai Bao bag took out a steel knife. This is he looked for martial spirit temple craftsman according to the shape of the Tian Wei chop customized. A total of 4. 2 lighter. But the edge of the blade is extremely sharp. Usually used to fight against the enemy. 2 heavier. But unopened edge. Used to usually practice the knife and sparring. And this is his usual practice knife. Although not open edge. But the weight is far more than the ordinary knife. Xian Guhan Fong saw the rushing Ma Hongjun. Did not draw his sword. But hit his stomach. Because of that body and external leakage of the martial soul sake. He usually also in Qianjun Doluwa and Descending Demon Doluwa learned some stick. Xian Guhan Fong knows the identity of Ma Hongjun, so he did not intend to kill. But the necessary lesson is still indispensable. Because Thousand Ancient Containing Fist had not exerted any force. Ma Hongjun was merely knocked back a few steps. Ma Hongjun was hit and said angrily, in that case you shouldn't blame me for not being polite. Phoenix possession. A purplish red light rushed out from Ma Hongjun's body. And the short hair on his head suddenly became longer and gathered towards the center. Turning into a kind of Mohican-style issue. As soon as that purplish red light penetrated his body, it immediately released an intense heat. 2 circles of yellow soul rings simultaneously appeared from beneath his feet, and long plumes of hair extended from his bare, stout arms. Both hands also became claw-shaped. Ma Hongjun saw that he couldn't defeat Thousand Gu Huanfeng, evoked his martial soul and said to Thousand Gu Huanfeng, I think you should be a soul master as well. If you have the guts, you can fight with the fat master. Brother Feng. Have you ever seen such a fat phoenix? Why does it feel like a grass chicken when I look at it? Ning Rongrong said beside Thousand Ancient hidden front. Seeing this, Thousand Gu Huanfeng did not intend to make a move, but said to Li Yan behind him, Li Yan, go teach that grass chicken a lesson. Li Yan's martial soul was a rock wolf, a 4th ring soul sect. Although Li Yan was only arranged by Li Changfeng to be responsible for the daily life of Thousand Gu Huanfeng, although his strength was not strong, but he still had 45 levels of soul power. 30-something years old, 41 levels of soul power was not outstanding, and his future achievements would be up to a soul king or a soul emperor. White, yellow, purple 4 soul ring. Then Li Yan feet appear. Ma Hongjun see each other as a 4-ring soul zone is also have to see some retreat. Think this person is a Thousand Ancient Huanfeng's guard, then said to the Thousand Ancient Huanfeng, you have the balls to go on their own. Called your guard is what is the meaning. Just when Li Yan was planning to make a move to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson, a voice came from the distance. Stop. The person who came with a pair of eyes walked up to Ma Hongjun. This person was none other than Flanders, who had gotten the news from Zhao Wuji and rushed over. Ma Hongjun saw the person who came and said, Dean, you have to help me. Who are you people and what do you want with my students? Flanders asked. Before Qian Guhan Feng and Ning Rongrong could answer, 3 more people rushed over. It was the 4 people who had come out to look for food. Tang San, Zhu Xuqing, Dai Mubai and Oscar. Tang San walked over to Qian Guhan Feng and Ning Rongrong, while Dai Mubai and Oscar walked over to Ma Hongjun and Flanders. Dai Mubai opened his mouth and said, Fatty, what's this situation? Ma Hongjun saw Dai Mubai asking, also recounted the beginning and end of the matter. Dai Mubai also spoke when he learned of the situation. Misunderstandings, all of them. Mo Feng, Rong, this is Ma Hongjun, also a student of our academy, and this is our Dean Flanders. Fatty, this is Li Mo Feng and Ning Rongrong, the students who just enrolled yesterday. Thousand Ancient Container Feng also let Li Yan put away his martial soul when he heard that, and said to Ma Hongjun, that fatty, for the sake of you being a student of our academy as well, let you off. Next time if you let me see you bullying a woman, then don't blame me for not being polite. Thousand Ancient Containment Front's words also made Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong feel more favorable towards him, but Ma Hongjun sniffed and said to Flanders, Dean, you have to help me. Flanders said to Ma Hongjun, it was you who was in the wrong in the first place. What else do you want? Flanders received Zhao Wuji's message knowing that Ning Rongrong was the 7 Treasure Glaze sect's young patriarch, and Thousand Ancient Containing Front's identity was not simple. so he did not intend to stand up for Ma Hongjun. After all, he did not want to not be able to run his own academy tomorrow. The matter is over. A line of people are also back to Shrek Academy. Flanders saw the crowd of people living in Chango Hanfeng and Ning Rongrong asked, Mo Feng, what are these people doing? Thousand Ancient Containing Blade sniffed and pointed to the 5 craftsmen and said, these are the craftsmen I found. I see that the academy dormitory is too worn out, intending to rebuild 2 of them. This, Flanders as also did not refuse. After all, for did not let how to spend money, and the future when they graduated is not their own. This is Ning Rongrong whispered to Thousand Gu Huanfeng. Brother Feng should not give bamboo chain also. Xian Guhan Feng sniffed at Dai Mubai and asked which were the dormitories of the academy, and after learning about it instructed the artisans, tear down all of that piece and rebuild it. Remember to build a small 1-inch. Then said to the crowd, Boss Dai and Xiao Ao 1 room. Xiao San and I 1 room. Shu Cheng and Rong Rong 1 room. Shu Qing Rong Rong will be left to you. If a certain fat man plotting to do something wrong, just beat him up. Fatty, you just live in that small one by yourself. Finally seeing himself and Tang San arranged together, seeing that it was to spy on him. Ma Hongjun sniffed and did not say anything more. After all, people also left a room for themselves. Chapter 17, Just 7 Cadets. Soul Fighting Arena. After arranging the dormitory, Tang San asked Flanders, Dean, what about the other colleges in our academy? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong also asked curiously, right, the other trainees of our academy you? Flanders heard this and said to Dai Mubai, where are the other cadets? It's just the 7 of you. Shrek is a monster, so our academy only accepts monsters. Then I wonder what the usual studies are. Chigurashi asked. Your martial souls are all different, and each of you has your own cultivation methods. What the academy can teach you is how to better utilize your martial souls, help you obtain better soul rings, have more practical combat experience, and develop your potential as much as possible. What remains is knowledge about the various aspects of the martial soul, as well as the situation of soul masters on the continent. Of all the things you need to learn, the most important is practical combat experience. That's why your first lesson is soul fighting. Flanders said, you guys take a rest. Tomorrow I'll take us to the Soto City Great Soul Arena. And after the words Han Flandra left. Seeing Flanders leave, the crowd also talked. Thousand Ancient contained fronts in order to separate Tang San, and Yashao Jiang is also in front of the crowd face. Tang San asked, by the way Xiao San, yesterday when fighting with Mr. Zhao I didn't even see your soul still clearly. We are all classmates in the future. I don't know if it's possible to explain a little bit. My first soul skill is entanglement, and my second soul skill is parasitism. Tang San sniffed and also clarified a bit. Entwine? Come on you pair, use your first soul skill, said Thousand Ancient Contained Blade as he summoned his martial soul to Tang San. You can be careful then. First soul skill, entwine. Thousands of Ancient Han Feng saw Tang San's attack came also did not resist. After the blue silver grass will own leg entanglement, thousands of Ancient Han Feng in the case of no use of soul power to its swing knife chop. A knife chop, blue silver grass was not destroyed, just left a knife mark. Thousands of Ancient Han Feng thought in his heart, no loss is the possession of the blue silver emperor. Bloodline of the blue silver grass is indeed tough. Seeing that a blow was not made, thousands of Ancient Han Feng also urged the soul force again. A knife cut down. In the soul force, under the support of this knife directly will be cut off the blue silver grass. It's still really winding, but it's tougher than normal blue and silver grass. And it seems that your blue and silver grass still has some more toxicity from yesterday's duel. I wonder who helped you pick your first soul ring. It was my teacher who helped me pick it out. What's wrong? Tang San also asked with some confusion when he heard Thousand Ancient Containing Front's question. I wonder who your teacher is. My teacher's name is Yu Xiaojiang. Jade Xiaojiang? But that Master Jade Xiaojiang who wrote the theory of the 10 core competencies of the martial soul. Do you know my teacher? That's not surprising. He's the only one who can make Blue Hyssop's first soul skill be entanglement. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? You don't even know when you let someone harm you. Let me ask you, which blue silver grass can't be entwined without your first soul skill? This, Tang San was thousands of Ancient Containing Fronts have said at once, some can't refute. Heart thought right, which way my blue and silver herbal to be unable to wind? See, Tang San has begun to doubt. Jade Xiaojiang Chen Gu Hanfeng is also added a fire said, I once heard my eldest uncle said, this martial soul 10 core competitiveness theory is some of the soul master's common sense. Some of him combined with the theory of the martial soul hall within the authored. After the words, Qian Gu Hanfeng also did not just say anything more, took Ning Rong Rong and others to see the situation of the new dormitory. In the evening, after inviting the crowd to eat a big meal, Qian Gu Hanfeng and the relationship between the crowd is also pulled into a lot. After returning to the Shrek Academy, and then 5 craftsmen rush to work after the 3 big a small 4 exquisite dormitory has been completed. Although it cannot be compared with those top mansions, but also when the original extreme good is not a grade. Early morning the next day, Qian Guhan Feng with the usual in the practice of the sword. Tang San after waking up did not see the figure of Qian Guhan Feng, also went out to check. Saw Qian Guhan Feng is practicing the sword, is also not disturbed. Qian Guhan Feng see Tang San has woken up, has also stopped the action. Said, "How is it? Do you want to take you to practice? You can enhance the quality of the body." "No, I'm not good with swords, but I can still accompany you for a few moves." "Oh, that's fine. Do you need any weapons? Got any flying knives or needles? I'm used to using concealed weapons." "A concealed weapon? What's that?" "Concealed weapons, as the name suggests, weapons used in secret." After the words were spoken, Tang San took out an iron needle from within the 24 bridges in moonlit night and flung it at a stone. "That's a good technique you have, but I only have this here," said Thousand Ancient contained blades as he took out 5 daggers and said to Tang San, "Could be. This dagger of yours is not bad," Tang San said as he took the dagger. "Sent you." Tang San didn't refuse when he heard this, taking the dagger and saying to Thousand Ancient contained blades, "Be careful." The two of them exchanged 10 moves before Ning Rongrong and the others also got up, and the two of them stopped moving when they saw this. About an hour later, Flanders found the crowd and brought them to the Soto City Great Soul Fighting Arena. After entering the Great Soul Fighting Arena, a soul master of any rank is simply represented by the word fighting soul, and after obtaining the first victory, he will be given a badge, and after that, for every victory, he will be given a certain amount of points, and when the points reach a certain level, the badge's rank is raised. This badge is the symbol of the rank in the Great Soul Fighting Arena, and it is common to all main cities across the continent. The benefits of having a high badge rank are extremely numerous, so I won't explain them in detail. The grades of the badges are differentiated according to the quality of the minerals, with the lowest being the Iron Badge, which is the Iron Fighting Soul, and in order upwards are Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. 8 ranks in all. Flanders said to the crowd, "And my request to you guys is to come out before graduation, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, to get the Silver Fighting Soul Badge." Finally, specific Mu by you explain it to them. Soul fighting is divided into 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. Daimu Bai explained to the crowd before leading a few people to register. "Brother Feng, there's 2-on-2. Can you team up with me?" "It's okay." Thousand Ancient Hidden Front didn't refuse, and after thinking for a moment turned his head to Oscar and said, "Little Ao, do you want to try it as well?" "Can?" Oscar asked with a sniff. Before Thousand Ancient contained fronts came because of the life preservation to be gold soul coins Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun. The two Hooker brothers are not sure if they can win, so they don't want to spend money. And they don't have any money, so they themselves would like to go on the soul fighting stage to see, but they don't have the opportunity. Of course, didn't Boss Dai say that 2-on-2 would help me gain points faster? Let's go. I'll sign up for 1-on-1 when we're done competing. The three of them came to the place where they signed up. The entry fee is 10 golden soul coins, and you will receive a total of 10 golden soul coins for winning a match. The staff said to Thousand Ancient Hidden Front and the others. Thousand Ancient Hidden Frontier said to the staff after taking out 20 gold soul coins, "Register me and the two of them for a 2-on-2 respectively." P.S. The original did not write whether a person can participate in 2-on-2 in a day, so this article sets a team to participate in only one 2-on-2 in a day, and a person and 2 different people form 2 different teams. Chapter 18, Rong Feng Smo, White Tiger of the Underworld. Okay, but since you haven't registered for the Fighting Soul Badge, please show me a description of your name, Martial Soul and Soul Master rank, and I'll register you on my side, the staff said. The three of them sniffed and produced their Soul Master handbooks. Li Mo Feng, Martial Soul Dragon Blade, Level 35 Strong Attack System Artifact Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, Level 26 Auxiliary System Artifact Soul Master. Oscar, Martial Soul Sausage, Level 29 Auxiliary Artifact Soul Master. Okay, please give your group a name, the staff said. Wrong. Xiao Ao, you guys come and get it, Sugar said with a sharp look. Name? Let's call it the Rong Feng combination. Rong of Honor, Feng of Blade, Ning Rongrong said after thinking for a moment. Then let's call ours the CMO combination. S for Sven and MO for Ink. Oscar saw that Ning Rongrong had gone well himself and took one. Alright, here are your Iron Fighting Soul Badges, with which you can also participate in individual and team soul fights. The next 2 sides in this soul fighting match are the Rong Feng combination and the Firewolf brothers. Let's welcome the 2 opposing sides to the ring. It's worth mentioning that the Rong Feng duo is participating in soul fighting for the first time, so I wonder what kind of surprises they'll bring to us. Okay, we can see both sides have taken the field, so the soul fighting begins. My name is Chenhua, Chenyen. I think you guys will remember our names after the match introduction. The Firewolf brothers' martial souls, whereas the duo's combined name was Firewolf, and both of them were 3-ringed soul dignitaries with soul rings of white. yellow, and yellow, because the duo's soul rings all came from different wolf soul beast clans, and all 3 soul skills were the same. They were also little known in the Soto City Great Soul Fighting Arena. Humph. Cut the crap and see the real thing under the hands. Thousand Ancient Containing Blade also responded faintly when he heard the words of the two. Wrong. You're behind me. There's no need to add responsibility to me. It's not worth it to deal with 2 arrogant guys. Thousand Ancient Contained Front said to Ning Rongrong. We can see that the Winged Front duo is very confident. The host said. First soul skill. Fire Wolf's Fall. The 2 brothers said in unison. The duo jumped up high and then fell against Thousand Ancient Container Blade's position. Block. Thousand Ancient Contained Blade crossed his sword up to block, catching the duo's attack, and then mocked. If you didn't eat today I can treat you to a good meal. The 2 brothers sniffed and once again attacked towards Thousand Ancient Containment Blade, 3rd soul skill, Claws of the Fire Wolf, and then flames were seen igniting in the hands of the 2. Seeing the 2 attacking again, Thousand Ancient Container Blade also swung his sword against them, knocking them back after exchanging a few moves. If that's all the strength you guys have then it's over, said Thousand Ancient Hidden Frontier. After saying this, Chang'e Hanfeng attacked towards the 2 of them. Sweep. Thousand Ancient Blade in the 5 years of time because did not obtain the soul ring, so combined with the previous life of the sword method experience and their own existing soul skills to summarize and create a 7 basic sword method and 3 self-created soul skills. The 7 basic knife skills are chopping, slashing, sweeping, teasing, stabbing, blocking 7 styles, the sweeping and blocking 2 of them. The Fire Wolf brothers also scrambled to fend off the attack when they saw it coming, but they were still injured, and Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts also pursued the attack. Chop, chop, attacking against the Fire Wolf brothers. The Fire Wolf brothers also hurriedly dodged when they saw that they couldn't resist Thousand Ancient Contained Blade's attack and signaled their surrender to the host. Seeing that the Fire Wolf brothers surrendered, Thousand Ancient Hidden Frontier also retreated next to Ning Rongrong to prevent the duo from sneaking up on them. The Fire Wolf brothers surrendered. So the winners are the Rongfeng combination. Let's congratulate them. Thousand Ancient Contained Feng and Ning Rongrong host has announced to take over also in the middle down the sparring stage. Came to the stage. Dai Mubai also went up and said, this Fire Wolf brothers in this big fight soul field is also a little famous. Did not think you guys did not use the soul skill to the 2 of them reached surrender. It's all Feng's fault. I was up there just like the audience and the martial spirit didn't even summon Bishop before it was over. Ning Rongrong said. The crowd also laughed at his words. Next up is the smoother combo versus the double dagger combo. Let's welcome the opposing teams to the ring. Oh, we can see that this absorption of the small combination looks a bit familiar. Isn't this the Rongfeng combination's Li Mo Feng player? His martial soul is a knife. And our twin blade combination's martial soul is also a knife. So whose knife is sharper? Let's wait and see. Alright, the 2 opposing sides have taken the field. So the soul fighting begins. The double sword combination after the start of the match is also no variety. Directly against the Chigu Henyuanfeng and Oscar launched an attack. Chigu Henyuanfeng see each other toward Oscar attack as also came to its front. Said to the attacking duo, your opponent is me. The 2 of them sniffed and said, in that case we'll compare swordsmanship. Xian Guhan Feng Herd also went forward to compete with the 2 of them in the sword. The 3 of them in the exchange of dozens of moves after the separation. You can see that Xian Guhan Feng's corner of the coat at the corner of a piece of the missing. While the double sword combination of the body but each has 2 or 3 wounds. You are more powerful than us. The 2 of us know that we are undefeatable. We admit defeat. The duo said to Thousand Guhan Feng. Then walked off the sparring stage. We can see that the double dagger combo has conceded defeat. So the winner is the smoother combo. Chigu Xianfeng and Oscar left the sparring stage after seeing the original place only Ning Rongrong and Flanders 2 people. After talking to learn that other people have gone to sign up for individual soul fighting, Chigu Xianfeng Herd also went to the individual soul fighting or signing up for the office. Thousand Ancient Containing Blade arrived at the personal fighting soul capital waiting place to see Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing 4 people. Next up is Zhu Zhuqing versus Tang San. Let's have the 2 contestants. The host's voice rang out. Just as Tang San just wanted to go on stage, Dai Mubai suddenly called out to Tang San and said, Tang San, I know your strength isn't bad. So I'd like to ask you to be merciful and not hurt Zhuqing. I know you want to ask why and I'm not afraid to tell you because she's my fiancée. Tang San sniffed and didn't pursue, saying, I know, and walked towards the sparring platform. Gu Hanfeng also smiled when he saw this, and couldn't help but lament the fate of this matter. What? Worried about your fiancé? Qian Gu Hanfeng said as he came to Dai Mubai's side. How do you know? Did you hear it? Evil-eyed white tiger and underworld spirit cat. Dai surname and Zhu surname. Star Luo royal family and Star Luo Zhu family. Looks like the rumors I heard before are true. What rumors? I once heard my eldest uncle say that the royal son of the Star Luo royal family would be betrothed at birth to a girl of the right age from the Zhu family for the martial soul fusion technique. The Underworld White Tiger. Chapter 19 A New Scheme. Zhao Wuji's Crisis. You know quite a lot. Dai Mubai said with a sniff. Then you really are the Star Luo Emperor's son? Thousand Ancient Container Fronts asked, pretending not to know. Yes, third in line. But I'm curious as to why you, the third prince of Star Luo, came to the Heavenly Dipper Empire? You can think of it as running for your life. Dai Mubai said somewhat ruefully. Running for your life? Then we are somewhat alike. With your family's condition you also need to escape. Dai Mubai asked with some curiosity. I'm just a survivor. You should all be quite curious as to how I was able to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring on my second soul ring, right? What does this have to do with your soul ring? My parents in Mayan before in the Star Do Great Forest obtained a strain of heavenly material treasure that can enhance the physical quality, but later by the enemy learned that want to kill and seize the treasure. But what they do not know is that the bead of heavenly material treasure has long been absorbed by me. Because of the Soul Master Academy party to avoid a robbery, and later to join my eldest uncle in the Heavenly Dipper City in the business. So you don't want revenge? Revenge? That also requires strength. Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier pretended to be helpless. Dai Mubai didn't ask any more questions when he saw that Thousand Guhuan Feng was a bit sad and said, it's my turn to go on, and then walked towards the battle stage. Not long is also the turn of Qian Guhan Feng, the opponent when a 32 level of strong attack system Beast Soul Master. Of course, it is not their own opponent. But in Qian Guhan Feng and the pair is pretending to be unintentional in the sparring table with the sky wake up chopping left 1,000 words. At this time, Qian Guhan Feng and Sheng Yuan Doluo and Light Plume Doluo realize the discussion. In Qian Guhan Feng no life-threatening time and then will not appear. If Qian Guhan Feng need help will use the martial spirit to leave 1,000 words. After the sparring match Shiger Hanfeng found Flanders and asked him for a week's vacation with a family matter. In the evening, Changbo Hanfeng returned to ride the Wind Hotel to meet up with Qingluan Doluo and Guangling Doluo. And Guangling Doluo was the first to open his mouth and asked, Hanfeng boy, what's the matter with looking for us? I troubled Grandpa Qingluan to help me go back to the Hall of Offerings to ask Grandpa Qian if he can give me Li Chengfeng. And then I also want to secretly create an army of 500 men in the Tiandou Empire. Okay. After the words Green Luan Doluo was ready to leave. By the way, trouble Thousand Ancient Containing Blade to go to the One Lei Branch Temple first to have them look for the double blade combination that fought against me during the day. And when they find it, tell them to come here to come to me if they want to get stronger. On the afternoon of the second day, at the Ride the Wind Hotel, Chen Guhanfeng was sitting face to face with two people. And these two people were the twin blade duo that fought with Qian Guhanfeng yesterday. Since you guys have come here I'm sure the person who was looking for you has spoken to you, right? Chang Guhanfeng said to Jean, there's no such thing as a free lunch. So what are the terms? One of the Double Dagger brothers asked. Before we get to the deal are you guys not supposed to do an in me introduction? My name is Yu Long. He is my brother Yu Hu. Martial Spirit Green Blade. I can provide you with cultivation resources. And I can also find someone to hunt the most suitable soul rings for you. But I want you to use them for me. Yes, but we want you to teach us the art of the sword. It can be, since you have already joined. Then I will introduce myself. My name is Thousand Ancient Contained Blade, from the Martial Soul Hall. Next you may join a special army, and the task you take over is to cultivate hard. When you are needed there will naturally be someone to find you. You guys will stay here for the next few days, and tomorrow morning I'll call you on your basic blade techniques. 3 days later. During these 3 days Qian Guhanfeng was teaching the two brothers Yu Long and Yu Hu the basic sword technique. The great confessor has agreed. But these 500 people will be used as a subsidiary legion of the Angel Legion, and will be dispatched by you in the future. This is the token, said the returning Qingluan Doluo handing over a token with a 6-winged angel on it to Qian Guhanfeng. Trouble Grandpa Qingluan to look for 500 soul masters whose martial souls are swords that are absolutely loyal to the Martial Soul Palace through the Martial Soul Palace, with a minimum soul power of level 30, and then ask them to go to Heavenly Dual City to look for Li Qingfeng. Grandpa Guanling trouble you to take me to Tiandou City, Heavenly Dipper City Crown Prince's bedchamber. Brother Han Yufeng, is there something you came to see sister about this time? Sister Snow, in the future, I will have Li Changfeng bring 500 soul masters, so please, Sister Snow, arrange for them to be placed into the Heavenly Dipper army, preferably the palace's guards. Are you trying to infiltrate the Tiandou army? Yes and no. My idea is to have them serve as one of our hidden sons in the Heavenly Dipper Empire. After all, that old man Snowstar still has a lot of influence in the military. Actually, I've wanted to make a move on Snowstar for a long time now, but there's a Dokubo there in Snowstar, so it's not good for me to make a move. Dokubo? He died a long time ago. Dokubo is dead. Where did you hear that? Although I haven't seen him in years, but I can't be sure when Snowstar talks about being in seclusion. Sister Snow, do you still remember the water fairy jade muscle bone that Grandpa Juqian arranged to have sent? Why? Grandpa said that you got that in the Sunset Forest. What does that have to do with Dokubo? That day, I found a treasure place in the Sunset Forest with Grandpa Lightplume, and those immortal herbs were obtained there, but when we entered it there was already occupied by Dokubo, and then he needed to make a move on me, and was later killed by Grandpa Lightplume. In that case then Snowstar doesn't have to live. No, Sister Snow, Snowstar we can't move yet, and Snow Avalanche can't move either. I think the deaths of those royals have already made Snow Knight suspicious. Our next target is still Snow Knight, and after its death our 500 people should play a role, so that they can start a mutiny in Snowstar and Snow Avalanche's name, and we'll have a reason to kill them. Yes, I'll make arrangements for the army, Qian Rinxue said after thinking. I'll leave those 2 people at the door to Sister Snow. I've already told them the training method for those 500 people. This is for Li Chengfeng. I still have to return to Soto City, so I'll trouble Sister Snow to give it to him for me. Soto City Ride the Wind Hotel. Grandpa Guangling, find an opportunity to get rid of Zhao Wuji in the future. After all, he's still explicitly a wanted criminal of our martial soul palace. Thousand Ancient Contained Fronts said to Lightplume Doluo. It's fine, but why do you want to make a move on him? A soul saint can't afford to make any waves yet. Zhao Wuji's strength isn't bad, and he should be close to breaking through to Soul Doluo. I'm afraid that it will be unfavorable to us when we make a move on Tang San later, and in order not to affect our plans, the fewer strong people we have around us, the better. Then backtracked back to Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji didn't know that he had been nearly missed. A month later, Xiao Ao and Tang San's soul power have both broken through level 30. Tomorrow Zhao Wuji will take you guys to the Star Duel Great Forest to hunt for soul rings and practice on the side. Flanders said. Chapter 20 Phoenix-tailed Cocklesnake, Dragon Duke and Snake Lady. A day later, a certain town outside of the Stardust Great Forest. Let's stay here, rest for the night and leave early tomorrow morning. You guys are responsible for your own expenses for lodging and meals, Zhao Wuji said to the crowd. He then opened a single room and went back to his room. The people also came to the front desk, but in the opening of the room has produced differences. Daimubai would like to open a 5-room and double room, but Changdo Hanfeng directly opened 4 rooms. Said, okay, I pay. The old rules. Thousand Ancient Containing Feng originally wanted to open a single room, but after thinking about it, he still planned to live with Tang San, because in a few days of getting along with him, he found that although Tang San was not hostile to himself, he was still wary of himself never practicing other Tang clan techniques except for Xian Tiangong in his own face, which led to his other techniques checking out a section of the original compared to the original. And as for Xian Tiangong, there was not any obvious difference between Xian Tiangong and the cultivation of soul power, and he did not have what way to find fault. The crowd knew a table intending to eat something. When Tang San asked Daimubai, should we ask Mr. Zhao to eat with us? No need. Although teacher and us coming out won't pay any expenses for us, he also won't accept any bit of favors from us. This is a rule set by Dean Flanders. Daimubai opened his mouth and replied. The crowd heard this and did not say anything more. Because of Thousand Ancient Contained Fronts, the crowd did not dwell on who was treating the guests. Probably because of the money, the dishes were also served very quickly. For his part, Thousand Ancient Hanyu Feng wasn't looking towards the doorway, thinking in his heart, I wonder if that Shanghue Academy will come. However, they didn't wait for the Shanghue Academy's group even before the crowd returned to their rooms. On the second day, the crowd came within the Star Do Great Forest, and Zhao Wuji said to the crowd, make your own arrangements. I won't make a move until your lives are in danger. The people heard also began to discuss a period of time to get along with the people also because of Changdo Hanfeng's bravado and strength of its very trust. So the people were going to let Changdo Hanfeng command. But Changdo Hanfeng opened his mouth. I do not know about these. If the fighting spirit I'm still good. Soul hunting, I'd better let Tang San commit. But the people were going to let Tang San command. But Qian Gu Hanfeng said, I don't know much about this. If I'm good at soul fighting, I'll let Tang San do the soul hunting. Tang San didn't refuse and commanded. Bamboo Chang and I will be in charge of guarding and searching for soul beasts. Mo Feng, Boss Dai, and Fatty are ready to strike at any time. Xiao Ao and Rong Rong are ready for sausages and increases. The crowd sniffed and started to move. Xu Zhuqing directly jumped onto the tree in 3 or 2 steps, and the others also summoned their martial spirits. After the crowd had advanced for some distance, Xu Zhuqing spoke. There are 3 people in front of us chasing a soul beast, and the direction is our side. The crowd was also on alert when they heard this. Tang San pondered for a while and said, don't make a move if you can. However, the sky does not follow people's wishes. A head-born double meat crown, tail fan-shaped snake soul beast with extremely fast speed towards the crowd. This snake is the original that phoenix-tailed cockle snake. The crowd C cannot avoid is also intended to make a move. Just at this time, the first soul skill, Broken Gold 10,000 Feather Chop. At that moment, the first soul skill, Broken Gold 10,000 Feather Chop, and attacked directly toward the phoenix-tailed cockle snake. The shot is precisely Chen Guhan Feng. The crowd saw the situation as also did not say anything. After all, sooner or later is to do it. Sooner or later to do it, and who do it and what difference? Thousands of ancient Han Feng is not want to make a splash and so on, but want to change Oscar's third soul skill, although the original third soul skill is also good. But thousands of ancient Han Feng think the flight on the Seal Dolua for the role is not big. As for the Soul Master competition considerations, that's impossible. He couldn't wait for Shrek to lose. After all, the fat does not flow outsider's field. The Soul Master competition rewards to who can't give to Tang 3. That attack is about to touch the cockatoo snake when, probably out of survival instincts, cockatoo snake slightly turn the direction. That attack can attack the cockatoo snake's tail, out of inertia. The second section of the feather damage is only a few attacks to the cockatoo snake, but it is also the cockatoo snake has caused a small impact. Behind the pursuit of the three is also seized the opportunity to catch up with the phoenix-tailed cockle snake. 3 people, 2 old and 1 small. That for the older female soul master controlled the phoenix-tailed cockle snake. The older male soul master is to the crowd said, "Thank you for your help." The old man Dragon Gong Meng Shu. The speed of this snake is really for us to light up a lot of trouble. The 3 of them were precisely the Dragon Duke and Snake Lady in the original story. The crowd didn't react when they heard this. They only felt that this was a very normal word. But Thousand Gu Huan Feng and Tang San heard a hint of something different. The 2 of them had been people for 2 lifetimes, and their minds were deeper than the others. Although these words were nothing special, but combined with the other party's identity and strength it was different. Long Gong Mengshu has long been famous for many years. Many people know its name. Come up to self-reporting in addition to its body beside the soul ring can be said to be the grace and prestige. No has expressed gratitude. But you have to have any other mind. I'm not afraid of you. Dare I ask if Senior is the Dragon Duke Snake Woman's Dragon Duke Mengshu Senior? In the end it was Tang San who took the lead to open his mouth. Following Jade Xiaojiang's studies for the past few years he had still learned about many famous soul masters. Among them was the Dragon Gong Snake Grandmother. Exactly, old man. Then this should be Senior Snake Woman to come? Old me. Chao Tianxiang. The Chao Tianxiang on the side replied as well. Just then Zhao Wuji also stepped out and said to the crowd, "All of you back off. This isn't something that can be dealt with." And then went up to talk to the Dragon Lord. The crowd sniffed and did not say much. I think this snake should be between 1300 and 1800 years old. It is very suitable for Xiao Ao. The crowd sniffed also fell into thought. After all, the other party is the dragon male and snake female. There is the crowd still know something. Just Zhao Wuji is probably not their opponent. And the phoenix-tailed cockle snake was originally known to them. There is no need to snatch it in the sense of reason. In the end, it was Qian Guhan Feng who spoke up to break the silence. Xiao San, can you determine what soul skill this snake will bring to Xiao Ao? Tang San sniffed and replied, "Can't be sure, but combined with the phoenix-tailed cockatrice's speed the odds are that it's a speed-related soul skill. Since we can't be sure it's better not to take the risk of coming, but we are after all helpful to them. It's possible to let them help us hunt soul rings or travel with us." Qian Guxian Feng said. After all, he did not want to let Oscar obtain the phoenix-tailed cocklesnake's soul ring, and even more so, he could not let Tang San encounter that human-faced demonic spider. Now there is no Shao Dai. The titanic giant apes will not appear. Tang San is even more unlikely that they will go to chase them. If we let Meng still obtain the phoenix-tailed cocklesnake's soul ring they should not be able to go to hunt for human-faced demonic spiders. Then there is a very high chance that Tang San will not encounter that human-faced demonic spider. Chapter 21, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Blue and Silver Earth Networks. In the end, the people decided that thousands of years to contain fronts would intercede and convince the Dragon Duke and Snake Woman to travel with them. Just as Thousand Ancient Hidden Fronts was planning to step forward he saw Dragon Duke Mangshu stepping forward and saying, "I heard the immovable King of Brightness say that there is a master's disciple among you. I wonder which one. I wonder if Senior is talking about my teacher Yu Xiaozhang." Tang San said with a sniff, "It's not bad that you're the master's disciple. Seniors, you see we helped you catch up with this phoenix-tailed cockatrice. It can be said that we did you a great favor. So the late generations have an ungrateful request." Tang San saw Long Gong Mengshu initiate a conversation also opened his mouth. "Oh, just ask. Little friend. Look Senior, we're also here to obtain soul rings, but we only have one soul saint in teacher Zhao, so we'd like to ask the 2 seniors to travel with us. Ha ha ha, it's just a small matter, naturally, but we still need to wait for this granddaughter of the old man to finish absorbing her soul ring." Seeing that the other party did not refuse was also immediately agreed to the other party's request. Aside from Mang is still also in the unity of its grandfather began to absorb soul rings. About half an hour later, he successfully absorbed the soul ring. Afterwards, the crowd also advanced together. After advancing for about an hour, Xu Zhuqing spoke. There is a soul beast clad in golden armor and shaped like an earth dragon up ahead. An earth dragon soul beast clad in golden armor should be an iron bone golden armor beast. Bamboo Ching, do you see if there are any spikes on its back? Tang San said. Yes, there are two, one of which is slightly smaller, about 7/10 its size, about 700 years old, famous for defense. Odds are it's a defensive soul skill. What do you think, little Ao? After all, it was obtaining soul beasts for Oscar, so Tang San still asked Oscar's opinion. Yes, Oscar sniffed and didn't refuse. Bamboo Ching, you lead the way. Mo Fong and Boss Dai are ready to strike. Everyone follow. Tang San also commanded when he saw that Oscar didn't refuse. The crowd sniffed and also acted. In less than 3 minutes' time the crowd also saw that iron bone and gold armor beast, 1000 ancient container blade also directly called out the martial soul. The first soul skill, shattered gold 10,000 feather chop. Second soul skill, swift light blade shadow. However, after seeing the soul ring of 1000 ancient containing Fong, the Dragon Duke and Snake Lady were also taken aback inside. Since this little friend can absorb 1000 years of soul rings in the second soul ring, this talent is really enviable. Tang San sniffed and also asked, Senior, I've always had a question. According to the teacher's research, the second soul ring can only absorb 100 years of soul rings, but Mo Fong can absorb 1000 years of soul rings. That way, is the teacher's theory wrong? No, your teacher's theory is not wrong, but that is exactly for ordinary soul masters. If your physical quality is strong enough, indeed you can absorb 1000-year soul ring in the second soul ring, and if your physical quality and mental strength is strong enough, you can even absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Long Gong Mangshu also opened his mouth to explain. Tang San also fell into deep thought as he sniffed. About 15 minutes later, that iron bone golden armor beast was also dying under the attacks of 1000 Gu Huan Fong and Daimubai. Little Ao, this iron bone golden armor beast has strong defense. Do it from the head. 1000 ancient containing blade said as he handed over a knife for Oscar after chopping off the armor pieces on the head of the iron bone golden armored beast. Oscar also didn't hesitate to kill the iron bone golden armor beast to start absorbing the soul rings after receiving the arrival. By the way, Xiao San, what soul beast do you want for your third soul ring? Asked Shen Guhan Fong to Tang San as Oscar absorbed his soul ring. My martial soul's defense and attack power aren't strong, so it's best to have a control type soul skill. Tang San sniffed and also opened his mouth to reply. About half an hour or so later, Oscar also successfully absorbed the soul ring. After all, there are outsiders present in the crowd as also did not ask its soul skills. The crowd was moving forward again, but suddenly a strange change occurred. A net formed by vines suddenly encircled Qian Gu Hanfeng, who was at the front of the group. Seeing that Chang'e Hanfeng was trapped, the crowd hurriedly retreated. Seeing this, Qian Gu Hanfeng also used the heavily awakening slash to cut off the vines and returned to the team. Just as the crowd was planning to leave, Tang San spoke up. This is most likely the voodoo vine. It suits me very well, but there's no way for us to find out his original body. Teacher Zhao, please. Zhao Wuji also didn't refuse and spoke. You guys back off. I'll do it. Zhao Wuji summoned his martial soul and unleashed his spiritual power to look for it. About 5 minutes later, Zhao Wuji unleashed an attack on a place. 5th soul skill, gravity squeeze. 4th soul skill, location tracking. Under Zhao Wuji's attack, it was seen that a vine about 2 battles thick also appeared in front of the crowd. Junior, come see for yourself. Tang San sniffed and also stepped forward to check. Then said, indeed it's the Fujian vine, about 2,000 years old. Mr. Zhao will be it. 2,000 years, can you? Zhao Wuji also opened his mouth to inquire. It can be, although my physical quality is not otherwise Mo Feng, but when I was a child, I often followed my father to make iron, and my physical quality is also good. Zhao Wuji sniffed and didn't say any more. Pulling that voodoo vine out of the ground, Tang San also said to 1000 ancient containing blade when he saw this. Ink Blade borrowed the sword for a while. 1000 ancient contained blade sniffed and also threw the knife he had given to Oscar earlier to Tang San, who also took the knife and hunted down that ambrosia vine with Zhao Wuji's help and started absorbing soul rings. About half an hour, Tang San also successfully absorbed the soul ring. See, Tang San did not obtain the external attachment soul bone. Chang'e Hanfeng was also relieved. The crowd then planned to return. Seeing this, the dragon male also opened his mouth and said, this time we didn't help much. We still have to bring my granddaughter back to the academy, so I'll say goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon Duke and Snake Granny left with Mang still in tow. Perhaps because of the reason of the 1000 ancient contained fronts, the Dragon Duke and Snake Granny didn't pay too much attention to Tang San. When the crowd saw the three leave, Ning Rongrong also opened his mouth and asked, "Third brother, quickly show us your third soul skill." Tang San also didn't refuse to open his mouth when he heard this. "My third soul skill is called Blue Silver Earth Net. It can summon an earth net similar to the one that trapped Mo Fong before." Xiao Ao. "What's yours?" Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier opened his mouth and asked. Oscar sniffed and deepened his good feeling towards Thousand Ancient Contained Front once again because of its always being able to pay attention to. Then spoke. "My third soul skill is Copper Skin, Iron Bone, and Golden Armor Intestine, which can make the defenses of the person who takes it to increase by 20% for 5 minutes, and it can exist for about 12 hours. Is it really a defensive soul skill? It just so happens that I've come to try out your new soul skill." Oscar sniffed and used his third soul skill. Third soul skill. Old me has a golden armor sausage. Thousand Ancient Hidden Fronts took the sausage and ate it, saying to Tang San, "Little San, come on." Chapter 22 Sunghui Academy. Arrogant Ma Hongjun. Third soul skill. Blue Silver Earth Net. Seeing Thousand Ancient Contained Blade ready, Tang San also unleashed the third soul skill he had just acquired, only to see a circle of vines sticking out from the ground with Chigu Henyuanthing as the center, quickly trapping Chigu Henyuanthing in it. Just as Chigu Henyuanthing was planning to try out the hardness of this ground net formed by the blue-silver grass, he heard Tang San's voice, "Mo Fong, I'm going to start contracting." Qian Gu Hanfeng also responded with, "Come on," then saw that the blue-silver grass began to start shrinking towards Qian Gu Hanfeng. At the time when the vines had already made themselves inaccessible, Qian Gu Hanfeng opened his mouth and said, "Xiao San, can you loosen it up a bit? I'll try the degree of toughness." Then he saw the blue and silver grass that was trapping Qian Gu Hanfeng loosened up a little bit. Qian Gu Hanfeng saw this and also used his soul power to chop at the blue and silver grass that was trapping him. And after 2 cuts, that blue and silver grass was also disconnected. The degree of toughness is good. It can roughly withstand the full force of an ordinary strong attack system Soul Exalt Strike. Qian Gu Hanfeng also commented after coming out. And Xiao Ao, your soul skill is also very good, and can play a decisive role in the case of still having the same soul power level. After exchanging a little bit, the crowd also left the Star Dipper Great Forest. After returning to the previous town and seeing that it was dark, Zhao Wuji also said, "First go to the hotel to rest for the night, and return to the academy in the morning." Afterwards, the crowd also returned to the original hotel. Zhao Wuji also opened a single room as before and went to the room to rest. The crowd is also ordered to find an empty table after the start of the order. About 10 minutes later, to see a line of 8 people into the hotel. Thousands of years ago, to see the arrival of people is also in the heart of the dark. Karma is really marvelous. This line of people is exactly the original Songhui Academy line of people. Ma Hongjun said to Dai Mubai, "That chick is good looking. Boss Dai. These guys should be from Songhui Academy." Dai Mubai sniffed. "It's just the tiny Songhui Academy. Flaunt my ass." Seeing this, Oscar said to Tang San and Thousand Ancient Containment Fronts, "There's a good show to watch." "What good show?" Tang San asked with a sniff. "This is also part of our cultivation." Dean Flanders said that a soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. Moreover, messing with people from the Soul Master Academy is the safest thing to do. At most, it's just a fight. Oscar sniffed and replied as well. Our Lord Dean's quotes can also be added together to form a monster quote. Looking at their age, this Songhui Academy should be a senior Soul Master Academy, Tang San said with a sniff. Thousand Ancient Hidden Frontier then shook his head and said, "Then what if we mess with someone we can't afford to mess with?" Tang San and Oscar, on the other hand, didn't know how to retort when they heard this. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's words were also said to be heard by the crowd of Songhui Academy. And then they saw the academy at the forefront of Songhui Academy walking towards Dai Mubai's direction. I saw that cadet walk up to Dai Mubai and say, "You're arrogant. Looking down on our Songhui Academy. I wonder what clan or academy you're from." "We tell you the Shrek Academy we came from." Dai Mubai heard Ma Hongjun open his mouth before he could speak. "Shrek Academy. Never heard of it. I don't know which pheasant academy it is," that academy said in a slightly mocking tone. "That's because you guys are insular," Dai Mubai said. Just at this time, the store boy was carrying a plate of dishes towards the table of Qian Gu Hanfeng and the others. That academy saw this and stretched out his foot. That store boy didn't pay attention, was also tripped over. Just at this time, Tang San also made a move to catch the dish and hold then store boy. Then said, "Don't waste the food." That cadet saw this and said, "Sorry." Then that cadet also pretended to leave just like the original and kicked Dai Mubai's chair over, causing Dai Mubai to fall. Dai Mubai got up and still urged his soul power as in the original and struck out at the cadet, sending the cadet flying backwards. Then said, "I'm really sorry for missing." After that leading teacher of Songhui Academy caught that cadet, the rest of those 6 cadets also stood up and said, "What? Want to fight?" As the words fell out, the other 5 cadets outside of that female cadet were also walking towards Dai Mubai's direction. Dai Mubai saw thousand ancient contained fronts. Also Tang San did not have the intention to fight. Also greeted Ma Hongjun, urged soul power to meet up. Those 5 Shanghai Academy cadets are not good at fighting. Not a few times by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun knocked down to the ground. The 5 trainees got up and wanted to fight again when they heard the leading teacher say, "I'm Yi Jiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Shanghai Academy. May I ask, where are your teachers?" The teacher said, "I'm Yi Jiqiu, the director of Shanghai Academy's Foreign Affairs Department. Want to see our teacher? You're not worthy yet," Dai Mubai said arrogantly. "Xian turtle, possess." Yi Jiqiu sniffed and also summoned his martial soul. 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. 5 soul rings appeared under his feet. "You kids don't know any better, so don't talk nonsense in the future. Call the teacher of your academy to come out," Yi Jiqiu said. "Why do you want to find our teacher?" "To deal with you. This bastard doesn't need to use our teacher. We are enough," Ma Hongjun arrogantly said. Everyone soul master, please, don't fight in the small store. Small business. The hotel boss not turn is also rushed to step in and said, "Today, I'll ask to teach you a good lesson on behalf of your teacher. Let's go outside," Yi Jiqiu said. The crowd sniffed and also walked outside. Tang San just wanted to help when he heard thousand ancient contained frontier say, "Not in a hurry first, arrogance has to have arrogant capital. Should also let Ma Hongjun eat some lessons. Also don't know where he a great soul master came from to have the courage to call out to a soul king. After all, we don't know about his fighters." Tang San also stopped at the words. After all, he still had his own pride. It was impossible for him to stand up for Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun originally thought that Chigu Hanfeng and others will help, and Dai Mubai rushed up. No Chigu Hanfeng and others to help Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai is also quickly beaten back. Dai Mubai is a soul Zun by virtue of the evil eyes of the white tiger. Martial soul of the strong is not a big deal. But Ma Hongjun is knocked to the ground. Chigu Hanfeng not turn is also to Oscar said, "Small AO, the you play." Oscar sniffed and also threw out 2 recovery sausages for Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, and handed a golden armor sausage to thousand ancient containment fronts. Thousands of ancient Hanfeng took the sausage and ate it, then called out the martial spirit and walked to the front and said, "People you also hit. This matter can be over?" Although Qian Gu Hanfeng is currently only 3 rings. But with the aid of Tian Weichop and Ning Rong, Oscar and Tang San's help to deal with Yi Jiqiu can still. So there is not too much nonsense. Chapter 23, Battle Yi Jiqiu. Tang Hao appears. "Your teacher didn't educate you well, let me teach you a lesson." The words fell. Yi Jiqiu rushed towards thousand ancient containing blade. Seeing Yi Jiqiu's attack, thousand ancient containing fronts also said behind him, Rong, Xiao Ao assist me. Xiao San protect Rong and Xiao Ao. I'll come to meet this bastard. Seeing Yi Jiqiu directly attacking also was not polite. Intending to counterattack, the 7 jewels turn out to have a glaze. One is said to be forceful and the other is said to be quick. Third soul skill, I have a golden armor gut. Ning Rong and Oscar sniffed as they also applied aids for thousand ancient containment blade. Third soul skill, holy dragon power. Because there was still Ning Rong and Oscar behind thousand Gu Hanfeng, so thousand Gu Hanfeng wasn't planning to use the second soul skill to find an opportunity to attack. Instead, he was planning on frontal invocation. Block. Thousand ancient contained blade crossed the sword to hold Yi Jiqiu's attack. Then tease. Collecting the knife from the bottom up towards Yi Jiqiu attacked. Yi Jiqiu saw that the other party was only a soul exalted, so he did not think that the other party's attack could break his own martial soul defense. So he also did not dodge, and took thousand ancient hidden blades blow head on. However, with the assistance of thousand Gu Hanfeng's third soul skill and Ning Rong, how could Yi Jiqiu be able to withstand this strike at will? Thousands of ancient Hanfeng and after receiving this blow his own martial spirit possession formed winebark shell will have a hidden trend of cracking. Yi Jiqiu saw that his nearly couldn't withstand thousand ancient contained front's attack, so he also retreated in a panic. Just as Yi Jiqiu was planning to think of a way to counterattack, he heard thousand ancient contained fronts say, "Not bad for a defensive soul king. Since you were able to block my casual counterattack, let's try my self-created soul skill. This is the first time I've ever formally used this move. You should feel lucky." After the words, Qian Gu Hanfeng hit the attack on Yi Jiqiu. The second soul skill, Swift Light Blade Shadow. Yi Jiqiu saw the attack coming and thought it was some kind of powerful attacking soul skill, also dodged in a panic. Seeing Yi Jiqiu dodge, Qian Gu Hanfeng was not surprised. Flash catalyzed the second stage effect of the second soul skill came to Yi Jiqiu's side. Whispered to him, "Get ready. The next is the real attack." Yi Jiqiu also scrambled to activate his soul power to strengthen his defense when he heard this. Qian Gu Hanfeng also launched an attack after his words. Spin kill. Afterwards, he saw thousand ancient Hanfeng spinning up. waving the heavenly wake chop in his hand in a regular manner. Thousand Ancient Han Feng's the self-created soul skill can be said to be borrowed from the evil moon's full moon, and then combined with techniques similar to the Haotiansek's chaotic cloak hammering technique and the Fengshaotian's 36 consecutive chopping of the Blizzard Demon Wolf to use force to hit force. The Blizzard Demon Wolf 36 consecutive chopping technique was created. To ask how Chigu Hanfeng learned the technique of catching the force, it can only be said that there is nothing strange about having a similar technique in the world where martial arts was prevalent in his previous life. And there is nothing strange about being a martial arts genius who has learned this kind of technique. Is it not? Yi Zhiqiu was beaten back by Thousand Ancient contained blades attacks, and just as he was planning to admit defeat, an unfamiliar voice came out. Alright, leave it to me next. After all, he's dying to meet me, isn't he? When Thousand Ancient Container Blade heard this familiar voice, he also withdrew his moves and returned to Ning Rongrong and the others, and that voice was none other than the one that came from Zhao Wuji. Aren't you looking for me? I'm coming, you have to be ready, Zhao Wuji said faintly. Zhao Wuji has long noticed the movement of this side. The reason why he did not make a move is also want to see the strength of Chango Hanfeng and others. Now the reason why he made a move is not afraid of Yi Zhiqiu to Chango Hanfeng and others, but is afraid of Chango Hanfeng hand down no light. What about Yi Zhiqiu? After all, it is precisely an ordinary conflict. If the person is seriously injured is also not good. Zhao Wuji walked towards Yi Zhiqiu, but didn't turn out his martial soul. There was no need to summon a martial soul to deal with a Yi Zhiqiu who had already been beaten back by Thousand Ancient Henyuanfeng. You guys go back first, I'll teach you guys a lesson later. As he spoke he also looked towards Thousand Ancient Han Yufeng. It's not that he was dissatisfied with Thousand Ancient Han Yufeng's strength, but rather he was dissatisfied with him for not helping Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai in the first place. Believing that Thousand Ancient Han Yufeng lacked team spirit, Thousand Ancient Hanfeng naturally also noticed Zhao Wuji's gaze, but he didn't say much. Instead, he pulled a saber flower in Zhao Wuji's direction, then returned an ordinary saber chi to the ground. Then he put away his martial soul, and Tang San and the others returned inside the hotel. Tang San also saw Thousand Ancient contained blades movements, but they didn't suspect anything. After all, there were quite a few people who liked to play with blade blossoms or sword blossoms. However, what Thousand Guhuan Feng was thinking in his heart right now was, Zhao Wuji, Zhao Wuji, it would have been fine if you hadn't come out, but don't blame me now that you've come out. Zhao Wuji walked over to Yi Zhiqiu and attacked him, and unsurprisingly Yi Zhiqiu was reached on the ground by Zhao Wuji just like the original. Afterwards, Zhao Wuji whispered, so feel not use martial soul to beat people is very cool. Zhao Wuji didn't beat Tang San during the enrollment because of Thousand Ancient containing blade, so Tang Hao didn't educate Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji and Flanders didn't know that Tang San was Tang Hao's son, so when they talked to the dragon and snake before, they also only expressed the identity of Tang San as a student of Jade Shaozhang. However, just as Zhao Wuji was planning to return to the hotel, he heard an unfamiliar voice, Your Excellency is a movable king Zhao Wuji? Who's pretending to be a god? Since you know my name also why don't you come out and meet me? Zhao Wuji also opened his mouth when he heard that unsuspecting voice. It's good that it's you. The voice fell and an arrow was seen coming towards Zhao Wuji. The person who struck was none other than Light Plume Doluo. Zhao Wuji sensed an attack came was also panicked to call out the martial spirit to resist, but the sealed Doluo's attack and how can he be panicked can be resisted. This arrow is also let Zhao Wuji was injured. Fourth soul skill, high explosive piercing strike. Zhao Wuji had not yet reacted when an attack came again. Zhao Wuji saw the attack coming and realized that he was also too late to dodge and resist. At this time, a hammer fell. For Zhao Wuji blocked this blow. The person who shot is in the dark to protect Tang San's Haotian Doluo Tang Hao. Tang Hao sees Zhao Wuji cannot resist out of the face of his son's teacher is also out to help Zhao Wuji. Although a soul saint himself does not care. But Zhao Wuji's strength on the current Tang 3 are not a small help. Tang Hao appeared in front of Zhao Wuji and said, My name is Tang Hao. I wonder if your excellency can spare him for my sake. Tang Hao was aware that there were 7 offerings in the Palace of Martial Souls, but since Light Plume Doluo had launched 2 attacks, he had also failed to recognize the other party's identity. Chapter 24, Tang Hao's defeat and escape. Zhao Wuji's death. Tang Hao. It's exactly breaking through the iron shoes without looking for a place, and getting it all with no effort. Before anyone arrived, a cold voice came, followed by a gust of green wind blowing towards Tang Hao's Zhao Wuji's direction, which gradually became bigger and bigger, and no longer had the initial feeling of coolness, but instead made people feel the coldness and bitterness. Feeling coming not good, Tang Hao's has hastily urged soul power to resist, while behind him Zhao Wuji is not so lucky. It's originally by the Light Plume Doluo seriously injured, and now can only barely martial spirit possession. Naturally is also unable to urge the soul power to resist. Then they saw a green-colored figure with wings on its back appear before the eyes of the two of them, and then they saw the man speak. Tang Hao. Ah, Tang Hao. You shouldn't have shown yourself. But since you showed up, then don't blame me. 7th Soul Skill. Martial Soul True Body. 8th Soul Skill. By Tian Yun High Sound and Dust Extinction. Qingyuan Doluo knew that Tang Hao's strength was extraordinary, also had no intention of staying. Hall of Offerings. Green Luan Doluo. Then the previous attack should have come from Light Plume Doluo. Tang Hao saw that the other party launched an attack also using his martial soul to resist, before recognizing the other party's martial soul before also opening his mouth to inquire. What's the harm in recognizing us? Let us try your strength today. The green Luan Doluo opened his mouth, and then an ice blue arrow also attacked towards Tang Hao, seemingly in response to the other party. Killing God Field. Haotian Hammer. Chaotic Cloak. Tang Hao knew that it was impossible for him to find any benefits from the other two teaming up, so he immediately also unfolded the God-killing domain and swung his Haotian Hammer to use the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique. 4th Soul Skill. Doomsday Wind Sphere. Qingyuan Doluo saw that Tang Hao still hadn't fallen into the wind within his 8th Soul Skill by virtue of the God-killing domain, and the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique was also attacking again. 3rd Soul Skill. High Explosive Piercing Strike. The distant Light Plume Doluo launched an attack to match the green Luan Doluo. Great Sumeru Hammer. Blow up the rings. Tang Hao knew that he wasn't a match for the duo, and immediately used the Great Sumeru Hammer to blow up his first 4 soul rings as well. Enhanced by the power of the 4 soul rings, Tang Hao also resisted the attacks of Qingyuan Doluo and Light Plume Doluo. You're not a match for the two of us. Instead of resisting to the death, why don't you follow us to the Martial Soul Hall? Qingyuan Doluo opened his mouth and said, there's no point in talking more. If you guys can defeat me, I'll be at your disposal. Although Tang Hao couldn't see anything on the surface, he himself was already looking for a chance to get away within himself. Humph. Resisting. Qingyuan Doluo said, then also launched an attack on Tang Hao again. The distant Light Plume Doluo also wasn't launching an attack to match green Luan Doluo. Qingyuan Doluo separated from the exchanging figures after fighting with Tang Hao for tens of moves, and it could be seen that Tang Hao's body already had many wounds, while Qingyuan Doluo's body had no wounds, but only a few breaks in his clothes. Qingyuan Doluo and Light Plume Doluo, although the character difference is huge, but if not Qingyuan Doluo to Light Plume Doluo's character is not possible to stay in the temple of worship, which also led to the Qingyuan Doluo and Light Plume Doluo in a long time together under the cultivation of a tacit understanding of the combat style. It can be said that in the temple of worship of the two people's cooperation in the Thousand June Doluo and the Demon Fall Doluo, which is also the original Thousand Roads flow out of the Qingyuan Doluo with the Light Plume Doluo to protect the Thousand Ancient. The reason for this is that the Chandao stream sent out the Qingyuan Doluo to protect Chigu Xianfeng, on the other hand, is only suitable for the Qingyuan Doluo, although said Qijun Doluo and Demon Doluo strength is no longer under the duo. But if you are in the dark, to protect the Chigu Xianfeng out of the speed of the natural is not as good as the Light Plume Dudan Moncler Pa Share. Chandao stream can't be randomly out of the way, so the need for Gold Crocodile Dudan Moncler outlet online. But the character of the male lion Dudan Moncler outlet online is difficult to control Light Plume Dudan Moncler Pa Share, so only the Qingyuan Dudan Moncler. Great Sumeru Hammer. Exploding Ring. Tang Hao knew that if he were to fight with the two of them, he probably wouldn't be able to lose for a long time, and now Tang Hao still had a lot of dark diseases on his body, and his strength wasn't as good as in his heyday, plus the fact that the two of them were one close to each other and one far from each other, and plus there was also a reason why he was hard to fight. And he instantly blew up the rings again, and blew up all of the 5th to the 8th soul rings, and wanted to look for a chance to hurry up and bring Zhao Wuji to leave. No thanks to Haotian Doluo. If I didn't have Light Plume, I might not be your opponent yet, but there's no possibility. Qingyuan Doluo realized that if he were to take the other party's attack hard, he might not be able to land a good fight. He also dodged towards the distance. Seeing that the other parties dodged his own attack, Tang Hao no longer cared about anything else, and immediately brought along Zhao Wuji, who was already dying, with the intention of leaving. 9th Soul Skill. Light Plume Ice God Break. The distant Light Plume Doluo realized that Tang Hao wanted to leave, also unleashed his strongest strike. Tang Hao saw his opponent's attack coming and hastily dodged, but Light Plume Doluo's attack still hit his left arm, and Zhao Wuji, who he was carrying in his left hand, was also affected by the aftermath of the attack and landed heavily on the ground. Qingyuan Doluo see Tang Hao defeat his also did not chase. After all, himself and Light Plume Doluo also consumed a lot of soul power. And the primary task is to protect Qiangu Hanfeng. If let Tang Hao notice, Qiangu Hanfeng will be more than worth the loss. Qingyuan Doluo came to Zhao Wuji's side and found that the other party had been seriously injured and unconscious, and there was a piece of soul bone emitting black light by his side. Qingyuan just wanted to make a move to understand him after collecting this piece of soul bone when he heard a voice coming from him. Who are you people and why did you kill Mr. Zhao? The person who opened his mouth was none other than Dai Mubai. Tang 3 and so on naturally noticed this side of the movement. But the Seal Doluo's exchange of blows there, how could be they can interfere? so it is also precisely in the distance to watch. And Tang 3 has also seen his father was two people beat the defeat to escape, but also know that the other side is very likely to be the people of the Palace of the Martial Soul. In order not to attract each other's attention is also to hide behind the crowd. Did not intend to open their mouths. This Zhao Wuji is a wanted criminal of my Martial Soul Palace, so why shouldn't I take his life? Qingyuan Doulua fought opened his mouth. Although you are from the same academy, but this seat does not care to take action against juniors. Today I will spare your lives. If there is a next time, do not blame this seat. Although Dai Mubai knew that Zhao Wuji and the Martial Soul Palace were at odds, he did not know that he was a wanted criminal of the Martial Soul Palace, and just when he wanted to open his mouth, he was pulled back by thousand ancient hundred fountains, whispered a few sentences in his ear, and did not say much more as he and the crowd returned to the hotel. Qingyuan Doulua saw the situation is also after understanding Zhao Wuji back to the dark place and the light plume Doulua rendezvous did not after communication decided to find an opportunity to return to the temple of the provider to return to the situation after the recovery of the soul power of the two of them. The people in the hotel were also relieved to see that Qingyuan Doulua had already left. Mo Feng, did you just say that, mister? Zhao is really a wanted criminal of the Palace of Martial Souls? Dai Mubai opened his mouth and asked. Yes, immovable bright King Zhao Wuji. That year in the Martial Spirit Hall 16 bishops of the siege escape. After that it disappeared into obscurity. Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier opened his mouth and said, moreover, the other party is a sealed Doulua. What can we do? Today everyone take a good rest. Tomorrow morning if you can take Mr. Zhao's body will Shrek Academy to be buried properly. The crowd nodded in agreement, and then returned to their respective rooms. Chapter 25, Returning to Shrek. Master's arrival. On the other hand, Tang Hao, who had already fled far away, saw that the other party didn't come after him and also searched for a dilapidated thatched hut to start recovering his soul power. As for the broken arm, Lightning Plume Doulua's attack could be said to have directly penetrated his own left arm, so the soul bone of the left arm that had fallen off most likely fell off not far away from Zhao Wuji. Plus his own haste to run away he also didn't have the chance to pick up his own left arm soul bone, but by good fortune, that blow was sent out by Lightning Plume Doulua, and now his own wound was frozen with the ice attribute. The Light Plume Doulua's attack comes with ice attribute, and now that his wound is frozen, he doesn't have to worry about blood loss. After recovering a bit of soul power, Tang Hao also started to worry about Tang San, murmured in his heart, I don't know how Xiao San is. There are Flanders and Ning Rongrong, plus the identity of Li Mafeng. Xiao San's safety is not to worry about now. I only hope that he will not prematurely expose the second martial soul Haotian hammer. That Li Mafeng's strength is not bad. If Xiao San can play a good relationship with him and then is a not bad help. There is that the seven treasures Liu Lizong's lesser patriarch, plus Yu Xiao Zhang's identity. If you can pull together the seven treasures Liu Lizong and Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Zone plus the Haotian Zong's strength, the Martial Soul Palace we come to people long. Tomorrow first go to look for a healing soul master will go back to the Star Dipper Forest to hunt soul beasts to get soul bone. If you can get enough soul bone is also convenient and then pull together to help. I do not know where Yi Renxin, P.S. Yi Renxin, Yi Lingling's grandfather, the only two of the 9 hearts of Begonia Martial Soul owner. The original seems to have not been introduced. This is the rate of appearance of the name of the many Homo sapiens. Everyone agrees with the rate of relatively high. Here is a direct use of the. What Tang Hao didn't know was that at this time Yi Renxin was in the Palace of Martial Souls. Although Yi Renxin traveled the continent for many years practicing medicine and looking for a way to break the shackles of the 9 hearts Begonia Martial Soul, but as one of the few healing systems sealed Doulua in Doulua continent, Yi Renxin has always been in contact with the Palace of Martial Souls. Inside the hotel outside the Star Do Great Forest, after seeing Zhao Wuji die Shrek and his party didn't sleep. Thousand Ancient Contained Fronts and Tang Sans didn't talk to each other, both thinking about their own things. Thousand Ancient Contained Blade pondered in his heart. Now that Zhao Wuji and Dokubo are dead, as long as Sister Snow's identity is not exposed there is no need to worry about the 7 treasure glazed sect with the identity restriction of the Crown Prince's teacher. The only ones who would be saved would be the Star Luo Empire, the Blue Electricity Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and the Haotian sect. What people don't know is that Thousand Ancient Blades is not for what the so-called Tang San behind the talent to Shrek undercover. His goal is only one, and that is to become a god. Although the Sheath of the Heaven Awakening chop had a hint of divine power, he didn't know if that deity would allow himself to inherit his stature. But there were only 3 known places of divine inheritance in the continent, and he wasn't sure if the angelic inheritance of the Temple of the Soul of the Martial Spirit was controlled by any other deity or not, as the original angelic god Koan was too strange. The only deity inheritance he knew of in the killing capital was the Shura god River Rakshasa god, and the Rakshasa god had already chosen Bibi Dong as the inheritor. The Shura god inheritance was on Tangchen, and he didn't know if he could attract its attention, and Tangchen was always an uncertainty. but the killing god realm was good, and it was possible to take a trip there in the future. Then the only thing left is the Sea God Island. Is also the only place in the original that after participating in the Sea God test attracted the attention of other gods gained the inheritance. Is also the place with the highest rate of success. But has the Sea God Island and the relationship between the Martial Soul Hall only with Tang San and others to go together is the safest part. This is also the reason why thousands of years of ancient containing foam to come to the Shrek. At this time, Tang San was thinking in his heart. Also I don't know how dad is doing. Martial Spirit Hall. First mom, then Xiao Dai, and now teacher Zhao. I must make you all pay the price. If thousand ancient contain front knows Tang San's current thoughts will definitely say a sentence, a wanted man. Two soul beasts incarnate. We really wrong although the soul master incarnate really long or good, but the human beast sadomasochistic love really good. A family of 4 generations in addition to the daughter like soul beasts. That the only normal daughter results in the son-in-law also like soul beasts. I really don't understand. A sleepless night. The second morning crowd is also looking for get up. See others are with 2 black circles under the eyes crowd is also tacit understanding of no more words. The crowd in the get up is exactly with Tsinghua College crowd hit a square. Yi Zhiqiu would like to get back to the field. The result is that last night was Zhao Wuji injured and by the thousands of Guhanfeng and Tang San come to a mixed doubles. The 7 colleges and this time by Dai Mubai and others beat Emil. Thousand ancient container foam see the situation is also can't help but lamented. These 6 people although all have shortcomings but the talent is all good. Except for that little grass chicken a little pull crotch. In the future, before the Tang 3 will be that 10 head of the fiery sun snakes in her Dan to get his hands also do not know how this small grass chicken will be. The crowd came to the place where Tang Hao and the others fought last night, and found Zhao Wuji's body, and the crowd was shocked to see it. Zhao Wuji's body was still intact but covered with wounds. The crowd spent money to find a Soul Master squad with Zhao Wuji's body to return to Shrek Academy. In the payment is the crowd had thought that Chang'e Hanfeng will pay, but Chang'e Hanfeng begged to be helpless. These days spend a little more. Only these few gold soul coins. The people heard also is not much thought. These days most of the consumption is by the ancient Hanfeng to pay the bill. No money can understand. Finally or the people put together money to pay off the commission. However, the people do not know is how can Shen Gu Hanfeng have no money. Such as the intention of the treasure bag within the specific number of gold soul coins even his own do not know. In the departure of the martial spirit city, his grandfather and all the offerings have given him a lot of gold soul coins. The martial spirit palace will give the elders and offerings a sum of not a lot of resources every month, but offerings perennial sitting in the town of the martial spirit city. All the offerings and not many offspring. So there is almost no spending money in the place in the before they left. They all gave Qian Gu Hanfeng a lot of golden soul coins. In Tiandou city Qian Renshui and Li Changfeng gave a lot more. But the people are I find people to kill me and how can I spend money to collect his body? After 2 days of rushing the crowd is also back to the palace of martial souls. Originally a day can be to the journey because to bring a Zhao Wuji's body so the speed is not fast. Flanders also opened his mouth when he saw the crowd return and asked, "How's it going? Little monsters, how's the harvest?" The crowd heard and did not speak. Flanders saw the situation and spoke, "What's the matter? It's hard not to have any accidents. Right? How do you not see the old Zhao? He will not find his own place to go dashing again, right?" In the end or the culprit Qian Gu Hanfeng stepped forward and pretended to explain the whole thing. Flanders learned the ins and outs and also opened his mouth and said, "All right, don't feel bad. This is not to blame you guys or old Zhao's own life. Told him to lay low a little bit is not to listen. But why did Haotian Dolua come to the aid? It just so happens that you're all back. I've found a teacher for you, and he'll be in charge of your next cultivation tasks up front. You all come and get acquainted," Flanders said. After the crowd saw the so-called teacher, Tang San was slightly surprised. "Why are you here, teacher?" "That's right. The person who came was none other than Yu Xiaozhang." Chapter 26, Teacher-Disciple Discrepancy. Meeting Yi Lingling for the first time. "It was Flandra who asked me to come and conduct special training for you guys. And by the way, I came to see you," Yu Xiaozhang replied. The crowd sniffed with different expressions. And finally it was Flanders who spoke. "All right, you guys have a good rest tonight. And the special training will start tomorrow." Just as Thousand Ancient Container Feng was planning to go back to his dormitory. "You are Li Mo Feng." Yu Xiaozhang's voice rang out. "Exactly. I wonder what the master has to say." Yu Xiaozhang revealed a happy expression at his words. Then spoke. "I'm sure you've heard of my name. Would you like to worship me as your teacher?" Everyone except Ning Rongrong and Tang San thought that Qian Gu Hanfeng would agree. But Qian Gu Hanfeng opened his mouth. "I don't know what benefits I'll have from worshipping you as a teacher. What are they?" Yu Xiaozhang froze after hearing this and said, "If you are willing to worship me as a teacher, I can designate the most suitable cultivation method for you and research the most suitable soul beast for you. I can also ask a strong person to hunt soul beasts that are closest to the soul ring's absorption age for you. If it is just this, forgive me for not being able to promise. Thousand Ancient Contained Feng said. My eldest uncle is a Soul Doluwa strongman. As long as my eldest uncle is willing to even can ask to seal Doluwa level strongman to worship me to obtain the soul ring, and your so-called soul ring years is also not suitable for me. As for the cultivation method and the most suitable soul beast for me, I think that there is my eldest uncle in the I may also do not need. Thousand Ancient Containment Blade also summoned out his soul ring as he spoke. Yu Xiaojiang also revealed a surprised expression when he saw this, and finally said as if he had made up his mind about something. As long as you are willing, I can introduce you to join the Blue Electricity Tyrant Dragon sect, and they will help you to cultivate to a sealed Doluwa. After all, he said that he wanted to let the people of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect see his achievements, but there is such a demonic genius as Liam Feng as his disciple to go to his own father has how. Thousand Ancient Containing Feng smiled at his words and said, you may not know that my eldest uncle is a person of the Crown Prince's Highness. In the future, as long as I'm willing, I can directly join the Heavenly Dipper royal family. And Rong, do you think that I can join the Seven Treasure Glazed sect? Ning Rong sniffed happily. Brother Feng, if you're willing to join the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, I'll go beg Grandpa Jian to take you as his disciple. Xian Guhan Feng sniffed without saying anything more as he continued to walk towards his dormitory. Seeing the somewhat dumbfounded Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San also walked to its side and said, Ning Rong is the Seven Treasure Glazed sect's young sect leader. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head without saying anything more as he sniffed. Early the next morning, Thousand Ancient Contained Blade, or as always, woke up early to practice the sword. After the crowd woke up and ate breakfast together, was pulled to the training ground by Flanders. See the crowd to Chi. Yu Xiaojiang opened his mouth. Starting today by me negative your next special training. The next is almost the same plot as the original. Xian Guhan Feng did not interfere much. However, under the guidance of Thousand Guhan Feng, intentionally or unintentionally, Tang San is also skeptical of the so-called theory of Yu Xiaojiang, the teacher, which also led to the teacher and disciple. Two people have a suspicion. As for Tang Hao's left arm soul bone, Xinghuan Doluwa also found an opportunity in order to Qian Guhanfeng's opinion. Qian Guhanfeng said to let Xinghuan Doluwa first custody. If they have the need, we'll find him. Xinghuan Doluwa is also said to agree. A month later, Qian Guhanfeng to hunt for soul rings as the reason for a month's vacation. In the suppression of close to half a year's soul power, Qian Guhanfeng felt that his sword cultivation reached a bottleneck. Try to obtain the fourth soul ring. Flanders heard the words originally wanted to personally take it to obtain the soul ring. In the Thousand Ancient Container, Feng said that there are strong people at home to take themselves to obtain the soul ring. After Flanders is also did not say anything more. Thousand Guhuan Feng also came to the Crown Prince's chambers after returning to Heavenly Dipper City. Sister Snow, how have you been? What are you doing here? Han Yu Feng? It's not like I missed you and came to see you. Come on. I don't know what you look like. You came to see that army. It's still you. Sister Snow, who understands me? Don't even think about it if you're coming to see that army. They've been placed by me in different palaces as guards. But don't worry, that sword technique and cultivation method you sent earlier are very suitable for them. While the two were talking, a person suddenly appeared and said, Han Feng, you are also here? Ah, that's just right. Follow me back to the Martial Soul City. Your grandfather and the Great Provider are looking for you for something. The person who came was none other than Xinghuan Doluwa, who had returned to the Martial Soul Palace not long ago to report on the situation. Thousands of Ancient Contains Feng heard also was not asked in the Green Luan Doluwa and Light Plume Doluwa led back to the Martial Spirit Hall. Can let their grandfather and the Big Supply together to find their own certainly is not what a small matter. After two people, the Martial Soul City Offerings Hall. Grandpa, after all the offerings, Grandpa, what is it that you guys are looking for me to come by this time? There's no rush on that matter. Let's wait until the people coming over arrive. I heard from third brother that you guys met Tang Hao before? Descending Demon Doluwa opened his mouth. Yes, that Tang Hao escaped after losing his left arm when Grandpa Qinghuan and Grandpa Guangling joined forces. And we even got his left arm soul bone, replied Thousand Ancient Containing Frontier. The crowd heard this and didn't care how that piece of soul bone was. Even if Thousand Guhuan Feng said that he had already absorbed it, the crowd wouldn't have any opinions. Subsequently, after the crowd's hush-hush, Qian Guhan Feng also expressed his desire to recruit the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Chitaru spoke up at his words. Han Yu Feng, are you sure about this matter? About 60% sure, but I'd be 80% sure if I was after the success of Sister Snow's plan. Okay, I'll leave this to you, but you must keep yourself safe. 2 days later, Chango Hanfeng was called to the Hall of Offerings. After Chango Hanfeng arrived at the Hall of Offerings, he saw two people he didn't recognize inside, an elderly but very spirited old man and a young girl. The young girl had a delicate face and wore a light green dress. Han Yu Feng, this old man's name is Yi Renxin, and this is his granddaughter Yi Lingling. After learning the name of the young girl, Qian Guhan Feng thought in his heart, Yi Lingling, why is she here? Yi Ren Xin. should be the other owner of the 9 hearts begonia martial soul. Subsequently, after a burst of conversation, Guru Hanfeng is also to understand the reason why the two appeared here. 2 days ago, Yi Renqin in the conversation with Jun Doluwa mentioned their respective juniors, and later had the intention to set up the two. On the one hand, thinking of finding a world's #1 healing soul master for their grandson will not have to worry about injuries. On the other hand, towards a person who in order to may become a sealed Doluwa to do their own grandson-in-law will not have to worry about their granddaughter's safety. Then in Chidori Flow, after explaining, Chidori Flow said as long as the younger generation is willing to, he will not interfere. So the two were brought here. After getting to know each other, the two of them also expressed the same. Thousands of years of ancient Han Feng originally on the role of Yi Lingling has a very good feeling, and Yi Lingling see each other as a handsome and powerful strength as also did not refuse. The crowd is ready to see the two of them is also very agreeable to the two of them together. After all, on the one hand, they can defect to the martial soul palace, and on the other hand, they can really pull in the current world's one, and there is still a possibility that the future world's one healing system soul master. Originally, Yi Renqin expressed his desire to leave Yi Lingling in the Palace of Martial Souls, and finally the crowd saw this and also told the crowd the plan to borrow Tang San to find Tang Hao, and also didn't mention Qian Runshue's situation. Yi Renqin also did not look too deeply after learning about Qian Guhanfeng's parents, and he also understands that knowing too much about some things is not good for him. Later, after discussing the collection of seriously injured, Tang Hao may be looking for Yi Renqin, decided to send a Soul Doluwa protection Yi Lingling, coupled with the Sky Docheng as the imperial city and Li Chengfeng. Yi Lingling's safety should not be a problem. Did not say that there is also the protection of 1000 Rinshue's Snake Spear Doluwa and Spiny Dolphin Doluwa when necessary, but in order to be safe or decided to let the Qinghuan Doluwa to pay more attention to the situation of the Sky Docheng, and Yi Renqin to stay in the Palace of the Martial Souls. Afterwards, Yi Lingling and the Soul Doluwa who was responsible for his safety returned to Tiandou City with the three of them. 1000 Gu Xianfeng. Chapter 27, Meeting Tang Hao Again. Titan Giant Ape. On the other hand, Tiandou City. After Yi Renqin brought Yi Lingling to the Martial Soul Hall, a figure covered by a wide rough robe appeared in the Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy. This person is Tang Hao. This half a year's time Tang Hao daily in the Star Dipper Great Forest and the major cities between the flow, in order to hunt high-age soul beasts to obtain the soul bone for the Tang 3 to solicit geniuses to lay the capital, and to find whether there is able to restore their own arm. Then learned that Yi Renqin has a granddaughter studying in the Royal Soul Master Academy. So he came here, hoping to contact Yi Renqin through Yi Lingling. I hope to be able to contact Yi Renqin. Later, when he learned that Yi Renqin had a granddaughter studying at the Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy, he came here, hoping to contact Yi Renqin through Yi Lingling, to ask Tang Hao how to enter the Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy. That is of course from elsewhere over the wall into the Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy. Although teachers and facilities are at the forefront of the continent, but the academy is in the Tiandou city, plus the academy students are almost all have a sense of superiority, so the security facilities are very lax. After searching for one person in the Royal Soul Master Academy of Tiandou from the mouth of a female cadet learned that Yi Lingling was taken away by her family more than a day ago. Tang Hao was afraid of attracting the attention of others. After learning about the situation also did not stay too long and left. 2 days later, Qian Guhanfeng and his party of 5 people returned to Tiandou city. Qian Guhanfeng did not stay too long. After sending Yi Lingling back to the Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy came to Li Chengfeng. After understanding some of the situation of the army, they intend to in the Light Plume Doluwa and Changhuan Doluwa toward the Star Do Great Forest departed. In the understanding that Gu Huanfeng is going to obtain soul rings when Li Chengfeng said to Gu Huanfeng yesterday His Royal Highness the Crown Prince yesterday sent a message that he had previously handed over to its Yulong Tiger 2 brothers need to obtain the 4th soul ring, so that he arranged it. After being informed of the situation Qian Guhanfeng also said that he could travel with them. After all, these 2 brothers' talent was not bad, and in the future, they could also become his right-hand man. After the duo arrived a group of 5 people traveled towards the Stardust Great Forest. Han Feng, is it going to be a 10,000 year soul ring this time? Light Plume Doluwa asked. Yes, this time I want to find a soul beast that is around 20,000 years old. 1000 Ancient Containing Fronts replied with a sniff as well. What soul beast do you 2 want? 1000 Ancient Contained Fronts asked to the 2 brothers Yulong and Yuhu. We want attack type soul beasts that are around 7000 years old. Yulong replied with a sniff. After the understanding of Qian Guhanfeng learned that the 2 soul ring although the best soul ring configuration is the first soul ring is only less than 300 years, the second soul ring is only 700 years, the third soul ring is only 2000 years or spend a lot of money to find the 2 soul king to help hunt. If it is not the 2 often participate in the fight soul maybe the third soul ring can only look for 100 years or just to the millennium of the soul ring. really mention is that the two soul rings are from the same soul beast, so the soul skills are the same. This was because the duo was also not planning on acquiring the limit of 900 years of soul rings in order to be on the safe side. Although the duo's soul rings hadn't reached the limit of what could be absorbed, they were already pretty good compared to the average common soul master. Along the way, the 5 people of Tiandou Hanfeng talked and laughed, and after a day of rushing, the 5 people also arrived at the Douro Great Forest. After a day of searching, the 5 people searched for 8,000 years or so of the Gale Berserkers. After informing the 2 people also said that they could try. And then the light plume Douro also called out the martial spirit to draw the bow and arrow, in order to give the 2 soul beasts to leave a life also aimed at the limbs of the attack, so that the 2 Gale Berserkers lost the ability to move. After informing the duo of the situation, Yulong Yu who also did not hesitate to call out the martial spirit toward the 2 soul beasts to kill, because the 2 soul beasts have lost the ability to act. Not long has also collapsed to become the soul ring of the 2 brothers. The duo spent more than an hour absorbing the soul rings, and although the process was difficult, the best duo managed to absorb the soul rings. The duo's 4th soul ring was named Gale Chop, which could chop out a blade chi made up of gale force winds, and although the power wasn't outstanding, the duo said that it was acceptable and had exceeded their expectations. After thinking for a moment, Thousand Ancient Hidden Front said, "You guys try launching the 4th soul skill together, overlapping the 2 attacks." 2 people heard also tried up. The result of the power of the soul skill has become 3 times the original. Thousand Ancient contains the front to see this has also said, wind is a kind of attribute with a very strong change in your soul power level to improve. After you can also use the 4th consecutive soul skills to achieve the same and even higher power. And in your control to improve, after you can go to try to feel the direction of the wind to control the soul skills and then to cooperate with it, may be able to achieve similar effects like tornadoes. After your control is improved, you can try to feel the wind direction to control the soul skill and then cooperate with it. Maybe you can achieve the effect similar to a tornado. The 2 herd also expressed thanks. Just at this time, is responsible for the vigilance of the Qinghuan Douro to Qiangu Hanfeng, and Light Plume Douro voice said something. Although Qiangu Hanfeng then led the brothers more than 2, and Light Plume Douro is in Qinghuan Douro flew into the air. The 2 in the observation for a while. The Light Plume Douro directly called out the martial soul, the 9th soul skill, Light Plume Ice God Break. As for who was able to make Light Plume Douro directly use the 9th soul skill, it was of course Tang Hao, who existed in the distance hunting soul beasts. And the distant Tang Hao also made felt a familiar threat. After sensing the attack of Light Plume Douro also directly launched the big Sumeru hammer, and blew up 4 soul rings. Although he successfully resisted the blow, but also still affected by the aftermath of the attack, letting his actions be affected by a not small amount of influence. Just at this time that the bear-type soul beast that was originally hunted by Tang Hao suddenly launched an attack on Tang Hao, and the sudden attack also was so that Tang Hao collected on it, and although it wouldn't hurt his life, it still had a considerable impact on Tang Hao. Tang Hao also recognized Guanling Douro through that attack, and then there was no hesitation to blow up the 4 rings directly, and the bear-type soul beast was repelled and escaped with all his strength. Guanling Douro and Qinghuan Douro just wanted to chase when a loud sound suddenly rang out, and Qinghuan Douro and Guanling Douro froze a little bit, and then after a bit of communication, Qinghuan Douro quickly traveled towards Tang Hao where he was originally located. And Guanling Douro returned to the side of Thousand Ancient Blades to take the 3 of them towards the outside of the Douro Forest. The 3 of them traveled toward the outside of the Douro Great Forest, leaving behind an arrow from time to time on the way. After an hour, the 4 of them also left the range of the Star Dipper Great Forest, and after searching for a slightly open place they also stopped their feet. And Thousand Ancient Hidden Front also asked Light Plume Douro, "Grandpa Light Plume, what's the situation with that loud noise? How do I get the feeling that it's some kind of soul beast cry? If it's not wrong, it should be that Titan giant ape within the core area of the Douro Great Forest." Light Plume Douro replied, "It's that 100,000-year-old titanic ape?" Light Plume Douro nodded. "Could it be that you and Tang Hao's movements disturbed it?" Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts asked again. "It should be. If we didn't have it, we might have been able to keep him this time," Light Plume Douro said with some dissatisfaction. Chapter 28, 4th Soul Ring, External Soul Bone Attachment. "By the way, where is Grandpa Qinghuan?" Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier asked. "It's gone to the 4th soul ring for you, but you have to thank Tang Hao for your 4th soul skill this time," Light Plume Douro said slightly teasingly. About 10 minutes or so later, Qinghuan Douro brought a bear-type soul beast to the side of the 5, and then said to Thousand Gu Huanfeng, "Huanfeng, how is this soul beast? Is this the dark gold dreadclaw bear?" Thousand Ancient Containment Frontier said after seeing that bear-type soul beast. "Yes, about 20,000 years old dark gold dreadclaw bear. I have to say that dark gold dreadclaw bear is really combative. After Tang Hao blocked my attack, it not only didn't run but also went up to give Tang Hao a blow," Light Plume Douro said. "Grandpa Guangling, You said that this dark gold dreadclaw bear is the same soul beast Tang Hao hunted at that time. Yes. It's thanks to Tang Hao that I was able to catch this dark gold dreadclaw bear. He also gave it a hammer before escaping. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to catch it so smoothly. How about it? Han Feng? How about making this dark gold dreadclaw bear your fourth soul ring? Qingluan Dolua said. That's fine. I'll also trouble the two grandfathers to protect me. After the words were spoken, Shen Guhan Feng then ended the dark gold dreadclaw bear that had been knocked out by Qingluan Dolua. About 2 hours later Qian Guhan Feng also successfully absorbed the soul ring, and then sighed. It's not bad that it's a dark gold dreadclaw bear. Absorbing it is surprisingly so tough. How is it? Is there any attack uncomfortable place? Light Plume Dolua said. At the time of Chango Hanfeng absorbing soul rings, Light Plume Dolua saw Chango Hanfeng's toughness also pinched a sweat. I feel good. This time it's really thanks to Tang Hao. Speaking at the same time, Shen Guhan Feng stretched out his hands. Saw his hands identified with the Wolverine generally stretched out 3 sharp claws. Here is the author's own some changes. Fight 2 and seems to be the finger. But the protagonist martial soul is the knife. Feel the finger grows out of the external attachment soul bone and martial soul cannot be used together. This is an externally attached soul bone. And it's still two-handed. Tang Hao is really our lucky star. Not only did he give us a 10,000-year-old soul bone, but now it's also a soul ring and an externally attached soul bone. Light Plume Dolua laughed out loud. Very well now. It's not safe here. Take a rest, we're ready to go back, said Qingluan Dolua. I don't know what's going on. What's going on with this Titan giant ape today? Logically speaking, we shouldn't have startled him without entering the core area, said Time Plume Dolua during the break. Grandpa Guanling, do you still remember that 100,000-year-old transformation soul beast we caught earlier? Thousands of ancient hidden fronts said to Light Plume Dolua after pretending to think for a moment. And what Qian Guhan Feng thought in his heart was, obviously know the plot but still pretend not to know. If not afraid of attracting the attention of others who want to pretend to think a little bit every time. Light Plume Dolua didn't reply but instead looked towards the two brothers Yulong and Yuhu. And 1,000 ancient hundred blades nodded at the sight. Then of course I remember. But what does that have to do with this matter? Light Plume Dolua asked suspiciously after seeing 1,000 ancient hidden fronts movements. I was thinking that I heard Grandpa say before that the source of Bibidong's 100,000-year-old soul ring was also a 100,000-year-old soft bone phantom rabbit within the Star Dipper Great Forest. And at that time I heard that there was another 100,000-year-old soft bone phantom rabbit that had run away. So do you think the rabbit that we caught could be the one that ran away? Most likely. But what does this have to do with that titanic ape? If that soft bone phantom rabbit we caught is the one that got away, then it should also be from the Stardust Great Forest, and it and that Titan ape should know each other. Do you think that if we take that soft bone phantom rabbit to hunt the Titan ape it will make it come out with some limitations? You're not looking at that Titan giant ape, are you? Light Plume Dolua said with some surprise. With the 100,000-year soul ring as the 7th soul ring, I wonder what will happen to my martial soul's true body. Wan Feng, if you want 100,000-year soul ring has a few of our old bones and you can rest assured. But you have no effect 7th soul ring on the absorption of 100,000-year soul ring even if there is still that soft bone chimera rabbit your 9th soul ring? Thousands of ancient containing fronts said. Grandpa Qingluan, have you heard about the person who traveled to the core area of the Star Do Great Forest earlier to challenge the Titan giant ape and then was scared off? Said 1,000 ancient containment frontier. You mean to say that there are still 100,000-year-old soul beasts within the Star Do Great Forest? Qingluan Dolua said. You guys are always in seclusion within the Hall of Offerings may not be clear about the rumors in the outside world. But I think that there are still number 100,000-year-old soul masters outside of the Titan giant ape out of the Star Dipper Great Forest. There is an individual who should be very clear about it? You mean Bibidong? Said Qingluan Dolua. 1,000 ancient contained front nodded without saying anything more. General Yulong Yu who didn't dare to open his mouth and thought in his heart. Is this something we can listen to? I'm really afraid that we won't be able to return today. Just when the two of them didn't know what to do, Qingluan Dolua opened his mouth and said, the two of you don't have a bad talent. We can let you become strong, or we can let you not live through the night. How should I say what shouldn't be said? I think you should be very clear about it. The two of them hurriedly nodded their heads when they heard this, and 1,000 Guhuan Feng did not say much. After all, Qingluan Dolua was also looking out for herself. After resting for a while the 5 people also returned to Tiandou City. Yulong Yu who returned to the place where he was currently employed, while Chen Guhan Feng came to the Crown Prince's chambers. There were only 3 people inside when they entered the Crown Prince's chambers, and the 2 people beside Qian Rinshui also opened their mouths when they saw the visitors. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Holy Sun, the 3rd provider, and the 5th provider. These 2 were none other than Snake Spear Dolua and Spiny Dolphin Dolua, who were responsible for Qian Rinshui's safety. The 2 elders are here too. Ah! Just in time to accompany me to try out the fourth soul skill I dared to obtain. Snake Spear Doluwa sniffed. I've long heard of His Highness the Holy Sun sword technique, so let me try it today. Then the 6 days came to the martial arts practice ground within the Crown Prince's chambers, and now that the people within the Crown Prince's chambers were all from the Martial Soul Palace, there was no need to worry about leaking any information. Snake Spear Elder can pay attention, said Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier. Snake Spear Doluwa nodded his head to signal. Fourth soul skill, Dark Gold Triple Blade, followed by seeing Thousand Ancient Contained Blade swinging the Heaven Awakening slash towards Snake Spear Doluwa. Then he saw a dark golden blade chi flying towards Snake Spear Doluwa. That blade chi split into 3 blades when it flew out less than a meter. Snake Spear Doluwa was also surprised when he saw this, and then urged his soul power to resist. After Snake Spear Doluwa resisted, just wanted to open his mouth when I heard Thousand Ancient Hidden Front said, "I not finished." Snake Spear Elder. Afterwards, he saw 2 identical attacks coming again, and Snake Spear Doluwa was also in a hurry to resist them. Seeing this, Qian Guhan Feng spoke again. Try my external soul bone again. After that, Thousand Ancient Hanyu Feng summoned his Dark Gold Dread Claw Bear external attachment soul bone and attacked Snake Spear Doluwa, and the two of them exchanged a few moves. Little Snake Spear, how does it feel? Light Plume Doluwa asked. His Highness the Holy Sun's fourth soul skill is catching up to the fourth soul skill under an ordinary Soul Saint's martial soul true body enchantment, and it's still a 3rd stage. As for this externally attached soul bone, it is also very sharp and can be said to cut gold like dirt. Hanyu Feng, according to what just happened, is it possible for your fourth soul skill to only swing 1 strike at a time? Qingluan Doluwa said. Yes, Hanyu Feng, in front of outsiders you'd better show only 1 strike now, and use 1/4 soul skill as if it were 3 in front of outsiders. As for the externally attached soul bone, generally speaking it has growth properties. When you become a sealed Doluwa, its power should not be below the Snake Spear's martial soul, and may even reach the level of the sword Doluwa's 7 slaying sword, so it is best to refrain from using it in front of outsiders. Thousand Ancient Containment Front also nodded at his words, signaling that he knew. Chapter 29, Personal Training, Imperial Fighting Team. By the way, Hanyu Feng, you haven't given this externally attached soul bone of yours a name yet? Said the Light Plume Doluwa on the side. Since it was produced by the Dark Gold Dread Claw Bear, let's call it Dark Gold Claw. Thousand Ancient Containment Front said after thinking for a while. Generally speaking, soul bones come with soul techniques, and you don't know if you have any with this externally attached soul bone? Qian Renshui asked. This doesn't seem to be the case, but it seems that my externally attached soul bone has an attached characteristic, and the characteristic attached to the Dark Gold Claw seems to be the ultimate sharpness, and it also seems to have some destructive attributes, which can prevent wounds from healing, but I feel as if it has a limit, and after a certain degree of healing it also heals. Heal, because the Snake Spear Doluwa and Spiny Dolphin Doluwa on the side weren't completely loyal to the Hall of Offerings. Shiger Hanyu Feng also didn't say his Ice and Fire Dragon Wings. Here are some of the author's own settings. Just like Tang San's 8 Spider Spear comes with the Devouring attribute. As for Bibidon's 6-winged Violet Wings, this article won't portray too much on the same setting as the Devouring attribute. Not bad. The growth attributes of the externally attached soul bone should also increase when your soul power improves. Stay here for the next few days. We'll help you thoroughly fuse the externally attached soul bone. Qingluan Doluwa said. Okay, Grandpa Qingluan. After a week of training under Chigu Hanfeng is also completely fused and adapted to the Dark Gold Claws, but also combined with the Dark Gold Claws will be their own knife skills refined. And even Chigu Hanfeng also wondered if it was possible to create a knife skills and then equip with a sharp claw for their own Heavenly Awakening Army. The Heavenly Awakening Army is equipped with a claw, so Chigu Hanfeng also stared at Tang San. To Tang San's understanding of the machine class, design a retractable claw should not be a problem, so the next is to wait for Tang San to reveal the concealed weapon. As for the Tang family army, as long as the plan goes well, the Heavenly Dou Empire is ours. The plan goes well, Tiandou Empire are all ours. But if you go to Star Luo Empire first, then it depends on whether I know anything about the Blacksmith Association or not. After arranging some things, Qian Guhan Feng also returned to Shrek Academy. After Qian Guhan Feng returned to Shrek Academy, he was seeing Tang San and the others finish the so-called physical training, because Qian Guhan Feng was not there. So Yu Xiaojiang did not take the crowd to the soul fighting arena to participate in the team soul fighting. Thousands of years ago, Han Feng came back to see the crowd are tired on the ground. Also from the Rui Baibao bag took out some water thrown to the crowd. The crowd received the water from Qian Guhan Feng after saying a thank you. Although after that the crowd also gave Qian Guhan Feng about the training during this period of time. Qian Guhan Feng also frowned after hearing it. Just at this time, Yu Xiaojiang also came over. Seeing the return of Qian Guhan Feng also said, "Since you're back, you should train with them, and feel that you should make up for the training you lacked during this period of time." Because Qian Guhan Feng previously rejected Jade Xiaojiang after Jade Xiaojiang to Qian Guhan Feng is also no good influence. Supplemental training. According to your training method? Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts asked as well with a sniff. Or what? If you don't know what you're doing, don't mess with it? Nonsense. Do I need to say more about how physical fitness enhances a soul master? This point not I deny. Not more you that way do not know that the soul master's body has a limit. With your training method is in them, excessive high-intensity training will only hurt their body. That's why I prepared medicinal baths and meals for them. Do you think it's enough to train those medicinal baths that hard right off the bat? I'm the teacher. You just have to be responsible for enforcing it. Tell you what, I don't use my martial soul. As long as you can defeat me I call listen to you. Otherwise I'll be in charge of their next training. You know I'm not good at fighting. Are you deliberately humiliating me? Then it's up to you to decide what to compare it to. Except for theory. After all, we're talking about physical training now. Because of Thousand Gu Huan Feng's previous words. In addition to this period of time to understand Tang San is also did not help Yu Xiaojiang speak. As for Dai Mu Bai, Shu Zhuqi Ma Hongjun would not have wanted to train is also did not open. Ning Rongrong with the impossibility of. As for Oscar in the Thousand Gu Huan Feng is not in the period of time is also in Ning Rongrong some progress. Would have liked to open his own martial spirit to help the crowd to recover for the master to relieve the siege. But in Ning Rongrong's gesture also did not open his mouth. After all, this physical quality training was proposed by you. It must be that you should also have trained more than one bar. Otherwise this summarization does not come. Chen Guhan Feng saw that Yu Xiaojiang did not answer as also once again opened his mouth. My body can't support me in training. Yu Xiaojiang said. Although your martial soul has mutated. But in any case you are also a beast soul master. Since you can't stand it then how can Rong Rong and Xiao Ao as auxiliary soul masters possibly stand it? This side of the commotion is also alarmed Flanders. See the two people's argument is also hastened to solve the problem. Line. This matter Xiaojiang owes consideration. But Mo Feng you also have a fault this matter on how to pass. The two of them sniffed and said more. Flanders saw that the two of them didn't argue anymore also spoke here. We all know about Mo Feng's physical quality. Since he is willing then the next training will be given to him. Xiao Gang. Since Mo Feng is back you can also start your next training. The two heard also nodded the same. Yu Xiaojiang is really do not know how to refute. Thousand Ancient Container Feng is to see the crowd has already produced suspicion on Yu Xiaojiang also more words. In the evening, Thousand Ancient 100 Blades approached Li Yan to collect the physical conditions of the people and got a blacksmith to build weight-bearing iron clothes overnight, including of course, Yu Xiaojiang. The second day afternoon iron clothes have been sent. Qian Guhan Feng also cannot help but sigh that this matter the power of money. Yu Xiaojiang see also have their own share of this want to refuse. Heard Qian Guhan Feng said, I do not know who said there is no waste of the martial soul only waste of the soul master. Then Yu Xiaojiang in order not to lose face on the training with the crowd. But 2 days later to prepare for the next training of the crowd on the grounds of no longer training. Subsequent days the crowd is also in the original same in the soul fighting arena and training see switch back and forth. Shrek people's physical quality is also in the Thousand Ancient Hamfeng training under the continuous improvement. But Thousand Ancient Hamfeng in Tang 3, Dai Mu Bai, Shu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun and other people's medicinal bath on the tampering. On the surface and other people's no difference. But the cost of the medicinal effect is to accelerate the body's aging. But it can be said to be the overdraft of the potential of the practice. After all, these people are not in their own recruitment object. As for that lewd Uncle Bulu although it is also looking for them but although there is no small dance or was Dai Mu Bai beat up, can be said to be half of the body. After all, this time to do the bait is Zhu Zhuqing. One day, the people from the soul fighting arena still found the crowd as in the original and explained about the royal fighting battle group. And they still didn't reject it as in the original. Chapter 30, Understanding the Opponent, will battle the Emperor's duel. After determining his opponent Jade Xiaojiang also got the information of the Imperial fighting team. Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level 39 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Vice Captain, Dugu Yen. Martial Soul, by Phosphorus Snake. Level 38 Control System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Player, Graphite. Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle. 38 Level Defense System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Player, Stone Mill. Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle. 37 Level Defense System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Player, Royal Wind. Martial Soul, Wind Chime Bird. Level 36 Sensitive Attack System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Player, Oslo. Martial Spirit, Ghost Leopard. 36th Level Sensitive Attack System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Player, Yi Lingling. Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia. Level 35 Auxiliary Artifact Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Byland Snake. 9 Hearts Begonia. No wonder it's called the Royal Do Battle Team. Isn't this the Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy Battle Team? Said Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier. Han Yu Feng, do you know the other party's origin? Tang San asked. The Blue Electricity Overlord Dragon Sect. The Byland Dolua Dugu family. The 9 Hearts Begonia Yi family. And the others are just some ordinary families or civilians. As for their situation, I'm sure Grandmaster understands it better than I do. Jade Xiaojiang then also explained the situation of the Imperial Fighting Team's crowd and determined some tactics for the crowd. On the other half, after determining their opponents, the Imperial Fighting Team crowd also got the information of Shrek's crowd. Shrek's 7 Monsters Warriors. Captain, Evil Eyes White Tiger. Martial Soul, White Tiger. Level 38 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Vice Captain, Dragon Tattoo Berserker. Martial Soul, Dragon Tattoo Blade. 42 Level Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black. Player, Thousand Hand Shura. Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass. 32 Level Control System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Player, Evil Fire Phoenix. Martial Soul, Evil Phoenix. Level 28 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellows. Player, Spectral Spirit Cat. Martial Soul, Spectral Spirit Cat. Level 28 Sensitive Attack System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellows. Player, Sausage Monopoly. Martial Soul, Sausage. 31 Level Auxiliary System Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Player, 7 Treasures Lioli. Martial Soul, 7 Treasures Lioli Pagoda. 27th Level Auxiliary System Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellows. Note, Shrek's 7 monsters have won all their group battles since this month, and their true strength is far from what their rank suggests. Among them, the Thousand Hands of Shura as a control system battle soul master needs to pay special attention to. This person is extremely strong control. The real core of the team is suspected to be not too much out of the Dragon Tattoo Mad Knife. This person's soul ring years beyond this person. In the previous battle in the fight is very little. The specific strength is not known. The crowd wanted to let Chango Hanfeng, but Captain Chango Hanfeng did not want to be more in the limelight. So the captain is still Dai Mubai. Not more at the request of the crowd. Chango Hanfeng is vice captain. But Chango Hanfeng did not want to command, so in the previous battle commanded or Tang San. At Jade Xiaojiang's gesture, Thousand Gu Huanfeng rarely made a move during the battle. And Thousand Gu Huanfeng was more than happy to hear it. After the crowd had finished reading the information on the Shrek 7 Monsters crowd, Du Guyen said, Teacher Qin, who gave you this information? A blue silver grass soul master who has to pay extra attention. And a soul master whose soul ring years exceed that of a normal soul master. Who would believe this when you say it out? 6 years ago, Du Guyen in the Soul Master Academy with info on Dokubo's death and do not know. But originally the longest month will come to see Duguyen's Dokubo 3 months did not come. And later in the academy teacher accompanied back to the Dugu family residence. And later learned that the Dokubo has been 3 months did not come back. After contacting the Snowstar found that the Dokubo has been 3 months without a trace. And so in the Duguyen's leadership and the Snowstar went to the Eye of Ice and Fire. But only saw the destroyed Eye of Ice and Fire. Because Ju Dolua only buried Dokubo without erecting a monument. So they were also unaware that Dokubo had died. Because Dokubo is one of the few sealed Dolua in the Tiandou Empire. So the external announcement is Dokubo in closed door training. In order not to cause suspicion of outsiders, Du Guyen is also in the family and the help of the Snowstar in the same life as the original. But in the knowledge that the grandfather is likely to have suffered an untimely death, character has become a lot colder. Humph. Goose. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not there. Underestimating your opponent will cost you. Qin Ming said with some dissatisfaction. Because Qin Ming's talent in the martial spirit hall records second only to Tang Hao. So the people of Qin Ming is also extremely respectful. But if they know that often the real geniuses will not be too much out of the face, such as Changge Hanfeng and Cherin Shui, the two of them out of the core of the martial spirit hall no one knows. If it is not Changge Hanfeng was sealed as a saint of the sun of the possible outsiders will not know that there is a Changge Hanfeng the existence of this person. Teacher Qin, this Shrek 7 monster battle team, what exactly are the areas that need our attention? In terms of martial souls, the 7 treasure glazed pagoda is undoubtedly worthy of our attention, but their own level is not too far from ours. So even with the assistance of the 7 treasure glazed pagoda, at most, they will only be able to close the gap in soul power between us. This, I'm afraid, is also an important reason why they were able to win all of their previous regimental battle souls. Of the other 6, their captain, the Evil Eyes White Tiger with the White Tiger martial soul should be worth noting. Then there was the Evil Phoenix martial soul. I've never heard of the existence of such a martial soul. I'm afraid that the word evil should come from mutation. As for the control system Soul Master Thousand Hand Shura mentioned in the information, I have the same opinion as Goose on this point. Even if his soul ring is outstanding, his martial soul is after all just blue silver grass. How strong could it be? As for that dragon-tattooed knife martial soul I have not heard of. May also be what mutated martial soul, but his soul ring configuration not to mention I have not even heard of. I guess it is likely that it is the use of what secret method of forcibly absorbed, used to influence the opponent's judgment. He did not even have too many strikes, maybe the battle power is not very strong. Qin Ming nodded slightly. Your analysis is quite calm. The information of the Shrek 7 monsters is only what we can see in front of us, and all of it must wait until we've actually fought before we can know. Remember my words, never underestimate any opponent. Since the Soto Great Soul Stadium dares to send them out, it must have a certain degree of certainty. There is one more thing that I ask of you, regardless of the outcome of this fight. No one is allowed to kill or even maim your opponent. Do you understand? Goose, especially you. If the other party has been poisoned by you, immediately detoxify them after the end of the soul fight. There shall not be the slightest delay. Dugwian said strangely. Why, teacher, didn't you often tell us that there is no father or son on the battlefield, and that we must go all out, and if we don't injure our opponents, I'm afraid that we ourselves will have to be traumatized. One must never show mercy. A bitter smile spread across Qin Ming's face. This time is different. You guys don't need to know yet. I'll tell you guys the answer after this soul fight is over. Alright, time is almost up. Follow me. Chapter 31, Battle Against Emperor Do. You guys know each other. It's an honor to meet all of you VIPs once again. The host said. It is Doodle's honor to once again host the Regimental Combat Soul Competition of the main soul fighting arena for all of you VIPs. I hope that all of you honored guests can enjoy yourselves tonight. Today will be the main event. And this is the only soul fight we have arranged for this evening. Below, let me introduce the opposing sides to the honored guests. Presiding over this fight of souls is also Doodle, who presided over the battle between the Imperial Fighting Team and the 7 monsters of Shrek in the original story. Imperial Fighting Team, Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Spirit Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Vice Captain, Shrek 7 Monsters Battle Team. Captain, Evil Eyes White Tiger, Martial Soul Evil Eyes White Tiger. Vice Captain. Well, without further ado, we have both players on the field. Then next the soul fighting begins. The Royal Do Battle Team and the Shrek 7 Monsters Battle Team came to the sides of the soul fighting arena. Imperial Fighting Team Yu Tianheng and Duge Yen stood at the front of the team behind the two brothers Graphite Stone Mill, followed by Oslo and Royal Wind, and finally Yi Lingling, and Shrek side Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun stood in the forefront of the team. Xu Zhuqing in the back of the two. The silhouette of the two so that the Royal Fighting Team cannot be found in its. Tang San is located in the middle of the team. Thousand Ancient Container. Ning Rong Rong and Oscar is located in the last part of the team. Thousand Ancient Container is located in the middle of the two. This was what they had planned beforehand, with Thousand Ancient Contain fronts being responsible for protecting the duo of Ning Rong Rong and Oscar, and only striking when Dai Mubai and the others were outmatched. 14 people summoned their martial souls. After the host announced the start of the soul fight, Dai Mubai leaped forward, and like the original Dai Mubai's attack was blocked by the two brothers Graphite and Stone Grinder. Then the first soul ring lit up on Yu Tianheng and attacked towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was beaten back under the trio's attacks. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing also stepped forward to help when they saw this. Ma Hongjun is towards the Dugwian attack. Dugwian see Ma Hongjun attack is also urging the martial spirit Bailan Snake to resist. Ma Hongjun is not Dugwian's opponent, but Ma Hongjun by virtue of the characteristics of the evil fire phoenix's martial spirit and Dugwian fighting together. Dugwian's poisoned by the flames of the butt, although the Dugwian did not fully urging their own Bailan purple poison, but his poison on the roll of the fire attribute martial spirit of the spirit masters is not large. Dugwian is not heroic to approach the direction of Yu Tianheng. Dugwian did not try to be brave and approached in the direction of Yu Tianheng. Oslo and Royal Wind saw that Dugwian's poison was not strong against Ma Hongjun. They also went up to help. Under the attacks of the two, Ma Hongjun was also unable to be attacking Dugwian. Tang San explained to the crowd before the start of the sparring match that Dugwian's poison had a great limitation on fire attribute soulmasters, so there was Ma Hongjun to hold Dugwian back. Dugwian came to Yu Tianheng's side. With Dugwian's help, Dai Mubai and the others' attacks were also greatly limited, and Ma Hongjun was unable to withdraw. Dugwian also put away her poison when she saw this. Although her poison was a strong restriction on Shrek, the enemy was not separated from the enemy, and the restriction on Yu Tianheng and the others was extremely strong as well. Yu Tianheng see Duge Yen put away the poison is also a horse first toward the Shrek people attacked. Tang San see this is also a heartfelt smile. Use the ghost shadow trail to the side of the flash. and then control the blue-silver grass with Daimubai and other people to attack the royal fighting warriors the rest of the people. In the Yu Tianhong Wano Hui is just a silhouette blocked in front of him. It is the thousand ancient containing the front. This time Tang San planned in advance. Although Dugu Yan's is extremely restrictive to them, but at the same time it will also restrict Yu Tianhong and the others. So of course it's not going to use too much poison. And Yu Tianhong was born with an extraordinary character and is arrogant, and will definitely attack with all his strength. So this time it's going to be up to you. Ink Blade. Your opponent is me. Thousand Ancient Huanfeng said to Yu Tianhong. Seeing this, Yu Tianhong also stepped forward to engage Thousand Ancient Henyuanfeng. Third soul skill. Holy Dragon Power. Even though Yu Tianhong's thunder was very strong, but with Ning Rongrong's assistance and the Oscar Gold Armor Guts enhancement that even if he only used the third soul skill it still suppressed Yu Tianhong. But others do not know Yu Tianhong in the process of fighting vaguely felt a trace of superior suppression. Because even if thousands of ancient containing foam has suppressed the dragon power of the Heavenly Awakening Chop, but the Heavenly Awakening Chop after all has the entire bloodline power of the Heavenly Awakening Holy Golden Dragon. Even if the battle inadvertently escaped the dragon power on Yu Tianhong Soul Zune level blue electricity raining dragon is still have an impact. P.S. It is said here that the Heaven Awakening Holy Golden Dragon is the dragon general of the dragon race second only to the 9 dragon kings. Duguian and the others were unable to support Yu Tianhong under Tang San's and the others' attacks. And Yu Tianhong also suffered many injuries from Thousand Ancient containing fronts attacks. Duguian saw Yu Tianhong's situation was also angry. Bastard! I'm going to kill you all? Graphite and the others saw that Duguian was already angry also hastily backed away. Duguian saw that his people had already backed away also activated the Bylin purple poison. Tang San didn't panic when he saw this. Taking out a bag of staghorn wine from 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night and throwing it into the air and throwing a concealed weapon. Staghorn wine spilled down. Fatty. Light the fire. First soul skill. Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun sniffed and also sent an attack towards the andrographic wine in the air. The staghorn wine then blazed under the ignition of the flames. And Dugu Yan's Bylin purple poison disappeared into thin air as the flames dissipated. Mu Bai. Over to you. Thousand Ancient Huan Feng said to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai heard this and also fought with Yu Tianhong again. Yu Tianhong's fighting strength was not as good as it used to be under Thousand Ancient Hidden Blades depletion, and Dai Mubai was already able to suppress him with ease. Shao San, come to a slope. Thousand Ancient Containment Front said to Tang San. Tang San sniffed although he was puzzled but also controlled the blue-silver grass to form a slope. Thousand Ancient Hainfeng came over Duguian and the others with the help of the slope. Shattered gold falling feathers. Shen Guhan Feng swung out a blade chi, which immediately exploded after it was swung out, turning into many feathers that fell down. This is Thousand Ancient Han Feng according to the first soul skill with their own control to create their own soul skills, although the attack range is huge, but only in the air to play out the maximum effect, so when the creation of the out has not been used. The top-down attack made Dugu Yan and the others unable to dodge. Even if they had already activated their soul power to resist they were more or less injured. In the end, Thousand Ancient Containing Blade also knocked down the Royal Do Battle Team's crowd except Yi Lingling to the ground after landing with the cooperation of Tang San and the others. Only when one side admits defeat and all falls or falls off the soul fighting stage fighting souls is considered to be over. Oh. The host's voice rang out. Ma Hongjun sniffed and just wanted to launch an attack on Yi Lingling when he was given a kick by Thousand Ancient Han Yufeng. Make a move on an auxiliary soul master who has no attack power. Do you want to be shameless? Qian Gu Han Feng said. Seeing this, Yi Lingling also raised her hand to admit defeat, and then used her martial spirit to heal the injuries of Yu Tianhong and the others. Under Yi Lingling's treatment, Yu Tianhong's injuries recovered for the most part. Afterwards, a green light landed on Thousand Gu Huan Feng's body, and the 2 electrical wounds he had received during his fight with Yu Tianhong were healed as before. Thanks, Ling Ling, Shiger Han Yufeng said at the sight. It should. Seeing this, Dugu Yan and Tang San and the others asked in unison. You guys know each other? Chapter 32 Dark Weapons First Appearance. Going to Heavenly Dipper. Yi Lingling heard the words and wanted to reply, but after thinking about Qian Guhan Feng's plan she didn't know how to open her mouth. Then she looked at Qian Guhan Feng. Sensing Yi Lingling's gaze, Qian Guhan Feng opened his mouth and explained. Having been seriously injured before I was fortunate to have received help from Grandpa Yi. Who is Grandpa Yi? Is Yi Lingling your family? Ning Rongrong asked. Qian Guhan Feng heard the words did not return but looked at Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling also took over the words and said. It's my grandfather. The 2 gangs sniffed and learned about the duo. The crowd returned to their respective lounges. The Imperial Fighting Team Lounge. Teacher Qin. I'm sorry, we lost, said the crowd of the Imperial Fighting Team. Qin Ming didn't open his mouth. Yu Tianhong opened his mouth. The main responsibility for this failure lies with me. It was us who were gullible. If you want to punish me, Teacher Qin, Punish me. Yu Tianhong didn't say the faint dragon might he felt on thousand ancient containing blade. After all, he had his own pride. Being inferior in skill was being inferior in skill. He wouldn't make excuses. Moreover, Yi Lingling still knew him, and his life might be uncommon as well. He wouldn't go to the initiative to make an enemy. On the other hand, Chen Guhanfeng did not know the feelings he brought to Yu Tianhong. If he knew that Yu Tianhong might not survive the night, his identity could not be exposed, and Yu Tianhong was not considered one of his own people, so if he died, he died. What other people don't know is that Chen Guhanfeng has never used the power of the Heavenly Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon. The power of the Heavenly Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon has already elevated Chen Guhanfeng's martial soul to the level of a divine level martial soul, which makes his martial soul very strong. But the power of the Heavenly Awakening Chop can't be fully manipulated with his current strength, and he needs the help of the Heavenly Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon. And if he completely radiates the power of the Heavenly Awakening Chop, most of the souls whose soul power is lower than that of his beast martial soul, the Soul Master will lose their resistance. Soul Masters will lose the ability to resist. Soul power higher than his will also be affected by not small. The same dragon type Yu Tianhong felt only the same bloodline sensing under the pressure. The other beast martial souls can be said to be unaware of the fearless. Tianhong doesn't blame you. Who would have thought that dragon tattoo berserker would be so strong? And I'm a control soul master. It's me who didn't command everyone. Dokuragain opened his mouth to comfort. Alright, this failure is not necessarily a bad thing for you guys. Your path is too smooth. This soul fight will be a good experience for you guys. Feel it well, it will help you a lot. After the words, Qin Ming walked out of the lounge. He didn't say much. If they couldn't understand, the future growth path wouldn't be smooth. Shrek Lounge. The crowd in Oscar's help soul power has been restored almost. So the crowd asked about the Thousand Ancient contains Feng's relationship with Yi Lingling. Just as the Shrek crowd was talking, a walked in and said, Dean Flanders, are you okay? Disciple Qin Ming pays his respects. I thought you brats had forgotten about me a long time ago. Flanders laughed. How could that be? You are my teacher and I will always be a disciple of Shrek Academy. By the way, how come I don't see Vice President Zhao Wuji? Qin Ming did not see Zhao Wuji, then opened his mouth and asked. Flanders' face became not so pretty at his words, and then he also opened his mouth to explain about Zhao Wuji. Qin Ming sniffed angrily. Martial Soul Hall. How did Vice Dean Zhao Wuji mess with them? Zhao Wuji is a wanted criminal of the Martial Spirit Hall. Thousand Ancient Containment Front said indifferently. Qin Ming sniffed and looked at Thousand Ancient containing blade, saying, You're that dragon-marked mad sword, aren't you? Qian Guhanfeng nodded. Do you think that Vice Dean Zhao Wuji deserved it? Qin Ming saw that Thousand Ancient Han Yufeng had no intention of opening his mouth, then spoke again. I don't know about this, but Senior should have also received a subsidy from the Martial Soul Hall, right? After all, the Martial Soul Hall after Bibidong's rise to power did make a lot of people dislike it, but Qian Guhanfeng will not go to blame the Palace of Martial Souls. After all, want to unify the continent, this is unavoidable. Qin Ming did not open his mouth when he heard this. After all, he had been helped by the Martial Soul Hall even though Zhao Wuji was once his teacher. Thousand Ancient Container Feng Si Qin Ming did not retort again is also temporarily do not intend to Qin Ming hands. After all, if there is no suitable opportunity to do it may have any impact on the plan. But if Qin Ming on the Martial Soul Temple only hate him also do not mind letting it disappear. He is still the person of the Martial Soul Temple after all. Flanders see things are not right is also rushed to save the scene. Although he also do not like the Palace of Martial Souls but Zhao Wuji's matter he still knows some. This cannot all blame the Palace of Martial Souls. After all, Flanders is essentially an egoist. After introducing Qin Ming to the Shrek crowd, the crowd also talked about the relationship between Jade Xiaojiang and Jade Tianhong. And the crowd also intended to leave after a while of conversation. Just as the crowd was going out, they saw two people waiting at the door. Seeing the duo Qian Guhanfeng and Yu Xiaojiang also walked towards the duo, who were none other than Yu Tianhong and Yi Lingling. The crowd saw this also did not say much. Qian Guhanfeng and Yi Lingling came to a restaurant, talked to catch up on old times after the two people's feelings are also constantly warming up. In the two people talked to Duge Yen when Qian Guhanfeng opened his mouth and said, You do not want to be too close to Duge Yen in the future. Why? Leafling said in disbelief. You should know that Duge Yan's grandfather is Bailan Doluwa Dokubo, right? I know, but isn't Bailan Doluwa in seclusion? What does it have to do with this? Although Dokubo is now claiming to the public that he's in seclusion, he's already dead. Yi Lingling heard the words showed a surprised expression. Then Chang'e Hanfeng also explained about Dokubo's death. After talking about Dokubo's death also did not continue to say and did not mention the matter of the immortal Grass and Ice and Fire Dragon King. The two of them after a period of conversation is also back to their respective places. And then Chang'e Hanfeng is not stingy, gave Yi Lingling a few beneficial herbs. After scavenging the ice and fire ice Ju Dolua in order to curry favor with Chang'e Hanfeng will be most of the herbs to give him, and explain the purpose. However, the ancient Hanfeng did not give the acacia broken heart red to Yi Ling Ling, because he did not know Yi Ling Ling on their own development, and now give Yi Ling Ling may cause unnecessary trouble. After all, Yi Ling Ling is still with the Dugu Yen in an academy. Is not sure that the Dugu Yen has not gone through the acacia broken heart red is for the several plants although precious but also can be seen in many places, as long as there is money can be purchased. After returning to the academy Flanders also explained to the crowd about defecting to the Heavenly Dual Royal Soul Master Academy, and in the next few days Tang San also took out his flying divine claw just like the original. On the way to Tiandou City or on the way Shrek crowd is also when the original reason for the use of Zhuge God crossbow defeated ferocious God war team. Tang 3's dark weapon is also the first time in front of the public exhibition. Thousand Ancient containing foam C is also in the heart of the mind thought. Takeover will wait for Tang 3 to participate in the auction and then look for someone to Snowstar's identity to contact with Tang 3. I also should combine Dark Gold Claw to create the knife method written out. After a few days of rushing the crowd also arrived at Heavenly Dipper City. Chapter 33, The Dispute Remains, Blue Bar College. In the Shrek people intend to enter the Sky Bucket Royal Soul Master Academy is also again by the size of the surprise. The only two normal is also 1000 Gu Xianfeng in Ning Rongrong. And then Ning Rongrong is also the same as the original for the crowd to explain. Just as the crowd was about to move on a voice came. Stop, who are you? Thousand Ancient containment fronts also recognized the person who came. It was none other than Avalanche. We are from Shrek Academy. At the invitation of your Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy, we have specially come to exchange ideas. Lead the way in front. Flanders said. Shengu Hanfeng did not open his mouth. If he did not make something happen, how would they go to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Academy? Just you dirtbags. And you still come to our academy for exchanges? In my opinion, you are all beggars from somewhere. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, we may have to use force. Avalanche said with a sniff. The crowd sniffed and looked at themselves. Plus the crowd's condescending personality worked. And then Daimubai also went up and stormed the Avalanche just like the original. This is the cadets of the Tiandou Royal Academy? It's simply a pile of trash. I've now begun to wonder if coming here was a bad decision. Flanders also said when he saw Avalanche being brutally beaten. Really? Had I known that he is so vegetable don't even need to wear a boss? I'll go on me. Without Zhao Wuji to answer, Ma Hongjun opened his mouth to taunt. If you dare to go on, the collection cannot even live through tonight. Thousand Ancient container fronts said indifferently. Mo Feng, how you wanna say I cannot be happy? Although I cannot beat you and boss die, but just his appearance. Even if his family has elders is not our dean is not bad. How I cannot live tonight? Ma Hongjun said unconvincingly. Flanders also nodded at his words. Although his strength was not considered invincible, but he was also a little famous in the continent. He's no ordinary cadet, said Shiger Hanyu Feng. Mo Feng, could it be that you know him? Tang San asked. His name is Avalanche. Brother Mo Feng, you said that he is the Heavenly Dipper's fourth prince. Snow Avalanche, Ning Rongrong said. Although she didn't recognize Snow Avalanche, but coming from the Seven Treasures glazed sect she still had heard of some as long as characters of the Tiandou Empire. You said he's a royal prince? Ma Hongjun said in surprise. Thousand Ancient containment frontier didn't speak and nodded in affirmation. Mu Bai, come back. Flanders sniffed and also said to Dai Mu Bai. Offending an imperial prince was not a good thing. You, how dare you make trouble in our Tiandou Royal Academy? This is a provocation to the empire. You guys wait, said Avalanche after Dai Mu Bai closed his hand. Avalanche, even if you're a prince you can't represent the empire, said Thousand Ancient contained frontier as he stepped forward. Li Mo Feng, why are you here? Avalanche said after seeing Thousand Ancient containment front. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Just as Thousand Ancient container blade was about to open his mouth, a slightly authoritative voice came out. The person who came was Sun Bai. Avalanche saw the person who came and went forward and said a few words before Sun Bai opened his mouth. Everyone, please, under Sun Bai. I don't know what's the matter of coming to my Heavenly Dipper Academy. We are here to find Qin Ming. I hope you'll pardon us for having a little conflict with your academy just now. After learning about Avalanche's identity, Flanders' tone was also lowered a lot. You guys are looking for Mr. Qin? Sun Bai said after learning the reason for the Shrek crowd's visit. I wonder if you all came from the Shrek Academy in the Barak Kingdom. Subsequently, after some conversation and bragging, the crowd entered the Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy under the leadership of Sun Bio. After the crowd left, Avalanche said to one of the trainees, "Go get my royal uncle to come. Even if I can't do anything to them with Li Mofeng here, but they don't want to stay here." After traveling for a while, Qin Ming hurriedly came, because it was late in the day, finally led the crowd to the resting place. The next morning, Tang San just finished washing up and went out before seeing Qin Ming walking. "Xiao San, you got up so early?" Qin Ming said. Senior, you're up early too. But Mo Feng should already be practicing his sword somewhere by now. Tang San said. Oh, of the 7 of you, you and Li Mofeng are the ones who have made the deepest impact on me. If only Dugu Yan and the others could be like you. Hokage is too kind. After everyone had gotten up, Qin Ming took everyone to breakfast and introduced them to the specifics of the Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy before leading them to a meeting room where the 3 major teaching committees were also waiting. After a while of blowing each other's brains out, Flanders and the other strengths were also very satisfying to the 3 main teaching committees. I heard Qin Ming say that one of you is a very outstanding strong attack lineage soul master and control lineage soul master? Jilin said. Thousand Ancient contained fronts and Tang San sniffed and also went forward. And like the original, Jilin moved to test the duo with the pressure of being in their own soul Doluo. Thousand Ancient Hainfeng was not sure if he would expose the external attachment soul bone under Jilin's pressure, and he was very sorry for the other party's behavior. In his eyes, unknowingly unleashing pressure and provocation on others unintentionally, and then also opened his mouth and said, testing me is not necessary. Words after walking towards the side. Kid, even if you have good talent, but before you grow up you should have respect for the strong. The Jilin Ma Chen Guhanfeng attitude is also a little dissatisfied, said, and increased to Chen Guhanfeng's soul power pressure. It's not a good behavior to release pressure on others at will. By the way, my name is Li Mo Feng. My great uncle's name is Li Cheng Feng. Xian Gu Xianfeng said after taking out a token. Jilin also put away his pressure after learning the identity of Thousand Guhan Feng. Although he was not afraid of Li Cheng Feng, but he did not want to provoke him. Although he does not pay attention to the internal situation of the royal family. But the rumor is that Li Cheng Feng and the crown prince is very close. And he recognized the token. Is the crown prince switching his token? Thought that the rumor should be true after also dare not to Chango Hanfeng how to do. Maybe offended for the sake of the emperor's things who like to do who do. So also no matter Chango Hanfeng began to pay attention to the Tang 3. Although without the 8 spider spears, Tang San's performance is not as good as the original, but it is still very satisfactory to Jilin. Just as the crowd was planning to discuss the specifics of the exchange, a group of soldiers called Shrek crowd surrounded, followed by Avalanche and Snowstar also walked in. But without Dokubo, Snowstar followed behind by a Soul Doluwa. Because Avalanche knows that Chango Hanfeng and Shueqingha are very close, so did not mention Chango Hanfeng to Shuexing. And in the end, Shrek people, even with the persuasion of the 3 major teaching committees, were still driven out of the Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy just like the original. Right after the crowd left, Qin Ming also expressed his intention to quit the academy and followed the Shrek crowd. Seeing this, Flanders was also helpless. Let's go. Let's first find a place to land in Heavenly Dipper City. After passing through the city gate, the crowd saw a notice. Sincerely employed. Blue Bar Advanced Soul Master Academy. Due to its own expansion reasons, now sincerely recruit the following people. Above 40 levels of Soul Zone 10. Those with high soul power are preferred. And once hired, treatment will be favorable. In the end, after a burst of conversation, the crowd also arrived at the entrance of the Blue Bar Advanced Soul Master Academy. Chapter 34, Want to be a teacher? I don't want to teach. You're all here to sign up to be teachers at the academy? Said the person in charge of reception. No, it is us who enroll. These children are our disciples. If we can succeed in applying here, our disciples will hopefully be able to attend the academy as well. Flanders said. Cadets need to undergo a test for enrollment as well. Let's put it this way. All of you soul masters will first undergo our test. And if you are able to become teachers at the academy, I think that your disciples will be able to be accommodated to enter the academy for classes as well. After all, it's already past the new student enrollment period, and your disciples are a bit smaller. The receptionist said after sniffing and thinking for a while. No problem with the test. Where? I'll take you all to the test. After the words, the person in charge of reception brought the crowd inside a hall. All the soul masters participating in the examination, please accept the evaluation one by one. Which one will come first? Said the teacher in charge of the assessment. Ming, you first. Flanders said. May I ask how to conduct the review? Qin Ming said after sniffing and stepping forward. Please release your martial soul, as long as it is over level 40. Then, if you engage one of the 3 of us and hold on for 10 minutes, you will be considered qualified, said the examination teacher. Just as Qin Ming was planning to summon his martial soul, a voice rang out. Teacher, may I ask if I can take the test if my soul power reaches level 40? The crowd turned their heads at the words and looked at the person who spoke out, and it was none other than Thousand Gu Huan Feng. Yes. The teacher in charge of the assessment was a bit puzzled, however he still opened his mouth and replied. Senior, in that case let me try first. Xian Guhan Feng said to Qin Ming, then summoned his martial soul. Li Mo Feng, martial soul dragon striked blade. 42nd grade strong attack system battle soul sect. Then I wonder which teacher is my examiner. Flanders would have liked to open his mouth to ask, but he didn't open his mouth in regards to Thousand Ancient Huanfen, who had already summoned his martial soul. I'll do it, little brother. Although it seems like I've become a colleague with someone as interesting as you, but I won't keep my hands off, a burly middle-aged man said. The crowd then arrived at a martial arts practicing ground. My name is Chun Yu, Martial Soul Berserker Lion. 54th level strong attack system battle Soul King, the burly man said. Unsurprisingly, Thousand Ancient contained Frontier easily exchanged blows with Chun Yu for more than 10 minutes. Afterwards, the crowd suitably did not return to the hall, and the person who was responsible for the examination earlier said, "Little brother, from now on we will be colleagues, and we will have to teach each other more in the future. But little brother, how old are you this year?" 13 years old, and can I not lecture? I want to be a teacher, precisely, do not want to take classes, just, I cannot want a salary. The Shrek crowd, who had wanted to ask Thousand Ancient containing Blade why he wanted to be a teacher, heard the words for a moment and didn't know what to say. The teacher in charge of the test sniffed and said, "I can't make this one. I'll take you to ask the dean after the Hao test." Then who is next to be tested? 62 level Flaming Kang Wolf Battle Soul Emperor, Qin Ming, Strong Attack Department. Qin Ming sniffed and stepped forward and said, "Which one is instructing me?" This. There's no need for an actual battle evaluation. The Academy has a rule that Soul Masters over level 60 are exempt from other additional tests, the examiner said. Because of the Thousand Ancient contained fronts, so the examiners didn't ask about Qin Ming's age either. Since there's no need for additional assessments above level 60, we don't need to waste time. Brothers, open the soul rings, Flanders said with a sniff. 63rd level Dragon Stick Weapon Soul Emperor, Li Yusong, Strong Attack Department. 66th level Star Luo Chess Weapon Soul Emperor, Lu Qi Bean, Control Department. 71 level Sugar Bean Vessel Soul Saint, Xiao Xin, Food Department. Level 78 Cat's Hawk Battle Soul Saint, Flanders, Sensitive Attack System. Is that okay? Flanders asked. Of course. Seniors, please collect your martial souls, the person in charge of the assessment said. My name is Yin Shu, a 54th level Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master. I am unable to assess the ranks of all of you seniors. How about this? Everyone, let me take you to see our dean, and she will determine your ranks and treatment. It just so happens that I'm also taking that little brother to the dean as well. Tone Book then took the crowd to the dean. Yin Shu led the crowd towards the back of the academy, and when Yu Xiaojiang saw this, he asked, "Doesn't your dean live in the campus area?" Dean is not usually at the academy. She prefers quiet, living alone in the forest. The daily affairs of the academy are handled by the teachers, and only major events need to consult the dean. Yin Shu replied. After seeing that this so-called dean was Ryu Erlong, Yu Xiao had just tried to leave when she was stopped by Flanders. Flanders, did you already know she was here? Blue Fighter Academy. Blue Fighter Academy. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. I should have thought of that. Yu Xiaojiang asked. How did I know she was here? It's just coincidence. Go away. Flanders said. In the end, Yu Xiaojiang also still came to Lu Erlong's residence with the crowd. Dean, there are several new soul masters who have applied for the job. 5 of them have strengths that exceed 60 levels of soul power. And there's another one whose situation is a bit special. So we can't make a decision. So we're asking you to make a decision. Little Kong, is it really you? Am I not dreaming? Lu Erlong said after seeing Yu Xiaojiang. Eventually the duo also came to the crowd after a bit of conversation. Boss FO, you also told me in advance when you came. And you are the boss of our Golden Iron Triangle. What else to be a teacher? In the future this academy will be yours, said Lu Erlong. Flanders wanted to refuse, but in the end, he didn't succeed in doing so either. Teacher Yin Shu, please go and announce a general meeting of the entire academy's teachers and students tomorrow. These are all my friends. We haven't seen each other in years. We need to catch up today. You ask the cafeteria to prepare a sumptuous banquet on the second floor, elegant seats. I want to entertain them. Yin Shu sniffed and also went to make arrangements. By the way, when Boss Fo's sound book came, it said there was a person with a special situation. Which one is it? Ryu Erlong asked. That's him. Then Flanders was also explaining to Lu Erlong about the 1000 ancient contained fronts. What do you think should be arranged? Because he didn't understand 1000 ancient containing fronts, Lu Erlong was also undecided, but said to Flanders, Boss, now you are the dean. You decide these things yourself. Dean. Since you're still the dean, that's my business. Sugar asked with a fringe. Flanders finally said Xin Guhan Feng is still a trainee, but cannot have to take classes, but still be responsible for the training of Tang San and others. Thousands of ancient Han Feng does not know is what Flanders thought in his heart is. I have what can teach you, but you have to train them. Xiaojiang training them how much money they spend. You training do not want me to shell out money. Thousands of ancient contained fronts would have said. Reimbursement, had they known what Flanders was thinking. After familiarization, the crowd also returned to the dormitory arranged by the academy. while Chen Guhanfeng said that he wouldn't live in the dormitory if he had a place to stay in Tiandou City. And Flanders didn't say no. Chapter 35, Three People's Past. Heavenly Dipper Auction. On the second day, Chen Guhanfeng returned to the Blue Bar Academy. In Chen Guhanfeng entered the academy as already have workers in the Blue Bar Academy signboard replacement for Shrek Academy, because Thousand Ancient Containment Fronts didn't need to attend classes. So in finding Tang San and the others was that they were finishing up their lessons, and the group arrived inside a classroom. Third brother, is there some kind of story between Master and Dean Lu? Ma Hongjun asked curiously. This I don't know. Teacher didn't say anything to me, Tang San replied. Yesterday because of the interference of Thousand Ancient Contained Fronts, Master didn't say anything to Tang San about the matter of the Golden Iron Triangle. I know some of this, Shiger said with a fervor. Brother Mo Feng, quickly tell us about it. Ning Rongrong said. You should know that both the Grandmaster and Dean Flanders were once part of the Golden Iron Triangle, right? Shiger said with a fervor. Of course we know this. So Dean Doyle is that last corner? Oscar asked. That's right, the Golden Iron Triangle, the Horn of Wisdom, Jade Xiaojiang, the Horn of Flight, Flanders, and the Horn of Killing, Lu Erlong. The Grandmaster came from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and is the son of the current sect master, Jade Yuanjin, but he was ostracized by his family because of his martial soul mutation, and the Grandmaster studied soul master knowledge diligently in order to prove himself. He met a like-minded young soul master, our Dean Flanders, when he was traveling outside, and they decided to break into the continent together, and then they met Dean Lu, and the three of them broke into the continent together after that. Later they discovered that the three of them could perform martial soul fusion techniques together, after which the Master and Dean Lu fell in love with each other. Finally the two decided to get married on a certain day, but that day a person appeared and interrupted the two. That person came from the Blue Electricity Overlord Dragon sect, and was Grandmaster's second uncle Yuluo Coronet, and Dean Lu was actually his illegitimate daughter. So Grandmaster and Dean Lu were actually cousins, and then the three of them were separated. So there is a relationship between the Master and Dean Ryu, said Ma Hongjun. These are what I heard from my eldest uncle. I don't know if it's true or not, but don't blame me if you guys dare to talk about it. Especially you fatty. I don't mind making you unable to be a man if you dare to talk about it, said Chiku Han Yufeng. I promise, if I say it out I'll end it at me, Ma Hongjun hurriedly said when he heard the words of Thousand Containers. I'll forgive you if you don't dare. Well, all get ready, it's time to train. In the next time also did not happen anything special, because there is no immortal grass crowd soul power and not as the original general upgrade. In addition to Dai Mubai fast arrived at level 40 outside the other soul power are only more than 30 levels. One day, when Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and Tang San were wandering around outside, Ma Hongjun saw the Heavenly Dipper auction house was wanting to take part in the auction. Dai boss, third brother, do you think there will be a solution to my martial soul defect in the auction house? The three of them then arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Dipper auction house. Excuse me, three guests, can I ask, do you have bidding qualifications certified? Said the young girl in charge of reception at the entrance. You need bidding credentials to attend an auction? Ma Hongjun said. The young girl smiled faintly and said, only guests with bidding credentials can enter the auction house to bid. The qualifications are divided into several different levels, with the entry threshold being 10,000 gold soul coins. In other words, one needs to have proof of assets of 10,000 gold soul coins in order to participate in the bidding. This is something that had to be set up in order to avoid people bidding maliciously. Please forgive me. You too, Boss Dai. Third brother, why don't we go borrow from Mo Feng? He must have money, Ma Hongjun said. However, the three people do not know as Mo Feng is now in the auction house. As for Chango Hanfeng, why will participate in the auction of course. In order to see the absence of a small dance, Tang 3 will also participate in the auction. But because Chango Hanfeng do not know when Tang 3 will come, Chango Hanfeng this period of time is also often in and out of the Skybucket auction house. The other time there is also a person of the Palace of the Martial Spirit in the auction house. In the emergence of dark weapons and other auction items after the first time to notify Chango Hanfeng. In the end, the three of them, because they didn't find the Thousand Ancient containing blade or Tang San, took out the containing shadow inside the auction hall. Alright, our next auction item is called the Insinuating Shadow. It's been hailed as the most exquisite weapon by the auctioneer of this hall. Honorable guests, don't look at its small size, but its power is amazing. After picking up the shadow shot, the auctioneer said, our appraisers don't know how this weapon is made, but once it is used, it can instantly fire 36 steel needles, which are able to penetrate through a centimeter-thick steel plate within a range of 15 meters and are quenched with a paralyzing toxin. While firing the steel needles, it will also be covered by a mist. It is a rare protective weapon. It can be fired 3 times in total. If used properly, It can easily render an opponent defenseless during combat. In the end, because Ningfengji and the others didn't participate in the auction, innuendo was bought by 1,000 ancient contained fronts at a price of 2,000 gold soul coins. 1,000 ancient Hainfang. After getting the implicit shadow, most people around him said, "Go find the person from the auction house, let him contact the person who sells this thing and ask if he will make this thing." Afterwards, Qian Guhan Feng took out a note. The people from 1,000 ancient contained blades in Tang San successfully met under the auction house's arrangements. "Are you the friend who auctioned off that insinuating shadow?" The man from 1,000 ancient contained fronts said. "Yes. I don't know what's looking for me," Tang San said warily. "It's like this. I see that the design of that innuendo was very precise, and I want to get to know its maker. I have an item that needs to be crafted, and of course the price is absolutely satisfactory. I can contact him, but I don't know what you want to make." Being on guard, Tang San did not have to say that he was the maker. The person from 1,000 ancient containment fronts took out the note from 1,000 ancient containment fronts and handed it to Tang San. Tang San read the note to make sure it could be manufactured and said, "I'll pass it on to him. I don't know if there are any special requirements. It's like this. Our demand is relatively high, so I need its drawings and production process, as well as 3 samples." This was naturally what 1,000 ancient container fronts said. "I'll pass it on to him, but I don't know how I'll need to contact you then." Tang San said, "When the time comes, please come here. If you can make, please bring 3 samples. We will give him a satisfactory price. If not, we will also give him a little hard work fee. Consider these as your hard-earned money, my friend." The man from 1,000 ancient contained fronts handed Tang San a bag filled with golden soul coins. Tang San said after receiving the bag, "Thank you. I'll be sure to pass it on to him." The 3 of them then returned to the academy. "Sango, quickly see how much money is there?" Ma Hongjun asked. Tang San took out that bag and then counted. 100 golden soul coins. "Third brother. This is a rich man. Don't forget brother when you're rich, and I don't know how much he'll pay then." Chapter 36, Ordering Concealed Weapons. Blacksmith's Guild. A week later, Tang San came to the agreed place, and Qian Guhan Feng has been waiting inside. To ask why Qian Guhan Feng will know Tang San will come today. That is of course because Tang San in Tiandou City is not familiar with even the production of samples of the smithy or Qian Guhan Feng to help contact. Because Tang San often come up with a variety of concealed weapons for the reason if Qian Guhan Feng is not good to too much to ask, only to say that there is what is good not to do for their own. Tang San also readily agreed. Tang San was brought to a C room after explaining his intention to the receptionist. "Hello, if you can please give me the sample and the method of use. If my master after will give you a satisfactory price," the receptionist said. Tang San sniffed and took out 3 forged samples and a slip of paper with the method of use to hand over to the receptionist. After receiving the samples, the receptionist said, "All right, please wait here for a moment." Thousands of ancient with the front and the results of the sample in accordance with the use of the method began to play, only to see this thing as a glove as a general hand armor. After wearing the back of the hand at the slightly thick, hard to knock the hand behind the 3 sharp claws should be popped out, and then again after the knock and put it back. Thousands of ancient with the front to play with a little bit of the reception of the person then said, "I give you 300,000 gold soul coins of the quota. The more out of the is I'll give you 300,000 gold soul coins. The extra is yours. If it's less, you don't have to go on it yourself. Also ask him if he has any other weapons for sale." He then gave the receptionist 3 cards with 100,000 gold soul coins each. "My master is very satisfied with this item. So did you bring the drawings and assembly instructions?" the receptionist said to Tang San. Tang San sniffed and took out a few drawings, and the person at the reception looked at the drawings after they turned out. "I wonder if you have a name for it. I call it the Cloak and Claw. And how many gold soul coins do you think this Cloak God Claw is worth?" Tang San sniffed and thought in his heart, "Let me make my own price? If the opening price is too high, there's also the possibility of causing the other party to resent it." After thinking for a while, stretching out 2 fingers trying to indicate 20,000 golden soul coins, as this thing wasn't something that was likely to get for himself. 200,000 gold soul coins? It's possible, the receptionist said, then took out 2 cards and handed them to Tang San. The receptionist thought in his heart, "Giving me 300,000 is spending 200,000, 100,000 golden soul coins. Ah, I won't have to worry in my next life." What Tang San thought instead was, "What I want to say is 20,000 ah." But Tang San didn't hesitate and took the 2 cards. "By the way, my master asked me to inquire if you have any other weapons for sale that we would be willing to acquire." Tang San sniffed and took out the hidden weapons he had on him, and told the method of use, probably being surprised by the other party's financial strength. Tang San took out these hidden weapons, which also included the flying heavenly divine claw that had not been sold to the 7 treasures glazed sect in the original story. "Yes, I will give it to my master to look over. In addition, we will get craftsmen to test the authenticity of the drawings. During this time also please don't leave. If there is anything you need you can talk to the person at the door. Because Thousand Gu Hanfeng had known that Tang San had those hidden weapons. Thousand Gu Hanfeng said after getting those hidden weapons, go ask him how much he wants for 500 sets? Hello? My master is very satisfied with all these weapons and would like to purchase 500 sets from you. I wonder what you think. Yes, but I don't have the ability to make 500 sets. But I can give you the drawings and have you do the machining. I'll take care of the final assembly. And how much do you think is appropriate? The ones I've given you all have a device to prevent disassembly. So don't think about studying its structure. As for the price, well, 10,000 gold soul coins a set. In the end, Tang San still quoted the same price that he gave to the 7 treasure glazed sect in the original. After asking 1,000 ancient contain fronts for instructions, the person who received them said to Tang San, my master said it's fine. But my master said that you can't sell these weapons to anyone else anymore. Otherwise our money isn't that good. Tang San also agreed after thinking for a moment. I wonder if you have any drawings of those weapons then. If not, we can provide you with the tools to draw them. The next day, Tang San left with a card of 700,000 golden soul coins after drawing and verifying the Cloak God Claw drawings in his, which included 200,000 for the Cloak God Claw and a 500,000 deposit for the 500 sets of concealed weapons. After returning to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun asked, third brother, you're finally back. If you don't find us, we'll all have to go look for you. They purchased 500 sets of concealed weapons with me. So they didn't return last night. What do you mean? They bought 500 sets of concealed weapons. Quickly tell me how much they came out with? 10,000 gold soul coins for a set. And I'm only responsible for the final assembly. 10,000 gold soul coins a set. 500 sets, that's 5 million gold soul coins. I've never seen so much money in my life. Third brother, you can't forget brother me when you're rich. On the other hand, Shen Guhan Feng is also arranging for people to go to Gongxing City to find people to use the best materials to build concealed weapon parts. Shen Guhan Feng is afraid not to find blacksmiths to build parts. The reason why we have to find people to go to Gongxing City for the Lu Gao. After all, the original Lu Gao has built the Buddha's Wrath of the Tanglian. So if it cannot be used for their own, don't blame yourself for not being polite. A few months later, Gangxiong City spread the news. The godsmith Lu Gao on the test is a sudden accident and died. Gangxiong City's blacksmiths would like to find the Godsmith Titan to sit in the Blacksmith Association, but was Titan to refuse. As for why it will be refused, that is of course, thousands of years ago to find people to give the pressure of the front. And finally by a quite famous blacksmiths came out to preside over the big picture. But the people don't know is that in fact, that person is a person of the Palace of the Martial Souls. As for the Martial Spirit Hall, Gangxiong City Main Hall Master also changed from the original Miles Bishop to the person of the Offering Hall with the help of Chitaru. In 1,000 ancient with the front of the arrangement of it's not too much to ask about the matter of the city of Gangxiong. Gradually those blacksmiths are no longer so disgusted with the Palace of the Martial Spirit. But they do not know is that the current president of the Blacksmith Association is the Palace of the Martial Spirit of the people. So far Gangxiong City has actually been controlled by the Palace of Martial Spirit. Bibi Dong had wanted to ask the reason after learning about this. But in the end, after Chidori flowed out of the face, Bibi Dong did not say anything more. As for the Titan, 1,000 ancient container blade, in order to not let him interfere with his plans, is also arranged for the Palace of Martial Souls of the Strong Surveillance. The Titan in the detection in order to their own and the force of one of the clan is also pretending to do not know. Continue to live their own days. In a few months' time Shen Guhan Feng had also long gotten the 500 sets of hidden weapons and distributed them to the Heavenly Awakening Army. And the 7 treasures glazed clan is also not in the original as in the hands of Tang 3 to buy dark weapons. After all, Chigu Hanfeng thinks 7 treasures glazed clan now is not the side of the Palace of Martial Souls. Can't let its strength is too strong. Chapter 37, Soul Master Competition. First Battle. During this period, Ning Fengji also came to see Ning Rongrong. At the same time, Changdo Hanfeng explicitly as the Crown Prince's best friend, and Ning Fengji as the Crown Prince's teacher. In the identity of the influence of Changdo Hanfeng and Ning Fengji also familiar with a lot. During the period Ning Fengji after Ning Rongrong show dark weapon also said to Tang San want to buy dark weapon. Finally Tang San said before promised others will not sell dark weapon to others. But Tang San said in the future if there is a new dark weapon will give priority to consider the 7 treasures glazed sect. Ning Fengji see this as also did not say anything more. Because there is no help of immortal grass. Shrek 7 monsters level were 46 levels of the ancient Han Feng. Dai Mubai 41, Tang San 37, Oscar 35, Ning Rongrong 34, Chu Zhuqing 33, Ma Hongjun 33. P.S. Here is the author according to the original minus the immortal grass plus the soul power of their own fabrication of a rough. Do not have to pay too much attention to, as long as you remember that in addition to the protagonist and Daimubai are Soul Zun on the right. Today, Thousand Ancient contained Front and the usual daily lead Shrek 6 people for training. Just when the crowd training just ended, a stout man came to the crowd and said, Master and Dean Have is looking for you guys to go over. The crowd followed the man to a classroom. Teacher, is there something you're looking for us for? Tang San opened his mouth and asked. It's like this. As you all know, the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy competition is about to begin and you're going to be representing the academy. The main reason I'm looking for you guys today is to explain the rules of the competition and then to get to know your new team members. Grandmaster explained. Tyrone and the others will be fighting with you as your replacements. Tyrone, you guys come and introduce yourselves. My name is Tyrone. Martial Soul Herculean Gorilla. Level 38 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Zone. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. My name is Huang Yuan. Martial Soul Lone Wolf. Level 35 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Zone. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. My name is Jingling. Martial Soul Skeleton. Level 35 Sensitive Attack System Battle Soul Zone. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. My name is Jiangzhu. Martial Soul Healing Scepter. Level 35 Healing Artifact Soul Zone. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. For people in the introduction after the Thousand Ancient containing Fong and other people also opened their mouths to do a little in my introduction. Okay, I'll explain the rules of the tournament. The tournament is mainly divided into the qualifying round, the promotion round and the grand final. The preliminaries are the 7-on-7 group battle that you are most familiar with 15 teams competing for the advancement match, also known as the ranking match, adopts a 1-on-1 ring match, with 1 to 15 ranked at the end, and the teams participating in the finals will be 33 teams, consisting of 15 advancement teams and 1 guaranteed team from our Heavenly Dipper Empire, 15 advancement teams and 1 guaranteed team from the Star Luo Empire, as well as 1 guaranteed team from Martial Spirit Hall, 1 guaranteed team, and 1 guaranteed team from the Martial Spirit Hall. The finals are based on a knockout system. In each round, there would be a few teams that would take a turn. In the first round, the empty rounds would be the 3-seeded teams. The other 30 teams would compete against each other, and the winning 15 teams would participate in the next round. In the second round, counting the 3-seeded teams, there would be a total of 18. At this point, of the remaining teams, the 2 teams that ranked high in the advancement round would take a turn. 8 of the remaining 16 teams were decided to enter the third round. There would only be 10 teams left in the third round, and it would still be the 2 teams that ranked high in the ranking round that would take a turn. Teams that had already had their turn would not have a second turn. After the third round, the remaining teams would be 6. That is, the final 6 teams of the tournament. At this point, there will be no more empty rounds. In the fourth round, the 6 teams will draw lots and compete against each other. The top 3 teams will be decided. In order to be fair, the final ranking of the top 3 teams will be determined by 2 ways of competition, group battle and individual elimination battle. First of all, the individual elimination battle is the same system as the promotion tournament. The 3 teams fought in a ring style. Each side sent 7 players, taking turns on the court. The loser was eliminated, and the winner continued to face the next opponent, until all the cadets from the other 2 academies were eliminated. The one with the winner would advance directly. The other 2 academies engage in a regimental battle to determine the other advancing name, and play the final regimental final against the team that previously advanced through the individual elimination tournament. Grandmaster explained. Then there are a few things to note. No one may be hurt or killed during the match. Only the food or healing soul masters on the field have the power to replenish their team members. And there is also the rule of not using any weapons outside of the non-martial souls. So the concealed weapons you made for Junior cannot be used. In addition, in order to save strength preliminaries unless compelled, Mo Fong and Rong Rong do not go on the field. Tyrone, Huang Yuan, Jingling and Jiang Zhu, you 4 preliminaries are certain to go on the field. The remaining 3 by your own decision. Well, this is all I have to say. From tomorrow onwards, Tyrone, you 4 will train with them. The specifics of Mo Fong, you make your own arrangements. 3 days later, the qualifiers officially began. Originally, Flanders still intends to let the crowd pass the difficult to speak of clothes. And finally, Chigu Hanfong, in order not to wear the clothes, gave Flanders a sum of money. Flanders and the money after the natural is no reason to let the crowd pass the clothes. And finally, Chigu Hanfong looked for craftsmen to customize the uniforms for all the people. Not much in the request of Flanders is still mainly in the green, but in the design of the craftsman, but also there is a different kind of beauty. After a series of tedious processes, the competition is also officially started. First round of the qualifiers, Sanhua Academy vs Purple Star Academy. First round of the qualifiers, Tiandou Royal Academy vs Shrek Academy. Unsurprisingly, Shrek's first opponent is the unlucky Tiandou 2 team, and in the end the Shrek crowd decides that Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Tyrone, Huang Yuan, Jingling and Jiangzhu are the 7 who will fight. 14 people came to the competition stage. As the host announced the start of the match after Tang San also launched the first soul skill, Blue Silver Winding, restricted the 7 people of the second team of Tiandou. Then Dai Mubai launched the fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower, towards the 7 people attacked, but because the strength of the 2 and the original has a large gap, which also led to the Skydo 2 team of 7 people in the success of Tang San's restrictions to avoid a lot of incoming attacks. But in the end the cooperation of Tang San and others managed to take down the game, although not as shocking as the original one. But because there is no longer the influence of ugly uniforms is also still on the stage of the audience produced a not inconsiderable shock. After all, although one side is not the Skydo the Royal Academy's main team, but after all, from the famous Tiandou Royal Academy, and the other side of the Shrek Academy is unknown, the effect of the two relative comparison can be imagined. Chapter 38 Distraction Control, Special Rules. Because there was no immortal grass additive crowd attack was still enough to do what the crowd of Tiandou second team. So even if the teacher of Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy wanted to make trouble, he couldn't find a reason to do so, and the match ended smoothly. The crowd walked out of the Great Soul Fighting Arena and were about to return to the academy when a voice came. Wrong. The person who came was none other than Ning Fengji. Hearing a familiar voice, Ning Rongrong excitedly ran into her father's arms and said, "Dad, Uncle Ning." Thousand Ancient Container Foam also greeted Ning Fengji politely when he saw him. Seeing that Oscar's expression was a bit unnatural, Qian Gu Hanfeng patted Oscar's shoulder before whispering in his ear, "Go ahead and say hello." Oscar sniffed and also went up to greet Ning Fengji, and the Shrek crowd also went up to greet him when they saw this. After seeing Ning Fengji, the Grandmaster came to his side and said, "Sect Master Ning, I wonder if I could take a moment to speak. It's natural for a Grandmaster to be invited." Ning said politely in a windy manner. "It just so happens that everyone is here today, so I'll be the host to celebrate everyone's first victory." Then Ning Fengji led the crowd together to a hotel. In addition to Oscar in the room, Shrek people faced that sumptuous dishes is also to reveal a happy expression. But the room is missing 3 people, respectively, Ning Fengji, Yu Xiaojiang and thousands of ancient Huanfeng. Ning Fengji and Yu Xiaojiang in the next room to talk about something, and thousands of ancient Huanfeng was Ning Fengji told Shuqinghe in the upstairs waiting for him, and then came to the upper floors. Inside Ning Fengji and Yu Xiaojiang's private room, "Sect Master Ning, I have a favor to ask?" Yu Xiaojiang said. "I wonder what the master is asking for." "I want to seek that distraction control method for my disciple." Grandmaster is talking about Tang San, right? I think Grandmaster should know that the method of distraction control, although it's not an unspoken secret, but it's also not something that anyone can learn. Without the immortal herb and dark weapon, Ning Fengji didn't have any good feelings towards Tang San, so he didn't immediately agree. Yu Xiaojiang revealed a tangled expression at his words, then spoke. "Does Sect Master Ning know who Junior's father is? Tang San's father?" Ning Fengji sniffed and also fell into thought. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang called over to Tang San, then said, "Xiao San, show your second martial soul to Clan Master Ning." Tang San sniffed, though he was puzzled, but after hesitating for a moment he also called out the Haotian Hammer martial soul. "This is the Haotian Hammer. Twin martial souls? Blue silver grass plus the Haotian Hammer. Could it be that person's son?" Ning Fengji said after seeing the Haotian Hammer. "Since Ning Fengji has guessed it, I wonder about that distraction control method. It would be fine if it was his son." "Sect Master Ning, do you recognize my father? I wonder how he is now." He hadn't seen his father since he saw Tang Hao being injured by Green Luan Doloa and Light Plume Doloa before. He was very worried about him. "I don't know about that, but someone might. Please also inform Ning Fengji." "That's just it. Come with me," Ning Fengji said after thinking for a moment. Tang San sniffed and didn't immediately follow but looked at Yu Xiaojiang, who nodded and said, "Go." Ning Fengji then brought Tang San to a room and knocked on the door, saying, "Qinghe, it's me." Then a servant opened the door to the room and welcomed the two in. At this time there were 2 other people in the room besides the servant. "Qinghe, this is Tang San. You should have heard of him as well," Ning Fengji introduced. "Junior, I won't say much about him, Feng. This is Tiandou Prince Shuqinghe. If you want to know about your father's situation you can ask him." "Teacher, I wonder who this Tang San's father is." Tang 3 would have liked to open but thought of Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts is still and looked after it is also is not open. Thousand Rinxue pretending to be Snow Qinghe found Tang 3's action opened. "If even their own teammates do not trust the little friend that way to believe in me?" Tang San sniffed and tangled for a moment before saying, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, my father Tang Hao, Hao Tian Doluo, Tang Hao." "Exactly. Then I wonder what little friend Tang San would like to know. I wonder if your Royal Highness could know how my father's is now. Recent intelligence indicates that its last appearance was within the Star Do Great Forest. I don't know the specifics." Qian Guhan Feng naturally told Qian Rinxue about meeting Tang Hao in the Star Do Great Forest, but how could Qian Rinxue tell Tang San all about it? Then after some conversation between the people, Ningfengji took out a book and gave it to Tang San. Little San. This is that distraction control method. Thousands of ancient with the front to see the situation is also did not say anything more. That distraction control method, although good, can not only 7 treasure Lulazong will. After all, to the bottom of the palace of the martial spirit want to pull together the 7 treasure Lulazong people alive to let a person undercover into the 7 treasure Lulazong is not a difficult thing. Before in the hall of the interior of the book pavilion they have also seen. They have also learnt. Finally the crowd Qian Guhan Feng is also in Tang San back to the Shrek crowd within the BB. After eating some food the crowd is also intended to return to the academy. Just after leaving the hotel Chi Guhan Feng came to Oscar's side and whispered, Xiao Ao, come with me, I have something to say to you. Although Oscar is a little confused, but also still follow the 1000 ancient Huanfeng. Other people see the situation as also did not say anything. Although Oscar and the 1000 ancient Huanfeng acquaintance is not the earliest, but the crowd of Oscar and the 1000 ancient Huanfeng relationship is the best. Chen Guhan Feng brought Oscar to the place where he lived, and after finding a place to sit down in the courtyard Chen Guhan Feng spoke. Worried that you're not good enough for Rong Rong? You see? Oscar said in frustration. Your talent is very good. It can be said that Shrek 7 monsters in addition to me and Xiao San your talent is the best one. If you want to join the 7 treasures Liuli sect Uncle Ning will certainly agree. But do you know the 7 treasures Liuli sect a special rule? What rules? The spouse of a direct disciple must be a combat lineage soul master to ensure that they have the ability to protect them. And if they are to be with a non-combat lineage soul master then they must join forces to defeat a sealed Doluo. And the opponent if you two will most likely be a sword Doluo or a bone Doluo. Oscar fell into thought as he sniffed. And 1000 ancient containment front saw this and spoke again. But I have a way that might be able to give you the power to fight. Really? As long as you can tell me afterward this life of mine is yours. Oscar sniffed excitedly. What if I say that after following me you might be on the opposite side of Shrek and even the 7 treasures glazed sect? Oscar sniffed in thought. Then asked. What about Rong Rong? Aren't you guys close? I can promise you in the future if it really comes to that I won't hurt Rong Rong or Uncle Ning. Can you tell me what this is about? Oscar asked. Chapter 39, Collecting Oscar. Elephant Armor Academy. Reason? Before I say the reason I want to ask you, what kind of organization do you think the Palace of Martial Souls is? 1000 Ancient Contained Frontier asked. Martial Soul Hall? Although there are a lot of bad things about the Martial Soul Hall right now, I've heard from many people before that the Martial Soul Hall used to be an organization that benefited the continent, awakening martial souls for civilians, and also giving out subsidies to low-ranked soul masters. Hearing Oscar's words Qian Guhan Feng is also no surprise. The original Shrek 7 monsters in Oscar and Ma Hongjun and the Palace of Martial Souls have no conflict of interest and hatred between the last and the Palace of Martial Souls hostile or because of other people's reasons. And then Qian Guhan Feng once again opened his mouth and said, that to let you become the Palace of Martial Souls and the enemy for the sake of other people, will you agree? No. After all, the Martial Soul Hall has been kind to me after all. I'd like you to keep what you say next to secret, or your life may be in danger. Oscar sniffed without speaking and nodded. 1000 Ancient Contained Front saw this and spoke again. You should be able to tell that my identity isn't simple. In fact it's not just me. Apart from you and Ma Hongjun, Tang San and Daimubai, their identities aren't simple. Are you saying that besides Fatty and I all have other identities? Seeing 1000 Ancient Containing Blade address other instance, the tone of his voice couldn't help but be serious. Yes. Ning Rongrong is the 7 treasure glazed sex young sect master you already know, Star Luo Empire. Dai's surname is an imperial surname. And Daimubai is the Star Luo Empire's 3rd prince. As for Zhu Zhuqing, who is from the Star Luo noble Zhu family, and also Daimubai's fiancé, then where do you think the Tang surname would come from? Tang surname? You mean Tang San is from the Haotian sect? That's right, Tang San, son of current Haotian Doluwa Tang Hao, dual-born martial souls, blue silver grass and Haotian hammer. After the words Oscar was also in deep thought. 1000 Ancient Contained Front saw this and opened his mouth again. Tang Hao in the past for the 100,000-year-old soul beast blue silver emperor seriously injured the former pope, making him die untreated. But that transformed 100,000-year-old soul beast was also forced to be sacrificed. And some time ago Tang Hao was also seriously injured by the people of the Palace of the Martial Soul. So Tang San and Tang Hao, in order to be sure that will be in the opposite side of the Palace of the Martial Soul, and the 7 treasures Liuli sect and the Xinglua Empire will most likely be on the opposite side of the Martial Soul Hall in the future as well. It's impossible for me to be on the opposite side of the Martial Soul Hall for them. So what about your choice? After saying so much, Oscar also understood that the identity of Chango Hanfeng was not as simple as it appeared to be, and the other party's purpose should be to try to pull him in. Then spoke. If I choose to join you in the future, you really won't hurt Rongrong? I can guarantee it with you. As for the 7 treasure glazed sect, I can't. I promise you. But in the future if you wanna hurt Rong, please step over my dead body first. Thousand Ancient Containment Front smiled bitterly in his heart as he smiled. Worthy of being a love continent but still opened his mouth and said, good. As for the way to let you gain combat power we'll have to say a kind of soul beast. What soul beast? Oscar said excitedly. There is an extremely rare soul beast called the Mirror Shadow Beast, whose ability is still copying. So the soul skill that its soul ring gives you will most likely be a copy as well. Oscar sniffed and also understood what Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts meant. The martial soul did not have the ability to attack, then it could only start from the soul skill. Copying the ability was indeed a way to do it, and then opened his mouth and said, do you know where there is a Mirror Shadow Beast? Thousand Ancient Containment Frontier shook his head and said, I don't really know, but I will arrange for someone to help you go forward to look for it, and if it's suitable I'll arrange for someone to take you forward to hunt it. Thanks. Oscar didn't say much, just thanked him. Alright, the next thing you need to do is to cultivate well. As for my identity, when the time comes you will naturally know. Tonight you will rest here. You can also live here in the future if you want to. If I live here, can you teach me to practice with a sword? You want to copy my ability now? But my martial soul is rather more special. I can't guarantee that I can succeed. If you're not afraid you can naturally. That would be a pleasure. Take him to pick a room. He can freely come and go here in the future. Xian Guhan Feng said to the servants on the side. The people here come to the Hall of Offerings. Xian Guhan Feng is naturally not afraid of them to say today's matter out. On the second day, the ancient Han Feng also Oscar came to the Soul Master competition site. Today their opponent is also the same as the original. Is the Elephant Armor College? Because Oscar's third soul skill is no longer flying. So in order to ensure that can be successfully promoted or decided to let the ancient Han Feng to fight. Finally decided by the ancient Huanfeng, Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tang San, Zheng Zhu 7 people to fight. After the match started the 7 people of Elephant Armor Academy still used defensive tactics. Shen Guhan Feng saw this and said to Tang San, Shao San, Po, fatty cover, Mubai Zhuqing, whether you can win or not depends on you guys. Words after Ma Hongjun flew into the air to use the flame to interfere with each other. Distracting them, Tang 3 is also with the blue silver grass to build a ramp. Thousands of ancient containing sharp with the ramp to the control to use the shattered gold falling feather chop to break a gap. Came to the Elephant Armor College between the 7 people. With the superb knife and Tang 3 Ma Hongjuan's interference and opponents to fight with the to have back. Can understand people with you to see out of time long Shrek will lose undoubtedly. Just in the crowd think Shrek lost when a giant tiger joined the fight. That's right. In the end, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing succeeded in making a martial arts soul fusion technique. Summoned the underworld white tiger. Xian Gu Hanfeng see this is also slightly strengthened a little attack. That's right. Xian Gu Hanfeng know that now did not use the full force of even the second soul skills and the fourth soul skills have not been used. In the end, by virtue of the Chen Gu Hanfeng and the underworld white tiger's strong attack, Shrek still won the match victory. Although Chen Gu Hanfeng did not use full force, but with the strong attack ability and soul ring configuration or shocked a lot of people. Because they do not know the age of Qian Gu Hanfeng, their soul power level of Qian Gu Hanfeng is for too much surprise. If they let them know the age of Qian Gu Hanfeng will only be more surprised. After getting off the stage, Yu Xiaojiang went up and asked, why don't you use the fourth soul skill? Mubai and Zhu Qing's martial soul fusion skill is our bottom card. What if we use it now for the rest of the match? Thousand Ancient Huanfeng sniffed in a bad mood. My fourth soul skill will consume a lot of soul power. Even if my fourth soul skill can break the opponent's defense after Shao San, they can guarantee to take the match. As for the bottom card, if we lose there is still the next match? Words after Chang'e Hanfeng went toward the viewing platform. Ning Rongrong and Oscar is also followed up. The other although stayed down but also for there to say anything but open mouth to say anything. A long time to get along with down. The crowd has also found that Yu Xiaojiang a lot of places and not like the outside world rumors of that powerful. And also always think that. As for the Chang'e Hanfeng, money is also polite, who will hate it. If it is not Yu Xiaojiang as a teacher they may also in Thousand Ancient Huanfeng they go. As for Ning Rongrong originally in Thousand Ancient Huanfeng good relations. As for the 7 treasures glazed clan to pull together Yu Xiaojiang, is also impossible, although Yu Xiaojiang is very smart but Ning Fengji is not bad. And after all, Yu Xiaojiang is from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. And Oscar like Ning Rongrong crowd is also known. Chapter 40, The Year of Misery. The wind smiles at heaven's enlightenment. On the viewing platform, Ning Fengji was talking to the Snowy Knight Great Emperor about something. How good it would be if this Li Mofeng was in my Heavenly Dipper Royal Soul Master Academy. The Snowy Knight Great Emperor lamented. Your Majesty doesn't know. This Li Mofeng was originally planning to head to the Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy. Ning Fengji said. Oh, what does Sect Master Ning mean by that? Ning Fengji then told Snowy Knight about how Shrek's crowd had planned to defect to the Heavenly Dipper Royal Soul Master Academy but had been driven away by Avalanche and Snowstar. What a snow avalanche and Snowstar! Don't they know that with that Liam Ofeng's talent it is highly likely that he will become a sealed Dolua level powerhouse in the future? I just hope that he won't have any thoughts about my Tiandou Empire. That's not something your majesty needs to worry about. That Liam Ofeng's eldest uncle is Li Changfeng. Is it that Soul Dolua Li Changfeng that Qinghe has pulled together? Exactly. And Liam Ofeng and Changhe are close friends. If only Snow Avalanche could be as understanding as Qinghe. In contrast to the two, Snowy Knight couldn't help but view Snow Avalanche and Snowy Qinghe with a more pronounced attitude. After watching the match for a while, Chen Guhanfeng said to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, "I'll go back first. You guys keep watching." Ning Rongrong had wanted to leave with Shiger Henyuanfeng, but when he turned his head, Shiger Henyuanfeng was already far away, and Shiger Henyuanfeng said in a voice that only he could hear as he passed Oscar's side, "Here's your chance." Oscar sniffed and felt even more favorable and belonging to Shiger Containment Front. Xian Guhanfeng always felt that someone was following him on the way back to his residence. After thinking for a while, he secretly said, "Could it be that then Nian is planning to make a move on me? I'd like to see what he can do to me." Afterwards, Shen Guhanfeng walked towards a road with fewer people. After sensing the change as Chi Gu Henyuanfeng spoke, "Come out." After the words, a person stepped out from the shadows and then spoke, "Worthy of being Shrek Academy's most outstanding disciple. Your vigilance is indeed very strong. Unfortunately, you discovered it too late." This person was none other than Shiren Yan. "What makes you so sure that you can take me down?" Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts said in a flat tone. "Ha ha ha, I admit that your strength isn't bad, but you don't really think that you can defeat a soul saint. It's true that I may not be able to beat you, but do it, Grandpa Lightning." When Yan heard the words, also cannot help but raise the spirit, and then catalyzed the spiritual power of the surrounding sense up, but found that in their own sensory range and no strong people, but also put down the vigilance of the heart. "Ha ha ha, you are still exactly interesting. Almost scared me, but the surroundings simply for there." When the year words have not finished, an ice blue arrow penetrated his heart. "No one? That's just you being too much of a vegetable." Thousands of Ancient Fronts teased. After the words, Tokunin slowly fell to the ground with a surprised expression. With Toki no Nin's death as the environment also returned to normal, Thousand Ancient Container Fronts came to Toki Nin's corpse and took out Kiku Dolua's specially made corpse transforming powder and sprinkled it onto Toki Nin's corpse, which was then corroded with a ripe reed that was visible to the naked eye. After Shiren Yan's body was corroded, there was only a piece of gemstone skull that emitted light. Just as Thousand Ancient Huan Feng just wanted to go up and collect that piece of soul bone, a familiar voice rang out and said, "Hey, Huan Feng kid is lucky ah." He also gave away a piece of head soul bone. Thousand Ancient Han Yufeng picked up the head soul bone and then threw it to Light Plume Dolua before saying, "If Toki Nian is dead, then how can Song Hui Academy be better off?" Light Plume Dolua replied after receiving the piece of head soul bone, "You kid really holds a grudge." Thousand Ancient Han Yufeng sniffed and didn't open his mouth again. This was after all Heavenly Dipper City, and it was still inappropriate for himself and Light Plume Dolua to say much in order to hide their identities. Light Plume Dolua also didn't say anything more and returned to the shadows. Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier certainly wasn't holding a grudge. And as for Song Hui Academy, it was entirely because they didn't want to face that 7-bit 1 martial soul fusion technique. At noon on the second day, a shocking piece of news came out from the Martial Soul Palace and the Heavenly Dipper Empire. Song Hui Academy's teacher, Shiren Yan, intends to kill the contestants of the Soul Master competition, and notice is hereby given to disqualify Song Hui Academy from the competition as a form of punishment. Under the arrangement of Qinghuan Dolua and Shui Qinghe, Song Hui Academy was directly disqualified from the competition. And after this incident, Song Hui Academy's future student population and faculty strength would be affected in no small way. The Snowy Knight Emperor didn't say much after learning about this and acquiesced to Shui Qinghe's behavior. Shrek Academy's opponent today is Blazing Fire Academy. And to ensure that Shrek's lineup is the same as yesterday, Thousand Ancient Hidden Frontier suppressed Fire Dance in a crushing manner, while Fire Wushwan was being held back by Dai Mubai. And in the end, with Tang San and Thousand Ancient Hidden Frontier covering them, the crowd of Blazing Flame Academy was slowly knocked off the tournament stage by Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. Seeing this, Fire Dance spoke. "Humph, I admit that you are strong, but I am not weak either." But Fire Dance turned around only to find that his teammates had all been knocked off the tournament stage and it was only himself and Fire Wushwan. In the end, Fire Dance still used the melting ring, but in the end, he still lost the match. After the match was over, the crowd walked off the stage. After the match, Fire Dance came to Thousand Ancient Blades and said, "I won't be out to you next time. You're always welcome if you're not afraid." Just as Chen Guhanfeng was planning to leave, a teenager dressed in green came to Chen Guhanfeng's side and said, "You're a good opponent, but don't blame me for being impolite if you have any ill intentions towards Fire Dance." This person was none other than Feng Xiaotian. Is it worth it for a woman? With your talent cultivating hard now, your soul power should be more than that. As you said, you are a good opponent. But the current you is not the strongest state. After the words, Qian Guhan Feng did not stop and left the great soul fighting arena, but stopped thousands of years of ancient containing the words of Feng Xiaotian froze in place. At night, Feng Xiaotian lay on his bed but couldn't sleep. His mind was filled with the words spoken by the white man of thousand ancient contained fronts, and in his heart he still thought from time to time, yes, with my talent my soul power should be more than that. On the second day, because Shanghai Academy was disqualified, Shrek's opponent was only a small academy, so Qiangu Xianfeng also did not go on the field, and Ning Rongrong and Oscar watched the other academy's matches, and after Shrek's matches were over the three people also intended to leave. Upon arriving at the entrance of the great soul fighting arena, Feng Xiaotian came to the side of thousand ancient containing blade and said, "Thanks for the mention yesterday, and then I hope to have a fair duel with you." Thousand ancient hidden fronts sniffed and said, "Feel free to do so at any time," and then left with Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The three of them arrived at the residence of thousand ancient hidden blades, where Oscar practiced his sword techniques under the guidance of thousand ancient hidden blades while Ning Rongrong watched the two of them from under a tree. Chapter 41, Interception on the Road. Kiku Ghost Doluwa. The next time Shrek still got the place to participate in the finals without any danger. In the thought of Bibi Dong may still be for the arrangement of the Palace of Martial Souls of the Strong to intercept and kill the participation of the college students. Qiangu Hanfeng did not intend to stop. After all, this is the Bibidong's decision. Bibidong's reputation the worse both for Qian Rinxue or their own future will be. Bibi Dong will pull down the position of the Pope to take over the Palace of Martial Souls is the more advantageous. However, for the safety of their own people, Chen Guhan Feng found Flanders said that the family arranged a carriage will not travel with the college crowd. Flanders wanted to refuse, but in the end, Chen Guhan Feng said that it was the arrangement of the crown prince or agreed to it. In the end, Chen Guhan Feng told Ning Rongrong and Oscar Peer after finding Yi Ling Ling signaled its peer. After Chen Guhan Feng and Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy's lead teacher's conversation, Qian Guhan Feng brought the three people to the Tiandou Palace. After expressing the intention with Qian Rinxue did not refuse to arrange a carriage for the four people, near the departure of the participating colleges to send off the Snow Knight Emperor to see the royal family representatives of the procession more than a carriage to ask the minister in charge of the carriage of the people inside the carriages to Qian Rinxue pretending to be Xueqinghe expressed affirmation. After all, the Seven Treasures Liuli sect and Li Chengfeng is the strongest two forces within the current days of the Empire of the Strongest. As for Blue Electricity Overlord Dragon sect Xue Knight always wary of. After all, neutral is a wall that may fall at any time. As for the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect Xue Knight always hold vigilance. After all, neutrality is to put it bluntly is a wallflower that may fall at any time. Because it is not sure if that heartless person from Bibi Dong will make a move against himself in order not to expose his identity to let Li Chengfeng accompany him. When the caravan arrived at the valley that was the necessary route to Martial Soul City, the people from the Martial Soul Hall still came to intercept the participants as they did in the original story. Because of the ancient four people in the carriage and the royal team and Li Chengfeng's protection where it is not big, and the Palace of Martial Souls of the Strong are arranged to go against the Shrek Academy. So Li Chengfeng's strength to deal with the Palace of Martial Souls of the people is still more than enough, but after all, it is the Palace of Martial Souls of the people. Li Chengfeng is not under the killers, just to see those who knocked out on the ground. And so those who woke up since they will leave. As for the other side of the Shrek crowd will not be so lucky, as the main target of the Palace of Souls Strong plus the absence of Zhao Wuji's reason is just barely self-preservation. As for Flanders and Lu Erlong and other Shrek Academy teachers are more or less injured. When he had just breathed a sigh of relief after repelling the intercepting men from the Palace of Martial Souls, a feminine voice rang out, "It's not bad to be the Golden Iron Triangle. Your strength is really not bad." Flanders and others heard immediately re-alerted. But after seeing the voice of the person surrounded by those soul rings, a heart instantly fell to the bottom. But in the thought of trainees behind them or full-power martial arts fusion technology to meet the Ju Doluwa. But because of the immortal antler Tong Tianju's reason, Ju Doluwa's strength exceeded the original by many. Although it cannot be taken down in the short term, the Golden Iron Triangle. But a full-power Golden Iron Triangle is unable to help Tang San and others. But Ju Doluwa is always entangled with the Golden Iron Triangle. The Golden Iron Triangle is the only way to help Tang San and others. Iron Triangle is unable to help Tang San and others, but Ju Doluwa has been entangled with the Golden Iron Triangle. Seeing this, Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier also resounded with the famous saying, "Villains die from too many words," and finally thought in his heart, after all, he is still too arrogant, destined to not achieve great things. In that case, don't blame me for taking you to Bibi Dong. Ju Doluwa was still tangling with the Golden Iron Triangle. Tang San and the others were relieved to see that no one had made a move against them. But they also realized that although no one had made a move against them, They also realized that the golden iron triangle was gradually getting the disadvantage. The crowd was anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Just then a low and shadowy voice sounded behind Tang San and the others. "There's no one who can help you now." The person who spoke out was none other than Ghost Douro. Tang San and the others heard this and knew that it was not good. Just as everyone was anxious, Tang San spoke. "Quick! The only ones who can help us now are Mo Feng and the others." When the crowd heard this, they also looked in the direction of Qian Guhan Feng, and after discovering that Qian Guhan Feng, who had not suffered much under the protection of the royal guards, and Li Cheng Feng, also immediately ran in their direction. The crowd had just run out a few steps after a black silhouette slowly appeared in the place where they had just been and then spoke. "Did I let you go?" Fourth soul skill, Ghost Shadow. Then saw a black shadow fly out from the black silhouette's hands, then turned into a silhouette and attacked Tang San and the others. In that a black silhouette immediately want to attack to Tang San and others when countless flying swords from afar will be those black shadows dispersed. Thousands of ancient Huanfeng see the situation, understand as the sword Douro and Ning Fengji rushed to. After a little thought, thousands of ancient Huanfeng and Li Chengfeng's ear whispered to the Ju Douro and the ghosts of the Douro voice. P.S. This article said only Soul Saint and above can pass sound. Just as Sword Douro and Ning Fengji arrived at the battlefield, before they even opened their mouths they heard Ju Douro open his mouth and say, "Star Luo Empire Haotian sect belongs to, withdraw," and then saw the powerful men of the Palace of Martial Souls leave along with Ju Douro. Tiandou Empire. 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. It is fate to meet again. When my Haotian sect comes out is when Star Luo Empire unifies the continent. After that, Ghost Douro split out countless black shadows and wrapped up the people of Martial Soul Hall who were knocked out by Li Chengfeng and died or were injured in battle and then left. Originally a Ghost Douro's strength is not able to take the Martial Soul Hall crowd away, but last time the Ice and Fire 2 Ice tripped Ju Douro privately for his old partner to stay as suitable for his immortal grass. A kind of growth in the shadows, only cannot be irradiated by light, can be grown in the place, known as the Flower of Death of the Immortal. On the Dark Class attribute Martial Soul Master have miraculous effect. Ju Douro also found it next to a puddle inside a small crypt when he was dealing with Dokubo's corpse, so Thousand Gu Hanfeng and Light Plume Douro didn't know about it. Ghost Douro also found Shigu Huanfeng to express his gratitude after obtaining that bead of immortal products, and Shigu Huanfeng also guessed Ju Douro's small mind, but Shigu Huanfeng also just said, "I hope that you and Shigu Huanfeng can understand whose Martial Soul Hall is the Martial Soul Hall." After Ghost Douro talked to Ju Douro, the two of them also understood that Qian Gu Hanfeng was knocking or warning them that the Martial Spirit Hall was not Bibidong's, but a temple of worship, and that it was the Qian families. They wanted them to understand who they should be loyal to. I hope they understand who they should be loyal to. That bead Nightflowers is also the Ghost Douro's martial spirit to evolve, so that it can be the palace of souls of the people to take away. As for the Chrysanthemum Douro and the absorption of the strange antler Tong Tian chrysanthemum on the body of the feminine gas has ceased to exist. As to why the speech is still feminine, soft Shigu Hanfeng guessed that it is he used to it, but Shigu Hanfeng is not concerned about it, said that this is quite good, if not this may not get used to it. Chapter 42, Returning to the Palace of Martial Souls. Semi-final finish. After the people from the Martial Soul Hall left, Sword Douro and Ning Fengji also came to Thousand Gu Huanfeng and Ning Rongrong's side. Rongrong, how is it? Are you injured? Sword Douro asked. Grandpa Sword, I'm fine, thanks to Uncle Changfeng and these royal guards. Ning Rongrong replied, Thank you, Your Excellency. If there is a need in the future, Ning will definitely help. Ning Fengji said to Li Chengfeng, You're welcome, Sect Master Ning. After the words, Li Chengfeng went to the side pretending to recover his soul power for fear of losing his words. Ning Fengji didn't say much when he saw this, but it was strange to see that there wasn't much blood around. Qian Rinxue saw Ning Fengji surveying the surroundings was also found around the bloodstains and other places think must seem very strange. So also with Ning Fengji conversation interrupted its thinking. Teacher, fortunately you and the Sword Douro to come, otherwise this time also do not know how many people will be killed. Qinghe, I observe that blood is very sparse around you here. I wonder why? Ning Fengji asked. I don't know. There aren't many soul masters who attacked us, and they are all low-level soul masters. Maybe because I'm the Heavenly Dipper Prince doesn't dare to take a shot at me. One couldn't say that these royal guards and Li Chengfeng were all their own people who wouldn't lay a hand on them. Just now I struck out at what seemed to be the Martial Soul Hall's Ju Ghost Douro, yet it was said that it was someone from the Star Luo and Haotian sect. When we are little cuties, Sword Douro said angrily. Uncle Jian, just take a look at the academy students as, we know but they don't, said Ning Fengji. Thousands of ancient Han Feng heard in the heart thought, no losses Ning Fengji. If not the martial soul limit to Ning Fengji's means of the continent's first clan is really not good to say. The words of Ju Ghost Douro are naturally the voice of Li Chengfeng, a man of Thousand Gu Hanfeng, who initially thought the same thing as Ning Fengji, but his real intention is to let the Palace of the Martial Souls have an excuse to star Luo and Haotian sect. Finally, in the Sword de Luo and Ningfengji, accompanied by the crowd, successfully came to the camp prepared by the Palace of Martial Souls. But because there is no longer the protection of Dokubo, in addition to the crowd of thousands of ancient Huanfeng more or less injured, some colleges also appeared to be dead. Thousands of ancient Huanfeng said that it was very good, so that Shrek can be successful in all the people to fall from the clouds. In the evening, Chen Guhanfeng said that he wanted to accompany Yi Lingling to look for her grandfather and then brought Yi Lingling back to the Hall of Enshrinement. After a burst of pleasantries between Shi Guhanfeng and all the offerings, he also surfaced his intention to add some color to the Soul Master competition, followed by Chitaru, who also sought out Bibi Dong and the Golden Generation. I wonder if it is supposed to be appropriate for the Grand Confessor to order us to come. The angelic aura of the Hall of Confessors made her feel bad. For her part, the three Jelena did not dare to breathe a word. Coronation Pope, this time you were invited here for the prize of that Soul Master competition? Oh, could it be that the Holy Sun pair also wants that soul bone? Bibidong's gaze made Qian Guhanfeng very uncomfortable, then opened his mouth. Pope coronation. All are people who understand. Who are those pieces of soul bones for everyone's understanding? This is Tang Hao's 2 pieces of soul bones and that blue silver emperor's soul bones. With these 3 pieces of soul bones as prizes, I think that Tang Hao will be very bad. So this time I want to let the Pope coronation be acted out by us. As payment I can tell the exchange coronation a piece of news about the 100,000-year-old soul beasts. As for the original 3 soul bones, they are at the exchange coronation's disposal. Deal. Bibi Dong also agreed after thinking for a while. She also knew that it was impossible for that 100,000-year-old soul bone to fall into her hands. It was not bad to get the news of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Star Dipper Great Forest Core Circle. 100,000-year-old soft bone charming rabbit and Titan giant ape. 1000 ancient containment front opened his mouth. Chen Guhanfeng then looked at the 3 Hulina people. 3 people, please cooperate with the 3 people in this play. What to say and what to take should be clear to the 3 of you. Hulina 3 people nodded. Although the 3 people are high-minded and proud generation, but they also know that there are some things cannot be decided by themselves. Although Bibi Dong was displeased, he did not say much and led the 3 out of the Hall of Offerings. The next few days, because the other colleges more or less have damage, so Shrek College is also smooth into the best of 3. But because of the 1000 ancient with the front of the point of the wind laughs at the sky no longer like the fire dance, so the Kamikaze College team and Blazing Fire College team is not merged. So in addition to the Shrek and the Palace of the Martial Souls, the last best of 3 places to let the Star Luo Royal Soul Division College get. Bibi Dong opened his mouth and said, this morning, it will be an individual elimination match with 7 people from each of your 3 teams. The last remaining team will take precedence. Tomorrow, they will directly enter the championship competition. The 2 losing teams will fight for the other final spot in the afternoon. Now, you may send out the first player on the field. Because of no Davis character High Proud not likely to surrender, so the master has also decided to directly give up the individual elimination match. Let the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy and Martial Spirit Hall mutual consumption. So the last is also decided by the 1000 ancient Huanfeng on the stage to draw lots. On the stage to draw lots, 1000 ancient Huanfeng with only 2 can hear the voice of the same up to draw lots of the evil moon. Said, wait a moment, we will directly give up the individual elimination match, and they'll be handed over to you guys. Evil Moon is also understand the meaning of Qian Guhanfeng on them to consume the strength of the Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy. The 3 of them on the stage stood after Qian Guhanfeng on the upper viewing platform of the Bibi Dong opened his mouth and said, Pope coronation. Our Shrek Academy team voluntarily give up the individual elimination match. Into the losers bracket. Bibi Dong spoke without expression. May. Just as 1000 ancient contained blade stepped off the stage and passed by Davis spoke. Coward. Not even having the courage to fight. 1000 ancient contained blade did not retort. Reality would tell them the price of arrogance. In the end, under the instructions of Qian Guhanfeng, Evil Moon and the other members of the Martial Soul Palace team were ruthless. Because it was an individual match, their martial soul fusion techniques could not be used, which led to the Star Luo Royal Soul Teacher Academy's team members suffered a lot of injuries. The Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy team also entered the losers bracket and Shrek to compete for the final place. But the injured Star Luo Royal Soul Master Academy team, even if they have a martial soul fusion technique and how to Shrek's opponent. After all, Shrek also has the Underworld White Tiger martial soul fusion technique. Seeing the end of the match to come to watch the battle, Yirinshin is also out to treat them. Davis saw this in his heart. It's the 9 hearts Doluwa Yirinshin. If I had known that he was in the Palace of the Martial Souls, I would have asked him to take a shot. 1000 ancient contained Frontier saw Davis's expression and opened his mouth to thank Yirinshin on the stage. Many thanks to Coronation 9 hearts. The others also opened their mouths to say thank you when they saw this. Thousands of ancient fronts contained spoke to Davis on his way to the stage. It's hard to be brave but not resourceful. Sugar contained Front's words infuriated Davis, but there was nothing the winner could say for himself. After getting off the stage, Yi Lingling brought Yi Renqin to the side of Thousand Gu Huanfeng. Seeing that the two of them had a good relationship, Yi Renqin was also very happy. Courageous and resourceful. Strength is not bad. He was very satisfied with his cheap grandson-in-law. Davis's face hardened at the sight. Chapter 43, Interview with the Pope. The finals begin. At night, the Pope's palace. Your Holiness, the Holy Son seeks an audience, said Kiku Dolua to Bibidong. Let him in. Bibidong said. I wonder what the Holy Son's late-night visit is about. Come see a play. Then without waiting for Bibidong to reply, he went behind a pillar and hid himself. Your Highness Pope, Jade Xiaojiang seeks an audience. Zhu Dolua once again came to report. Because there was no longer Dokubo's protection, Jade Xiaojiang did not go to the Palace of Martial Souls to look for Bibidong ahead of time as in the original. Tonight, Thousand Ancient Contained Blades found out that Jade Xiaojiang hid from the rest of the Shrek to look for Bibidong. So with his familiarity with the Palace of Martial Souls, he came to the Pope's palace one step ahead of time. Let him in. Bibidong was also reacting to what Thousand Gourds contained Front's so-called good show. What is the so-called matter? Although she knew that her affair with Yu Xiaojiang wasn't a secret, but Bibidong knew that words were not enough, so she didn't say anything more. Coronation of the Pope. I have come here to ask for something. Yu Xiaojiang also did not care about Bibidong's attitude. What is it? Coronation of the Pope. I would like to know. How did you get through that hard time with the twin-born martial soul in the first place? For that Tang San, right? Exactly. He has been following my cultivation for 7 or 8 years. Luckily, he possesses a dual-born martial soul just like yours. This child is exceptionally gifted, and I hope to be able to cultivate him into a strong generation. Why would you think I would help you? What good would it do me to raise a strong man who doesn't work for me, or maybe even with me? Bibidong said in a cold tone. I can assure you that if you are willing to tell me how you did it in the first place, this disciple of mine will never go against the martial soul palace in his life. Yu Xiaojiang said. Guarantee? What guarantee are you taking? If I'm not wrong, that Tang San should be the son of Tang Hao. Why do you think he'll listen to you? After all, not long ago Tang Hao was still being hunted down by the strongest members of my martial soul hall. You're not afraid that I'll die on the competition stage tomorrow if I know about that Tang San's talent. Bibidong, listen to me clearly. If anything happens to Tang San, then I will destroy the martial soul hall at all costs. I've been childless all my life. He's like a son to me. Jade Xiaojiang sniffed excitedly. Destroying my martial soul hall. With your level 29 soul power or blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex song? Before Bibidong could open his mouth, the light-plumed Dolua, who was secretly protecting Thousand Gu Huanfeng, came to the Pope's hall disgruntledly and said, Who are you? Seeing that the visitor was for a small child, Yu Xiaojiang, although puzzled but still opened his mouth. It's not your turn to know who I am. A guard whose strength is not as good as my martial soul palace dares to talk about destroying the martial soul palace. After the words were spoken, light-plumed Dolua looked at Bibidong. Bibidong saw the other party cast a gaze, although the other party interrupted the conversation between himself and Yu Xiaojiang was very dissatisfied but still opened his mouth and said, Zhu Dolua sends off the guests. Out of the wrong to see in the face of Thunder Dolua, not with the pursuit. But the next time the master, if still in a bad situation, do not blame us for not polite. From now on you and I will be diligent to the end. Farewell. After the words, Yu Xiaojiang turned around and left. Already gone. Light-plumed Dolua said to Thousand Gu Huanfeng after sensing that Yu Xiaojiang had already left. Thousand Ancient Henyuanfeng also walked out after hearing this. I wonder if there's anything else for your highness. The Holy Son? Bibidong said. Farewell. Pope Coronet. Chigurashi said. Kiku Dolua, please take me to Jelena and Evil Moon. Kiku Dolua sniffed without asking and took Chiku Hanyufeng to Jelena and Evil Moon. On the second day. Today is the day of the champion. I think you all know that the champion reward is 3 soul bones, but in order to motivate everyone's fighting spirit, my martial soul hall decided to add a piece of soul bone of the left arm that my martial soul hall enshrined from the martial soul hall's most wanted criminals to the prizes a few days ago. The 4 pieces of soul bone are the skull of wisdom of spiritual condensation, the right arm of flame of bursting and burning, the left leg of chasing the wind of rapid forward movement, and the left arm of power of strength. These 4 soul bones were all from 10,000-year-old soul beasts. Among them, the wisdom skull of spiritual cohesion was even from a soul beast that was upwards of 50,000 years old. It was personally killed by the previous pope. It is the finest of all soul bones. It is second only to the externally attached soul bone and the top soul bone produced by a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Bibidong said to the participating crowd. Tang San under the stage sniffed suspiciously and thought in his heart, what Dad lost before was his left arm. Right, could it be that soul bone is Dad's? Tang Hao, who was hidden high up in the sky, had a pang in his heart. because he knew very well that the soul bone was exactly the soul bone of his left arm that he had lost. At the same time, he decided that if Shrek didn't become the champion he would have to go out and be hard and strong. Match ready. Both sides can release their martial souls. Game on. After the referee announced the start of the match, Evil Moon took the lead and rushed out. Shrek crowd also hurriedly dispersed when they saw this, handing over the battlefield to Thousand Ancient contained fronts and Evil Moon, which was also discussed before the match. And then all of them were also looking for the opponents that were agreed upon before the match respectively. Although Evil Moon and Thousand Ancient Container Blade seemed to be fighting very fiercely, but only by virtue of the martial spirit fighting, and did not use the soul skills, the crowd on the bleachers also did not care. After all, geniuses have their own pride. But if you look carefully you can find that the two are gradually approaching the back of the Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Shrek people's soul power is not as good as the Palace of Martial Souls, but by virtue of the 7 treasure-glazed pagoda's powerful assistance hard to close the gap in soul power. So the first thing to do is to limit Ning Rongrong's assistance. This is also last night, thousands of years ago, containing the front to tell Evil Moon and the others. As long as their own and Evil Moon's battlefield is close to Ning Rongrong will lead to Ning Rongrong not being able to exert full assistance for the others, so that Hulaina and Amazing will be able to gain the advantage by virtue of the gap in soul power. After approaching Ning Rongrong in order to avoid the two are also unable to focus on releasing soul skills. Without Ning Rongrong's assistance, in addition to Tang San outside, the other people are also showing fatigue. Gradually unbeatable. Tang San also spoke up when he saw the bad form. Boss Dai. Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Dai Mubai heard that he also wanted to find Zhu Zhuqing to perform his martial soul fusion technique, but how could Yen let him have his way? Deadlocked Dai Mubai not to give him a chance. Tang San saw this and also used blue silver grass to help Dai Mubai. But without Tang San's compulsion, Helena also took the opportunity to get away and came to the battlefield of Evil Moon and Thousand Ancient Contained Blades. Helena and Evil Moon also didn't hesitate to directly cast their martial soul fusion techniques, and Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts also unleashed their soul techniques when they saw this. The third soul technique, Holy Dragon's Power. But how can Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier have a full force? In the exchange of 2 strokes will pretend to be undefeated. The other side of Tang San's help, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, is also successful in performing the martial soul fusion technique, and the demon phantom exchanged hands. Chapter 44, Champion Arises. Fuming Tang San. While the underworld White Tiger and the demon charm were fighting, Thousand Ancient Hidden Blade was up against Amazing. In order to not let the others realize that he wasn't doing his best, Thousand Ancient Hidden Blade was also pretending to press Amazing big time, but at the same time, he was also being pestered by Amazing. The other people in the Hall of Martial Souls also lost their fighting power. Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts also exchanged hands with Demon Charm at this situation. On the other hand, without the help of Fiery Apricot Jiao Shua and Octagonal Xian Icegrass, Tang San is even stronger. But he can only rely on the blue silver grass alone to be beaten back under the restraints of the Flame Lords. Tang San, I admit you're strong, but blue silver grass is just blue silver grass after all, so you can go down now, Amazing said to Tang San, who was being beaten by himself. After saying that, he intended to knock Tang San off the tournament stage. When he was forced to the edge of the competition stage and was about to be knocked off the stage, dozens of blue silver grass pulled himself back. Then Tang San's hand appeared, a dark golden warhammer. On the other side of the fight with the demon phantom, Thousand Ancient Hanfeng saw the situation is also secretly said, Tang San, you ultimately did not hold back before because of Qian Gu Hanfeng. Tang San didn't expose the Houtnan hammer. Qian Gu Hanfeng had thought that Tang San wouldn't expose the Houtnan hammer, so in order to lure Tang Hao to take the initiative to add that piece of soul bone to the prizes. But now that Tang San had exposed the Houtnan hammer, don't blame others. Then Qian Gu Hanfeng see the situation is also understand in this way down the demon charm soul power will be consumed. So Shrek may really win. This is not what they want. Then also take advantage of the exchange of hands at the time of the demon charm whispered, almost. The next will be handed over to you. Thousands of Ancient Hanfeng and Demon Phantom in the exchange of a few strokes after Thousands of Ancient Hanfeng sold a break, and then added to the turn undefeated in a few after being beaten by the Demon Phantom down the tournament stage, which is also Thousands of Ancient Hanfeng last night planned. Originally the Evil Moon said to be knocked off the tournament stage on good, there is no need to be injured. But Thousands of Ancient Hanfeng said that there is Yirinshin and the skin injury can be dispensable, can be acted more like a little bit, and why not it? As Thousand Ancient Hundred Blades was knocked off the tournament stage, Yirinshin also came to his side and treated his injuries, then whispered in his ear, it's just an act. Is it necessary to get hurt? Isn't this with you, Grandpa Yi? Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier whispered, you brat. Yirinshin sniffed and didn't say much. Originally Yirinshin, which even if you want to treat you should be at the end of the game. But Yirinshin wherever you go is respected as the existence of the guest of honor. These small things other people naturally will not say much. After all, if you cause people to be unhappy, In case of serious injuries in the future, people do not give you treatment how to do. Out of a healer's instinct, Yirenshin was also treating the others who would step down. On the other side of the tournament stage, even though Evil Moon and Hulina's soul power was no longer enough to maintain the martial soul fusion technique, under the influence of the red mist on the tournament stage that hadn't completely dissipated without the immortal herbs and externally attached soul bones, Tang San was still beaten to the point of losing his fighting strength under the siege of the trio. After the referee saw Tang San lose combat power, the referee also spoke. Tang San player lost combat power. The final winner, Martial Soul Palace Battle Team. Yirenshin Herd is also once again called out the martial soul for the 4 people on the competition stage to treat injuries. The stands Ningfingji see this is also called out the martial soul for the crowd to restore the soul power. 7 treasures of the true body. 7 treasures of the famous. 3 said the soul. 6 said the increase. In the so-called continent of the first treatment and the first auxiliary help, the crowd is also very quickly recovered state. Seeing this, Bibi Dong in the stands nodded to Kikuchi Doluwa, and Kikuchi Doluwa also made battle preparations in response. The continent-wide Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. The final champion of the year is Martial Soul Palace Academy. Congratulations, talented young soul masters. Bibi Dong calmly opened his mouth. After all, the grade difference is so big, the opposite strongest person or an actor not to win really can't be said. The cardinal, who was the referee, also opened his mouth when he saw that Bibi Dong had already declared the champion. Please, the representative of the Martial Spirit Hall Academy, come forward to receive the champion's reward. Evil Moon Herd also came to Bibi Dong front, ready to receive the soul bone. Originally, the Golden Generation plan is by Hulina to receive the soul bone. But last night, Shen Guhan Feng out of goodwill will remind the 3 tomorrow Tang Hao may go out to snatch. So the 3 finally decided to buy the strongest fighting force of the Evil Moon to go forward to receive the prize. But unexpectedly, Tang Hao did not take advantage of the soul bone protection as the weakest out to grab. Originally, Tang Hao was also ready to go out to grab. But in the sea, Tang 3 exposed Hao Tian Hammer or give up the intention to go out to grab. After all, the blue silver grass martial soul plus Hao Tian Hammer martial soul, Tang 3's identity should have been exposed. Only hope that the palace of the martial souls will be estimated face does not go out on the Tang 3. But at this time, if you are again out of the hand is likely to become the trigger. The fuse, and with their current injuries, is likely to protect Tang San. So Tang Hao ultimately did not make a move. But at this time a voice rang out. Tang Hao, what do you want to do in my martial soul palace? A childlike figure appeared in the sky a moment after the words were spoken. And the person who opened his mouth was none other than Light Plume Doluwa. This is in addition to the party's Light Plume Doluwa, 1000 ancient containing Feng. Then the East and Yirenshin outside are showing a surprised expression. 1000 ancient containing Feng and Tang 3 after the exposure of Hao Tian Hammer thought in order to Tang 3 Tang Hao was very likely not out to seize the bone. So in the Yirenshin for its treatment on the trouble of Yirenshin voice told Light Plume Doluwa if Tang Hao does not go out to seize the bone will want to think of ways to make people think of the crowds of people in the Tang Hao in the next time. Then the East is to take over the opportunity of the Tang 3 hair difficult. Light Plume Doluwa and Bibi Dong were both smart people, understanding that it didn't matter if Tang Hao was here or not. This was just an excuse to make a move against Tang San. Then Bibi Dong also spoke according to the plan. Make a move and take down Tang San. Zhu Gosdoluwa could sell at the sound of his words and wanted to take down Tang San. But just then Yu Xiaojiang spoke up. Wait, I don't know why the Pope coronation is striking out at my student. Zhu Gosdoluwa's movement slowed down after hearing Yu Xiaojiang's opening, allowing Tang San to dodge it with Ghost Shadow Misty Trail. Seeing this, the two also did not strike again, waiting for Bibi Dong to deal with it. Blue Silver Grass Martial Soul plus Hao Tian Hammer Martial Soul. I seriously suspect that Tang San is the son of Tang Hao who killed the former Pope of my Martial Soul Hall. And also the son of the 100,000-year-old transformed Soul Beast Blue Silver Emperor who has been having an affair with Tang Hao, and carries a Soul Beast bloodline. And my Martial Soul Hall is afraid that it will jeopardize the stability of the human society, and so it has taken action to capture it. Chapter 45, Tang Hao saves his son. Strange divine power. Below the Tang 3 herd is also exudes a grave expression. Ning Rongrong is to look to the stands of Ningfingji and Sword Doluwa. Although because of the absence of the mortal grass plus the reason Ning Rongrong and Tang 3's relationship is not like the original that, but in the many years of getting along with Tang 3 in danger in their own kind heart Ning Rongrong still want to help. However, Ning Fingji saw Ning Rongrong's gaze to the side of the Sword Doluwa said after the Sword Doluwa will bring Ning Rongrong to the side. And then Ning Fingji then Bidong bowed and said, Pope coronation. This matter my daughter does not know. This matter we are not involved. Ning Fingji saw the situation and did not intend to be in this matter. After all, with the original want to have 1000 ancient contains Feng as a contrast to Tang San's talent Pope Palace does not appear to be so prominent. Plus there is no immortal product Chilua Tulip help and dark weapon trading reasons so Tang San and 7 treasures glazed sect and no exchange of interests. Plus Tang San and Dokubo did not make friends, so Ningfengji does not have a reason to help Tang San. Plus both sides' battle strength is not equal. One side only can barely match the golden iron triangle of the sealed Douro and rumored to be able to fight against the super Douro Tang Hao, while the other side has a super Douloa's offerings plus 2 sealed Douro and the battle strength of the unknown Bibi Dong. The focus is now in the territory of the martial soul hall. Secretly do not know how many sealed Douro level of battle strength. Ningfengji just want to hurry to leave to avoid the different trouble. Bibi Dong sniffed and also nodded, then spoke. Today, my martial soul palace still has if so stay more. After hearing this, Ningfengji also knew that Bibi Dong was sending off his guests at this time, and then took Ning Rongrong and followed Sword Douro to leave. Thousand Ancient Huanfeng also gestured to Yirinshin when he saw that the form on the field was developing according to his own vision. Pope coronation. That Thousand Ancient Huanfeng is the granddaughter-in-law of the old man. I hope that the Pope coronation will let me bring up and leave for the sake of the old man. Bibi Dong sniffed and spoke again. Yes. Thousand Ancient Containing Front spoke with a sniff. Pope Coronet. Oscar is my close friend. He is not aware of this matter. Please allow him to leave with me. Pope Coronet. Bibi Dong nodded at that. It was all an act for outsiders anyway. So Bibi Dong wasn't going to say anything. After taking Qian Guhan Feng and Oscar with him, Yirinshin took the two of them towards the Hall of Offerings. On the other side, ready to leave, Ningfengji and the others did not care. After all, with Yirinshin's strength was said to be acquainted with the offerings in the martial soul hall, there is a landing place is not strange. Ningfengji also knows that Yirinshin, if he wants to join the Hall of Offerings, other offerings may be very welcoming. After all, last time I knew Yirinshin's soul power level was still 10 years ago. That was his soul power level was already as high as 94. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth when she saw Oscar and Thousand Gu Huanfeng together and said to Thousand Gu Huanfeng, Brother Feng, thank you. Knowing that Ning Rongrong was referring to him taking Oscar away with him, Thousand Ancient Contained Blade merely nodded. He then left with Yirinshin. Ningfengji saw the situation and also discovered the relationship between Ning Rongrong and Oscar, but did not say much. Oscar's talent is not bad, and Oscar and Thousand Gu Huanfeng's relationship is very good. If you can use this matter in Thousand Gu Huanfeng and Li Chengfeng to build a good relationship is not a bad idea. While this matter was on the tournament field, Yu Xiaojiang looked to Flanders and Lu Erlong, who didn't say much, but only nodded. Bibi Dong saw that the people who could influence the battle had all left and said to Zhu Gosdolua, the two elders are still not doing anything. Zhu Dolua and Gosdolua sniffing also intends to make a move. Just at this time Yu Xiaojiang, Flanders and Lu Erlong also did not hesitate. The sun and the moon shine golden bricks. The three of them immediately performed their martial soul fusion technique to summon the golden sacred dragon to lure up Zhu Dolua and Gosdolua. The light plume Dolua above didn't make a move, just faintly looked at a certain direction. Because in a certain place in the distance after he opened his mouth he felt a familiar soul force fluctuation. It was Tang Hao. Tang Hao's heart shook when he heard Lightning Dolua's words, causing his soul power to fluctuate, even if it was only for a moment, but it was still detected by Lightning Dolua. However, he didn't strike immediately. After seeing Lightning Dolua's expression, he knew that Lightning Dolua should have already found him, and should be on guard at the moment, so he only intended to find a chance to save Tang San. As for the Golden Iron Triangle and other Shrek students, they could only seek their own good fortune, and he said that he couldn't do anything about it. Back to the battlefield, Zhu Gosdolua, even if he found the matter of the Thousand Ancient Contains the Front, may be watching somewhere, but because of the knowledge of the relationship between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang, so did not fully out. But with the passage of time and the Golden Iron Triangle's soul power gradually overwhelmed, and ultimately exhausted soul power can no longer maintain the martial arts soul fusion techniques, and then lost combat power. Afterwards, the two of them intended to capture Tang San, but at this moment a giant hammer attacked from afar. Even if Zhu Gosdolua had some awareness, but was still forced to retreat by the sudden attack. Above the light plume Dolua had already bent the bow and arrow, aiming at where the giant hammer attacked. Because of the poor defense, so the light plume Dolua did not intend to block the giant hammer. After the giant hammer landed, a majestic voice could be heard. A chrysanthemum, this brat also wants to harm my son. Followed by a silhouette that quickly attacked. Light plume Dolua, not turning, also started to attack. Third soul skill, high explosive piercing strike. But Tang Hao didn't intend to engage in a battle. Dodging and then coming to Tang San's side, grabbing Tang San and then intending to leave. Seeing this, light plume Dolua also didn't intend to reserve. Ninth soul skill, light plume ice god break. Bibi Dong and Zhu Gosdolua also unleashed their strongest soul skills to attack Tang Hao. However, just when the attack was about to hit Tang Hao, a familiar force appeared on his body, the same as the one that had appeared at that time when he had injured Chihuahua. With the help of this power, he threw out the Haotian hammer, and with the impact created by the clash of the attacks, Tang Hao managed to flash out a distance. Ready to leave. On the other side of the battlefield the Chigu Hanfeng had followed with the help of Chitaru after arriving at the Hall of Offerings. When that power appeared because of the divine power contained in the sheath of the martial spirit blade, Chigu Hanfeng also recognized that that power was exactly divine power. At the same time, Qian Daolu, who was an angelic god priest, also recognized that the force was divine power, thinking that there was also a god behind Tang Hao, or that Tang Chen was paying attention to this place. Seeing this, Qian Guhanfeng opened his mouth and said, "Grandpa Qian, trouble." When Qian Daolu heard this, he still released two angelic divine powers after hesitating for a while. But just as those two divine powers didn't enter into Tang San's father and son's body, the divine power that didn't enter into Tang Hao's body directly disappeared. Chitaru wasn't surprised when he felt it. He understood that it was the reason of that strange divine power. Wanfeng, although that Tang San succeeded, Tang Hao didn't succeed because of that unfamiliar divine power. Chitaru said to Chigu Wanfeng. Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts sniffed and spoke. It's already possible. What the duo didn't know was that just as they were talking, the two gods of the divine realm were also engaged in a heated argument. Chapter 46, The End of the Affair, Disclosure of Identity. On the other hand, in that a wisp of divine power with the help of Tang Hao with Tang San has fled out of the martial soul city, Tang San in that a wisp of angelic divine power into the body to feel more than a wisp of unfamiliar power. They just want to urge the soul power to dispel when that wisp of unfamiliar power disappeared. Tang San, although puzzled, but because of the eagerness to escape, also did not pay too much attention to it. Inside the Hall of Enshrinement, after Yurenxin brought Chango Hanfeng and Oscar to the Pope's Hall, he didn't bother with the two of them and came to Qijun Dulua's side to chat about something. While Chango Hanfeng went to the top next to the old man in the golden robes and didn't say anything. And Oscar didn't open his mouth to ask about it, even though he was very curious because he found that one of the two old men had a silhouette extremely similar to the Seal Dolua powerhouse that had killed Zhao Wuji. Extremely similar. Just as Oscar was sitting on the ground in a daze, Thousand Gu Wanfeng's voice rang in his ears. "Little Ao. It's over. Let's go." Then Xian Gu Hanfeng took Oscar and then followed Yiren Xian and the old man who had communicated with Yiren Xian earlier to a mansion. Shen Gu Hanfeng then took Oscar to a small courtyard after speaking with Yiren Xian and Shen Jun Dolua. Inside the small courtyard, there was nothing but a rack with various weapons, training dummies and a small pavilion. After walking to the small pavilion, Xian Gu Hanfeng opened his mouth and said, "Have a seat. If there is anything you want to ask, just ask." Mo Feng, what exactly is your true identity? Oscar ended up asking just this one question. "My name is Thousand Ancient Huanfeng. I am the contemporary saint son of the Martial Soul Hall." Thousand Ancient Huanfeng spoke with a sniff. But didn't the outside world say that the Martial Soul Hall's contemporary saint son's martial soul is the coiled dragon stick? That's just for outsiders. Now that you know who I am, when will you make your choice too? Oscar heard is into thinking. A long time did not speak. Thousand Ancient contains the front to see the situation once again opened his mouth and said, "The temple of worship is the temple of worship. The Pope's palace is the Pope's palace. If not for the death of the former Pope, Pope's palace would not have been the turn of her to be the master. Although I am the temple of the sacred son of the martial spirit, but I'm the people of the temple of worship. Do I have a choice?" Oscar eventually spoke up. "For the next few days you'll stay at just stay. Your soul power should also be close to breaking through level 40. So I'll take you to obtain your 4th soul ring in a few days." 3 days later, Holy Souls Village. Tang Hao brought Tang San to a small wooden house after 3 days of full flight. Tang San saw the small wooden house when the memory suddenly surged to his heart. This wooden house is exactly the blacksmith store that he lived in the Sacred Soul Village when he was a child. Because it was night time, so the two of them did not cause other people to pay attention to them. Tang Hao didn't have to say anything, and went into the house to get some bedding and a huge wooden box. Then he brought Tang San to the canyon, which had nothing but a fast-flowing waterfall and some huge broken rocks. Inside the canyon, there was nothing but a fast-flowing waterfall and some huge rocks. Tang San was just about to open his mouth when he heard Tang Hao speak. "Let's rest once again tonight. And let's talk about anything tomorrow," and then closed his eyes to recover. On the second day, after eating a wild rabbit that Tang San had fought, Tang San then opened his mouth and asked, "Dad, that day when you took me to escape from the Martial Soul Palace, my senses had an extra strand of unfamiliar power in my body. But just as I wanted to push my soul power to dispel it, that strand of unfamiliar power disappeared. Do you know what happened? Is there an extra strand of unfamiliar power in your body as well?" Tang Hao said with a sniff. Tang San nodded. Tang Hao saw this and opened his mouth again. "Just when I took you to escape, there was also an extra strand of unfamiliar power in my body. I was also able to take you away again by virtue of that strand of unfamiliar power. When you were just born, I also took you away by virtue of the extra strand of unfamiliar power in my body which seriously injured Qiansun disease. That strand of unfamiliar power was even more pure than the soul power. And after that strand of power disappeared, I feel that the soul power in my body has also become more pure. but that strand of power is extremely damaging to the body. Do you feel any discomfort? No, my soul power hasn't changed much, and there's no damage to my body. Tang San replied. It should be the reason for not using that strand of unfamiliar power. Well, this matter is not something we can explore now. Next I will teach you to use the Haotian hammer. Then I will take you to a place to practice. What Tang Hao didn't know was that the unfamiliar power in Tang San's body was the angelic divine power of the Thousand Paths stream, which would make Tang San feel that the unfamiliar power had disappeared. But it was the very strand of angelic divine power that had already entered and hidden inside Tang San's body, which Tang San's current strength couldn't feel. And that strand of angelic divine power wouldn't cause any harm to Tang San, and its only role was to determine Tang San's position, while also feeling the special soul power around Tang San around the special soul force fluctuations. At the same time, Chen Daolu also left a strand of angelic divine force in Chen Renshui and Chen Guhanfeng's body to protect the safety of the two. Tang Hao opened the wooden box that he brought out from within the blacksmith store. Within the wooden box was an extremely delicately forged hammer, which was shaped like the Haotian hammer. Then Tang Hao opened his mouth and said, "This is the training hammer that I forged for you before you awakened your martial soul. But I didn't think that what you awakened would be a dual-born martial soul." Hall of Offerings, Grandpa 1000. Does the martial soul hall have any food-based powerhouses? I remember that you do have a food faculty soul Doluo under your Grandpa Guangling. What do you need a food faculty powerhouse for? His name is Oscar. Martial soul sausage, innate full soul power. Grandpa Guangling, I don't have any juniors here. Why don't you take in a god grandson? Thousand Ancient Contained Front said after pointing at Oscar. This kid is quite to my liking. I'm fine if he's willing. Because of the lack of experience, Oscar has not grown into that calm-minded Oscar, and is still the same fun-loving Oscar. Jian Guhan Foam sniffed and kicked Oscar. Oscar also reacted, immediately kneeled down and said, God grandson Oscar has seen grandfather. In the past few days Qian Guhan Foam also explained the basics of the martial soul hall for Oscar. So Oscar also knows that the enshrinement of the hall are all the strength of the super Doluo. Han Yu Feng, the mirror image beast you asked us to look for earlier should be for him, right? Qingwan Doluo opened his mouth and asked, Yes, Grandpa Qingwan, is there any news about that mirror image beast? Yesterday someone sent word that a 10,000-year-old mirror beast has been captured and is now being held within the dungeon. The crowd then returned to their respective residences after a few words of conversation as well. Within the next few months Oscar and Thousand Ancient Containment Blade's soul power reached level 40 and 50 respectively, and the two also obtained soul rings with the help of Light Plume Doluo. Oscar's fourth soul skill named Bloodthirsty Fighting Hyperactive Intestines. From a 8,000 years of Blood Wolf King, soul skill effect is to lift their own negative effects, within 5 minutes of the full attributes to enhance 20%, but will lose their minds, do not distinguish between the enemy and me, will only fight, the specifics of the influence of the spiritual power. Although the effect is much stronger than the original, but there is more of a negative effect, but also that 5-minute period of time, in the real battle is what counts, and to the soul saint level of spiritual strength will not reach the degree of indistinguishable from the enemy. The influence of the Seal Doluwa can be ignored, can be said to be a very powerful soul skills. It is worth mentioning that the fifth soul ring of the ancient Hanfeng from the Dark Devil Evil God Tiger, it is the original that was killed by Tang San Dark Devil Evil God Tiger. In the acquisition of the soul ring, if it is not the Sky Awakening chop within the Sky Awakening the Holy Golden Dragon to help may have to have a chance to see again. After all, in the life and death arena within the 6-year-old ancient Hanfeng and how it is possible to move the Dark Devil Evil God Tiger. But the Sky Awakening the Holy Golden Dragon has long been shared with the power of the ancient Hanfeng. The 6-year-old Sky Awakening the Holy Golden Dragon. And how can it be weaker than the Black Pearl? How can it be weaker than the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger? As for that black bead Chen Guhan Feng wanted to leave him, but in the end it did not succeed. But Chen Guhan Feng did not care. Anyway, that black bead cannot affect him. The fifth soul skill is called Evil God 100 Cracks, which can swing out a black special knife gas, which can explode at any time. And after exploding, it will form a special space without 100 spatial fissures within the space to continuously produce knife gas, which is extremely powerful, and comes with the destructive and erosive effects of the dark attribute, as well as the penetrating and paralyzing effects of the lightning attribute. The size of the space, the duration and the power of the knife chi are affected by the level of the soul skill. Thousands of years ago, the frontiers called that piece of sea for the evil god space, space full of raging wind. Although the evil god space has no restriction effect, at that time the flow of time inside is extremely slow. In the interior of the person's action will become extremely slow, and the gusts of wind and the knife gas generated by the spatial fissure and unaffected. And the evil god space can be superimposed. That is to say, if the 10 pieces of the evil god space is superimposed, then being in it will be subjected to the damage of the knife gas generated by the thousands of spatial fissures. The sword chi generated by 1,000 spatial fissures will be harmed. It can be said that this soul skill inherits the time, space, lightning, power and wind of the dark demon evil god tiger. Although it does not inherit the evil attribute, but it inherits its basic dark attribute. It's not too much to say that it's a divine skill, but what Thousand Ancient Blades doesn't know is that this soul skill was created with the help of the evil god, and in order to get the evil god to help a certain deity even bought the evil god a favor. Chapter 47, The Killing Capital. Inaccessible. After obtaining the 5th soul ring, Chen Guhanfeng and Oscar returned to the Palace of Martial Souls and stayed for another month to refine their cultivation before returning to Shrek Academy with Oscar. Shrek College. Although there are Tang 3 of the episode, but as the final runner-up, College Shrek is still by a lot of big names of attention, received a lot of investment, became the second college of Tiandou Empire. As for the first, that is naturally Tiandou Royal Soul Division College. After all, there is an official background, can be into the inside of the study of non-rich that is rich, but in the circle of the common people in the Shrek College's status is not the Royal Soul Division College of Tiandou can be compared to the first. After all, Tiandou Royal Soul Division College is not just talent can be enrolled in. After all, Tiandou Royal Soul Master Academy is not the only talent that can be enrolled. After returning to Shrek Academy, Qian Guhanfeng and Oscar found Flanders and learned that only Ma Hongjun was still within the academy now. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had returned to the Star Luo Empire not long after the Soul Master competition ended, intending to face their destiny head-on and compete for the throne. Ning Rongrong returned to the Seven Treasures glazed sect with Ning Fingji after the Soul Master competition ended, returning once during that time, and finally deciding with Dai Mubai and the others, who hadn't left yet, to reunite at Shrek Academy 5 years later. Flanders was also very pleased after learning that Oscar's soul power had broken through level 40 and obtained the 4th soul ring, and then the two found Ma Hongjun, from whom they learned about the 5-year appointment, and the two also said that they would return on time. At night, Flanders found Thousand Ancient hidden front alone. Mo Feng, thank you for Xiao Ao. The kind of situation at that time you obviously could have left with Yurinshin alone, but you still took Xiao Ao with you. I'm relieved that Xiao Ao is following you. I should. And I'm sure even without me Glory would have taken him away. Xiao Ao since young without father and mother. I am watching him grow up. I think you should also find that I like you too, Dragon Dean, so I have not married until now, and have no children. It can be said that Xiao Ao is my son, so I beg you to protect him. With Xiao Ao's talent I believe that he is very likely to become the history of the first food system sealed Doluo. In the future, will be a helping hand for you, Flanders said to Qian Guhanfeng with a slight sadness. Thousands of Ancient with the front herd is also into the thinking. For this person whether in the original or the past few years with can be seen out although depending on the money is a life. But its heart is not bad. If there is no recognition of Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong to its talent if not unexpected to become a soul Doluo is inevitable. If there is an opportunity to become a sealed Doluo is also not impossible. And finally thousands of Ancient with the front is still open to say, Dean, for a woman and that so-called friendship is worth it? Flanders sniffing did not open his mouth. Openings lookup seems to be thinking about what? Thousands of Ancient containing the front to see the situation once again opened his mouth. Dean, you also do not blame me for disrespect. You Xiaojiang that the so-called learning although there is some reason. But as far as I know those in the collection of the Palace of the Martial Souls have records. As for his and the Pope is between you should know. So in order to Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang and the Palace of the Martial Souls against the worth of it. Tang 3 as the son of Haotian Doluo, although Haotian's own foreign declaration will Tang Hao removed. But we all know that is but to the Palace of the Martial Soul so-called account. As for the two Dragon Dean and Jade Xiaojiang are blue electric bully Dragon Zung's people. But what do you have it? The Palace of Martial Souls is ultimately a party of power. Those things they do are nothing more than what all the big powers do. As long as you're willing I can have Grandpa Yi beg for a position in the Palace of Martial Souls for you that you want. Flanders did not answer. Dean do not need to rush to answer. We agreed that we will reunite after 5 years. Instead you will not be too late to tell me. After the words Qian Guhanfeng then got up and left. This is after all Flanders' matter. One cannot make decisions for him. The next morning Qian Guhanfeng and Oscar returned to the Palace of Martial Souls. Time is a few months past. One day Qian Guhanfeng from the mouth of Zhu Doluo learned Hulina intends to go to the killing capital. Zhu Doluo said Hulina took the initiative to say that she wanted to go to the killing capital training. Said he wanted to be able to take advantage of this to go beyond the Qian Guhanfeng. Once Chiku Han Yufeng was informed of the situation he told Chitaru that he wanted to travel to the killing capital as well. Chitaru thought about it and didn't refuse. And a week later Kiku Doluo and Ghost Doluo took the duo to the killing capital. Killing town outside the killing capital. In the killing town after stepping into the killing town Qian Guhanfeng will be very uncomfortable with the surrounding atmosphere. The last line of 4 people in the Bibidong told to find the killing tavern. But in the killing tavern, after entering the spirit of the sea of consciousness that has the power of God's knife sheath will be conveyed to resist the atmosphere. Chen Guhan Feng see this situation or sigh, it seems to kill the capital of the killing and I have no fate. Afterwards, told Ju Dolua just like Plume Dolua told himself that the big donor has a new arrangement. He will not enter the killing capital. Hulina, after learning about this matter, said to the ancient Han Feng, when I come out, when I will not be weaker than you. Chen Guhan Feng then shook his head helplessly without saying anything more, and then returned to the martial soul hall with Ju Dolua and Ghost Dolua. The hall of offerings. Han Yu Feng, why are you back? Didn't you say that you were going to go to the killing capital to practice? Qian Jun Dolua asked. Grandfathers, I originally wanted to go to the killing capital to practice, but that divine power blade sheath seemed to be very resistant when I was about to enter the killing capital, so I came back. In the end, Chitaru expressed his desire to have Chigu Hanfeng go and help Chirin Shui, and Chigu Hanfeng didn't refuse, and then took Oscar to Tiandou City to help Chirin Shui gain the trust of the Snowy Night Emperor. In the next period of time, Chang'e Hanfeng took Oscar and Yi Lingling out for training from time to time, and Ning Rongrong and Ma Hanjun often came to look for the 3 of them. During the period, Xian Daolu let someone send a message. He left in Tang San's body of the divine power to feel Tang San's breath changed, to which Chen Gu Hanfeng did not care. He knew that this is because Tang San awakened the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. After a month, Qian Daolu again sent a message that Tang San entered the killing capital. Xian Gu Hanfeng did not interfere too much. He let Qian Daolu left in his body of the divine power is in order to then grab the 100,000 years of the Blue Silver Emperor right leg bone. Time passes, a year passed. During the period of Qian Daolu sent a message that he stayed in Tang San's body of divine power disappeared. Chen Gu Hanfeng guessed that maybe because the killing capital is the inheritance place of Shura God, maybe Tang San's body more and more killing chi, angelic divine power affected by the disappearance of the, and then Chen Gu Hanfeng then found the chrysanthemum Dolua to let it in Hulina out of the killing capital to inform him. Only hope that Tang San is still in Hulina with the I just hope Tang San will still go out of the killing capital with Jelena. The trouble with doing so was that he himself would have to follow Tang San for a period of time. P.S. This article set the Soul Master contest after a year. Tang 3 followed Tang Hao cultivation, and then went to the killing capital. In the killing capital stayed 3.5 years, and then half a year time to suppress the killing gas. Add up to 5 years equals 5 years of the appointment. After all, because of the protagonist's reason, Tang San and others' strength and the original different changes are normal. Chapter 48, Seizing the Soul Bone. Advancing to Soul Emperor. A flash of time has passed 2.5 years, because Chigu Hanfeng does not know when Tang San and Hulina will come out from the killing capital. So half a year ago, Chigu Hanfeng and Oscar stayed in the Palace of Martial Souls. One is waiting for Tang San and Hulina to come out from the Palace of Martial Souls, and secondly, Oscar's soul power has already arrived at level 49, and it must not be long before it can arrive at level 50 to absorb the 10,000-year-old mirror image beast soul ring, while Chigu Hanfeng also arrived at level 59, about to break through to level 60, and the ancient Hanfeng soul power has also reached level 59, is about to break through level 60. As for the 6th soul ring, the ancient Hanfeng wants to find a just break through the 100,000 years of soul beasts. The 7th soul ring, the ancient Hanfeng intends to hunt and kill the sky green bull python. You have to say to absorb that is locked up for an unknown period of time of the soft bone charm rabbit. Ancient Hanfeng do not want to know. No, the original ancient Hanfeng know that soft bone charm rabbit brings soul skills should be invincible. The golden body plus instantaneous shift. These 2 soul skills are not suitable for himself. Used Qian Gu Hanfeng intends to leave that 100,000 year old soft bone phantom rabbit to Qianren Shui. One day, the chrysanthemum Dolua sent a message. Bibidong said Hulina will soon leave the killing capital. To himself and Ghost Dolua to pick up Hulina. Thousands of years ago to contain fronts did not wonder how Bibidong know. As the current 2 god of the kill, Bibidong may have their own means to know. Grandpa Light Plume, it's time for us to depart. The Light Plume Dolua, who was teaching his cheap grandson Oscar archery, said, after learning that Oscar's 5th soul ring may be a copy of another person's martial soul's soul skill. He let Oscar follow himself and 1,000 Gu Hanfeng to practice his archery and knife skills, and also let him follow the devil Dolua to practice his stick skills, saying that there is no danger of being prepared, because he was afraid of other people's suspicion. So 1,000 Gu Hanfeng didn't say that the copying medium is blood. Otherwise, he really thought that he would find a chance to go to the sword Dolua and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul owner to borrow. Otherwise, Qian Gu Hanfeng really think Light Plume Dolua will find an opportunity to go to the sword Dolua and blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul owner borrow blood. Finally I can go out. These days have suffocated me. Okay, Shaozi, you go to your demon fall grandpa. Let him take you to practice your stick skills. Light Plume Dolua said after stretching his waist. Thousands of ancient Huanfeng see the situation, call out the ice and fire dragon wings, and light plume Douro fly toward the killing capital. Oscar see this situation is not good. This few years of living together, Oscar is also aware of thousands of ancient Huanfeng has 2 pieces of external attachment soul bone. After a few days of rushing, Qian Guhan Feng and light plume Douro came to the periphery of the killing town. Because I do not know Hulina and Tang San what out, so to wait for the Ju Douro voice, wait for Hulina to come out of the time to pass the sound with me. And then found a place to rest with 1,000 ancient containment fronts. 3 days later, Ju Douro transmits that Hulina has already come out. Light plume Douro sniffs and transmits to ask Hulina if there is anyone who has come out with her. Hulina nods. Ju Douro sees this and transmits to Light plume Douro that there is. Light plume Douro sniffs and also immediately uses his spiritual power to search for Tang San's silhouette. And then in a certain direction he knows of 2 silhouettes that have left in a hurry. And the 2 of them don't hesitate to follow them at once. Tang Hao and Tang San also noticed that someone was using their spiritual power to look for something. And then they also quickened their pace. The next action of Tang San and Tang Hao was the same as the original. Finding Tang Yuehua to learn how to suppress the killing aura. In order not to keep an eye on Tang San, Qian Guhan Feng found a Yuxian trainee to let him pay attention to Tang San's whereabouts. In the blink of an eye another 5 months had passed, and during this period of time 1,000 Guhuan Feng's soul power had also managed to break through the 60th level, becoming a quasi-soul emperor. One day the trainee knew that Qian Guhan Feng said that Tang San would leave after tomorrow's performance because Qinghuan Douro didn't follow him this time. And just in case, the night duo found Qian Rinxue to borrow the snake spear Douro over. On the second day, 3 people followed Tang San to a canyon. The heir of the light plume Douro and snake spear Douro saw no limbs to become a real one-armed warrior. Tang Hao was very shocked, but the 2, even if they were surprised and did not say anything, do not sympathize with the enemy is to become a strong mandatory course. However, seeing this situation, even if it is known to the plot of the 1,000 ancient with the front and seeing has lost an arm of Tang Hao or broken limbs to take the bone is also very surprised. Below, Dad, who hurt you like this? Tang San's killing aura nearly went out of control again after seeing Tang Hao's condition. Tang Hao then took Tang San to recognize his mother to a blade of grass just like the original. Yes, it really is recognizing his mother. When you do something wrong, you have to take responsibility for it yourself. I've apologized to the sect for so many years, so I have to give an explanation. In the beginning, the 2 soul bones I obtained from the sect were in the broken arm and leg. Returning them is also an explanation. As for the impact I caused to the sect, I can only rely on you to undo it. Although I'd become a cripple, I'd become a lot more relaxed since breaking off my arms and legs, because I can finally leave everything behind to accompany your mother. Despite losing 3 soul bones, my soul power has stabilized at level 70 after this period of recovery, and I still possess the strength of a soul saint. It's enough to protect myself. You don't have to worry about me either. In the future, I won't even leave your mom again, and will just accompany her in her old age. P.S. Here the novel straight say have 70 level of strength. Anime say soul power down to 75 level. Personally feel 2 low words is not appropriate, so here refer to the anime. Lose 2 pieces of soul bone, soul power down to 75 level. Lose 3 pieces of soul bone and then drop 5 levels, to just maintain the strength of the soul saint. Then Tang Hao took out 3 soul bones. After Tang Hao took out the soul bones, he heard the 8th soul skill, stopping. The 2 of them were also very surprised, but not waiting for the 2 of them to come back to their senses. They saw a figure holding a spear quickly attack to take away the 3 soul bones, even if Tang Hao had the intention to stop. But only the strength of the soul saint Tang Hao and Hao could stop the snake spear Douro. The snake spear Douro in the hands of the snake spear Douro did not stay in the light plume Douloua's cover and quickly left. The light plume Douro and the light plume Douro after seeing the snake spear Douro had left is afraid of a change of heart to the agreed place to rush to, and in order not to cause trouble for the 2 of them, the light plume Douro in the sight of snake spear Douro has already left is afraid of some changes to the agreed place to rush, and in order not to give the 2 mess, but also afraid of being found by Tang 3 father and son so early to the agreed place to wait. 3 people in the agreed place to meet after the snake spear Douro will be 3 pieces of soul bone to the light plume Douro after the return to the sky Douro city to continue to protect the 1,000 Rinxue. Although the snake spear Douro to the 3 pieces of soul bone is very moved, but he does not have the courage, but also dare to think about it in the heart. Light plume Douro and 1,000 ancient blades were quickly traveling towards Martial Soul City. Even light plume Douro had to be cautious when it came to the 3 soul bones, not to mention the fact that there was a 100,000-year-old soul bone in it. The time of the 5-year appointment will soon arrive. Absorbing the soul bone needs time, and half a year time. Oscar should also break through the 50 level, but also need to take it to absorb the 10,000 years of the mirror beast soul ring. After the 2 will have to go to Shrek to the 5-year appointment. Chapter 49, Returning to the Palace of Martial Souls, going to an appointment. On the other hand, Tang 3 father and son of this sudden change this is frozen in place. Not they do not want to chase but not that strength. Tang 3 father and son has been by virtue of the Light Plume Dolua's attack recognized each other's identity. Tang Hao and Light Plume Dolua has fought a number of times, although do not know its soul power level, but also understand that the strength of its even in the numbered Dolua is also a leader, while Tang 3 although he did not have an Light Plume Dolua fighters, not he does not want to violently beat the Light Plume Dolua Emil, is not that strength but he from the several times in hand also saw that although it's not good at close combat, but its real strength is not more than his own. Not that he did not want to beat the Light Plume Dolua Emil, is not that strength but he from the Light Plume Dolua several times out of the hand is also to see that although it is not good at melee, but its real strength is not worse than their own father. Although the duo didn't recognize Snake Spear Dolua, they knew from his brief strike that he was feared to be a sealed Dolua as well. Dad, was it someone from the Palace of Martial Souls that struck just now? Although Tang San knew it, he still asked Tang Hao. The Temple of the Martial Soul Hall. I don't share the same fate as you. Tang San's words were like a fuse that ignited Tang Hao's fire. After venting his anger on the trees next to him, Tang Hao calmed down under the comfort of Tang San and the real blue-silver Emperor Iron. Tang San opened his mouth after seeing that Tang Hao had quieted his heart. Dad, what do we do next? Originally I wanted you to take those 2 soul bones to go to the Haotian clan to recognize their ancestors, but things have come to this point can only I personally go back. I only hope that your eldest uncle can look at the old days on the sentiment to help us. You go back to the Shrek Academy. We want to look for the Palace of the Martial Soul to take revenge less than the heavenly fighting royal family. The 7 treasures Liuli sect and the blue electricity Tyrannosaurus Rex sect of the help. Tang Hao said. Okay, Dad. Then the 2 of them acted on their respective plans after discussing what to do next. 3 days later, the Martial Spirit City. 1000 Ancient with the front and Light Plume Dolua 2 people in the return to the temple will be after and the crowd showed the harvest. But also the table wants to that 100,000 years of blue silver emperor right like bone to Yi Lingling. The crowd is not refused. After all, sooner or later is a family member. P.S. Originally wanted to let the protagonist to absorb, but after thinking about it feel less suitable for the protagonist. Recovery soul skills can be dispensable. Flight soul skills protagonist has been attached to the soul bone. So to Yi Lingling, personal feeling is very suitable for a treatment will be their own treatment is not a mobile blood pack? As for the other 2 pieces of Haotian sex inheritance soul bone Qian Guhan Feng does not intend to absorb. And then the people after talking about the next plan will be busy with their own things to go. After returning to their own small courtyard Oscar is also shown that he has broken through the 50 level. Want to absorb the 10,000 years of the mirror beast soul ring. Thousands of ancient Han Feng brought Oscar to the dungeon that held the 10,000-year-old mirror beast. Oscar also did not hesitate. In the thousands of ancient Han Feng and Light Plume Dolua under the protection of the soul ring began to absorb the soul ring. In the absorption of the soul ring of Oscar Light Plume Dolua at this time, the eyesight of the mirror beast's body within the soul bone exudes a faint white light. Will be on the 1000 ancient Han Feng gesture. 1000 ancient Han Feng saw the situation and not surprised, opened his mouth, leave it to Xiao Ao. Light Plume Dolua also did not say much and acquiesced. About 2 hours later Oscar was also successful in absorbing the soul ring. I also have the ability to attack. I finally have the ability to attack as well, said happily after understanding his 5th soul skill. You absorbed it together. Soul ring soul bones of the same origin have the best effect. 1000 ancient hidden frontier pointed at the corpse of the mirror image beast and said. Oscar also had a refusal within and sat down cross-legged again to absorb the piece of soul bone. Another half hour later Oscar successfully absorbed the soul bone. How's it going? Little AO. How's the soul skill? 1000 ancient containment front opened his mouth and asked. My 5th soul skill is called Copy Mirror Gut. The soul skill ability is copying. Li can be created with a drop of the soul master's blood. Anyone who takes it can have 70% of the power of the soul master's soul skill who provided the blood within 3 minutes. If the user's soul power level is lower than that of the person who provided the blood, he can only copy the soul skills of the corresponding level. You can only obtain soul ring skills, not soul bone skills or domain skills. The soul bone skill is the mirror image split, which can produce a split that possesses 80% of my main body's abilities, Oscar said as he opened his mouth. On the 2nd day, the Hall of Offerings. Han Yu Feng, what is it that you're looking for us for today? The demon subduing Dolua opened his mouth and asked. As for today, I mainly want to ask for some blood from your grandfathers. As for the specifics it's better to let Xiao Ao explain it to you, Sugar Container said. Subsequently after Oscar explained his soul skill all the other offerings besides Chitaru each took a vial of blood to give to Oscar. Among them there was also the blood of Yurinshin who hadn't left. Light Plume Dolua was also not stingy and took out a storage soul guy to Oscar to facilitate his blood storage. Han Yu Feng, you also know that I have a special identity, and I'm not sure if my blood will be harmful to Xiao Ao, so go ask for it from Xiao Shui. Chitaru opened his mouth to explain. Oscar also didn't care who Xiao Shui was in Chi Daolu's mouth. He only thought that it was the other powerful people of the Martial Soul Hall. Yu Rinqin was aware of this Martial Soul Hall's young master, and also learned from the mouths of the other confessors that it was working on a certain secret plan. I know Grandpa 1000. By the way, grandfathers, we're ready to return to Heavenly Dipper City, and it's about time that Sister Snow's plan can come to an end. Chen Guhanfeng and Oscar then traveled to Tiandou City accompanied by Yi and Xian and secretly protected by Light Plume Doluo. 5 days later, a group of people came to Tiandou City. On the way, Oscar also tested their 5th soul skill. Other offerings and did not appear what special circumstances. By copying the soul skills of Chango Hanfeng is a special situation. In the use of Chango Hanfeng's soul skills, Oscar and Yi Rinqin are obviously feel the power of the soul skills did not reach Chango Hanfeng's original 70% of the soul skills, and the soul skills are consumed greatly. Chango Hanfeng saw this and did not explain anything. Just explain their own martial soul situation is special. 2 people also did not ask too much. Huan Feng saw the situation and did not explain anything. Just explained his own martial soul situation is special. The 2 also did not ask too many questions. Everyone has their own secrets. After arranging Oscar into a good position, Qian Guhan Feng came to the Crown Prince's chambers. Although Oscar was now one of his own people, but now was not the time to let Oscar know about these things. As for Yi Rinqin, he went to find his granddaughter, Yi Lingling. Sister Snow, our plan should be almost underway, right? It should be over in another year without any surprises. Qian Rinxue said. I think we can speed things up a bit. This is the poison that Zhu Dolua extracted from various immortal herbs. The poison that was previously used on all the emperors and the one used on Snowy Knight are both the same. I'm afraid that some people are already suspicious. And it seems like the Pope is planning to make a move against the upper 3 clans. When do you think is a good time to proceed? Chen Rinxue did not question Qian Gu Huanfeng's words, but instead asked Qian Gu Huanfeng about his plan. Next I'll go and test Ning Fengji's attitude. If he doesn't object to you succeeding the throne, then inform the Pope to implement the plan within a month. After the plan is successful, then you can showdown with Ning Fengji. If he doesn't know what he's talking about, then let the Pope do it. What if he doesn't approve of my succession? Then we'll have to let the Pope make the first move. Thousand Ancient Containment Frontier said in a flat tone. Chapter 50, Unexpectedly. It's all a ruse. Subsequently, the 2 of them discussed the specific details of the plan and then Chi Gu Hanfeng left. Before leaving, Chi Gu Hanfeng and Qian Rinxue explained Oscar's 5th soul skill. Qian Rinxue also did not begrudge giving Chi Gu Hanfeng a bottle of his own blood, and also let the Snake Spear Dolua and the Spiny Dolphin Dolua give Chi Gu Hanfeng a bottle of his own blood. In fact, Chi Gu Hanfeng, although he did not need the blood of the 2 of them very much, but adhering to the have a spare but no harm attitude, also did not refuse to accept the 2 blood. The attitude is also did not refuse to accept the 2's blood. In fact, Chi Gu Hanfeng wants as the Ghost Dolua's blood. His martial soul is very strange, often can hit the enemy a surprise, but because Oscar's soul skill has a very strong help for the battle, so Chi Gu Hanfeng does not want to let Bibi Dong know. After meeting up with Oscar, the duo headed to Shrek Academy, but Chen Gu Hanfeng did not give Oscar the blood of Qian Rinxue and the other 3. After all, it was not easy to explain the extra 3 bottles of blood of the strongest people after a trip to the prince's chambers. Shrek Academy. Currently back only Tang San and originally in the academy Ma Hongjun. In the duo back to the academy specifically for them to stay in the dormitory Ma Hongjun is cultivating, and Tang San in for its protection. The duo did not point to disturb, just on the sidelines quietly watched. 1 hour later, I've succeeded. The problem of my evil fire is finally solved. Ma Hongjun exclaimed happily. The duo also learned after some inquiries that it turned out to be Tang San who gave Ma Hongjun the inner dan of the 10-headed fiery snake from the killing capital, and Ma Hongjun solved the effects brought to him by the evil fire with the help of that inner dan. Although the effect of the inner dan was not as good as that of the immortal cockatrice Phoenix Aoi, he still succeeded in rescuing the effects of the evil fire, and allowed Ma Hongjun's martial soul to change into the fiery phoenix. Seeing this situation, Qian Guhanfeng couldn't help but lament in his heart. It seems that without little dance it's not all good. However, Qian Guhanfeng didn't care. A fire phoenix martial soul is just a fire phoenix martial soul. It doesn't have much impact. And isn't what you have is what I have? Qian Guhanfeng then gestured to Oscar. After 5 years of getting along, Oscar had also cultivated no small amount of tacit understanding with Thousand Ancient Containment Blade and understood what he meant. Then stepped forward and said to Tang San and Ma Hongjun, just in time, let's show you my 5th soul skill. What? Your soul power broke through level 50. The crowd turned their heads to look at the person who spoke out. The ones who spoke were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who had just arrived. Yeah? No? Seeing that the visitors were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar opened his mouth. I haven't seen you grow in temper in a few years. Xiao Ao, didn't you want to show us your 5th soul skill? It just so happens that I've come to practice with you. so you'll know who's the big brother. Daimubai opened his mouth. Yeah, walk. I'm not weaker than you now. Then the 6 of them walked together towards the square. On the way a melodious voice called out to stop the crowd. The person coming was none other than Ning Rongrong, who had just arrived. Then after explaining the reason to Ning Rongrong, the 7 people continued to walk towards the square. Come on. I'm standing right here. I'd like to see what you can do to me, Daimubai arrogantly said after summoning his martial soul. Oscar took out a bottle after walking not far in front of Daimubai. 5th soul skill. I have a mirror image intestine. Daimubai was a little curious but didn't take it seriously. Just then, the 1st soul skill. Shattered gold 10,000 feather chop. The sudden attack caught Daimubai off guard and surprised everyone else except 1000 ancient contained frontier. Because the distance is very close, Daimubai did not come to the defense. But because Oscar cannot play the full power of the 1000 ancient containing front soul skill, plus Oscar did not use the full force, so Daimubai just suffered a little bit of light injuries. Seeing this, Daimubai also had no intention of fighting back and lifted the state of martial spirit possession. Oscar saw this and once again took out a small bottle. 5th soul skill. Old man has a mirror image intestines. Heal. Then the injuries on Daimubai's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yes, it was the 9 hearts begonia martial soul that Oscar had copied this time. Xiao Ao. What's going on here? Daimubai asked as he went up after recovering. Please call me Big Brother O from now on, Oscar said slightly arrogantly. The crowd also didn't care about Oscar's attitude anymore. And then under Oscar's explanation, the crowd also understood Oscar's 5th soul skill. So you guys should know what to do now. Oscar spoke to the crowd after taking out 5 vials. The crowd didn't begrudge the situation and each took a bottle of their own blood and gave it to Oscar. Just as the crowd was talking, a familiar voice came. Yo, the little monsters are all here. The crowd looked at the visitor, who was none other than the Golden Iron Triangle Trio. Dean, you've come at the right time. I'm telling you, we're strong and scary now. Ma Hongjun, after seeing that the people who came were Flanders and the others, went up to the front and said in a manner, at a glance, it seems that there is something bad in mind. You said you guys are strong now. I'd like to see how strong you are. The person who opened his mouth was Lu Erlong. Ma Hongjun spoke after discussing with the crowd in a whisper. Then I'm offended, Dean Lu. But in advance, Dean Flanders, you can't make a move. Okay, Fu boss, you just watch from the sidelines how I teach these boys a lesson. Grumpy said. 7 treasures turn out to have a glaze. 3 said, increase. 5th soul skill. Old me has a mirror image intestine. With the help of Ning Rongrong, Oscar created 7 mirror image intestines. Can come, quickly show us where you are strong? Lu Erlong said with some impatience. Right after Lu Erlong finished his words, he saw dispersing and then said in unison, the 3rd soul skill. Phoenix wings sky soaring. Then saw the crowd all flying into the air. P.S. I have been very curious about this soul skill. A certain degree are said to use will get a short flight ability. But the Phoenix originally is not going to fly it. Said this soul skill is a flight soul skillet. It has an increase effect. Said it is an increase in the soul skillet name. How to look at it is a flight soul skill. Seeing this situation, not only Lu Erlong, even the side of Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang are a little surprised. Especially Yu Xiaojiang. From its eyes can still see this trace of yearning. But not waiting for the 3 to open their mouths to inquire, see the 7 speak again. The 1st soul skill. Phoenix Fireline. Because Lu Erlong cannot fly, so when the 7 people's attacks can only dodge, and then use their own long-distance attack soul skills back. But in the 7 people's attacks finally opened his mouth and said, alright, this time counted as a win for you guys. P.S. From the cartoon point of view, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and Fire Dragon Martial Spirit is no flight ability. But the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, look at the modeling of the cartoon, should be a Chinese dragon. Is the ability to fly? But I can't change it. So I wrote it like this. In addition, this article, according to a certain degree of information, said only Sealed Doluan 90 level and above can stagger. Super Doluan 95 level and above can fly. So Tang Hao's original strength I am set at 95 level. Chapter 51, The Weak and the Strong. Trying Ning Fengji. After the sparring session, Yu Xiaojiang went up and asked, Xiao Ao, is this your soul skill? Yeah, it's my 5th soul skill. Copy mirror gut. Oscar replied. Quickly give me specific details about the exact effects of this soul skill of yours. Yu Xiaojiang said excitedly. I don't think that's necessary. Master Jade is so smart that he should probably have guessed it already. Before Oscar could say anything, Chen Guhanfeng was the first to speak up, and purposely emphasized the word master and used several words to provoke him. Yu Xiaojiang heard that. For a moment he did not know what to say. Finally, after thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and said, the continent has so many martial souls and soul beasts, not to mention the match between the two. Although I consider myself to be very knowledgeable, but this is like the gap between the sun and the moon and the fireflies when compared to the vast continent. The crowd also didn't know what to say when they heard this, and in their hearts they secretly said, if you don't know, then you don't know, and you're still looking for so many excuses. After all, we have been together for several years. You Xiaojiang's people still know some, although you Xiaojiang on the soul beasts and soul masters know very well, but that's only compared to ordinary people. It can be said that as long as you're smart enough, and then go to learn a few decades of knowledge of the soul masters do not have to be worse than the Yu Xiaojiang, however, in the way of the identity of the Yu Xiaojiang and did not say anything. After all, the most basic respect for the teacher is still understand. Of course, the reason for this is that the most basic respect for teachers is still understood. Of course, except for Qian Guhan Feng, because he simply did not listen to Yu Xiaojiang's class, which also led to Qian Guhan Feng's theoretical knowledge is not strong. But what can be done? After all, Qian Guhan Feng is strong. Douluo continent is ultimately a weak and strong, strength first world. Even if you know any knowledge on the continent, but you do not have the ability to protect yourself, do not have the ability to realize your plans, then you will still have to beg for the strong. You said the strong will be stronger for the sake of Pooh to ask the wise how to become stronger. But as long as you are strong enough, even if you put the knife on his neck and let him say others will not say you a word of not. This is the benefits of the strength belt. Thousands of ancient Han Feng once also thought about whether to go to learn soul master knowledge, but after thinking about it or give up. After all, this is not the world of the second fight. You can go to learn the knowledge of the soul guy to make yourself stronger. Even if you are in the world of the second fight, there is no strong strength or good family history who will teach you. Even if you are a real genius, you do not have the means to get the material to realize your guess. The best result is to reach an exchange of benefits with the strong, and then step by step strong, which ultimately still need to be strong. You say the strong will feel that you talent extraordinary, willing to accept you as a disciple or to help you, but this is not a kind of exchange of benefits. The strong only see the value of your body to help you become strong. You say the strong do not want to see the genius sink to help you. Do not joke, so that you grow up and then threaten to their own position? This is the continent of Douluo, together with the weak and the strong, the strength of the supreme world. This is the same as the world in his previous life, although the appearance of peace, but in the dark has long been the tide of darkness. His own family in addition to their own no one survived, but in the end, or because of the other side of the force was covered up as a fire, which is why the ancient Han Feng in his previous life, why to strive to learn martial arts to take revenge. You said that the hot weapons, the other side of the so powerful forces do not have a way to move the hot weapons, not to mention their own. In order to have a peaceful world, the official government cannot be in the hands of civilians. The ancient Han Feng in his past life really hoped that the other side will use thermal weapons, so that there is a chance to attract the attention of the official government. Back on topic. The people naturally know Yu Xiaojiang's mind. So after Yu Xiaojiang finished, Oscar still opened his mouth to explain their soul skills and specific effects, but also deliberately emphasized 3 minutes. Can only use not more than their own soul power level of soul skills and cannot be saved for a long time. 3 points in order to break Yu Xiaojiang's illusions. The next 3 days the crowd gathered together to chat about the experience of these years and then went to busy themselves. After all, now the crowd is not a student. All have their own things, of course. In addition to the idol Ma Hongjun, during the period of Flanders has also come to find 1,000 ancient Huanfeng, gave the answer to the late 5 years. Flanders said their own life is not going to have any big baggage, only hope to continue to teach those geniuses in the Shrek Academy. Thousands of ancient Huanfeng is not much to say, only told Flanders what difficulties you can look for yourself. Although thousands of ancient Huanfeng is very unhappy with the style of the Shrek Academy, but also have to recognize the strength of the academy has its existence. The role of the college. As long as you can get effective constraints and management of a powerful college does not serve any forces, invariably is the transaction similar to the official strength. Qian Guhan Feng did not intend to Shrek Academy how. In his plan, Qian Rinxue became the emperor of the Heavenly Dou Empire, will establish the Palace of Martial Souls as the state religion. And then in the Heavenly Dou Empire and the Palace of Martial Souls under the cooperation of both sides of the unification of the continent. And at that time, even if Qian Rinxue's plan to let everyone know what can be done, instead of returning to the Palace of Martial Souls, Thousand Gu Hanfeng and Oscar had talked to Ning Rongrong about paying a visit to Ningfengji, and Ning Rongrong had immediately agreed to do so upon learning about it. Ningfengji didn't refuse when he learned that Thousand Gu Hanfeng and Oscar were coming to visit. Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Uncle Ning, excuse me, Qian Gu Xianfeng politely greeted. Ha ha ha, how come? I'm more than happy that you're here. I'd like to thank you for taking care of my Rongrong in the past. I should. Since Rongrong called me brother, that's what I should do. This visit should be more than a simple visit, right? Are all smart people? Ningfengji also saw that Thousand Gu Huanfeng should have some other purpose for coming this time, and also went straight to the point. It's really impossible to hide this from Uncle Ning. Then I wonder if I can take a step to speak. Qian Gu Hanfeng was then brought to a quiet room, accompanied only by Sword Doluo. Uncle Ning must have investigated my identity as well. And I'm not afraid to tell Uncle Ning that I'm actually someone from the Palace of Martial Souls. To Shrek purely because of Tang San. Rong's appearance I was also surprised. Thousand Ancient Contained Fronts said directly. With your talent you should not have a low status in the Martial Soul Hall. You just admit it like that. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to walk out today? Sword Doluo opened his mouth. Sword Doluo Sr., do you think I would come without a bit of preparation? If I have any accidents today then I can't guarantee what the 7 treasure glazed sect will be like tomorrow. So Uncle Ning, are we going to continue with the next topic or are we just going to end it at this topic? The ancient Chinese saying, of course, is not blatant. He knows that even with the light plume Doluo in his own will likely stay in the 7 treasures Lila zone. But Ning Fengji really will be in order to kill a person in the palace of the martial soul status of the 7 treasures Lila zone will be the tip of the wind and waves of the position of the people? The ancient Chinese phone did not say that Bibi Dong was going to make a move against the upper 3 clans. Otherwise Ning Fengji might really be unfavorable to himself. Chapter 52, the plan begins. Soul Beast Sacrifice. Thousand Gu Huanfeng didn't speak again after he finished speaking, and Ning Fengji spoke after thinking for a long time. I'm sure this isn't the true purpose of your visit, is it? Uncle Ning is really smart. I'm not going to lie. I have another important matter to discuss this time I've come here. But this matter is of great importance. I wonder if Uncle Ning is ready for it. Xiangu Xianfeng did not open his mouth. On the one hand it was true that this matter was of great importance. On the other hand, he was also bringing up Ning Fengji's curiosity. But there's no harm in saying it. Good. But we still have to trouble Sword Doluo Sr. Sword Doluo sniffed without saying anything more and used his soul power to construct a soundproof soul power barrier. Then I'll get straight to the point. I wonder what sect Master Ning thinks of His Highness the Crown Prince. Ning Fengji was also aware of the change in Thousand Gu Huanfeng's address to himself, and immediately understood that the next thing was most likely related to the Tiandou Empire. And after thinking for a moment, he spoke. It's a qualified heir to the throne, but his mind is deep, and I can't see through him. Then how do you feel about him being the emperor of this heavenly Dou Empire? Ning Fengji also understood the deeper meaning of Thousand Gu Huanfeng's words when he heard them, and then spoke. It seems that this disciple of mine should have already joined your martial soul hall. As expected of sect Master Ning, I'm sure you already know what I mean. So what about your decision? There is no need to ask me about matters that have nothing to do with my 7 treasures glazed sect's interests. Ning Fengji didn't want to interfere in the imperial family's affairs. If it wasn't for the fact that the 7 treasures glazed sect didn't have enough self-preservation he wouldn't have chosen to support the Tiandou Empire and take Xueqinghe as his disciple. Thousands of years ago, Jianfeng also understood the deep meaning of Ning Fengji's words. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of the 7 treasure glazed sect, I don't care. Afterwards, he took out a letter from the Ruby 100 treasures pouch and said, then please ask sect Master Ning and Sword and Bone Doluo to guard the 7 treasure glazed city. After saying this, Shen Guhan Feng directly got up and left, directly leaving the 7 treasure glazed sect after finding Oscar. Ning Fengji didn't stop them either, and opened the letter after the 2 of them left. I hereby invite the 7 treasures glazed sect to join the Palace of Martial Souls, and as a price I have a method to help the 7 treasures glazed pagoda evolve into the 9 treasures glazed pagoda. I'll be waiting for sect Master Ning in Tiandou City in a month's time. And LT, Holy Son of the Palace of Martial Souls, Thousand Ancient Contained Fronts NGT. A few short sentences brought Ning Fengji a great shock. Then in a low voice, murmured, it seems that my 7 treasures glazed sect is destined to be unable to stay out of this. After seeing the so-called price of the Thousand Ancient Containment Front, he made up his mind that the 9 treasure glazed pagoda was his and the 7 treasure glazed sect's obsession. Immediately after returning to Tiandou City he sought out Qian Rinxue, indicating that his plan could begin. With the beginning of the plan the Heavenly Dipper Palace was secretly undergoing heavenly changes. Thousand Gu Huanfeng was ready to leave after spending 2 days in Tiandou City. He still had to obtain the 6th soul ring himself. When Xian Gu Huanfeng 3 people came to the periphery of the Star Dipper Great Forest, a group of people fled like a life from the Star Dipper Great Forest to flee outward. After stopping one person to ask about it, they also understood the reason. The Star Dipper Great Forest within the 2 soul beast communities in the Great War. The 3 of them suitably didn't hesitate after understanding the reason. Thousand Ancient Containing Blade directly summoned the Ice and Fire Dragon Wings, and Light Plume Doluo took Oscar and flew towards the Star Do Great Forest. The trio arrived at the inner circle of the Star Do Great Forest then saw 3 ants fighting a lion. And there were many ants and lions mingling around. However, the trio did not approach. After all, they still had Oscar with them, and Light Plume Doluo could not guarantee the safety of the 2, so the trio just watched from a distance. It's the Thousand Jade Ant and the Blood Shadow Berserker Lion, and that Blood Shadow Berserker Lion seems to have broken through 100,000 years ago, but its breath is unstable. It should have just broken through not long ago. Light Plume Douro spoke. At the same time, in the special space below the Lake of Life. Lord, it's the scent of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. There is no need to meddle in this matter. It is not for us to meddle in now. It's a pity that it's not the right time to come. Thousands of ancient fronts contain side. Indeed, if Qinghuan had come along, we could have obtained 100,000-year-old soul bone at the very least. The three of them didn't leave. After all, they might even be able to obtain a few soul bones after the soul beast battle. Big brother, should we make a move? Said the Titan giant ape within the core circle of the Stardust Great Forest as he opened his mouth. There's no need to make a move. Let's see that human powerhouse's attitude first. The heavenly green bull python spoke. Within the battlefield, it turned out that the 100,000-year-old blood shadow berserker lion and the 310,000-year-old thousand June ants. Although the blood shadow berserker lion's years had already reached 100,000 years, but after all, it had just made a breakthrough. So it was unable to distinguish a victory or a defeat in a short period of time when facing the 310,000-year-old thousand June ants. But with the passage of time, the gap between the two groups gradually appeared. Although the number of blood shadow lion is rare, but its racial talent bloodthirsty is extremely powerful. The more blood the stronger the fighting strength, so there is no soul beasts are willing to provoke. As for the thousand June ants, they don't have any special talent except for their great strength, but they have a huge number of ants in their colony. It turns out that the blood shadow lion is not weaker than the thousand junk ants, but the thousand junk ants are after all ants and don't have a lot of blood in their bodies, so the blood shadow lion's talent didn't play much of a role, and it was gradually defeated by the thousand junk ants by virtue of its numerical superiority. This also led to more and more thousand June ants going to besiege the 100,000-year-old blood shadow berserker lion. Just then the blood berserk lion spat out human words. Humans, you should know that the 100,000-year-old soul beast sacrifice is bound to be successful. As long as you are willing to help me repel those thousand June ants so that the other blood shadow berserk lions can leave safely, then I am willing to make the sacrifice. The three of them were also shocked when they heard this, and after Light Plume Douro said a few words to Oscar, Oscar took out the green Luan Doulua's blood to use the fifth soul skill to enable himself to fly alone for a while. Afterwards, Light Plume Douro directly summoned his martial soul Light Plume Divine Bow and shot a few of the stronger thousand June ants, and then pointed at thousand ancient Huanfeng and spoke. This is my sincerity. The 100,000-year-old soul beast sacrifice can't be interrupted, so I'll make my move if you sacrifice to him. Mouth talk is not evidence. Facing the siege of the thousand June ants, the 10,000-year blood shadow berserker lion only spat out 4 words. Light Plume Douro heard without hesitation. I Light Plume is willing to swear by my martial soul. If I break this word, martial soul broken. After reaching Super Douro, he could vaguely feel the so-called heaven's way, so he would not swear arbitrarily. The blood shadow berserker lion didn't hesitate when it saw the situation, and the red light around its body exploded as it attacked towards thousand ancient container blade. Light Plume Douro saw that the other party had begun to sacrifice was also all out, shooting the thousand June ants below. In the Light Plume Douro shooting, more and more thousand June ants died. Those 3,000 June see this is also burrowed into the ground, want to leave. But right at this moment, 9th soul skill, Light Plume Ice God Break. Light Plume Douro saw that the thousand June ants had already scattered and fled under his own attack and the blood shadow berserker lion's counterattack, and he also took on those 10,000 years thousand June ants. However, only the last of the 10,000 years of thousand jade ants died under the hands of the Light Plume Douro under the blockage of the soil. Seeing that the blood shadow berserker's tribe is no longer a threat, Light Plume Douro also did not make another move to find Oscar, who had already used the 5th soul skill several times, and then came to the side of thousand ancient container blade to protect him, and the blood shadow berserker's tribe also left directly without stopping. The author knows it's not well written, and I can't think of a way to change it, and I don't know what to do next, so I'll just have to open up the plot for the main character and pull the plug. Chapter 53. Big Brother, should we make a move? Now is a good time to do it, the Titanic Great Ape said. Very, you wanna go, just go. If you can't keep that person, you will send yourself to eliminate the human's revenge. The Sky Green Bull Python some displeasure said. His own this second brother, although the strength is superb, but it seems that the meat are long blockhead, the brain did not develop all. Not too smart. The Titanic Great Ape sniffed and did not say anything more, although it was not too smart itself, but it listened to advice. After about 2/4 of an hour, he successfully absorbed the soul rings and soul bones, and because it was a 100,000-year-old soul beast that offered its sacrifice voluntarily, the process went very smoothly. At the same time, because it was a 100,000-year-old soul beast offering, not only did he successfully absorb the soul ring to break through to the soul emperor, His soul power also jumped to level 64, and he also vaguely felt something. Han Feng, you made it. 100,000 year 6th ring. Even I don't have a 100,000 year soul ring. Your 6th soul ring is 100,000 years. It looks like I'll be able to go out and play with you in the future. Light Plume Douro opened his mouth. Grandpa Guangling, pack up. Let's prepare to return to the Martial Soul Palace. Thousand Ancient Container Fronts said with a serious face. Light Plume Douro also did not ask. He knew the character of Qian Gu Han Feng. If there was no emergency he would not show this kind of expression. Afterwards, the three of them quickly cleaned up the battlefield. I have to say that the harvest after the Soul Beast battle was really rich. The three of them obtained a total of 3 10,000-year-old soul bones and more than 10,000-year-old soul bones. After collecting all the soul bones the three of them flew directly in the direction of the Martial Soul Hall. 3 days later, in the Hall of Offerings, Han Yu Feng, now can you say what happened? Light Plume Douro opened his mouth and asked. There are more than just 2 100,000-year-old soul beasts within the Star Do Great Forest, and my Icefire Dragon Wing also sensed a hint of a familiar aura. I suspect it might be another Dragon King. Thousand Ancient Container Wings said in a grave tone. The crowd didn't open their mouths when they heard this. They understood that if those 100,000-year-old soul beasts took the lead to start a beast tide it would most likely be an unprecedented disaster for the human race. Han Yu Feng, do you know something? Shidoru asked. Grandpa Qian, will the soul of the soul beast be retained after the 100,000-year-old soul beast sacrifice? Thousand Ancient Huanfeng didn't answer, but opened his mouth to ask. I don't know. As far as I know the only one who has currently received a 100,000-year-old soul beast sacrifice is Tang Hao. Could it be? Shidoru asked with some disbelief. Instead of answering, Thousand Gu Huanfeng summoned his martial soul, and 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, violet, black, and red appeared underneath his feet. The crowd not in turn did not open their mouths to ask, but waited for Qian Gu Hanfeng to open his own mouth to explain. Qian Gu Hanfeng also opened his mouth to explain. Originally, we were planning to go to the Star Dipper Great Forest to see if we could find the 6th soul ring suitable for us, but we saw someone fleeing after we had just entered the Star Dipper Great Forest, and then we learned that it was the Soul Beast clan battle within the Star Dipper Great Forest, and we had originally wanted to see if we could make some gains, and then that 100,000-year-old Blood Shadow Berserker Lion traded itself in exchange for Grandpa Light Plume Doulo's hand in order to protect his clan. What you just asked about the Soul Beast's soul, could it be that the soul of that Soul Beast did not dissipate? Shidoru asked. Yes, Grandpa Qian. That Blood Shadow Berserker Lion's soul is now within my spiritual sea of consciousness. P.S. Here it's set that 100,000-year-old soul beasts sacrificing their souls will be retained, because neither Heavenly Dreams nor Ice Emperor's souls dissipated in Doji. As for showdown and Ayin, my setting is that they were soul sacrifices and sacrificed their souls together. Will it affect you? No. It seems that it can't do anything without my permission. I don't know exactly, but you can rest assured. Don't forget that there is also the Heavenly Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon and that Divine Power Blade Sheath. And because with its insight it can be said that I also got a free encyclopedia of soul beasts. That's good. But this Soul Beast clan war has to be taken seriously. Which one of you is going to investigate the cause? Grandpa Thousand. No need. I know why. The Blood Shadow Lion King told me something. It can be said that this matter is still related to us in the end. The 100,000-year-old Blood Shadow Lion, also known as the Blood Shadow Lion King, is the leader of the Blood Shadow Lion tribe. As for the 3,000 Junk Ants, they are the kings of the 1,000 Junk Ant tribe, the 3 brothers of the 1,000 Junk Ant Emperor. And the reason why they are fighting is because the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger of my 5th Soul Ring and the Blood Shadow Lion tribe are mortal enemies. But after the death of the Dark Devil Tiger, the Blood Shadow Lion tribe took over its territory. Plus the Blood Shadow Lion King had already broken through 100,000 years. So the 3,000 ants were worried that the Blood Shadow Lion tribe would threaten them. So they took advantage of the fact that the Blood Shadow Lion King had just broken through 100,000 years of unstable power to sneak in and attack. And then the matter developed into that. Moreover, it also told me that there is a great terrifying existence under the bottom of the Lake of Life within the core area of the Star Dipper Great Forest, and it doesn't know the specifics. Shen Guhan Feng did not say anything about the Silver Dragon King for fear of creating more trouble. Don't tell anyone else about this. I'll take care of it. Shidoru spoke up. Huan Feng, quickly tell me about your 6th soul skill. So many of us have 100,000-year-old soul rings, just big brother and second brother. I'm really curious about what a 100,000-year-old soul skill looks like. Descending Demon Dolua asked excitedly. Demon subduing. Shenjun Dolua opened his mouth. A soul skill was a soul master's secret. Even if it was his own grandson he wouldn't ask about it. It's alright Grandpa, it just so happens that I also want to try out my 6th soul skill. Since Grandpa Demonfaller is curious, why don't you accompany me to practice? Great! Go go go! Let's go to the back of the mountain. A group of people came to the back of the mountain. There were so many super Douro and Xiangu Hanfeng was not worried about being spied on. 6th soul skill, Blade of Mad Blood. 6th soul skill, Shadow of the Berserk Lion. Followed by seeing the Heavenly Awakening slash and Thousand Guhanfeng's hand turn from its original dark golden color to blood red, and the silhouette of a blood-shadowed Berserk Lion appeared behind Thousand Guhanfeng's back. My Berserk Blood Blade is somewhat similar to the Blood Shadow Berserk Lion's talent. It will draw on the blood chi around me and give me an increase. As for the duration, as long as there is blood chi it will last forever. It can be interpreted as the soul skill doesn't consume my soul power. As for the Shadow of the Mad Lion, as you can see, it can summon the shadow of the Blood Shadow Lion to help me fight. The combat power is linked to my own soul power level. His current strongest combat power is about for the Soul King period of me. But I can't use any soul skills and talents. The duration of the battle is related to the power it maintains. With my current soul power, I can push it for about half an hour. But thanks to the Blood Shadow Lion King soul and my spiritual consciousness sea, this shadow is not consuming my soul power. Spiritual sea of consciousness? This virtual shadow can be manipulated by it. Since he was only accompanying Thousand Gu Huanfeng to practice his new soul skill, neither Thousand Gu Huanfeng nor Demon Subduing Douro were serious. Grandpa Demonfaller, try my soul bone skill again. 100,000-year-old Blood Shadow Lion King's left arm soul bone skill. Berserk Lion Shocking Roar. A shadow of a lion's head appeared on Thousand Ancient containing Blade's left arm, followed by a blood-red sound wave that was violently emitted. The other soul bone skill is named Domain of Mad Blood. Similar to Juliana and Evil Moon martial soul fusion technique Demonic Red Mist, which creates a blood-red area, but its existence requires blood chi, so I won't show it, and the effects include soul strength, agility, defense, and spirit's 5 senses. The effect is related to the opponent's state. The more injured the opponent is, the greater the impact. Chapter 54, Change of Plan. 7 Treasures Submission. Not bad, although the power is affected by the blood chi. But this will only make you stronger and stronger the more you fight. Coupled with the healing of that little Ninny Ling Ling and the assistance of Xiao Ao, when you get to the Soul Saint, I'm afraid that you will be able to fight with an ordinary sealed Douro. Demonfall Douro commented. Grandpa Demonfaller, you're underestimating me if you're going to say that. I can vaguely feel that when I break through the Soul Saint I'll be able to use the power of the Heaven Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon. And by that time maybe you won't even be a match for me. Han Feng, you said that when you reach Soul Saint you'll be able to utilize the power of the Heaven Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon? Yes Grandpa, but your 6th soul ring would already be 100,000 years old. What about the soul rings behind you? Xianjun Douro said with some concern. I think Bibi Dong should be making a move on those 2 10,000-year-old soul beasts within the Star Do Great Forest soon. So it seems like it's time to find something for her. Plus that soft bone charm rabbit is just enough. Really can not only go to the extreme north of the land to see that Star Bucket Big Forest and not sure of the specific situation before or don't easily do good. The Chenjun Douro said somewhat helplessly. This Junior 2 demonic seems to be not all good. Han Feng, after the success of Xiao Shui's plan you and Xiao Ao will go to the Sea God Island. There is the inheritance place of the Sea God. With your talent should be gained. But you have to remember not to become the 7 pillars of the Sea God Island Guardian or even the new High Priest. It will only limit your growth. If not for the Angelic God examination, only the possessor of the 6-winged angelic martial soul can participate in you. To also do not have to go to that Sea God Island. But you have to remember not to expose your identity as the Holy Son of the Martial Spirit Palace. Xian Daolu said. P.S. Only 6-winged angel martial soul possessors can participate in the Angel God examination. This setting is also to let the protagonist to go to the Sea God Island. And if the Angel God examination everyone can participate in other offerings, why cannot try? Grandpa Qian. I heard Sister Shui talk about a treasure named Vast Si Qian Kuan Shield in the Heavenly Do Empire before. I wonder if it has anything to do with that sea god. I don't know about that, but you could take that thing with you and try it. It might work. After that, Shigu Hanfeng and Oscar stayed in the Palace of Martial Souls for 3 days and then returned to the Heavenly Dipper Empire. But this time, in addition to the Pure Light Plume Douro, there are also Luan Douro and Ju Ghost Douro. Ju Ghost Douro is naturally. Chigu Hanfeng thought that the plan to be able to successfully carry out the search for the BB Dong to come to. As for the reason why looking for Ju Ghost Douro, of course, because of their martial arts fusion technology bipolar static field. If there is no martial arts fusion technology, unless the BB Dong personally, otherwise even if the other Seal Douro shot want to kill Titan Giant Ape and Sky Green Bull Python is not so easy. Tiandou City, the Crown Prince's Chambers. Huan Feng, there is a change in the plan. I have poisoned Snow Knight as planned. But for some reason Snowstar has found that Yang Wao enemy of the Power One clan. Fortunately we have changed the poison. Otherwise the plan may really be exposed. Xian Guhan Feng said with some displeasure. No harm. A young Wuxian also cannot create too much influence. After all, this time in addition to the Light Plume Grandpa and Grandpa Qingluan I also brought the Ju Dolua and Ghost Dolua. Really to that point the Heavenly Do royal family is not Nanshueja cannot be. Then I'm relieved. By the way, 2 days ago Ning Fengji sent someone to inquire about your whereabouts, saying that he had something important to discuss with you. Looks like Ning Fengji still has his heart set on it. So be it. I'll take a trip if there's still time anyway. On the second day, Xian Guhan Feng brought up the Light Plume Dolua, Green Luan Dolua and Ju Ghost Dolua together to go to the Seven Treasures City, in order to ensure that also invited in the Sky Dolua City to accompany Yi Ling Ling Yi Rinshan Pier. If Ning Fengji does not listen to the 5 sealed Dolua even if they cannot destroy the 7 treasure glazed sect, but also can make its bones and bones. It seems that Sect Master Ning has already made his decision. 1000 Ancient Containment Fronts didn't say much and went straight to the point. As long as your highness the Sacred Sun is willing to inform me of the way to make the 7 treasure glazed pagoda evolve the 7 treasure glazed sect, am willing to submit to the Palace of Martial Souls. Originally, Ning Fengji was still a little hesitant, wanting to see if he could pay some price to exchange, but after seeing 1000 Ancient containing the front arrival of the 5 sealed Dolua still made this decision, and he felt that 2 of them are not below the strength of the Sword Dolua and the Bone Dolua, and there is also the continent known as the First Healing of the Yi Rinshan Inn. Even if there is their own known as the First Continental Auxiliary I'm afraid that can't be pleasured. Of no way. Though the strength does not allow. Very well, there is an immortal herb named Erythrina Tulip. As for its specifics it's better to let Ju Dolua introduce it to you. Then 1000 Guhan Feng handed the place over to Ju Dolua to introduce the specifics of the Erythrina Tulip to Ning Fengji, while he himself chatted about something with Lightning Dolua and Qingluan Dolua. Han Yu Feng, how do you know that the Cherry Tulip can make the 7 treasure glazed pagoda martial soul evolve? Light Plume Dolua asked suspiciously. I don't know Light and just Cherry Tulip and 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit is more compatible even if I say other immortal grass and how. Not to mention that he cannot find immortal Cherry Tulip, even if he knows that after knowing that there is no effect and how. As long as the Snow Sister plans to succeed at 7 treasures glazed clan exist or not and can have what meaning. The ancient Hanfeng in different road. There in Qingluan Dolua and the ancient Hanfeng also do not worry about their own and other people's conversation content, let other people know. No, Hanfeng, maybe the immortal grade cherry tulip can really make the 7 treasure glazed pagoda martial soul evolve. Before I understood with Ju Dolua, the cherry tulip is actually the most suitable immortal herb for the 7 treasure glazed pagoda martial soul, and according to my martial soul hall's records there really is an existence of the 9 treasure glazed pagoda in history. Qingluan opened his mouth and said, he didn't pack his bags. This was just a feeling he had. The people then talked about some specific matters regarding the 7 treasures glazed sex submission, and finally decided to keep the matter quiet for now. While 1000 Ancient Containing Fronts also revealed to Ning Fengji that Bibi Dawn was going to make a move against the upper 3 sects. It just so happens that we have one more thing to ask for help here, and I'm not afraid to let Ning know that the Snowy Night is about to collapse. So in order to make sure that the Crown Prince is able to succeed the throne without any problems we also ask Ning to go and sit in on the situation. After all, it's not convenient for us to show our faces. In the first place, this move was for the sake of the plan to be able to proceed smoothly, and in the second place, it was also to test Ning Fengji. As long as Ning Fengji followed the plan, then I'm afraid that even if Ning Fengji wanted to get out of it smoothly then, it wouldn't be that easy. Ning Fengji naturally knew that this was 1000 Ancient Containing Blades test or even temptation of himself, but he didn't seem to have any other choice but to agree, and he also promised to bring Sword Dolua along with him. Chapter 55, Snow Star to the Rescue. End of plan. On the second day, 1000 Gu Huanfeng brought Ning Fengji and Sword Dolua to the Crown Prince's chambers. Teacher, what brings you here? Qian Ringxue asked to Ning Fengji. Alright, Qinghao, let's not say anything in the dark and the clear. Everything will go according to plan this time. When we encounter problems Uncle Jian and I will step in. Then I'd like to thank Sensei and Sword Dolua. 2 weeks later, Qian Ringxue and Qian Gu Hanfeng in the prince's chambers waiting for the start of the plan. According to the original plan of the 2 Snow Knights should be within a week of the poison. At that time Qian Rinxue will be in the capacity of the prince to preside over the situation, and then support the Snow Star's troops will be in a long time undercover in which the commander and the Sky Awakening army led in the name of the Snow Star to start the rebellion, and then naturally is the 2 sides of the big war, and then that commander and the Sky Awakening army will be the commander and the Sky Awakening army will take advantage of the chaos to fake death. Later when the end of the plan to secretly return to the Palace of Martial Souls. As for the Snow Star and Avalanches of course to rebel to be sent to reunite with the Snow Knight. However, The undercover commander that the duo had arranged for today sent a message saying, Snowstar ordered us to gather an army and surround the palace by tomorrow night. The exact intentions are unknown. It seems that Snowstar has already sensed something. It seems that our plans will have to change. But this saves us a lot of effort. Qian Guhanfeng said somewhat helplessly. It is not that he is too powerful. Everything all depends on the opponent to set off. It was a bit unexpected, but thanks to Snowstar for making our plans go more smoothly. Yu Long, Yu Hu, you guys go back to your posts and stand by first. Since Snowstar is so giving, you guys will play a mutiny for him, so what? Chen Guhanfeng said to the two brothers Yu Long and Yu Hu were playing the role of the disc spy. Yu Long, Yu Hu, two brothers are obviously Qian Rinshue's people, responsible for the prince's chambers of the guard, but the two have long been in the dark pretending to be bought by the Snowstar. But how would the Snowstar know that the two were bought or acting to the Snowstar to see? On the third day, with Chen Rinshui and Chen Guhanfeng's secret push and pull, Snowstar and Snow Avalanche's army successfully surrounded the Heavenly Dipper Palace, the Emperor's bedchamber. In order to let the Snow Knight to be able to die when the two want a Chango Hanfeng, let the Dolphin Dolua will be the toxin of its martial soul cohesion in a light plume Dolua with the soul cohesion of the ice crystals. And the ice crystals Qian Rinshue yesterday has let the Snow Knight to serve. Then the ice crystals will be in the light plume Dolua's control of the detonation of the Snow Knight. To the Snow Knight has long been a variety of toxins by the invasion of the body can be Dolphin Dolua's spiked blood. Dolphin toxins can't resist 3 minutes. The 3 minutes will be poisoned to death. Within 3 minutes, he will die from the poison. With the original is different in the absence of Tang 3 and Dokubo, two poisonous masters of the treatment of the Snow Knight body, can be said to be only a breath of air. If it is not 1,000 Rinshue, in order to play a good son's identity will be for the Snow Knight some tonic medicine. Then the Snow Knight has long not known how many times the death of poisoned. At this time, Shuexing had already led the army to the Emperor's chambers in Qian Rinshue's impersonation of Shuexing. He confronted Shuexing. He, what do you intend to do by poisoning and plotting to kill my Heavenly Dipper's Emperor and Imperial son? Shuexing said righteously, although what Snowstar said is true, but without evidence, and how many people will believe it? As for those troops are just for their own masters, they do not pay attention to the truth of the matter. As long as their masters can succeed, then their status will be improved. To get a better life. Uncle, things have come to this point, you say these, and what is the significance of it? Justice lies in the hearts of the people, whether it is true or false, and what is the significance of it? Today, if I die everything is not still, you say. The words of Qian Rinshuet in the eyes of outsiders is the Snowstar to find a reason to conspire against. Although the strongest people in Tiandou City have been concerned about the situation in the palace, but they do not intend to make a move. Not to mention that the people do not know the truth of the matter. In the case of not knowing the results of the stand on their own, and what good? It would be better to come out to support the winner when the situation will be determined. So that although the interests cannot be maximized, but the interests of the hands is the interests. Humph, there's no point in talking more. Generals, follow me to rescue the Emperor. Snowstar said righteously. The army brought by Snowstar then fought with the Palace Forbidden Army that supported the Crown Prince. Although the Palace Forbidden Army was stronger than the soldiers of those armies, but with the number of those Palace Forbidden Army, how could they be a match for the army brought by Snowstar? Just when Snowstar thought that victory was only a matter of time, Chen Rinshue whispered a few words to the person beside her. After that person headed inside the Emperor's chambers, it didn't take long for the man to walk out with Snowy Knight, who was thrilled at the sight of the situation. Father, what a pity. What can you do if this good brother of yours knows the truth? He came a bit late after all. Chen Rinshue whispered in Shui Knight's ear. After hearing the words of Qian Rinshue, Snow Knight is to understand their own sons and their own body poison may be their own son handiwork, and then became very excited. Thousand Ancient Huanfeng nodded at the sight, and the dark light plume Dolua didn't hesitate at the sight when he immediately urged his soul power to detonate the ice crystals in Snowy Knight's body. In 2 minutes Snowy Knight was not breathing, and that servant on the side saw this and cried out, "The Emperor has collapsed." Upon hearing this news, some soldiers wearing special hand armor shouted, "Brothers, Snowstar intends to plot against us. Are we really going to aid and abet the enemy?" Under the leadership of these people, although most of the people who rebelled were members of the Heavenly Awakening Army, there were very few ordinary soldiers who were infected, and most of those soldiers were people who knew about what Chiren Yuki had done in order to build up the image of a good prince. Sect leader Ning, it's time to ask Sword Dolua to make a move. Thousand Ancient Containment said to Ning Fingji in the shadows. Ning Fingji's hiding in the dark is of course afraid of Snowstar. No, Ning Fingji after this will not use her power. Prince Snowstar intends to plot against the prince, so how can I? The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Sit back and do nothing. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect belongs to follow me out to rescue the Crown Prince. Ning Fingji, who had been waiting in the shadows for a long time, killed his way in from outside the palace with Sword Dolua and the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect's disciples. In the Seven Treasures Lioli Sect's support and the Heavenly Awakening Army's rebellion under the Snowstar's army in no time will be dead, wounded, Surrender. Snowstar and Snow Avalanche saw the situation paralyzed on the ground. At this time, even if the two are no longer stupid, is also understand that all of these things are in the snow-clear river within the plan. The two of them, even if they are stupid, realize that all this is within the plan of Shui Changyi. You planned all this? Shuixing said to Shui Changyi, who came to his side. My good uncle, what's the point of really thinking about it when it's already happened? Everything will be told to you after waiting down there. Afterwards, Snowstar and Snow Avalanche were killed by the soldiers pretending to be strong men of the Palace of Martial Souls. Clean up the battlefield and prepare for the enthronement ceremony tomorrow, Qian Rinxue said to the servants at the side. Chapter 56 Soul Hunting Failure. 9 Treasure Glaze. On the second day, yesterday Prince Shuixing and Prince Shui Avalanche besieged the palace, intending to seek power and usurp the throne. Under the counterattacks of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect and the Forbidden Army of the palace succeeded in decapitating the 2 of them. But the Snowy Night Great Emperor was furious and collapsed yesterday. But the country can't be without a ruler for a day. We ask His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, to ascend to the throne and preside over the general situation. After yesterday's Sword Dolua's outburst, many powerful people also understood the attitude of the 7 Treasure Glazed sect. So many ministers did not intend to sing against Qian Rinxue, and with the cooperation of these ministers, Qian Rinxue's enthronement ceremony was also very smooth. Thousands of years of ancient Han Feng also got the news. Then Bidong finally did not hold back. Because Ju Dolua and Ghost Dolua is not so, then Bidong sent the Ghost Leopard Dolua and Magic Bear Dolua with Hulina 3 people and many strong to the Starbucket Forest to catch 100,000 years of soft bone charm rabbit and 100,000 years of Titan giant ape. But then Bidong does not know the little dance has long been the light of the Plume Dolua captured in the Hall of Envoys. And the last martial spirit temple of the strong intends to catch the Titan giant ape. The plan also ended in failure. The 100,000 years of the Sky Green Bull Python suddenly killed. The plan is finally a failure. The plan Ghost Leopard Dolua and the Magic Bear Dolua in order to protect the Hulina 3 people left with minor injuries. Hulina 3 people are seriously injured, while a Soul Dolua and 3 Soul Saints died in the hands of the Titanic Apes and the Sky Green Bull Python. Thousand Ancient Container Phone was not surprised when he got the news. Not to mention the 3 dragons with Hulina, Evil Moon and Amazing. The full strength of the Titan Ape and the Heavenly Green Bull Python that had no scruples could not be resisted by the Ghost Panther and the Devil Bear, which were not even Super Dolua, as a sealed Dolua. At the same time, the next time I do not know is the Titan Ape and the Sky Green Bull Python retaliation or other reason. Starbucket Big Forest within the Soul Beasts become very manic. Encountered Soul Masters on the attack. The periphery also appeared from time to time. 10,000 years of Soul Beast, PS, peripheral 10 years and 100 years of Soul Beasts. In the middle of 1,000 years of Soul Beasts, within the periphery of the Soul Beasts of 10,000 years of souls, the core of the area that is the Lake of Life and its surrounding areas. The Pope's failure to hunt the Soul Beasts in the Star Dipper Great Forest caused the Soul Beasts in the Star Dipper Great Forest to retaliate. And in the end, the Palace of the Martial Soul had to send out the strongest people to help the Soul Masters hunt Soul Beasts in order to pacify the people's indignation. And at the same time, issued a statement saying that the Palace of the Martial Soul was to recapture the Star Dipper Great Forest and sending out the strongest people to hunt Soul Beasts in order to recapture the Star Dipper Great Forest. Strong men to hunt Soul Beast Emperors. In the following month's time, all aspects of the power of the Heavenly Do Empire were also handed over by Qian Rinxue to the hands of the strongest person arranged by the Palace of Martial Souls, and the Heavenly Awakening Army also became the new palace guards under the arrangement. On the other hand, the situation of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing within the Star Luo Empire is not very good. The two of them have not been treated well by the ministers because they used to study in the Heavenly Dipper Empire. At the same time, the two of them are not very talented because they did not take the immortal herb, so they are not very outstanding. So at the moment many of the ministers think that the future emperor of the Star Luo will be Davies, the continent, because the 7 Treasures Liuli sect has clearly support the Heavenly Bucket Empire. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex always remain neutral. Houtnan sect tightly closed the 3 gates, plus the Palace of Martial Souls eyeing. So in the eyes of many people in the continent's situation is very tense. But they do not know is that the Heavenly Bucket Empire has long been the Palace of Martial Souls of the Bag. However, because of Bibidong's behavior led to the Palace of Martial Souls of the Strong is very busy. So Qian Rinxue did not announce the Tiandou Empire and the Palace of Martial Souls joint learning. At the same time, Ningfengji also sent a message that he had found a Qilua tulip thousands of years ago. Jianfeng was also very shocked after receiving the news, and brought Oscar, Light Plume Dolua, Chenghuan Dolua and Zhu Dolua to the 7 Treasures Liuli sect. And Zhu Dolua, after seeing the Qilua tulip, also realized that although that Qilua tulip was very much like an immortal product, but it hadn't arrived at the immortal products level, and it could be said that it was a pseudo-immortal product. Although Ningfengji was very saddened by the news, he still asked Zhu Doluo if this pseudo-mortal item could allow the 7 treasure glazed tower to evolve. Zhu Doluo didn't open his mouth after a moment's thought, but instead, he sent a voice message to Thousand Gu Hanfeng explaining what might be a viable solution. Chang'e Hanfeng, after learning the news, did not rush to answer. Found the Lightling Doluo and Qinghuan Doluo explained the situation. It turns out that Zhu Doluo said that the solution is to the same source of power dredging, may be able to make that bead's pseudo-immortal product effect comparable to the immortal product. In other words, it is necessary to Qinghuan Doluo's blood as a lead, and then in the Qinghuan Doluo's soul power to guide the taking of the bead of Kiliuoi tulip. Qinghuan Doluo said to listen to Qian Gu Hanfeng about this. Anyway, it is only to consume some energy, it will not have an impact on himself. But Qian Gu Hanfeng was not sure about Ningfengji's loyalty to the martial soul palace. Finally the three of them came up with a plan after some discussion. As for whether Ningfengji can accept it or not is not a matter for them to consider. Subsequently Zhu Doluo and Chiku Han Yufeng's gesture and Ningfengji said the solution. To take the blood of the person who has taken the immortal product Erythrina tulip as a guide and letting it out to guide it. But want to know such a person and how easy it is to talk about it. Sect leader Ning. Since we proposed this method, then we're naturally able to find such a person. But we naturally have our requirements. Thousand Ancient Containment Fronts said. But there's no harm in saying it. Firstly, I'm sure Sect Master Ning must have seen the relationship between Xiao Ao and Rong Rong. So what does Sect Master Ning think? This, although Xiao Ao's martial soul is food system. But his soul skill I also heard a little bit. But the rules can't be broken. But I can do the Lord as long as Xiao Ao breaks through the sealed Doluo. I can him and Rong Rong together. Good. Then we will each take a step back for Xiao Ao can. Secondly, that bead of tulips we want Rong Rong to take. And in the end if we succeed I want Rong Rong to follow us through the experience. Can. Ningfengji was also understanding that this was a restriction on himself, or rather on the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect had already joined the Palace of Martial Souls and Rong Rong was still his own daughter, which was not unavoidable. Third and final point. I'm only responsible for being the middleman. And it's up to sect leader Ning as to whether or not I can make it work. That's natural. I wonder where that man is now. Grandpa Qinghuan, I'll leave it to you next. Ningfengji saw the situation is also understood that the person is the Qinghuan Doluo. And finally in the bargaining between the two Ningfengji to the 7 treasure glazed sect 7 treasures in the 3 treasures in exchange for the Qinghuan Doluo's hand. In the end, under the protection of Ningfengji and Zhu Doluo, Qinghuan Doluo managed to help Ning Rongrong take that pseudo-immortal strain of Erythrina tulip. But it was already a pseudo-immortal strain. And even if Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed pagoda managed to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed pagoda, it was only just barely enough to allow for the evolution of its martial soul. And as for its soul power, it didn't have any enhancement. Ningfengji is also very happy after learning the results. Although the cost is a bit big, but the results are still good. After instructing Ning Rongrong to entertain the crowd, he went down to prepare for the matter of turning the 7 treasure glazed sect into the 9 treasure glazed pagoda. Chapter 57, Gathering Again, discussing Sea God Island. Possibly for the reason of being deceived, Ning Rongrong's attitude towards Thousand Gu Huanfeng became obviously much more detached after knowing Thousand Gu Huanfeng's true identity. But probably because of the Oscar or the martial soul evolution, Ning Rongrong didn't really say anything more, and quickly accepted the truth. A week later, Shrek. The 7 monsters of Shrek gathered once again in a rare gathering at Flanders' call. Dean, is there something you suddenly called us together for? Dai Mubai asked. Although now Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing are no longer being noticed by the higher-ups of the Star Luo Empire, but running to the Heavenly Dipper Empire at such a critical time is still a big risk. If you let those higher-ups know about it, there may still be a lot of trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that Flanders said that it was important that the two of them would not have come at will. Actually, I'm not the one who's looking for everyone today. It's better to let Junior talk to you guys about the specifics. Flanders sniffed and opened his mouth to explain. It turned out that a week ago, Tang San knew that Flanders said there was a way to quickly increase everyone's strength, so he asked Flanders to gather everyone. A week ago, my father came back from the Haotian sect and told me that the Haotian sect had a secret story left behind by my great-grandfather, Tang Chen, saying that there was a place where you could quickly improve your strength. Tang San said. It turned out that a week ago, Tang Hao returned from Hao Tianzong, although he did not obtain the forgiveness of the elders. But in the end, after seeing Tang Hao's condition, Tang Xiao still did not have the heart to tell Tang Hao a message that had been passed down from generation to generation among the patriarchs of Hao Tianzong, which said that if the younger generation had an outstanding talent or encountered a crisis of life and death, they could go to a certain place. Third brother, you quickly say what place? Ma Hongjun sniffing some can't wait to ask. Who let now Shrek 7 monsters in his lowest level? Chang'e Hanfeng, naturally needless to say. Dai Mubai. Tang San and Oscar has long since broken through the 50 level, become the Soul King. Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong not long ago also broke through the 50 level to become the Soul King. only their own has just reached the 48 level. So it can be seen that there is no help of immortal grass on the crowd of people's impact is how big. Can be said to have the help of immortal grass all the soul power on average can be increased by 10 levels. If it is not most of the immortal grass will be used to improve physical fitness and martial strength of souls. If not for the fact that Chango Hanfeng has used most of the immortal grass to improve his physical quality and strength of his martial soul, his soul power may have broken through 70 levels to become a soul saint. But Chango Hanfeng's physical quality is not as good as Dai Mubai's beast martial soul masters who have a strong attacking lineage, but at the same level. It's not worse than Zhu Zhuqing's sensitive attacking lineage beast martial soul masters. To know the beast martial soul master in the case of martial soul physical quality will be greatly improved. This is also the beast martial soul master in the case of low grade will often be stronger than the weapon martial soul master. But the weapon martial soul master in the soul power level will continue to improve the quality of the body, and in the understanding of the characteristics of the martial soul and gradually grind. And the martial soul of the degree of fit continues to improve the combat power will continue to improve, which is the high level of the soul master at the same level of soul power. The weapon martial soul master will often be stronger than the beast martial soul master. Soul power in the case of weapon martial arts soul masters tend to be stronger than the beast martial arts soul masters, which also led to most of the 7 major sects or beast martial arts soul sects, but have been Haotian zone pressure ahead of the reason. Although the quality of the martial arts soul accounted for a large portion of the reason, but the beast martial arts soul masters and weapon martial arts soul masters in the high end of the battle on the contrast there is not a big reason. That place is called Neptune Island. Sea God Island? That is indeed a place where you can quickly increase your strength. The person who opened his mouth was Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, do you also know about Sea God Island? Tang San asked. I've been there once. That place, which the Palace of Martial Souls calls Devil's Island, and the soul masters who live there call themselves the Children of the Sea. The Palace of Martial Souls once sent 2,000 soul masters to this island in an attempt to corral the soul masters there. The result was that there was no return. Less than 100 were able to return alive, and 2 sealed Doluo were lost there. And I also went with Bibi Dong that time. That place is called Devil's Island by the Palace of Martial Souls, and since that time, the Palace of Martial Souls no longer dares to fight there. If I guessed correctly, on this island, there is at least one supreme soul master. That is, a strong person of level 95 or above, or even a 99 level Jedi Doluo. Otherwise, how could the Martial Spirit Hall not retaliate after suffering such a huge loss? Another reason is that the people living on Sea God Island would not leave that island. Jade Xiaojiang spoke. Thousands of ancient containing the front herd is not much to say anything. After all, this is not a secret in the Palace of the Martial Spirit. But Yu Xiaojiang do not know is the reason why the Palace of the Martial Spirit is not again on the island of the Sea God. The real reason. In addition to the island of the Sea God there is Poseidon, so a 99 of the world's greatest Doluo. Plus the Palace of the Martial Spirit is not good at water warfare. If you are determined to strike the island of the Sea God will be very great loss. Even if the success of the loss is also more than worth it, which there are also thousands of road flow of the A part of the reason. Shen Daolukan and Tang Hao seriously injured Qian Sun disease finally killed by Bibi Dong can also because of Tang Chen's reason to let go of Haotian Zone have how could be in order to the 2 sealed Doluo and insisted on their own once like Poseidon shot. Sea God Island? I remember that within the Heavenly Dipper Imperial family there is a treasure that is rumored to be related to it, but that treasure has been placed in the treasure trove because it has never been able to be used. Seeing this situation, Thousand Ancient Hidden Front also opened his mouth at the right time and spoke of the existence of the vast ocean Shen Kuan shield. Han Yu Feng, can you bring that treasure? It might help us. I can go and try. But even though that treasure is useless to the Heavenly Dipper royal family yet it shouldn't be handed over to me freely. After discussing for a while, the crowd finally decided to go to Sea God Island. Chen Guhan Feng also said that he wanted to take Yi Ling Ling to go together. The crowd also has no opinion. There is a healing soul master peer is also a great protection. 3 days later under the performance of Qian Guhan Feng and Qian Rinxue the crowd paid some price but still obtained the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield, which in addition to the money also included some of Tang San's high-level hidden weapons. Although the current strength of the Palace of Martial Souls may not be able to replicate Tang San's hidden weapons, but after having a sample of the Palace of Martial Souls will be able to have some defense, and the threat of those hidden weapons in the future will be greatly reduced. Of course, the so-called price paid by Thousand Ancient Blades in Ning Rongrong is just an act for the public to see, and the so-called Soul Coin Savings Card is just an empty shell. Finally in the Jade Xiaojiang's proposal under the people decided to first improve because separate for a long time by reducing the degree of tacit understanding. Qian Gu Hanfeng although very much want to express tacit understanding. Never. I have not been out of full strength. Are in cooperation with you guys? Of course, the trainer is not the same as the original sword Doluo. After all, now the 7 treasures Lulazon did not accident. The sword Doluo is not injured. cannot have the time to be a trainer. So it became the Golden Triangle and their martial arts soul fusion technology Golden Holy Dragon. Training in addition to Oscar outside of the crowd in the sight of Chango Hanfeng's 100,000 years of soul ring is also very surprised. Chango Hanfeng finally will be about the 6th soul ring of the matter of half-truths, and the crowd said again. After all, that day's events in addition to some of the top powerhouses, and no one knows the specifics of the situation. Of course, Shrek crowd is not in it. Chapter 58 Sacred Heart Begonia. Dahan High City. Ning Rongrong's 9 Treasures Glazed Tower is naturally also noticed by the crowd. And finally, in Ning Rongrong's explanation, the crowd attributed it to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect to spend a huge price to invite the strongest people in conjunction with the heavenly treasures in order to be successful. Yu Xiaojiang knows that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower can be evolved into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower, and would have liked to ask Ningfengji to see if it could be of help to his own martial soul, but in the end it was rejected by Ningfengji, and in the end, the matter was left to die. Then it was left unsettled. He also knew that this was the 7 Treasures Glazed sect's secret. Even if he asked his father to step in, he might not be able to succeed. After all, the Blue Electricity Overlord Dragon sect has nothing that can make the 7 Treasures Glazed sect's heartbeat. Even if he knew the huge price he might have to pay, he was not capable of realizing it. And the Blue Electricity Overlord Dragon sect couldn't possibly come up with that much resources to help himself. After all, he is now a person who claims to be free from the Blue Electricity Overlord Dragon sect, but the outsiders don't think so. After all, not the same thing. Outsiders do not think so. After all, do not look at the face of the monk, look at the face of the Buddha. In how you are also the son of a sealed Doluo, so usually does not casually in Yu Xiaojiang conflict, which also led to Yu Xiaojiang has a sense of superiority. After the arrival of Yi Lingling, Qian Guhan Feng is also the purpose of this trip to explain. Yi Lingling is not refused. The 5 years of living down Qian Guhan Feng and Yi Lingling feelings are also rapid progress. At night, Qian Guhan Feng came to Yi Lingling's room alone. Yi Lingling was not any defense. Qian Guhan Feng did not say much, took out 2 jade boxes and handed them to Yi Lingling. What is this? Liefling asked curiously at the sight. Actually, these things should have been given to you a long time ago. You can understand that this is a bride price for you. Bride price? So what are you giving it to me for? You should have given it to my grandfather. Alright, this is all discussed between Grandpa and Grandpa Yi. You open it and take a look. Yi Lingling sniffed and didn't ask any more questions. Opening one of the jade boxes. What kind of a flower is this? This flower is named Acacia Broken Heart Red. Flowers are not extraordinary. Choose the master in things. Picking time must be in mind when you think of your heart lover. Sincere and sincere. Spit out a mouthful of blood sprinkled on the petals. If the slightest trifling, even if you spit out the blood and die, but also do not want to take the flower off. After the flower is taken off, as long as it is by the side of this master, it will never wither. The stone under the flower is named Wu Jie. And if it is forcibly destroyed, this Acacia Broken Heart Red will likewise lose all its medicinal power. Consumption of this flower, with the heaven and earth with the immortality of the work, I conservatively estimate that at least can enhance the soul power 10 levels away, will also have a comprehensive transformation of the body. I don't know the specific effects, but it might be able to solve the limitations of your family's martial soul. It's better for you to keep such a precious thing for yourself. Yi Lingling was also taken aback after learning about the effects of Acacia Broken Heart Red, and did not want to absorb it after reacting. Alright, it's been said that it's a bride price, and it's also the result of our discussion. You probably don't know the ultimate purpose of our trip. Tang San and the others don't know what Sea God Island is a place. Grandpa Qian told me that Sea God Island is actually a place of inheritance for gods. In fact, the Palace of Martial Spirits is also a place of inheritance for gods. But the Palace of Martial Spirits is more special. Only the possessors of the 6-winged angelic martial souls are allowed to participate in the examination. So our main purpose of our trip to Sea God Island is to participate in the divine examination. So the higher your talent is, the better it is. So you'd better give it a try soon. If you are able to succeed, we still have to go and obtain the soul rings for you. Alright then. Then Yi Lingling did not refuse. In the end, Yi Lingling also managed to take down the Acacia Broken Heart Red and began to absorb it. Early the next morning, Yi Lingling had successfully absorbed Acacia Broken Heart after a long night. My martial soul has actually evolved. Yi Lingling's voice awakened the cultivating 1000 Gu Hanfeng. As for the guardian, there is a shadowy light plume Doluo in 1000 Gu Hanfeng is not worried. The martial soul has evolved. Let's go. Let's go and find Yi Lingling first. Chen Gu Hanfeng went to find Yi Renxian, who was in Tiandou City after knowing that Oscar said that the two had something for him to convey. Inside Yi Renxin's small courtyard, Yi Lingling was explaining the changes in her martial soul to Yi Renxin. 1000 ancient contain fronts and light plume Doluo. My martial soul isn't called the 9 Hearts Begonia now. I'm calling it the Sacred Heart Begonia. I should say that even Grandpa's healing ability can't compare to mine under the same soul power output. Only Yi Lingling's 9 Hearts Begonia, or Sacred Heart Begonia changed from its original lavender light to a light green color, which also faintly emitted a hint of life's aura. In the divine realm, the two deities also revealed a satisfied smile after seeing this scene. In Yi Lingling's martial soul is also in the help of the Acacia Broken Heart Red from the original 52 directly to the 60 level. Then the three are also decided to immediately for Yi Lingling to get the 6th soul ring. Now the Star Dipper Forest Soul Beasts, although compared to the previous has been a lot of calm, but is still in the case of riots. What if find high years of soul beasts easier than usual? A lot of in order to allow Yi Lingling can absorb a higher years of soul ring. 3 people decided to let Yi Ling first absorb 100,000 years of blue silver emperor right leg bone. In order for Yi Ling to be able to absorb higher aged soul beasts, the 3 of them decided to let Yi Ling absorb the 100,000-year-old blue silver emperor's right leg bone first. Yi Lingling also learned what was inside that second jade box, but after seeing that Yi Rinxin and Light Plume Doluo weren't surprised, also didn't refuse anymore and absorbed that 100,000-year-old blue silver emperor right leg bone. As for the soul bone skill, of course, it is still spring breeze blowing again, wildfire and flight. However, probably because of Yi Lingling's martial soul, she could actually apply the healing ability of the soul bone to other people through her martial soul. The third day, in the Yi Rin and Light Plume Doluo search is also smooth for Yi Lingling to find a suitable soul beast, a 70,000 years of wind deer. Wind deer, although there is no outstanding therapeutic ability, but its wind has the ability to calm people. But because of the reason of the martial soul, so Yi on the soul beast does not have too much requirement. At the same time, because the wind deer is very gentle, is the most easy to absorb the soul ring. Otherwise will not let Yi Lingling absorb such a high number of years of soul ring. Finally, in the 100,000 years of blue silver emperor right leg bone and Yi Rinxin's help, Yi Lingling successfully absorbed the soul ring. And this head of the wind deer also popped out of a piece of soul bone. The crowd is no one much to say, so that Yi Lingling absorbed the soul bone. Soul skills is the wind deer's wind. The spirit control class of the spirit skills have a very good restraining effect. It has a very good restraining effect on mind control type soul techniques. Yi Lingling's soul power level also jumped to level 67 after absorbing the soul ring and soul bone. Acacia Broken Heart Red 11 levels. 100,000-year-old blue silver emperor right leg bone 2 levels. Qingfeng Deer Soul Ring and Soul Bone each 1 level. Directly became a line of 8 people in the highest soul power level. The second is Thousand Ancient contained front 64 level. Because Tang San of course did not know Yi Lingling's soul power level before. So after seeing Yi Lingling's 6 soul rings also did not have any feeling. Oscar also only knew before that Yi Lingling was a 5-ring soul king. Only then had just broken through. And in the past 2 days went to obtain the soul rings. As for the changes in the martial soul, even Yi Xiaojiang knows very little about the 9 Hearts Begonia martial soul, and Yi Lingling explained it away by saying that the martial soul changed after absorbing the soul ring of the Qingfeng deer. Although Yi Xiaojiang still have some doubts, but there is a Thousand Ancient Han Feng, and how he dared to want to ask. After all, Thousand Ancient Han Feng and Yi Xiaojiang do not deal with it, is not a secret, and besides, the martial soul and soul skills is a person's secret. Randomly get to the bottom of the matter is not a good thing. A month later, the crowd is also will fight tacit understanding cultivation of almost. Qian Guhan Feng is also the body for the exhibition of strength. After all, there is a 100,000 years of the 6th soul ring performance is 2 dishes not good. Because this time there is Qian Guhan Feng in full bloom of the 7 treasures of the glazed clan support, so a line of people are not short of money. And now in order to let Qian Rinxue can stand firm in the days of the Dou Empire martial arts soul temple has not been to the last 3 and the 2 big empires. Out. This also leads to a line of people traveling nothing to hide. Can say that the appearance is very luxurious? All the way to what the hotel food is much. Because the party was circulating between the major cities, they didn't encounter the blizzard demon wolves and wolf pirates. And the party smoothly arrived at Hanhai City after spending 2 months walking around. Chapter 59, Blood Drops to Recognize Master. Purchase Submerged Zhao Boat. After arriving at Hanhai City, the crowd also started to make plans for the sea. Just as they were planning how to go out to sea, the hired tour guide opened his mouth and said, "If a few of you aren't in a hurry, you can go to the auction and take a look. You might be able to find something that will help you on this sea trip." "An auction?" Dai Mubai said doubtfully. "Yes, tonight happens to be the day when our January auction is held. All of you can go and take a look if you're interested. I wonder if there are any requirements to participate in this auction?" Tang San opened his mouth and asked. "Requirements? Well, naturally have. But all of you, if you want to go, I can arrange for all of you." Is this? Words to hear people also understand the meaning of this guide. Then Chen Guhan Feng took out a bag of gold soul coins thrown to the guide. The guide, after receiving the gold soul coins, hastily opened, "All of you, and wait here. I'm going to come." About a quarter of an hour later then the tour guide came back, holding 8 blue cards with the word Hanhai engraved on the front and Earth 5 engraved on the back, and after distributing the cards to the crowd, he said, "All of you can go to the hotel to rest first, and I will come to take all of you there when the auction is about to start." The people came to the hotel as also from the mouth of the waiter learned that the original blue card is a kind of brother similar to tickets. Whenever the auction to start will be able to buy tickets from the organizers. Its main purpose is to limit the number of people to participate in the auction. Of course, some of the people who have a relationship with can also get the tickets of the private room, which has a day-numbered room 3. The number of the room of the Earth 5. The thousands of ancient with the front of the hands of the people is the word Earth. The 5th room tickets. Although it is the end of the room but thought this is money from a guy to get the side of the release. After all, the other side is at least to give the tickets of the room. In the idle after the crowd began to study again the Si Qiankuan cover. Along the way the crowd is also the use of many ways, but that the Si Qiankuan cover is no reaction. The ancient frontier of course know as long as the blood recognition can be, but how can they tell the crowd it? Although Thousand Ancient Containment Frontier didn't want Tang San to obtain the recognition of the vast Si Qiankuan shield. But if there was no vast Si Qiankuan shield then how to enter the Sea God Island? Just when Thousand Ancient Hidden Front was thinking, this is not good and that is not good. I don't believe to smash you and you still have no reaction. After the words Ma Hongjun picked up the vast expanse Qiankuan shield and smashed it towards the ground. The people are afraid of what problems Hanhai Qiankuan cover. The nearest Dai Mubai rushed forward to pick up, but still accidentally was Hanhai Qiankuan cover smashed a wound. In Dai Mubai's blood touched Hanhai Qiankuan cover when Hanhai Qiankuan cover was miraculously trembled twice and then there was no movement. The Thousand Ancient with the front to see the situation is also can't help but in the heart of the sigh of a sentence. If it should come as finally cannot be avoided. When the crowd saw this, they also began to think about the reason why the vast ocean Qiankuan shield was trembling. And finally it was Oscar who spoke up and said, "Could it be blood?" After hearing Oscar's words, the crowd also opened their mouths to try and not how the mindset to start trying to blood recognition. The first was originally injured Dai Mubai, but Dai Mubai's blood again after contacting the Hanhai Qiankuan cover or just trembled twice. The crowd also understands that the blood is really useful. The second attempt is Ma Hongjun, but Ma Hongjun's blood in contact with the Hanhai Qiankuan shield actually did not react at all. The crowd also began to become puzzled. Could it be because Fatty's martial soul is a fire attribute? After all, this vast Si Qiankuan shield should be a sea god's item. Tang San opened his mouth. The people heard also began to try again. But next Chu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's blood also just trembled for a moment. And then Qian Guhanfeng is also reluctant to be pulled by Oscar in this matter. In the Qian Guhanfeng's blood in contact with the vast expanse Qiankuan shield when a huge trembling. And then see the vast expanse Qiankuan shield turned into a blue stream of light toward Qian Guhanfeng's brow. In the stream of light to be not in the heart of the Qian Guhanfeng's brow when it stopped as if it met some resistance. And then returned to its original state and fell to the ground. When the stream of light was about to enter the center of Qian Guhanfeng's eyebrow, it stopped as if it had met some resistance, and then it returned to its original state and fell to the ground. The crowd was also puzzled by the situation, but after thinking about it for a long time they couldn't come up with a reason. Thousand Guhanfeng felt that it should be because of the reason of the divine power within the heavily awakening chopping martial spirit blade sheath. In the turn of Yi Ling Ling when the Hanhai Qiankuan shield is also once again a violent tremor, and then there is no movement. Thousands of years of Gu Xianfeng guessed that it should be because of Yi Ling Ling martial spirit only healing ability reason. The last one to try was Tang San, and in the end the vast ocean Qiankuan shield seemed to be reluctant as it trembled for a long time before it didn't enter Tang San's brow. Thousands of ancient Han Yufeng was not surprised to see this, and after the crowd discussed the use of the vast expanse Qiankuan shield together, the tour guide came to tell the crowd that the auction was about to begin. The auction was also nothing special, probably because of the time there was no Dragon Abyss boat. Instead there was another Soul Guide submarine boat, which was finally bought by Thousand Ancient Containment Front at a price of 5,000 gold soul coins. After returning to the hotel Tang San and Dai Mubai were discussing whether to buy a boat or rent one tomorrow when Thousand Ancient Containing Frontier, who had heard the two of them talking, spoke up and said, "Didn't I tell you that my eldest uncle has a fleet of boats here?" Tang San and Dai Mubai turned their heads to look at Thousand Ancient Hundred Blades when they heard this, and Thousand Ancient Hundred Blades saw this and spoke once more. "You guys don't know? But Rong Rong and Xiao Ao both know. You guys didn't say that either." Tang San and Dai Mubai opened their mouths. "I thought Brother Feng had told you guys about this," Ning Rong Rong and Oscar said in unison. "This is prepared by my eldest uncle in order to hunt some sea soul beasts. After all, the meat of some sea soul beasts is very delicious." The roll of whale glue was only known to the Palace of Martial Souls and some of the nobles of the two empires, unlike Duji, which is known to most people. This is also a tacit agreement between the Palace of Martial Souls and the two empires. After all, Some things are known to more than one person. It loses its usefulness. Although the 7 great clans have also heard rumors, but after all, they are exposed to the outside world, so that the outside world soul masters know about it. Rumors, but after all, they are all exposed. Let the outside world soul masters know may make them misunderstand, resulting in damage to their reputation. So they did not try, and the 2 empires will not care so much. Have the right to have that aspect of the demand is normal, but the sea crisis. Only the palace of the martial soul has the strength to go out to sea to hunt cetacean soul beasts to get whale gelatin. But in order to cover up the years we'll be hunting sea soul beasts to get soul beasts to cover the meat. At the same time, in order to plug the 2 empires of the mouth of the palace of the martial soul will be sold to the 2 empires on a regular basis when whale gelatin as a hush money. Li Changfeng is the person in charge of dealing with this matter in Tiandou Empire. So some of the fleet is explicitly Li Changfeng's industry. Chapter 60, Details of the Forces. Successful landing on the island. On the second day, after all the preparations continue, the crowd also boarded the boat arranged by 1,000 ancient containers. After boarding the boat, the crew also performed their own duties diligently. Along the way for the crowd to introduce the distribution of some of the forces on the sea and the ocean on the bright side of the force. This sea can be divided into 6 major forces. The strength of the strongest or the sea god island. Because most of the residents of the sea god island are soul masters, and martial souls are related to water. And rumor has it that there are also several sealed Douro. The second is still to see soul beasts of the overlord of the deep sea devil whale king as the head of the spirit animal community. The strength of this deep sea devil whale king is unfathomable, and nobody has ever seen it full force, but we just do not enter the devil whale sea or actively provoke them. Then they will not take the initiative to us. It has never been seen at full strength, but as long as we don't enter the demon whale sea or actively provoke them, they won't take the initiative to strike at us. Although these 2 are powerful, but as long as we don't cause trouble generally they won't attack us. The captain in charge of this sea voyage introduced. You don't want to grow others' ambition and destroy your own. What deep sea magic whale king? If it dares to come up, Fat Master also quite want to taste its meat is what taste. Ma Hongjun some disdain said. Probably because of the reason of the 1,000 ancient container foam has been in Shrek within the Ma Hongjun has not seen what is the social evil. So still that cynical look. The captain sniffed and said somewhat unhappily. Although you are the young master's friend, but if you dare to cause trouble don't blame me for throwing me down to feed the fish. The captain said, although you are the young master's friend, but if you dare to cause trouble, don't blame me for throwing me to the fish. Speaking at the same time also released a little bit of his soul saint's aura. It is no wonder that he will be so. After all, this is the sea who can't guarantee that there will not be a soul beast under their ship now. If let the deep sea devil whale king know about it himself, these people are not enough to give them to stuff their teeth. Ma Hongjun doesn't know that the deep sea devil whale king's powerful himself is still not aware of it? Fatty, if you're like this again I'd better arrange for someone to take you back first. Don't even get us involved in giving that soul beast a stuffing. After all, because this trip is to go to the sea god island, so the light plume Dolua did not go with. So Qian Guhan Feng is currently the biggest security is their own. This is also 1,000 road flow and all the offerings to Qian Guhan Feng real sense of the first experience. Because this trip 8 people have 4 people are their own, so do not have to worry about Tang San and the others will threaten their safety. Just you like this and the deep sea devil whale king estimated to see are not willing to can. A soul sect also dare to clamor 100,000 years of soul beasts. In fact we really have to worry about is actually ranked 3rd evil demon tiger shark community. They are the true meaning of this sea predator. The same this evil devil tiger shark community's commander evil devil tiger shark king is also a 100,000 year old soul beast. The rest of the 3 major forces from front to back is divided into his other sea soul beast community, specialized in preying on passing ships, pirates and us these continental soul masters. By the way, don't blame me for not telling you. The captain is actually not our family. He is only employed by my uncle, is responsible for the usual flotilla security. After all, as he said, the sea is not lack of pirates, so I can order not move him. The words of Qian Guhan Feng are very direct, is to tell the crowd if the captain wants to go out himself will not stop. The next 3 days and the captain of the arrangement of the crowd is also tasted to the sea soul beast delicious. For Ma Hongjun and Tang 3 of these people have not eaten the sea soul beast meat is also a novel experience. After all, in addition to the 8 people present, Ma Hongjun and Tang 3 more or less have eaten the sea soul beast. Thousands of Gu Xianfeng and Ning Rongrong needless to mention. Martial arts soul hall of the saint and the 7 treasures of glazed sects of the young master are rich and powerful lord. Yi Lingling although not rich, but who called his grandfather is Yi Rinxin it. Although Yi Rinxin out and will not receive a return. But there is no lack of people with a variety of novelties to the door to seek medical treatment. Not rich, but who called his grandfather is Yi Rinxin it. Although Yi Rinxin will not receive a return, but there is no lack of people with a variety of novelty things to seek medical treatment. Daimu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing most of the prince and princess. although in the days of the Empire stayed for a long time, but as a child Hao would not have had to eat the meat of the sea soul beasts. As for the Oscar, since the followers of Chigu Xianfeng have generally will have his share of it. Only Tang San and Ma Hongjun, one has money and no channel. Tang San made a lot of money selling concealed weapons, one has no money and no channel. The next voyage was also very smooth, during which there were some ungrateful pirates who wanted to rob, and in the end they were repelled by the captain with his men. While sailing to the outskirts of Sea God Island, the captain spoke. Young master, further on is the boundaries of Sea God Island. Our Continental Soul Master's fleet will only be able to travel as far as this, so the rest of the way will be up to you. Okay, leave us a small boat, you guys go back first. When you go back, remember to tell my eldest uncle what to do. Don't worry about my safety, said Xian Guhan Feng. The captain then returned with his men after delivering 1,000 Gu Huan Feng and the others safely to the small boat. The rest of the way is up to this submarine. The crowd then boarded the submerged Jiao boat as well. Although this submerged Jiao boat was inferior to the Dragon Abyssal boat in every aspect, it was still an unparalleled spirit guide. The appearance of the submerged Jiao boat was the same as its name, resembling a very short Jiao, and the hull was very slender. Just when the crowd thought that they could arrive at the Sea God Island smoothly with the submerged auger boat, a soul beast that looked like a devil fish came towards the crowd. This soul beast was named Flying Devil Fish, and for some unknown reason it was a mortal enemy with the auger-type soul beasts. Just as the submerged scaly boat was about to disintegrate from the flying devil fish, Tang San Haikao said, "Quickly come to my side." In the end, Tang San still summoned the vast ocean Qiankuan shield as in the original, and with its self-contained skill water avoidance Qiankuan shield escaped being attacked by the flying demon fish. In the end, by virtue of the vast ocean Qiankuan shield, the crowd also managed to ascend to the Sea God Island, just when the crowd thought they were safe. Who are you people and what are you doing on our Sea God Island? One by one, dressed in white fisherman's clothing, surrounded 1,000 Guhan Feng and the others. We've heard of Sea God Island's reputation, so we want to come and join us. 1,000 Ancient Containment Frontier opened his mouth. Do you know that you have to take an examination to join our Sea God Island? No, we don't see you as Sea Soul Masters. You're Soul Masters from the mainland, right? Yes, but that shouldn't stop us from taking the test. But you guys know that there are very few Continental Soul Masters who can pass the test. So do you guys still want to participate in the test? If you go back now, we can treat it as if nothing happened. In the end, with the crowd answering in the affirmative, ended up being brought to the Seahorse Sacred Pillar by a yellow-clad costumed Soulmaster. Along the way prepared Qian Guhan Feng did not say a word more, but Tang San and Ma Hongjun, and how can it be peaceful? First Tang San wanted to use the blue silver grass to explore the Sea God Island, was warned, and then Ma Hongjun to look at the east and west, almost thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Qian Guhan Feng to see the situation is also began to doubt in the absence of white sinking fragrance to bring Ma Hongjun to the situation is not the right decision. And now Ma Hongjun can be said to be really do not want a little bit of image. Chapter 61 Obtaining the Divine Examination. Returning to the continent. Reporting to Lord Seahorse, there are existing alien land soul masters who have come to undergo the test. Please grant permission. The yellow-robed soul master spoke. Land soul masters want to accept the test of His Majesty the Sea God? You only have the qualification to receive the test if you cross the middle sea of the sea and come before the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. A majestic voice rang out from the opposite side of the middle of the sea. Most boss, let me take the lead first. Dai Mubai opened his mouth. Although all the people were not as strong as the original, they ended up passing through the sea in the middle of the sea. Are you guys from the Martial Soul Hall? If you are from the Martial Soul Hall, then please go back. You are not welcome on our Sea God Island. Seniors, don't misunderstand. We come from Shrek Academy. Is just developed in recent years. The Academy. After the explanation of 1,000 ancient blades and the manifestation of vast ocean Qiankuan shield, Hippocampus Dolua also let all the people come forward to get the examination content in turn. The first one was naturally Dai Mubai. This is the black level 5 exams. It's one more exam than I had at first. Senior, what is a black level 5 exam? Tang San opened his mouth and asked. The examination is the same as the Soul Master rank of Sea God Island. From low to high it is divided into white level 1 exam, yellow level 1 exam, purple level 1 to 3 exams, black level 4 to 6 exams and red level top exam. Passing the corresponding test will allow you to become a Sea God Island's Island Guardian Soul Master. And the black level test corresponds to the guardians of our Sea God 7 pillars. But the black level 5 test, this is not sure if it's a blessing or a curse for you? What makes Senior say that? Dai Mubai asked suspiciously. This is the difference between land soul masters and us. Over the past 100 years there have been dozens of people who have obtained the black level examination, but there are only 7 people who have passed it. That is, the current guardians of the 7 holy pillars, but there is not a single land soul master among the 7 of us. The period of time for each test of the Sea God examination is 10 years, while it is 1 year for you land soul masters. And this is the reason why very few land soul masters can pass the examination. So it's not too late for you guys to leave now. Senior, please also open the examination for us. The crowd other than Dai Mubai said in unison. Seeing this situation, Seahorse Dolua also did not say any more, signaling the crowd to come forward in order to obtain the content of the examination. Black Level 4 Examination. The second one to obtain the content of the examination was Zhu Zhuqing. There's the Black Level 4 test, the Black Level 6 test, which is the red top test. What's different from the original is that other than Oscar and Ning Rongrong, everyone else's tests are not as good as the original. Especially Ma Hongjun, who has been downgraded from the original Black Level 6 test to a Black Level 4 test. It is? Elder, what kind of test am I taking? I don't know. This is the Neptune's 9 exams. Child, you are the new Neptune's heir. Like the original, even without the existence of Shao Dai, Tang San still obtained the 9 examinations of the sea god. And in the end, under the introduction of the rushing Poseidon, the crowd also understood what the 9 examinations of the sea god were. This is the Haotian hammer. Does the child recognize Tang Chen? Poseidon asked to Tang San. Tang Chen is my great-grandfather. Although Tang San hadn't returned to the Haotian sect to recognize his ancestor, Tang Hao and Tang San had told Tang San something about the basic situation of the Haotian sect, so they also knew who Tang Chen was. I didn't realize I'd waited so many years for a seahorse, so go ahead and take them down. Great Confessor. There are still 2 more children here to acquire the test, and I have a feeling that they have the best talent. Seahorse Dolua opened his mouth and interrupted. Then you open the test for them first. The first to go up was Yi Lingling. After the light of the examination fell on Yi Lingling's body, white, yellow, purple, black, red in order to rise. Just when the crowd thought it was going to be the end of the change suddenly appeared. A do not know where from the green light descended on Yi Lingling's body. A green light from an unknown source descended on Yi Lingling's body. Then the mark of a green divine tree with 9 branches appeared on Yi Lingling's forehead. Great Confessor, why is this seal different from ours? Tang San opened his mouth and asked. Instead of answering, Poseidon didn't reply, but instead signaled Seahorse Dolua to open the examination for 1,000 ancient contained blades. But out of the crowd's expectation has not yet waited for the examination. Light just formed has not yet landed on the body of Chigu Hanfeng when a purple-black light from nowhere landed on the body of Chigu Hanfeng. And then the purple-black scepter mark floated in the forehead of Chigu Hanfeng. The people who saw this situation just wanted to open their mouths to ask as Poseidon was the first to speak. I think you should already know the content of your examination. Hai Long, you escort them back to the mainland tomorrow. Sea Dragon Dolua was puzzled but still opened his mouth to answer yes. What's going on with you guys? I've never seen you guys like this before, asked Hippocampus Dolua as he opened his mouth while traveling to Hippocampus City. Elder, what we obtained was the inheritance test of the other gods. Thousands of ancient hidden fronts did not hide it. After all, it was not a secret, and it was thought that Bose should have already known about it as well. Brother Feng, sister-in-law, quickly tell us whose deity test you obtained? Oscar asked as he came to Thousand Gu Huan Feng's side. The one I obtained was the God of Destruction's test, and the one Ling obtained should be the God of Life's test. Yi Lingling also nodded in affirmation. God Realm, is that what you two came here for? The sea god said with some displeasure. You also know that the 2 of us inheritance place no one knows at all. It is not easy to know or mistakenly went in. The talent is needless to say. It is not easy to find 2 good seedlings cannot be wasted, is not it? So this is not to borrow your passage to use. Destruction God King indifferently said. All right, you've reached your goal. Take your time. The Destruction God King didn't care when he heard this. Whoever watched 2 good seedlings fly in would be unhappy. He then took the Life God King and left on his own. Originally, after seeing Yi Lingling's situation, Poseidon had wanted to contact the sea god to inquire about the situation. But after 1,000 ancient containing fronts gained the end of the examination, the sea god first transmitted a voice to himself and said, don't worry about them, you can just send them back to the continent safely. Although the god of the sea was displeased with the behavior of Destruction and the god king of life, but after all, the official was a big man. He really didn't dare to let something happen to 1,000 ancient Hanfeng and Yi Lingling in his own place. And that's the reason why he sent a message to ask Poseidon to ask her to send the 2 of them back to the continent safely. In the lower realm, when the Destruction 9 exams descended, Qian Gu Hanfeng felt the divine power on the heaven awakening chopping martial soul sheath resonate with the mark on his forehead, and the sheath split from his own martial soul. On the second day, after saying goodbye to the others, Hippocampus Dolua took 1,000 ancient hammerheads and Yi Lingling and boarded the ship that was going to the mainland to purchase supplies. Although most of the living materials on Sea God Island were self-sufficient, there were still some materials such as cloths and such that wanted to be purchased on the mainland. So Sea God Island also had ships that traveled between the mainland and Sea God Island on a regular basis. Although the originally planned procurement date was not today, but But Seahorse Douro is the guardian of the 7 holy pillars. These rights to let the procurement ship leave some days earlier still had. Chapter 62, Returning to the Palace of Martial Souls. The situation on the continent. After a few days of sailing, the ship is also smooth in the Sea God Island. Daily procurement of supplies in the sea view of the city docked. Benefit from the identity of the Sea God Island along the way is also very smooth. Just use them to go to the Sea God less than half of the time to arrive. After all, different from the continental forces of the captain is to rely on human power or Soul Master's soul power drive. The Sea God Island ships are by some large sea soul beasts pulled by these sea soul beasts are mostly some of the huge size of the fighting force but not strong soul beasts. This is also their exchange for the Sea God Island shelter. This is also a way for them to exchange for the shelter of Sea God Island. After all, with the vastness of the sea and how can be the Sea God Island can be managed over. Besides the Sea God Island then but is the Sea God to obtain the power of faith of a channel. Management of the sea is not a means. Who called with the destruction and life of those who rely on their own cultivation into the gods of the gods is different from the gods of the sea god and the angel god. These rely on the power of faith into the gods of the gods. Strength want to be refined to find ways to get more power of faith, which also rely on the power of faith into the gods of the gods are not as high as the upper limit of the gods of the gods of the gods of the gods of their own cultivation into the gods of the gods of the gods of the gods of the world is not one of the 5 gods of the world of God to rely on the power of faith into the gods of the reasons. P.S. These are some of the author's own settings. At the same time, because of the Sea God Island's reason, this sea view and the city of large and small forces also belong to the Sea God Island. So there is no temple of the martial spirit of the subtemple and the subtemple. The temple of the martial spirit is not imposed management. Although the Sea God Island and the temple of the martial spirit of the relationship is not good, but the two are also not willing to offend each other to death. So in the case of the continent of the reluctance of the temple of the martial spirit of the Sea God Island to the continent of the establishment of 1 or 2 cities is also the act of turning a blind eye. The two of them are not willing to offend each other. But these cities are all the key supervision of the palace of the spirit of the sea. Sea God Island for this behavior. Of course, there is no organization. After all, if you really offend the palace of the spirit of the spirit of the spirit of the spirit of the sea in the future, do not have contact with the mainland soul masters maybe a few hundred years after the Sea God Island people have become relatives. After landing successfully, Shiger Hanfeng and Yi Lingling immediately left for the neighboring cities after saying thanks to Haima Douro. A month later, Chen Guhanfeng and Yi Lingling also returned to the Martial Soul City under the guidance of the Martial Soul Branch and Sub-Hall Soul Masters along the way, who traveled day and night. Martial Soul City, Hall of Offerings. I didn't believe it when someone just said that you two had returned, but I didn't expect that it was really you two. Light Plume Douro said in surprise. But what has happened? Chitaro naturally saw the difference in the two of them and then opened his mouth to inquire. Grandpa 1000. We didn't obtain the Sea God's examination after arriving at Sea God Island, but instead obtained the inheritance of the God of Destruction and the God of Life. Since our examinations were not conducted on Sea God Island, so we came back first. Then 1000 Ancient Hanyu Feng gave the offerings an explanation of the experience of the trip. By the way, how come I don't see Grandpa Golden Crocodile? Thousands of Ancient 100 Blades asked when he saw that Golden Crocodile Douro wasn't there, as well as opened his mouth. A week ago, Li Changfeng sent word that after you signaled that his plan was okay, Bibi Dong struck out against the Star Luo Empire and the Upper Three Sect. Xiao Shui came back after announcing that the Heavenly Dipper Empire had reverted to the Palace of Martial Souls, and 2 days ago she had just obtained the Angelic 9 examination, and the Golden Crocodile was leading him to complete the examination. At the mention of his granddaughter, Qian Daolu also revealed a rare smile. Because the original did not introduce the content of the 1000 Rinshua Angel 9 examinations, so 1000 ancient containers did not know and did not ask about it. By the way, what was the content of the divine examination for you two? Chidori Ryu asked. The first exam for both of us is to travel to the abyss of life and find the place of inheritance. 1000 Ancient Hidden Fronts opened his mouth. I didn't realize that this life abyss was actually a place of inheritance for deities as well. 1000 Taoist Stream said with some surprise. Grandpa Qian, what exactly is this life abyss? Why have I never heard of it? 1000 Ancient Contained Frontier asked. This life abyss is located in the extreme south of the continent, and unlike the desolation of the extreme south, the area around the life abyss is filled with the scent of living beings. But the many people who have gone deep into the life abyss to obtain their chances have not come out alive. This is also the reason why the abyss of life is called an abyss, even though it is named after life. Shitaru explained. Just as well, when Golden Crocodile and Little Snow return, you all go with Han Yufeng to the abyss of life to have a look around. There might be something to gain, Shitaru said after thinking for a while. After all, his own future had been predetermined for a long time, so naturally, he was also looking for a suitable way out for his group of old fellows. Subsequently, after a conversation, Qian Guhanfeng learned that in the Tiandou Empire declared to submit to the Palace of the Soul, although some people are very resistant. But in the Palace of the Soul declared that in the future only to the Tiandou Empire Soul Masters to issue low-level Soul Master subsidies. More and more low-ranking Soul Masters and civilians came out to support the Palace of the Soul, which also led to those who are resistant to the voice of the more and more small. And at the same time, the Star Empire, ordinary Soul Masters class and the conflict between the aristocratic Soul Masters class is getting deeper and deeper. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was also renamed as the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect and announced that they had joined the Martial Spirit Hall not long after 1,000 ancient containing fronts had left, which also led to the situation in the Blue Electricity Tyrannosaurus sect becoming delicate, causing them to take a stand. After all, anyone with a clear eye could see the Martial Spirit Hall's purpose. At the same time, according to the Scouts News recently, there were more and more Haotian sect's children appearing within the Star Luo Empire, vaguely intending to come out of the world. The next 4 clans, not to mention, have expressed their support for the Palace of Martial Souls after the Heavenly Dipper Empire declared its submission, especially the Elephant Armor clan, which is even more active. And finally in the Heavenly Dipper royal family and the Palace of Martial Souls to help vaguely have the tendency to kill back to the 4 elemental cities and subsequently renamed as the Elephant Armor City. As for the 4 elemental academies other than the Thunder Academy, the other 3 academies stated that they were just an academy that just wanted to live their own lives and didn't want to be involved in these matters. However, recently more and more trainees had returned to their homes, with a vague intention to run away. After all, these 3 elemental academies were not initially located in the 4 elemental city, but only settled in the 4 elemental city for the convenience of enrollment, and still had their own branch academies in the very beginning. For example, Tianshui College was initially in the extreme north of the land next to Tianshui City, because it is too remote and finally in the 4 elements of the city to establish the college. And Tianshui City also has a own Tianshui College branch. After all, the extreme north of the land around the water attribute and the ice attribute Soul Masters can be compared to the rest of the place quite a bit more. P.S. This is all the author's own setting, and also a padding for these academies to run away because they have time. It is worth mentioning that Shrek Academy is the most embarrassing of all the academies in the Tiandou Empire. Unlike the Thunder Academy, which the discerning eye can see is wearing the same pants as the Blue Electricity Tyrant Dragon sect, Shrek in the Soul Master competition after the fame can be on the surface Shrek College is an ordinary college. But because of Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong and its predecessor causes it and the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan and has some unclear relationship, it's safe to say that what's happened in just a few days is almost worth the usual amount of years. Chapter 63, The Abyss of Life. Too much too soon. 3 days later, Chen Rinshui and Golden Crocodile Douro returned to the Martial Soul Palace. Grandpa, I'm back, Qian Rinshui said happily to Qian Rinshui. It's good to be back, Golden Crocodile. You prepare to go on a trip to the Abyss of Life with Han Yufeng. That boy Han Yufeng is back? Did something happen? Why did he go to the Abyss of Life? One of Golden Crocodile Doulo's life-threatening trio of questions caused Chitaru to be at a loss as to what to reply. Han Yufeng obtained the inheritance of a deity on Sea God Island, and that life abyss is the place of inheritance of the god of destruction. So I'll let you guys go with him first, to be able to protect her on the one hand, and to see if you can obtain any chances on the other. Grandpa, not now. Oh, I've broken through level 80. And Grandpa Golden Crocodile still has to take me to obtain a soul ring. Qian Rinshui interrupted. Grandpa Qian, give that 100,000-year-old soft bone charming rabbit to Sister Snow, Chen Guhan Feng said as he walked in, containing the fronts. Grandpa 1000, I have something to tell you. Qian Daolu originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing Qian Guhan Feng or not, he didn't open his mouth and brought Qian Guhan Feng to a small room within the Hall of Offerings. Grandpa 1000. Isn't that deep-sea demon whale king in the ocean almost reaching 1,000,000 years old? I don't know. That deep-sea demon whale king was already 100,000 years into becoming a sea overlord when I used to practice. And it's rumored that the deep-sea demon whale king has been living from the time of the first sea god. You wouldn't be thinking? Yes, Grandpa Qian. So only Sister Snow will have a chance after she becomes a god with her help. Grandpa Qian, I know what you're thinking. But don't forget that there are still 2 100,000-year-old soul beasts within the Star Dipper Great Forest, and I learned from Sea God Island that there is an experience in the deity examination as a god-gifted soul ring, which allows you to obtain a soul ring that is most suitable for you and has reached the limit of what you can withstand. Alright then, since you have your own plans I am relieved. More than 10 years of living together under the Qian Daolu has long been Qian Guhan Feng as his own grandson. If it is not known that Qian Guhan Feng and Qian Rinshui only sibling love, he really want to set up the two people. On the second day, Qian Guhan Feng and Yi Lingling set off for the Abyss of Life under the leadership of the 6 offerings and Yiren Xin, while Chen Rinshui began to absorb the soul ring of the 100,000-year-old soft bone chimera rabbit Xiao dance under Qian Guhan Feng's escort. Because the Abyss of Life was in the extreme south of the continent, Even under the leadership of the 7 super Doluwas, the group spent nearly a week before arriving at the outskirts of the Abyss of Life. Life Abyss Periphery. Life Abyss and the surrounding environment has a very obvious demarcation line. Life Abyss. Around the Life Abyss by the life force of Life Abyss escaped within the influence can be said to be the second ice and fire. The surrounding plant growth is very lush, but a closer look can be found, although the surface of the plant here is very suitable for the growth of plants. But most of them are a number of low-life plant soul beasts, the highest years of age, but only some 1,000 years level, and as is no sign of any animals, but is some 1,000 years level, and as is no trace of any animal. However, the party didn't hesitate and stepped into the confines of the Abyss of Life after recovering a bit of the soul power that had been expended due to the rush. Since none of them knew the bottom of the Life Abyss, the group walked very cautiously, maintaining a high level of vigilance along the way. But after walking for a day, the crowd reached the side of the Life Abyss without encountering any danger. And by as the influence of the power of life, the crowd's body of some of the dark wounds had been healed. The Abyss of Life. A huge crack that stretched for 1,000 miles but was only 3 people wide. Already thick as water, the power of life was spreading out from it unceasingly like underground water. After thinking about it, the crowd jumped into the Abyss of Life. Thanks to the power of life that has been turned into a substance of the crowd did not immediately fall, but as slow as falling water, and with the passage of time, the crowd's descending speed has become very slow. The more down the power of life is more dense, the greater the resistance of the descent. With the passage of time, the crowd also began to become very puzzled. This life abyss, in the end, what is the danger? After descending for about a quarter of an hour, Xian Guhanfeng felt that there was something more at the tip of his nose, and with a wipe of his hand he surprisingly realized that it was a bit of blood. This is more than enough mending? Xian Guhanfeng secretly said in his heart. Thousands of ancient Hanfeng see this situation cannot help but recall that in his previous life, he once practiced martial arts with high intensity, and finally the body fell sick. If not the master to take the good herbs for their own healing may fall irreversible body damage, but he also thought to eat more good fast, hiding the master to eat herbs. Finally found by the master, scolded for 3 days, but also often nagging too much. Eat so much as not afraid to make up for the death and so on. That's right, too much is not enough. Eating tonic medicine is like this, how is this life force not? But Chen Guhanfeng, after looking at the others but realized that everyone else besides himself was fine, after asking the nearest Yi Lingling, Yi Renxin, and Shenjun Dolua about their situation, Thousand Guhanfeng received 2 different answers. Shenjun Dolua said that the life force was absorbed by his body and was constantly repairing his body and meridians, while Yi Lingling and Yi Renxin said that the surrounding life force was partially absorbed by their bodies and partially absorbed by their martial souls after coming into contact with them. And Yi Lingling even felt that her soul power had been refined. After thinking about it, Qian Guhanfeng is also finally understand. All the offerings are living for decades or even hundreds of years. The bodies suffered damage than their own. And Yi Lingling and Yi Renxin's martial soul in a sense is to use the soul power to generate the power of life. So it may be possible to reverse the absorption of the life into the martial soul essence and even soul power. After thinking about everything, Qian Guhanfeng is also immediately shouted. In addition to Ling Ling and Grandpa Yi are not to absorb the power of life again. Ling Ling and Grandpa Yi, in addition to using the martial soul to absorb, also do not use the body to absorb. The crowd was puzzled but understood that 1,000 ancient blades would not be aimless. So they also used their soul power to build a barrier to isolate themselves from the surrounding life force. After an unknown amount of time, the crowd suddenly felt a huge suction. In the divine realm, the God King of Life said to the God King of Destruction, "Little Violet, this air of yours is quite clever. Discovering the key to the first level so quickly. Not bad. But this first level and the second are not the key. It depends on whether he can pass the third level to understand this mystery of destruction in life." The Destruction God King calmly said, then looked at the people around him and said, "Don't you all want to inherit your divine throne? The reason I called you all here today is for you to see if there are any you can see." Chapter 64, Destroying Life, Life and Death. Under the huge suction attraction, the crowd could only resist with all their might, because they didn't know where they would be sucked to. But just as the crowd resisted, suddenly a huge suction force also came from behind the crowd. And then a huge suction force continued to come from all around the crowd. The crowd also began to understand the meaning of the word abyss in the Abyss of Life at this time. The crowd wanted to continue exploring downwards, but as the suction around them grew, the clothes on their bodies began to gradually disappear. However, with the passage of time, the soul power of the crowd also continued to deplete while resisting the huge suction force around them. Hey, there's nothing around here. Could it be that the people who came before were all consumed to death? The most hot-tempered lion Dolua opened his mouth. The Abyss of Life is the place of inheritance of the God King of Destruction and the God King of Life. The life force around here is the embodiment of the God King of Life. What about the God King of Destructions? Thousands of ancient hundred blades thought in his heart. After pondering for a moment, Qian Guhan Feng took out a long iron sword from the Rui 100 treasure pouch, but the sword began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye as if it was being disintegrated after entering the range of the suction force. After noticing what Qian Guhan Feng did, the crowd spoke up to express their surprise. Thousand Ancient Blades naturally noticed this, and then once again took out an iron sword and attached soul power to it. But even with the protection of soul power, the long knife's dissipation speed is slowed down, but it dissipates at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. Qian Guhan Feng also had some guesses when he saw this situation, but Qian Guhan Feng still did not dare to take the risk, and took out another herb from the Rui 100 treasure pouch. But this herb did not do anything when it entered the suction range. Seeing this situation, Qian Guhan Feng withdrew the soul force protection on his left foot and then reached into the suction range. Anyway, the leg has not yet absorbed the soul bone. There is Yiren Xin in his own is not very worried. In the suction range of the time Qian Guhan Feng's foot in his own expectations and did not have anything to do. But the clothing on his feet has disappeared. This suction force and the damage caused by us at the same time around the life force is also constantly repair. But for the fine iron and clothing these lifeless items life force cannot be repaired will be dissipated. The words of Qian Guhan Feng also attracted the attention of the crowd. Also understood the words of Qian Guhan Feng suction will not cause harm to their own things. But the crowd did not enter the downward exploration. After all, there is still Yi Lingling so a girl in God realm. The reaction is quick enough. The Destruction God King said with slight satisfaction. I'll go down first. Thousand Ancient Contained Fronts opened his mouth. Why don't I go? I'm the strongest and I can still withdraw when I encounter problems. The Golden Crocodile Douro opened his mouth. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, it's better for me to go. After all, this is my test. Then Thousand Ancient Containment Blade called out the Heaven Awakening Slash. Second Soul Power. Swift Light Blade Shadow. After consuming quite a bit of soul power the Blade Shadow finally reached the bottom of the life abyss. After arriving at the bottom of the abyss of life Qian Guhan Feng slowly withdrew his soul force protection from his feet, and after realizing that there wasn't anything Qian Guhan Feng was also relieved. Although there are no clothes Qian Guhan Feng did not care. Anyway, there is no one else in the vicinity. At the bottom of the abyss of life, there is nothing else but a huge door, and the power of life escapes from it. However, no matter how hard Thousand Ancient Blades pushed the giant door, it didn't move at all. After thinking for a long time Qian Guhan Feng seems to understand something. The absorption of the power of life is too much, and the destruction if only that suction does not seem to make sense. After the power of life reaches its peak is not the destruction. The end of the destruction is not the life. So the destruction and the life is interdependent. So destruction and life are interdependent. Destruction continues as life dies, and destruction continues as life doesn't die. So objects without life will be destroyed by the suction force probably just because they won't absorb the power of life. So where there is life there is destruction, and where there is destruction there is life. But this door will not be destroyed by the suction force proving that he will absorb the life force, so it is alive. Senior Thousand Ancient Huanfeng, specially came here to take the Destruction God examination. Please let us in. Thousand Ancient Huanfeng opened his mouth with the mindset that there was nothing to lose by giving it a try. However, that giant door didn't have any changes, and Thousand Ancient Contained Front not turned and spoke once again. Elder Giant Door, please still let me enter it. Surprisingly, I found it so quickly. Worthy of being the master's chosen successor. The giant door suddenly emitted two different voices, and then the color of the giant door also began to change. And at this time, Thousand Guhuan Feng also finally saw the true face of that giant door. Although it looked like a giant door, but in fact, it was a piece of green and a piece of purple so rich that it was a bit blackened. P.S. Originally, I wanted to make the god of destruction's color purple and black, but thinking about the fact that there was also a god of evil, so I decided to make it purple. The monolith. The two monoliths began to move towards only, revealing a passageway, and then the green monolith once again made a sound. All of you up there come down as well. Qian Guhan Feng heard also first step into the channel. After determining that there is no suction Qian Guhan Feng is also from the Rui 100 treasure bag took out a set of clothes to change into. Above. It seems that Han Yu Feng already knows the way. Ling Ling you go down first. Yi Rinxin spoke. The crowd also understood the meaning of Yi Rinxin's words and raised their heads to look upwards. God realm. The Life God King saw the situation and used his divine power to create a forest around the Destruction God King and the other gods. The gods did not have any dissatisfaction when they saw the situation. Besides, that person might be the future Life God King. They wouldn't dare to let them look at them. Yi Lingling reached the bottom is when you see only a passage. Then also walked in. The channel inside the Thousand Ancient with the front to see the nosebleed is also some indisputable flow out. No looking. Yi Lingling said in a small voice before taking out a piece of clothing from within her own storage soul guide and putting it on. In the divine realm, the God King of Life withdrew the divine woods only after Yi Lingling had gotten dressed. After a long time Yi Renqin and other talents down, Changge Hanfeng people understand the meaning of the grandfathers, but also will Yi lingling in the back. In the people dressed after the people also continue to go inside, and the two monoliths are also in the people into the door will be closed again. But each fell a fist-sized stone and then bounced to the two monoliths also closed the door after everyone entered. But they each dropped a fist-sized stone and bounced onto the bodies of Thousand Guhan Feng and Yi Lingling. The passage was not long. After walking for a while it reached the end, but at the end there were two paths. The life force was escaping from one of the paths, while the other path was emitting a dark purple light. Chapter 65, Taking the Examination. Divine Realm Rank. Facing the appearance of two roads Qian Guhan Feng and others for a moment is also do not know which road to go. Just at this time Yi Lingling's shoulder of the small green stone jumped to the intersection of the road that escaped the power of life, and then sent out a voice, "Little girl, there is also that old man wearing white clothes. We go this way. You guys come with me." The stone on Shiger Han Yufeng's shoulder jumped to the intersection of the other road and said. The crowd also did not suspect and followed the two small stones, and the duo also understood the reason for the existence of these two small stones during this little time within the passageway. These two small stones were just an identity of those two huge stone monuments in the low of the abyss, and those two stone monuments were the guardians of the place of inheritance of this God King of Life and God King of Destruction, and at the same time, they were also responsible for providing some necessary guidance for participating in the examination. Thousand Ancient Han Feng and the six worshippers walked not a moment in front of the space will become much more open, but this space is also very empty. In addition to an altar and then there is no other. The altar in the middle of this is standing a scepter. Alright. Don't look. All those who want to participate in the test except for the master's heirs should go to the altar. The altar has a total of 9 steps, and it's up to you guys what you can obtain. All the worshippers also did not hesitate. Descending Devil Dolua was the first to go up. Just when Descending Devil Dolua just walked up the 6th step he felt a huge pressure. Had to call out the martial spirit to resist. Finally stopped at the 5th step. About 3 minutes later was unable to resist and retreated. Just after Thousand Ancient contained front retreated down a low voice rang out from nowhere. Talent is still available. Nigh upper limit has been set. Descending destruction of the 6th test. Subsequently up Qianjun Dolua. Qianjun Dolua also walked to the 6th step, but it was more than the descendant Dolua held on for half a minute more. Just after Qianjun Dolua came down that voice once again sounded. Talent is still available. Nigh upper limit has been set. Descendant destruction 6 exams. Subsequently is the light plume Dolua. Finally reached the 7th step and stayed for 3 minutes. But the light plume Dolua walked down after coming over for a long time that the sound did not sound again. The crowd became very puzzled. But the light plume Dolua but revealed a smile. Lion Dolua thought that lightning Dolua was stupid and opened his mouth. Lightning? You wouldn't be sad and stupid, would you? You're the one who's stupid. Then light plume Dolua opened his mouth and explained. Just now a voice appeared in my mind. You said that he was the ice god. Said that I had good talent and wanted me to inherit her divine throne and showed the crowd a mark on the back of his hand that consisted of 9 ice crystals. In fact, the ice god is a female deity. Originally she didn't want to pass the divine throne to a male, but changed her mind after seeing Light Plume Dolua's old boyish look and thought it would be fun. The crowd also understood the reason for Light Plume Dolua's giggling after learning this news, and did not say any more but continued to go up to participate in the examination. Lion Dolua and Light Plume Dolua stayed at the 7th step and stayed for about 3 minutes. Not a moment after Lion Dolua stepped down he happily said, "Fire God, I have obtained the Fire God's examination." The next coming Qinghuan Dolua stayed at the 7th step for about 5 minutes before finally obtaining the Wind God's test. Golden Crocodile Dolua, on the other hand, made it to the 8th step, although he only stayed for less than a minute, and ended up obtaining the Hercules test. On the other hand, Yi Renqin was also prompted by the small stone to participate in the examination. Belonging to the inheritance place of the God King of Life is different from the God King of Destruction, is a forest, in addition to the center of the smallest tree although the smallest but has always been emitting the power of life surrounded by 99 other trees, and the Life God King's way of assessment was also very simple and rough. It was to see how many trees the assessor's perception of the power of life could cause to be recognized. Yi Renqin finally gained the resonance of the 67 trees after a quarter of an hour of sensing, and was granted the 6 exams of life by the God King of Life. In fact, although the talent of Light Plume Dolua and others is good but not so much that people those gods took the initiative to descend the inheritance. On the one hand, the talent of the crowd is still okay, indeed to the extent that they can inherit their god position. On the other hand, it is mainly for the purpose of buying the future of the new and old god kings of face. In the future, they can obtain a little help from them. This way in the future, whether they stayed in the god realm or went exploring in the universe with the help of god king level powerhouses it would all go a lot smoother. P.S. Do not say that the author to the protagonist camp opened too much hanging. I would like to ask, with their own cultivation to the super Douro people also took the immortal grass talent will be worse than the original Shrek 7 monsters. After everyone had finished the examination except for demon subduing Douro and Qianjun Douro, whose faces were a bit bad, all showed a satisfied smile. Qiangu Xianfeng naturally noticed this and opened his mouth and asked the small stone, "Senior, I wonder if the grade rating of this examination is any of the situation with these deities? I was originally an ordinary boulder here, affected by the destruction of the divine power to give birth to some consciousness, turned into a soul beast, and then in the destruction of the God King to help gain spiritual wisdom, become the guardian of this inheritance land, so I'm not very clear about the things of the divine realm, and do not know much as the destruction of the God King to instill in me to facilitate the informing of the examiners. The methods of becoming a god can be divided into a total of 3. Cultivating to 100 levels and ascending to the god realm, creating a god position with the power of faith or one's own perception of a certain aspect, and lastly inheriting a god's god position inheritance. The ranks of the god realm from low to high can be roughly divided into divine magistrates. You can also call them patrolling gods. All of them are existences that have not obtained the divine inheritance after their strength has reached the 100th level of your world, and they are mainly responsible for helping the higher ranked deities deal with some things in the lower worlds, like this god realm of ours, which is one of the countless lower small worlds. And then there are the tertiary deities, which are all some unimpressive. Then there are the tertiary deities, which are all lowly deities that mostly use the power of faith to become gods, and some of them are not even as strong as the divine magistrates. Next were the second level gods, mostly existences that had reached the peak of a certain aspect. Subsequently, there were first level gods. First level gods could be divided into 2 categories, ordinary first level gods and main gods. First level was already a relatively high level existence in the divine realm, while main gods could participate in some of the major decisions of the divine realm. Lastly, there are the god kings. There are 5 of them in total. They are the enforcement gods of the divine realm. The destruction god king and the life god king are 2 of them. The inheritance you have just received is divided into the god of ice, god of fire, god of wind and god of Hercules. All of them are first grade gods. God of Hercules, this is the Lord God level. Those 2 who did not obtain the divine throne inheritance should not feel bad. Not that your talent is not good. It is that there is a power in your body that does not belong to you. And that power had already been fused with you as one, but then it disappeared, resulting in the origin of you being affected. Was affected. The upper limit has been set. At the same time, there should be no suitable deity for you to inherit your god position. However, you should be able to cultivate to about the level of a second level god after entering the god realm with the help of the destruction god examiner. You don't have to worry about not being able to enter the god realm. Anyway, a first level god can take 3 of you to enter the god realm, not to mention a god king. Chapter 66, 3 Leave. Second exam begins. After listening to the words of the small stone, the crowd also roughly understood some of the basic conditions of the divine realm. Alright, all of you, don't stare. I'm sure you all know what you're doing for your god test, so go wherever you need to go. I still have to go to bed, the little stone said with some impatience. Han Yu Feng, then I'll leave first. My divine examination location is in the extreme north. I'll leave first. Light Plume Dolua said. Mine is at the amazing Red Mountain. We'll see you at the Martial Soul Palace then. Male Lion Dolua said. The Red Amazing Mountain is located in the east of the continent. Because the temperature in the mountain is extremely high, soul masters cannot live. But because the soul masters living in it are all fire attribute, so in addition to the fire attribute, soul masters will go to get soul rings outside, the general public will not go. I didn't expect my divine examination location to be in Hurricane Canyon. I didn't realize that it was actually the inheritance place of the wind god. I actually didn't find it after going there so many times before. Green Luan Dolua said with some surprise. Hurricane Canyon is a famous training place in the continent, because of which is always filled with hurricanes and famous, is the holy land in the eyes of the wind attribute soul masters. Qinghuan Dolua also went to Hurricane Canyon when he was young and practiced several times. Hercules doesn't have a place of inheritance in the continent, so this is where my test will take place. The golden crocodile Dolua concluded. After the 3 of them left, Qian Guhan Feng also finally had the time to check the rewards of his first exam. Destruction 9 exams. First exam. Arrival at the inheritance land completed. Reward of 5% of destruction power perception. The god of destruction is the god of destruction. The god of destruction is the god of destruction. The god of destruction is the god of destruction. The god of destruction is the god of destruction. The god of destruction is the god of destruction. The god of destruction is the god of destruction. The god of destruction is the god of destruction. At the same time, the god of destruction has an upper limit. The higher your realization of the power of destruction, the stronger your strength will be. Unlike those who rely on the power of faith to become a god, strength is completely affected by the number of believers and the degree of faith. P.S. These are the author's own settings. Right, the power of destruction is to feel that the Doluwa continent if the continent of the law of the combat power is a little bit of the right. Destruction God King, destruction power. Life God King, life power. Evil God King, evil power. Good God King, good power. Shura God King, judgment power. It is said here that the Shura God is the power of judgment, in charge of the power of judgment in the God realm. So the others are willing to sell face and turn a blind eye to the Shura God interfering with the continent. Han Yu Feng, what is the content of your next divine examination? Qianjun Doluwa asked. Thousands of ancient hundred blades sniffed as he also sunk his spiritual power into the destruction inheritance divine seal, a seal on the forehead used by deities to communicate with those participating in the examination and to release the contents of the examination. Checking in. The second examination of the 9 examinations of destruction. 30 minutes of cultivation within the altar of destruction. Limited to 1 year. The content of my second test is to cultivate within the altar for 30 minutes. 1000 ancient containing fronts spoke out his test. What? 30 minutes of cultivation within the altar. Mine is still only 10 minutes of cultivation in the 8th step. The golden crocodile Doluwa was also taken aback at his words. Ours is to cultivate for 10 minutes on the 7th step, said the 1000-crown Doluwa and the demon subduing Doluwa. What's so surprising? You guys are just simply resisting the pressure. While in practicing under the pressure of the destruction god power helps him to perceive the power of destruction. The little stone said. It also wants to go to sleep. But the destruction god king does not allow. Its duty is to help the heir to the throne of God successfully pass the examination. After the heir to become a god can also go to the divine realm, although to the divine realm should also be a guardian of the door, but also not the general stone can be. The small stone also has its own stone physiological thought. The crowd was then not lazy and immediately began their own examination. On the other hand, Yi Lingling's first test reward was the same as 1000 ancient containing fronts. It was 5% of the power of life's perception. And the second test was to obtain the recognition of 99 trees of life. Yi Renxin, on the other hand, was to obtain the recognition of 80 trees of life. It must be known that being able to obtain the recognition of 70 trees of life means that one has already initially come into contact with the power of life, and every additional tree after that is extremely difficult. Although the assessment is very difficult, but the benefits to them are also very huge. This is also the God King of Life is cultivating his own divine servants for Yi Lingling. Some gods will cultivate divine servants belonging to themselves, already can't always what after their own hands, also need to have a helper. Thousands of ancient containers of the frontier is thousands of June's Doluwa and subduing the devil Doluwa. Most of the gods with inheritance of the divine servant is the high priest. For example, Poseidon is the god of the sea for Tang San training of the divine servant. Otherwise there is no point also out who is willing to give you hard work. And not all the high priests or the grandfather of the successor to the throne of God is willing to pay unconditionally. When the examination of Chigu Xianfeng and others is in progress, other worshippers are also rushing towards their own inheritance place. They also understand that Chigu Xianfeng and Qian Renchua's future life in the god world can't be smooth sailing. Only their own becoming a god in the future can have the strength to help them. And then again it is not their own chances. Extreme North Land. Light Plume Doluwa after coming to the extreme north of the land according to the inheritance of the divine seal of the guidance toward the inheritance of the land. But although no the route of the extreme north of the land of the environment for its is a not small test, and the other offerings of the situation and Light Plume Doluwa is almost the same. After half a year's time after the Light Plume Doluwa is also finally came to the inheritance place. The inheritance place of the ice god is a church-type building made of ice crystals, called the Ice God Hall. But in the Light Plume Doluwa just stepped into the Ice God Temple after a cold female voice suddenly rang. Who trespassed Ice God Temple? The voice of the person is the extreme north of the 3 heavenly kings of the head of the Ice Sky Snow female Snow Emperor. Because the Ice God Hall is the extreme north of the land of the ice attribute of the most dense place, so the Snow Emperor will be selected as a place to practice, but also to facilitate their own daily worship of the Ice God. Because the Ice God is not the power of faith to become a god, so it is not very concerned about the Ice God Hall. After becoming a god to leave a god for communication outside and then did not care. After all, the far north of these soul beasts since the excitement of their own cannot not care about it, but because the soul beasts cannot become a god of their own cannot do anything about it. Can only leave a god to these soul beasts to provide a necessary when you can save their lives in the place. Ice God Hall in addition to excellent defense. At the same time there is the ability to isolate the spiritual power. This is also the Light Plume Doluwa until entering the Ice God Hall within the Shwedi only found the reason. Chapter 67 Ice Sky and Snow Maiden. 2 parties confront each other. After hearing the voice of the Snow Emperor, Lightning Doluwa immediately summoned his martial soul. After all, he saw a lot of powerful soul beasts along the way. If not for his own long-distance attackers are good at hiding cannot live to the Ice God Temple is a problem. Light Plume Doluwa in the discovery of the Snow Emperor is also felt its bring their own sense of danger. Know that he is not her opponent. Shwedi's current behavior has not yet reached the 70 million years after 10,000 years. Its current behavior is about 650,000 years or so. Because she is the extreme north of the land of the natural born and bred elves, the use of her cultivation can be said to be very rapid. At present in the soul beasts of her talent is only second to the Emperor Day and the deep sea devil whale king. If it is not in the way of soul beasts cannot become a god, she will not be in 10,000 years after the decision to morph and repair. After all, she is the incarnation of the ice element, can be said to be the most suitable successor to the throne of the ice god. In the light plume Douro thinking about what to do when the god world concerned about this side of the situation of the ice god is also very helpless. Originally only want to quietly watch. Finally still cannot be to do it. Immediately communicated with the ice god temple within the ice god idol intends to light plume Douro to solve the siege. In the lower realm, the inheritance god seal on light plume Doulou's forehead suddenly had a connection with the ice god statue inside the hall. Then a cold voice rang out inside the hall. Ice god 9 exams first exam. Arriving at the inheritance place is completed. Rewarding ice elements sense degree of 5%. Then a stream of light flew out of the ice god statue and entered the inheritance god seal in light plume Doulou's forehead. After the stream of light did not enter the light plume Douro felt his use of ice elements more skillful. Because earlier they have been preaching fast and accurate so did not deliberately learn the use of ice elements. So the use of ice elements cannot be said to be more than the number of ice elements. If it is not the ice god because of the destruction of the god king's reason, she certainly will not be the choice of the light plume Douro as a successor. If it wasn't for the fact that Water Binger's martial soul was too powerful for her to fully manage. To let someone inherit the divine throne, the ice god would be more willing to choose Water Binger. In fact, those of them who relied on their own cultivation to become gods did not value the inheritance of the god position. After all, the inheritance of the god position also had an impact on themselves. When the divine throne is passed down, it can be said to be a way of enlightenment. The inheritors gained divine power mostly comes from them. After the divine throne is passed down, they still have to spend a long time recovering. Unlike those who rely on the power of faith to become gods, their strength enhancement isn't restricted. Even if they don't pass down the divine throne, their strength can be enhanced. The gods who rely on the power of faith to become gods want to be able to rely on their own enhancement of their strength. The only way to do so is to pass the only way for gods who rely on the power of faith to become gods to be able to rely on themselves to improve their strength is to pass on the divine position. This is also the reason why they are willing to spend a huge amount of divine power to pass on the divine position. So most of their divine examination rewards are the affinity to the divine position. In order for the final enlightenment to be able to go smoothly, they are also unwilling to pass on the divine position if they don't want to be able to go to the outside world of the divine world to practice like the god of destruction king. You're actually the inheritor of the ice god. My name is Shwedi. Please forgive me for the many offenses I've just taken. After knowing light plume Doulou's identity, Shwedi was obviously less wary. You are the ice sky snow maiden who is the head of the 3 heavenly kings of the far north. Although the far north was a harsh environment and few people knew about its situation. But light plume Douro was after all one of the top-ranked powerhouses on the continent. And he had still heard about all of this. Exactly. If your honor can use me in the future, please feel free to ask. The Snow Emperor thought that although soul beasts could not become gods, there was certainly no harm in befriending the future ice god. So he opened his mouth and said. Then the two of them were busy with their own business after a few polite words. After all, both sides do not want to offend each other. During this half-year, Qian Gu Hanfeng and Yi Lingling also successfully completed the second examination and started the third examination. Who let Chigu Xianfeng no longer, but the development of the continent will not be stagnant. In the Bibidong under the leadership of the Palace of Martial Souls is also the rapid development of the 7 clans re-election conference is naturally in accordance with Bibidong's plan to carry out. Because Hao Tianzong has not yet announced and did not participate in the mountain. So the last new on the 3 clans are the 9 Treasures Lily Zone, the original 7 Treasures Lily Zone, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Zone and Elephant Armor Zone. The lower 4 clans for the Sacred Dragon Zone, the Wind Sword Zone, the Black Tiger Zone and the Fire Leopard Sect. Not long after the new 7 great clans were determined, Bibidong announced the establishment of the Martial Soul Empire. The Martial Soul Empire also gave the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect 2 choices. Join or die. The last is also had to announce the Stan Star Luo Empire. An overnight run to the Star Luo Empire. Although the final loss is not small but the high-end war power but was able to save. At the same time, Hao Tianzong children in the Star Luo Empire's activities more frequently. Everyone is not difficult to see Hao Tianzong's attitude, which is to join the Star Luo Empire's camp. Because of the departure of the 7 great worshippers, Bibidong did not want to lose their own hands of high-end combat powers seriously in the end. The 2 camps will fall into a stalemate. At the same time, Shrek Academy also fell into a split. Yu Shaojiang want to use their own wisdom to defeat the Martial Soul Empire to prove themselves, so they used their own master's identity to the Star Luo Empire army as a military division. Lu Erlong and the feelings to follow Yu Xiaojiang and the reason should be in Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Onga camp. So follow the Yu Xiaojiang came to the Star Luo Empire's army. Flanders in fact do not want to be involved in the war. But in the former Lu Erlong feelings and the Golden Iron Triangle friendship in the academy to Xiao Xian and other people. After handing the academy over to the Golden Iron Triangle. But in the former Lu Erlong's feelings and the Golden Iron Triangle of friendship in the college to Xiao Xian and others will be in the two came to the Star Luo army. Resulting in the Star Luo Empire side directly more than a sealed Dolua level of combat power. In addition to the Star Luo Empire's 3 sealed Dolua level offerings, and Soul Dolua level Star Luo Emperor and Empress of the martial arts soul fusion technology of the underworld White Tiger, as well as the Blue Electric Overlord Dragon Sex Jade Yuanj and a total of 6 sealed Dolua level of combat power. P.S. Star Luo Empire 3 big sealed Dolua offerings is the author's own settings. Set the original Blue Electric Bully Dragon Clan neutral. Star Luo Empire 3 big offerings plus the Emperor's martial arts soul fusion technology 4 sealed Dolua level of combat power. The Skydipper Empire has Alone Luobwa and the 7 treasures glazed sect of the Sword Dolua and Bone Dolua plus the continent first auxiliary Ningfengji's auxiliary so the sealed Dolua level of combat power is balanced. Because Bibi Dong in the case of not being able to let Ningfengji and the Sword Bone Dolua out of the situation. By virtue of the Sacred Dragon Patriarch and the Martial Spirit Hall of the Jew. Ghosts. Stabbing the blood. Snake spears. Ghosts and leopards. The devil bear. The spirit kite a total of 8 sealed Dolua level of combatants to want to take down the other side of losses must be very heavy. After all, this side of their own is the ordinary level of sealed Dolua, and the other side has Yuan Yuanjin so a super Dolua level of combatants. Himself and because of the reason of the Rakshasa God examination cannot go out, which led to the two sides now has been a stalemate. Currently are ordinary soldiers between the fight. Star Luo Empire does not know the idea of the martial spirit empire can only stalemate. Bibi Dong is waiting for their own become a god or confession to return to the Star Luo Empire to overthrow the continent to unify the continent. Chapter 68, Passing 3 Exams, Obtaining Soul Ring. The next test for Chango Hanfeng and Yi Lingling and the others could be said to be very fantastical. Chango Hanfeng and the others test was life refining body. That is, cultivating in the power of life. Chango Hanfeng was puzzled but still didn't hesitate. Life God King's Inheritance Land Life Forest. 1,000 Ancient 100 Blades and the others were also surprised by the rich life force in the life forest after arriving there. The life force here was several times denser than outside. After 10 minutes of cultivation in the forest, Qian Guhan Feng was forced to retreat back to the destruction altar. At this time, Qian Guhan Feng finally understood the core of this test. While cultivating in the forest of life, the life force will also continue to pour into the body. After successfully repairing the damage to the body, your body can withstand the power of life is limited. After exceeding the upper limit of the body cannot withstand the life force will cause damage to your body. After exceeding the upper limit, your body cannot withstand the life force after the destruction of your body. And this destruction is the life force cannot be repaired, is irreversible. Like a water bottle filled with water after you hello to add water inside will be burst. Yi Lingling and Yi Renxin's assessment was to cultivate within the destruction altar. But because of their different circumstances, they only cultivated at the 5th level of the altar. Although it was only the 5th level, it was also very difficult for the two as auxiliary soul masters to train in it. After trying for a month, Shen Guhan Feng also found a way to successfully pass the examination. Thanks to Yi Lingling and Yi Renxian will treat each other every time they cultivate to the limit and then continue to cultivate. Because it is a cultivation so the consumption of soul power can be ignored. And finally in the constant adaptation of the two people's progress is very rapid. As for the method Qian Guhan Feng thought of was also very simple. It was to destroy his own body. Currently the continent's cultivation methods are mainly divided into soul power cultivation and body cultivation. The former is mainly through meditation to improve their soul power level, which is also the continent's soul master's default cultivation method. The latter is through the soul power to dredge the meridians and stimulate the body to stimulate the potential. Because this cultivation method is full of uncertainty, accidentally will be illuminated into the body damage. And in addition to the 9 heart begonias and other healing class of martial souls is very difficult to recover. So this cultivation method is almost no one to cultivate. Although this method of cultivation can greatly improve the weapon martial soul or beast martial soul battle spirit master's combat power to improve very obvious, but the vast majority are still not willing to hold a huge amount of money. But the majority of them are still not willing to hold a huge amount of money. The vast majority of people are still not willing to hold a huge risk to cultivate, with the willingness to cultivate soul power. Even Qian Guhan Feng did not use this method to cultivate. But in the forest of life full of the power of life what is there to worry about? Then Qian Guhan Feng was in constant attempts to improve their own body strength. At the same time, Shen Guhan Feng also found that the body that was caused by the damage was repaired can be said to be to achieve a perfect state before the development of the plasticity of the body is extremely strong. It can be said to be a body-changing technique. In the time and time again in the damage and in the process of repairing the damage and repairing the body of Qi Guhan Feng and others is like a piece of pig iron in general in the heating and forging time and time again into a piece of fine iron. Huan Feng kid. You don't say. This cultivation method is simply perfect. My body is even better than it was at its peak under this period of cultivation. Golden Crocodile Douro said happily. Because the martial soul is the Golden Crocodile King, reason his fighting style is fist-to-fist, palm-to-palm physical collision. His own body damage is extremely serious, but now not only repaired but also stronger. At the same time now his fighting strength and before then also has a huge increase. In this kind of cultivation Chango Hanfeng and others spent half a year's time also successfully passed the examination. After passing it, Chango Hanfeng and the others were also finally able to leave. Because Chango Hanfeng and the others' next examination was no longer necessary here. But Chango Hanfeng and the others also decided to go out and replenish the necessary supplies and then come back after discussing it for a while. After all, except for Chango Hanfeng and Yi Lingling, other people's soul power level increase was no longer something that could be increased in a day or two, and they preferred to practice in the forest of life flesh. After leaving the life abyss, Thousand Ancient Hidden Front said to the crowd, "It seems like we still need to make a trip to the Star Do Great Forest." The crowd didn't open their mouths at his words, only casting an inquiring glance at Thousand Ancient Contained Fronts. Seeing this, Thousand Ancient Hidden Front once again spoke. "I wasn't paying attention before when I was busy cultivating my physical body, but my soul power has long since broken through the 70th level. Actually, I also need to obtain a soul ring." Yi Lingling sniffed and spoke. "Good, we also need to go and try out our current strength. But have you thought about what soul rings you want to acquire? Han Yu Feng?" The Golden Crocodile Douro opened his mouth. Star Do Great Forest. 100,000-year-old Heavenly Green Bull Python. Thousand Ancient Containment Front didn't hesitate and directly said the answer he had thought of long ago. "Good, then let's get ready and get going. Having the help of the martial soul fusion technique will also allow you guys to just pass the next test," said the Thousand June Douro. Chen Guhan Feng and the others' next assessment content to give the crowd a kind of delivery of welfare more advanced. Chen Guhan Feng and Yi Lingling's assessment content is to join hands in a super Doulua's hands to hold up one incense burning time. Qian Jun Doulua and Demon Subduing Doulua is to join hands to defeat the Golden Crocodile Doulua. As for the Golden Crocodile Doulua and Yirinshin is to break through the 99 and 97 levels of soul power, respectively. Thousand Ancient Container Feng and others do not know, as the crowd is still really in the delivery of benefits. Waiting for is the crowd to complete the examination to inherit the throne of God. After all, the God of Destruction, the God of Life and the God of Hercules are not faith gods. The crowd became a god after the strength of how to look at their own mainly. They want to do is to let them reach the basic conditions of inheritance of the throne of God. And Light Plume Doulua's situation with them went very smoothly, with hardly any difficulties. The crowd had also successfully arrived at the Stardust Great Forest after a period of rushing. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, Grandpa Yitianqing Ox Python will trouble you guys. Grandpa, Little Grandpa Titan Giant Ape will leave it to you guys. If it can be captured alive, then I don't have to worry about my next 8th soul ring. The crowd also didn't say much and marched directly towards the core circle. The Titan Giant Ape also understood the incoming people after the 6 entered the core area, but he didn't care. He just thought it was the same as the group before and took the initiative to meet the 6 in the direction of the 6, succeeding in making the most of the characteristics of his small head. The crowd naturally also found the Titan Giant Ape. Xianjun Doulua and Demon Subduing Doulua also did not hesitate. Tacit agreement to speed up to take the lead, and the Titan Giant Ape exchanged hands. P.S. Here to say a topic. In watching the cartoon when the Titan Ape and the Sky Green Bull Python to the author of a kind of an big head son and small head father opposite feeling. A head big body small is more intelligent. A head small body big is not too intelligent. There is a sense of contrast. Chapter 69 Lake of Life. 7th Soul Ring. Your opponent is us. Xianjun Doulua and Demon Subduing Doulua opened their mouths to the Titanic Giant Ape. Titan Giant Ape also did not hesitate to hear. Directly rushed to the two, with a feeling of a duel to the death. It naturally saw the extraordinary strength of Qianjun Doulua and Descending Demon Doulua, but as a militant plus was not too smart, and how could it be timid? Thousand Ancient Container Feng and others see the two have already, and Titan Giant Ape exchanged hands is also no longer tube. If Thousand June Doulua and Descending Devil Doulua join hands cannot take the Titan Giant Ape, the Titan Giant Ape will not be just an open door. Long ago into the Lake of Life under the piece of special space. In fact, Shen Guhan Feng also quite want to go into that special space within the Lake of Life to take a look. Ice and Fire Two Eyes are only formed under the influence of the body of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, but there are many heavenly treasures growing in it. So how many heavenly treasures should there be in the space of the Lake of Life that is greatly beneficial to the severely injured Silver Dragon King? In fact, the Lake of Life and the Woods of Life are quite similar. The source of the Lake of Life's life force is the large amount of gold of the life spirit within the Lake of Life. The gold of the life spirit contains a large amount of the spirit of life. However, because it will not actively generate the life force, so it can only be through the absorption of those who escape into the lake water of the life force. The special tree within the forest of life should be the divine artifact of the God King of Life, which produces a constant stream of life force, resulting in the life force being too dense. But instead, the opposite is true, which is one of the reasons why life and destruction are born together. I suppose the target of your trip is our two brothers? The figure of the heavenly green bull python manifested from within the lake of false life. The reason why this pseudo-life of the lake with a pseudo-word is because this is not the real life of the lake. It is from the life of the lake out of the lake, which most of the life force has been absorbed by a few big beasts. To put it bluntly, this pseudo-life of the lake is just beasts of the bath water. Since you know that, aren't you afraid? The golden crocodile Douro opened his mouth. Humph. Human, I know you're strong, but you may not be my opponent within the Lake of Life. The sky green bull python lives in the water all year round. The combat power in the water can be said to be still second only to the sea soul beasts. Located in the land, soul beasts of the blade exists. In the water, some of the weaker strength of the ferocious beasts may not be its opponent. There's no point in talking more. See the truth under the hand. The golden crocodile Douro is not any fear. After all, the golden crocodile king is not only the power attribute martial soul. The golden crocodile king martial soul situation and the fight too in the ice blue scorpion is very similar. Ice blue scorpion, in order to pursuit of ice attribute of the ultimate, give up its original poison. And the golden crocodile king is in order to pursuit of the power of the ultimate give up its original water attribute. But even if you give up water attribute, golden crocodile king martial soul possessor of the fighting power in the water has how maybe the general beast martial soul can be compared to. After all, the river and mountain easy to change nature. The golden crocodile king's shadow appeared behind golden crocodile Douro, and then rushed into the water together with golden crocodile Douro, and then fought with the heavenly green bull python. And from afar, it looked like a giant python and a giant crocodile were entangled in the water. But look carefully, you can see that the giant crocodile is a bit illusory. This is because the beast martial arts soul master before and after the fight indifferent. Beast martial arts soul master before mainly relying on the physical body, after the martial arts soul attached to the fight. While the late stage is to condense out of the martial arts soul shadow fight with soul power. But the soul master itself is still in the martial arts soul attached to the fight. At the same time, the martial arts soul shadow by the damage to the soul master itself will still have a sense of this kind of before and after the fighting method is different, mainly because the soul master before the soul power is limited can't long time cohesion martial soul shadow. As for why the late to use the soul power to cohesion shadow fighting, of course, is because the soul master's physical body is strong again. How can it be stronger than the weapon martial soul? This is the beast martial soul and the weapon martial soul master before and after the fighting power of the reason is different. Although the sky green bull python's combat strength is very strong. But in the golden crocodile Douro as high as 98 levels plus Yurinchin's timely treatment, golden crocodile Douro did not use a long time to successfully take down the sky green bull python. In the sky green bull python knocked out after the golden crocodile Douro did not stay. Came to the battlefield of the Titanic apes and the Chenjun Douro duo to help the duo to successfully knock out the Titanic apes. And then the three of them with the two soul beasts to leave the big forest of the Star Dipper. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble and too many gazes, the six led the two beasts to a sparsely populated area. Second brother, is there something wrong with you making us leave in such a hurry? Descending demon Douro asked suspiciously. Golden crocodile Douro knew that something should have gone wrong when he didn't let Thousand Ancient containing blade absorb the soul rings after taking down the Hotian green bull python, but helped them to take down the Titan giant ape and then left immediately. There's a special space underneath the Lake of Life. I felt several powerful auras, and all of them are stronger than these two. The golden crocodile Douro said with some concern. This should be those soul beasts that Grandpa Guangling and I were talking about earlier. Thousands of ancient hidden fronts naturally knew that the ones under the bottom of the lake were Tian and other ferocious beasts and the Silver Dragon King. Lake of Life. Lord, those two open doors are being carried by human soul beasts. Do we want them? Empyrean asked to the Silver Dragon King. You guys pay more attention during this period of time. I'm afraid that the continent is going to be unpeaceful next, so it's better for you guys not to go out. The Silver Dragon King said somewhat helplessly. Tian only thought that it was ordinary human powerhouses that came to hunt the Titan giant ape and the heavenly green bull python, so he didn't feel it seriously. But the Silver Dragon King felt three different divine powers on the six, so he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. On the other hand, Xian Guhan Feng also began to absorb the soul ring of the heavenly green ox python under the escort of the crowd. And finally, thanks to the physical quality that had been greatly improved after the examination, He also succeeded in absorbing the soul ring of the heavenly green ox python. Subsequently, after 1,000 ancient blades had finished absorbing the soul ring of the heavenly green ox python, the crowd also returned to the inheritance land after searching for a suitable soul ring for Yi Lingling. Inside the abyss of life, Qian Guhan Feng is fighting with the demon bucking Doluo. Qian Guhan Feng and the acquisition of the 7th soul ring soul power is also a direct breakthrough of 74 levels, which in addition to the soul ring and the soul bone brought about by the enhancement of the breakthrough in the soul saint after the Tianwake sacred golden dragon power to get the initial release of the reason. And the next Qian Guhan Feng will continue to receive the power of the Tianwake sacred golden dragon. The level of soul power will be rapidly increased. And the Sky Awakening Holy Golden Dragon's power is also in the martial soul of the 1,000 ancient contains the front of the real body has been embodied. Although the Sky Awakening Holy Golden Dragon's power in that year's war and the loss of most of the, and by the Pan-Dragon Stick martial soul seal for many years, but then the Dragon Clan Dragon will be the weakest also have the strength of the second level of God. Now although no longer at the beginning of the Doluo continent is still located in the pinnacle of the existence of the Chapter 70, 8th Soul Technique, passing the 7 exams. The use of the martial spirit of the true body of the ancient Hanfeng is also finally show the true power of the Sky Wake Up Chop. Before because of the fear of the ancient Hanfeng cannot withstand their own power. The Sky Wake Up the Holy Golden Dragon in addition to the use of the power to strengthen the ancient Hanfeng's martial soul in addition to the use of their own power. And now has a martial spirit of the true body of the Sky Wake Up the Holy Golden Dragon finally can be their own power through the Sky Wake Up Chop as a medium for the ancient Hanfeng to use. The martial spirit of the true body in fact, the martial spirit of its own power to be released. The martial soul's own power can be released. The martial soul is strong and weak, which also leads to the soul saint is really able to compare the strength of the soul master a level. The stronger the martial soul master in the performance of the martial soul true body is to get the increase is greater. The golden dragon pattern on the heavenly awakening chop in the hand of Qi Gu Hanfeng after he executed his martial soul true body became vivid. At the same time, the shadow of a heavenly awakening holy golden dragon surrounded Qi Gu Hanfeng's back, which was the power of the heavenly awakening holy golden dragon. And this shadow could be used for attacking as well as defending. And if you use the 6th soul skill, Shadow of the Berserker Lion while executing your martial soul true body, then you can turn a 1-on-1 battle into a 3-on-1 battle. If the 6th soul skill, Berserk Lion's Shadow was used when the martial soul's true body was executed, then 1,000 ancient blades would be able to turn a 1-on-1 battle into a 3-on-1 battle. At the same time the Sky Green Bull Python to Qian Guhan Feng brought Soul Bone is also called the original changed. The original Sky Green Bull Python to Tang San brought is the right arm soul bone, and Qian Guhan Feng obtained is the head soul bone. Soul bone brought soul bone skills naturally also changed, is no longer the Sky Green Sluggish God Claw and Sky Green Silent Thunder, but Sky Green God Eyes and Sky Green Thunder Domain. Tianqing Divine Eyes, Auxiliary Class Soul Skill. During the use of perception to obtain a substantial increase, one of the most obvious effect is that when the soul skill is used the enemy's movements in the eyes of the Qi-Gu Henyuanfeng as if it were full of movement. As to how slow is determined by the Qi-Gu Henyuanfeng's spiritual power level. Tianqing Thunder Domain, Domain Class Soul Skill, can produce a domain full of thunder? Although the destructive power is not as good as the original Tianqing Silent Thunder that, but you have been in the Thunder Domain annoying can also annoy you. After all, in the sparring match you can't always have the energy to defend against thunder damage. You don't pay attention to it will be thunder electricity a bit, which will give the opportunity to Chango Henyufeng to attack, and then you will have to resist, which is the thunder will again attack you. Thousands of ancient with the front and the soul bone soul technology is also a surprise. This soul technology has the original then simply not a level. It can be said that from the original 2 single attack into an auxiliary soul technology and a group attack soul technology. Finally in the Sky Wake Up the Holy Golden Dragon's answer to understand the reason. The original because of the Sky Green Bull Python body in the Dragon tribe and the Blue Dragon family bloodline, so can withstand their own power? So the Sky Wake Up the Holy Golden Dragon with their own power to strengthen the soul bone soul skills. At the same time because of the recovery of the heavenly awakening of the Holy Golden Dragon led to the spirit of the ancient Hanfeng see as a person, a dragon and a lion, as well as to come to a person can be put together a table of mahjong, but a dragon and a lion because the soul is too strong in addition to cannot be on the number of generation to play. One because of the power of the sacrifice of the remaining in addition to the level of exchanges and help to control the 6th soul skills cannot dare other things. Otherwise 1,000 ancient contained front can really become the second Yu Hao brand soul hotel. With the help of the power of the heaven awakening sacred golden dragon 1,000 ancient Han Feng managed to put on a 4-on-1 show with the assistance of Yi Lingling, and in the end, he also successfully passed the 4th exam. After passing the 4th examination Qian Guhan Feng also knew the content of the 5th examination. Qian Guhan Feng also laughed bitterly after knowing the content of the 5th examination, and secretly said in his heart, Why don't you just give me the divine position inheritance? Are these examinations necessary? If the Destruction God King had known what Thousand Ancient Hidden Front was thinking, he would have said, I would like to, but the rules and your strength don't allow it. Because the content of Qian Guhan Feng's 5th examination is to cultivate the soul power level to 80. For ordinary people who want to cultivate the soul power from to 80 in a short period of time may be very difficult, but for Qian Guhan Feng it is not difficult. And the 4th examination, in addition to the reward of the Power of Destruction Perception degree, also rewarded 2 levels of soul power. The following days were spent in cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, Qian Guhan Feng and the others had been here for 2.5 years, and during this time Qian Guhan Feng's soul power had also managed to break through the 80 level, coming to the 85 level. After breaking through the 80th level, as Thousand Guhuan Feng had absorbed the Titan Giant 8 Soul Ring and Soul Bone, and Thousand Guhuan Feng's 8th soul skill was the power of the Titan and the power of the Earth, respectively. Titan's power, strengthening class soul skill, power is enhanced after use. The degree and duration of strengthening is determined by the amount of soul power used by Thousand Ancient Contained Blades. Earth power, auxiliary class soul skill. Soul power can be quickly restored while on the earth. The soul bone that the Titan Giant 8 brought to Thousand Ancient Containment Frontier was the right arm soul bone, and the soul skills were Gravity Swamp and Titan Vault Breaking, which hadn't changed much from the original. Qian Guhan Feng's 6th test was to resist the suction force generated by the destructive divine power for 1 hour without using soul power. Qian Guhan Feng sniffed and said in his heart, Good Lord, this is a test of the strength of my physical body. But it seems that in order to make Qian Guhan Feng's examination less embarrassing, destruction altar on one side there are 2 small rooms. The examination is carried out in it. Qian Guhan Feng, after trying a little, was shocked by the difficulty of this examination. In order to Qian Guhan Feng's current physical strength cannot even hold out for 5 minutes. However, the good thing is that there is no time limit for any of the 9 tests of destruction. In order to improve the physical quality of the next day's Chango Hanfeng, in order to improve the physical quality of the almost lived in the forest of life, every day in addition to the necessary rest and eat is to cultivate and cultivate. This kind of day over almost 2 years later, Qian Guhan Feng's body strength is also finally barely support Qian Guhan Feng past the 6th examination. The rewards for both the 5th and 6th exams, besides the degree of perception of the power of destruction, were to enhance the soul ring years, 10,000 years and 30,000 years respectively. Thousand Ancient Containment Blade soul ring changed from the original yellow, purple, black, red to black, red. Qian Guhan Feng's 7th exam was to pull out the Scepter of Destruction, and Qian Guhan Feng also successfully pulled out the Scepter of Destruction after spending 2 months. Then after waiting for 2 months, Yi Lingling's 7th exam was recognized by the God of Life Tree, and the Golden Crocodile Dolua's examination was also carried out to the 7th exam. But because Hercules was used to relying on his own fleshly ground to fight against the enemy, so he didn't have any inherited deities. So the reward for the 7th exam was very special. It was to improve the strength of his body. Qian Jun Dolua, Demon Subduing Dolua, and Yi Rinxin's assessments were all completed, and most of the rewards for the 3 of them were to raise their soul ring years and soul power level, and in the end, all 3 of them broke through 98 levels of their wedding level. The soul rings all changed from the original yellow, purple, black to black, red. Chapter 71, Returning to the Palace of Martial Souls, Inheritance Examination. After Chango Hanfeng and Yi Lingling completed the 7th examination to obtain the artifact, they left the Abyss of Life. Unlike the God of Faith like Poseidon, who needs a place to connect the continent and the divine world to transmit the power of faith, so the source of power to support Poseidon Island is not only the God of the sea, so even if one Poseidon trident was taken away, Poseidon Island will not be directly dissipated. However, the source of power to form the Abyss of Life is the Scepter of Destruction and the Divine Tree of Life of the God King of Life. However, the source of power to form the Abyss of Life is the Destruction God King's Scepter of Destruction and the Life God King's Divine Artifact, the Divine Artifact of the Divine Tree of Life. So after 1,000 ancient blades and Yi Lingling took away the divine artifacts, there is no source of power to the Abyss of Life. And when the leftover Destruction God power and Divine Power of Life dissipates, it won't be long until the Abyss of Life recovers its original appearance. Will you two come with us or stay here? 1,000 ancient container fronts asked to the 2 small stones in front of him. With you guys? Of course, said the 2 little stones. But the 2 of you in your true form? Leafling asked. Small problem. Then saw the 2 small stones jumped onto their native stone monuments. Then the 2 stone monuments shook violently. A piece of broken stone kept falling. In no time the two stone monuments changed into two one-person tall stone lions. One stone lion's eyes exuded purple light. One stone lion's eyes exuded green light, which represented destruction and life respectively. Well, the two stone lions asked. Not bad, it's just right to be a janitor in the future. Thousand ancient hidden fronts joked. You asked us to watch the door. I am the divine lion of destruction and you asked me to watch the door. The stone lion representing life spoke before the stone lion representing destruction spoke unhappily. Not bad, let's go. First return to the martial soul hall. Also do not know how the light-plumed Douro grandfather and their divine examination is completed? Qian Gu Hanfeng didn't argue with the destruction god lion. Directly jumped onto its back after Daoko Dao. What for? What for? My hallowed destruction god lion you that I as a mount. I don't want face? Although the divine lion of destruction was very reluctant. In the end, after thousand ancient containing fronts took out the scepter of destruction, it still reluctantly led the crowd in the direction of the palace of martial souls. On the contrary, the life god lion was cooperative and rarely spoke along the way. The group returned to Martial Soul City without incident. At this time, the only envoys were Qin Daolu and Qianren Shui. The other envoys had not yet returned. Grandpa Thousand, didn't Grandpa Lightplume Doulua and the others come back? Thousand Ancient Hidden Frontier asked. Shouldn't they be with you guys? Chitaru didn't know what Chigo Hanfeng and the others had gone through during these 5 years, and only assumed that the crowd should still be together. Thousand Ancient Han Yufeng also came back to his senses when he heard this. Thousand Roads Flow did not know about Light Plume Doulua and the others obtaining the divine examination. Then he also opened his mouth to explain. I forgot to say, after we arrived at the Abyss of Life, Grandpa Light Plume and the rest of the gods they obtained the inheritance examinations of the other gods have gone off to go to the inheritance land belonging to them to participate in the divine examination. After I and Ling completed the 7th examination and obtained the divine artifact, the Life Abyss will return to its original state in a short while after it runs out of power support. And we'll be back. Are you saying that they have all obtained the deity inheritance? Thousand Taoist Streams said with some excitement. However, after seeing Golden Crocodile Doulua, Thousand Doulua and Demon Subduing Doulua were thinking that they hadn't obtained the divine examination. Golden Crocodile, you guys also. Big brother, I also obtained a divine examination. But the Hercules that I inherited doesn't have a place of inheritance in the continent, so I cultivated in the Abyss of Life with Han Feng and the others. It's old 6 and old 7. Speaking of the Thousand June Doulua and the Demon Subduing Doulua, the Golden Crocodile didn't know what to say for more than a moment. Just then the Lion of Life God opened his mouth to break the silence. What are you guys upset about? The two of them and Old Man Yi are the helpers that the Master has found for the Little Master. And in the future, they will become the divine servants of the King of the Destruction Gods and the King of the Gods of Life. If the angel god was still around, you would also become a divine servant after helping that little girl open her inheritance. But that's not what it said back then, said the Golden Crocodile Doulua, pointing at the divine lion of destruction. What can it know with that stone head of its? The life god lion looked at the destruction god lion with some disdain. Wait, if you just said that the angelic god is still around, do you mean that something happened to the angelic god? Thousand Ancient Containment Frontier said as he grabbed the point. The angel god had already fallen during that dragon god war back then for unknown reasons, leaving behind only the continent's inheritance and the angel god's temple in the divine realm. You guys don't know about it? The destruction god lion said with some doubt. But what does this have to do with Big Brother? The Golden Crocodile Doulua asked. The last test of the god's inheritance test is the god's succession test. And to open the god's succession test requires the help of people or things to communicate with the divine realm. Just like you guys who want to open the god's succession test need the help of me and that stone head. And to open the angelic god's inheritance test needs the help of that old man. But there is no angelic god to help in the divine realm. Wants to open the god's inheritance examination, that old man will probably have to sacrifice himself. The life god lion explained. The crowd fell into silence at the words. And finally it was Thousand Ancient Containment Fronts who spoke up to break the silence. Isn't there any other way? Generally the inheritance test of a deceased deity is taken care of by a deity from the same period of time and the same lower world. The deity from the same period of time as the angelic god I remember is the sea god. But the sea god and the angelic god were not on speaking terms with each other in the first place, so they shouldn't be so kind. Then to open the test at this time will require the help of other higher gods. When that little girl opens the inheritance god position, you or the little master can use the divine artifacts to help. By then the master or lord destruction should help when they get a sense. The life god lion gave advice after thinking about it. The crowd also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the words of the life god lion. Wait, did you just call me stone-headed? Could it be that you're not a stonehead? The destruction divine lion, who was not comfortable in the same channel as the crowd, ran to the life divine lion and said. The life god lion didn't open his mouth and walked to the side, not intending to pay attention to the destruction god lion. By the way, Han Yu Feng, what's the situation with these two stone lions? Qian Renxue asked. Oh, you said both of them. Ah, the life god lion who helped Ling Ling complete the examination. As for that stonehead, you can consider it as the gatekeeper that the Destruction God King arranged for me. When talking about the Destruction God Lion, one could clearly feel that Thousand Gu Huanfeng was a bit disgusted. What do you mean? Actually calling me a gatekeeper? Are you looking down on me? Have the guts for us to fight. The Destruction God Lion said unhappily. Good. After speaking, Chen Guhanfeng took out the Scepter of Destruction. Before Chen Guhanfeng realized that the bodies of the Divine Lion of Destruction and the Divine Lion of Life were extremely hard. Even the Golden Crocodile Douro could only inflict superficial wounds on them. And only with the help of the Scepter of Destruction could they pose a threat to them. Humph. Don't use the Scepter of Destruction if you have the guts. The Destruction God Lion said as it ran behind Yilingling after seeing Thousand Gu Huanfeng take out the Scepter of Destruction. Chapter 72, Plotting Soul Ring, Absorbing Soul Bone. Seeing that the Destruction God Lion had already conceded defeat, Thousand Ancient Containing Blade also didn't say anything more and put away the Scepter of Destruction. Grandpa Qian, can you get out of Martial Soul City now? Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier asked. It's fine. Except that leaving Martial Spirit City without the help of the Angel God statue's strength will be affected. Shidoru said. Sister Snow, I don't know how far you've gotten with your Angel God exam. It won't be long before we can complete the 8th exam. And we'll need to trouble you then. Qian Rinxue said. Good. Then let's wait for a few grandfathers of the offerings to return first. Hanyu, is there something you want us to help you with? Shidoru asked. It's like this. My 8th exam is to break through level 90 and obtain all parts of the soul bone. So I want to wait until I break through level 90 to ask you guys to help me hunt the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Deep Sea Demon Whale King? I had someone try it out before and found that it has already begun to transform into a dragon. If we don't have the help of the divine power within the angelic god statue, I'm afraid that apart from Xiao Shui becoming a god, it's unlikely that we'll be able to have a 100% success rate in hunting the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Qian Daolu said. Previously, after knowing that Chen Guhanfeng wanted to hunt the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, Chen Daolu had people go to test the strength of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, and found that it had already begun to transform into a dragon, and it would be very difficult to ensure 100% success without the strength of a god level. Then we can only wait for Sister Snow to become a god first. By the way, Han Yufeng, how is the acquisition of your soul bone going? Qian Renxue asked. Still missing the leg soul bone and torso bone. This is the soul bone of that soft bone phantom rabbit. Unfortunately, it's a piece of left arm bone. Chen Renxue said as she took out a piece of soul bone that emitted a pinkish red glow. What is the soul skill of this soul bone? Thousand Ancient Containment Fronts asked curiously. It's the invincible golden body and instantaneous transmission. Give it to Ling Ling. It just so happens that she still lacks a means to save her life. Next, Chen Renxue sniffed without hesitation and directly threw that 100,000-year-old soft bone phantom rabbit left arm bone to Yilingling. Golden Crocodile. It just so happens that you're back. Please take Yuki to find a suitable soul ring for him. Shidoru said to Golden Crocodile more. Can. The Golden Crocodile Douro also answered directly without hesitation. That stone head. The Destruction God King for giving you something similar to a God-given soul ring? Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts after seeing the talk about the soul bone was also curious to the Destruction God Lion asked. I won't give it to you even if I have it. Probably because of Thousand Gu Huanfeng's previous behavior, Destruction God Lion seemed to have a temper and said. Then there is a minion. Why didn't you say so before? Qian Guhanfeng also did not care. Directly summoned the Scepter of Destruction. This is the experience derived from these years of living together. You didn't ask, didn't you? Besides, coagulating God-gifted soul rings are all about consuming the divine power in our bodies. The two of us can only coagulate a maximum of 4 right now. The Destruction God Lion instantly conceded after seeing Thousand Gu Huanfeng take out the Scepter of Destruction. Hurry up and take one out, or I'll take it myself. Thousand Ancient Contained Fronts threatened. Seeing this, the Destruction God Lion somewhat reluctantly began to move its mouth like chewing, and in no time at all, it spat out a disc-shaped stone emitting a purple glow, then kicked it to Thousand Ancient Hundred Fountains and said, The Great Master rewarded you. The Master hit a hard mouth. Seeing this, Chen Guhanfeng also didn't care to dwell on its words and threw the Divine Gift Soul Ring to Qian Renxue. Seeing this, Chen Renxue also didn't refuse and directly took it over. After all, wanting to find a suitable high-year-old soul beast for himself was still quite difficult. Huanfeng, this is for you. Seeing this, Qian Daolu took out a piece of soul bone emitting a dark golden color and handed it over to Qian Gu Huanfeng. This is? Thousand Ancient Hidden Frontier asked after receiving the soul bone. This is the right leg soul bone of a 100,000-year-old black demon pale wolf that my father hunted during a beast tide when I was a child. Because its dark attribute, and the attribute of the angelic martial soul is opposite to it. So it's been preserved until now. and it just so happens to be given to you now," Chitaru explained. What Chitaru didn't say was that in fact, this soul bone was originally given to Bibi Dong, but then because of the matter between Chi Same and Bibi Dong in the end, it was kept. The Black Demon Song Wolf is the king of the Black Demon Wolf clan. Although the Black Demon Wolf clan doesn't have any strong combat power, but it possesses an extremely high level of intelligence, and the wolf whistles also have the effect of a spiritual attack, plus it is a group-dwelling soul beast, so it is also an extremely difficult soul beast. Thousand Ancient Hundred Blades didn't refuse when he heard this. After all, he was really short of high-age soul bones. After getting things out of the way, the crowd returned to their respective residences. After returning to the small courtyard, Qianjun Dolua brought Thousand Gu Huanfeng inside a secret room. There were no other items within the secret room other than the 3 stone boxes. "Grandpa, what is this?" Qian Gu Huanfeng asked curiously at the sight. "These are our family's 3 inherited soul bones, which are the 10,000-year-old black armored earth dragon right arm bone, the 100,000-year-old golden scale jiao left leg bone, and the 100,000-year-old earth armored dragon left arm bone. They are the 3 strongest dragon-like soul beasts hunted and killed by the major clans in the Great War of that year, and were later given to us in order to ask our family to seal the Heavenly Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon. However, because it is too precious in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, was blocked by the family's senior news. Now in addition to me and the family's several elders outside, even the descending devil do not know. Now it's also time to play their role. Grandpa, isn't it not a good idea to give this directly to me? There's no harm in it. If they knew about you, they certainly wouldn't refuse. You absorb it first. Tomorrow I'll just go back to the clan and say so," Qianjun Dolua said after handing over the stone and containing the left leg bone of the 100,000-year-old golden scale jiao to Qiangu Xianfeng. Thousands of ancient Hanfeng do not know, as if not Thousand Jun Dolua and descending devil Dolua joined the martial spirit hall. Thousand Jun Dolua may have been the patriarch of the Thousand Ancient family. After all, Thousand Jun Dolua and descending devil Dolua is now the strongest in the family of Thousand Ancient, and at the same time, because of the family's personnel sparse, in front of only dozens of people. But if it is not the Thousand Jun Dolua and descending devil Dolua's help, the members of the family may have already run in their separate directions. Thousands of ancient Hanfeng heard Qianjun Dolua are so said as also did not refuse. Collect its soul bone after returning to their own dean. In the destruction of the divine lion to pull over and told Yi Rinchen and Demon Fall Dolua began to absorb the soul bone. Qianjun Dolua, this is to return to the Thousand Ancient clan. Anyway, in the martial soul city there are 2 people and a lion to protect. It will not happen. Besides, the Hall of Enshrinement is not far away. There is a problem Thousand Road Flow can also rush over. After spending 2 hours, Qian Gu Hanfeng also managed to absorb 2 soul bones and gained 4 new soul skills. The soul bone skills of the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old Black Demon Song Wolf or Black Demon Tsunami, which could send out a wolf whistle with a spiritual attack, and Song Wolf Leap, which could quickly jump to a designated place. Although it wasn't a very powerful soul skill, but it consumed very little, and could be used continuously. The soul bone skills of the left leg bone of the 100,000-year-old Golden Scale Augur were Golden Scale Armor, which could provide one with a set of Golden Scale Armor, and Augur Tattoo, an auxiliary soul skill, which would appear on one's body after using it, and which would increase one's soul power, recovery speed and defensive power. Golden Scale Jiao is an extremely special soul beast, which is different from other Jiao-type soul beasts transforming into dragons. In addition to the scales and armor, will also have horns and feet and then have a strong attack power or toxicity. While the Golden Scale Jiao is only long a golden dragon scales, so it has a very strong defensive power. Therefore, the Golden Scale Jiao is also known as the Golden Scaled Snake, the Hornless Dragon and the Footless Dragon. Chapter 73, Opening the Inheritance. Return of Tang San. Half a year later, Xian Gu Hanfeng was cultivating in the Hall of Offerings when Xian Daolu ordered people to invite themselves and Yi Lingling to the Hall of Offerings to have important things to discuss. Xian Gu Hanfeng guessed that it should be Qian Rinxue is ready to open the 9th examination, so they were asked to go to help. The Hall of Offerings, Han Yu Feng, I'm sure you've guessed what it is that you've been approached about, right? Chidori Ryu said. Well, get ready to start. Grandpa Thousand, Chidori Ryu said. The 4 came to the Angel God Temple. Chidoru, in the name of the current High Priest of the Angel God, open the inheritance test for Chiron. Chidori walks up to the Angel God statue to open the test for Chidori. After Chidori Ryu's words, a golden light rose from the angelic idol and ran through the sky. In the divine realm, has it begun? Then it's my turn. Poseidon, the god of the sea, said to himself, the angel god has died. I, Poseidon, am here to take the place of the angel god, Poseidon said as he communicated with the center of the god realm. But before Poseidon could finish his words, he heard an unfamiliar voice ringing out from within the angel god's temple in the god realm. Angel god has died. i.e. Lingling in the name of the successor of the god of life, with the tree of the god of life as a medium to ask the god of life to open the examination for the angel god successor. Poseidon heard this and hurriedly recommunicated with the divine realm center wanting to open the examination for Qianren Shui before the king of life god responded. However, just as the god realm center was about to respond, a gentle voice rang out from within the life god temple. May. Then he saw the light that went straight to the sky within the angel temple of the hall of offerings connecting to the temple of life. When Poseidon saw this, he also realized that it was already too late. In the angel god temple of the hall of enshrinement, Qianren Shui and Xian Daolu walked into the light pillar and then disappeared. Yi Lingling was continuing to control the god of life tree to communicate with the divine realm, without Yi Lingling controlling the god of life tree to establish a connection for the god of life king. There was no way for the god of life king to open the examination for Qianren Shui. For his part, Thousand Ancient Hundred Blades started to look around without a care in the world, and then felt a trace of familiar but not belonging to the god of angels and the god of life's divine power within the angelic god's temple, and then summoned the Scepter of Destruction. Scepter of Destruction. Destructive divine thunder. Exterminate. After thousands of ancient hidden blades used the Scepter of Destruction to destroy those divine powers, the sea god of the divine realm, who was already very displeased, became even more displeased. In fact, the god of the sea came to the divine realm is not early. The reason why the strength can be enhanced so quickly and reach the main god level test is that those who should belong to the angel god's unowned faith power, Douro continent within the soul masters believe in most of the god of the sea and the temple of the martial arts souls, while the temple of the martial arts souls believe in the angel god, so that the power of the faith should have belonged to the angel god, but the angel god is already dead. So that the power of the faith has been the god of the sea previously with some kind of the power of faith had long since been incorporated into the hands of the sea god through the medium of a trace of the sea god's divine power that had been left in the angel god's temple by some means. Originally, the god of the sea also intends to that a trace of divine power into the body of Qianren Shui as a means of restricting Qianren Shui in the future. We must know that the battle between the gods and the gods, if it is not the absolute strength of the crushing even for a second to freeze, will play a key role. So as long as that trace of divine power as long as can enter the body of Qianren Shui as long as can make Qianren Shui freeze for a second can play a role in the battlefield. However, that trace of divine power was destroyed by Qian Guhan Feng, so the god of the sea would like to break Qian Guhan Feng into pieces, but due to the identity of Qian Guhan Feng, he couldn't do anything. As for why the god of the sea on the angel god has so much hostility, naturally because the angel god's death and their own have a lot to do with. Although the gods of the divine realm know that the angel is dead in that dragon god war, but the angel god originally as the god realm is a group of ordinary first-class god and the most likely to reach the existence of the main god and how can die in that war. And the angel god death is actually because the god of the sea while the angel god not pay attention to sneak attack. Finally the reason for the death of the angel god was because the god of the sea had attacked the angel god while he was not paying attention and finally died in the hands of the dragons. Inheritance assessment is not a simple assessment, is mainly divided into 3 steps, respectively. Measurement. Detection of the successor has no qualifications to inherit the throne of God. Ask, that is, ask the heart, is mainly to assess the successor's nature of mind, which is the most likely to fail. If the gods are not satisfied with your nature of the heart can be unilaterally end of the assessment. The original god of the sea. The reason why the thousand Rinshue into a god is mainly in order not to attract the attention of the other gods. After all, not the main reason why the original sea god let Qian Rinshue become a god was to avoid attracting the attention of other gods. After all, it's not your own successor, you don't let him become a god for what? The last item is the inheritance, which is the fusion of divine positions to become a god. Outside, Tang San people also returned to the continent, but after learning about the changes in the continent was also very surprised. And finally the people decided to go to Star Luo Empire with Dai Mubai first after discussing Star Luo Empire's capital, Star Luo City. The crowd managed to meet Dai Mubai's father, Star Luo Emperor, by virtue of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's identity as well. What are you doing back here? I thought you were dead? Star Luo Emperor's tone was very bad, but he wasn't much angry. After all, he was his own son. Tiger poison doesn't eat his son yet. Dai Mubai heard also did not refute. After all, he was leaving without saying goodbye. Ago 6 years without news, think he died is not strange. Father, do not blame. We this time is to go to the Sea God Island training, so that is why he left without saying goodbye. Dai Mubai explained. Oh, experiences. Then I wonder how you guys harvested on this trip? The Star Luo Emperor asked. We've all reached Sol Dolua strength, because he wasn't sure of the continent's current situation. In order to avoid unnecessary strength, Dai Mubai didn't say anything about Tang San obtaining the inheritance of the gods. Without the help of the immortal grass, Dai Mubai and the others didn't gain the favor of the gods, But what the crowd didn't know was that Ning Rongrong and Oscar had already been approached by the nine-colored goddess and the God Eater. Oscar was completely by virtue of his own strength by the God Eater, while the nine-colored goddess was looking at the face of the God Eater contacted Ning Rongrong. After all, the nine-colored goddess and the God Eater in the world of the gods, but in addition to the destruction and the life, the evil and the goodness of the exemplary husband and wife. Unlike with the first two have some ties, the nine-colored goddess and the God Eater are completely the character of the same. And the last two people also by virtue of the tacit understanding to develop the resurrection of the divine light of this divine skill and the divine skill. Nine-colored goddess and eclipse because they have no combat power, so in the world of God has always been the image of the good old man. And because of the resurrection of the divine light of this skill, two people in the world of God's goodwill. P.S. Resurrection divine light, the fusion divine skill of the nine-colored goddess and the god of eclipse, can resurrect people who died within an hour and whose bodies are not broken, resurrecting mortals? The nine-colored goddess and the god of eclipse can't use any power for a month, and resurrecting gods can't use any power for a year, and the higher the level of the god the longer the time period will be. Chapter 74, Traveling to the Front, Intercepted on the Road. Although Ning Rongrong and Oscar had also obtained the deity's inheritance, the two had after all already defected to the Palace of Martial Souls, so they didn't tell Tang San and the others about it. Oh, that's the right time to come back. Now we and the Martial Soul Palace. No should be called the Martial Soul Empire. Anyway, there is no difference. In any case, come back to the front line to help. Just the front line is in urgent need of high-level combatants. You guys go in and help out. Although Star Luo Emperor's words were said this way, it was said in a commanding tone. It's no wonder that Star Luo Emperor will be so. Although he doesn't know the real identity of Tang San and others, but knows that they are not the people of the Star Luo Empire. So Tang San and others are not much good attitude. If it is not known that the crowd is Soul Doluwa estimates that they have already dared them to go out. Although Tang San and the others still became Soul Doluwa like the original, but it took a whole year more than the original, and it took 6 years to return from Sea God Island. Although Ma Hongjun and the others had completed the examination long ago, but because they had all completed the black level examination plus Tang San's relationship, it wasn't a problem to want to stay on Sea God Island. The crowd didn't refuse even after discussing after hearing the words of the Star Luo Emperor and agreed. Yes. We'll go now, Dai Mubai said. It just so happens that tomorrow there will be a trip to transport materials for the front line, so you guys will go with them. When you arrive at the front line, go find the military division and he will arrange for you. You guys go down first, Star Luo Great Emperor said. During this period of time, Star Luo Great Emperor had been busy coming out with all sorts of things and was already very tired. If it wasn't for the Zhu family head, he was really worried that he would have died suddenly that day. Zhu family head, that is, Zhu Zhuqing's father. 82nd level Soul Doluwa powerhouse. If not for the fact that there is not a princess in Star Luo Empire in their generation. Otherwise Zhu family head should be the emperor's son-in-law of the Star Luo Empire right now. The duo trust each other because of the relationship between the royal family and the Zhu family plus the relationship between the juniors. In fact, the Zhu family and the Star Luo royal family connection is limited to the main lineage. On the one hand, in order to not let the underworld white tiger this martial arts soul fusion techniques become too common. On the other hand is that they have long discovered the hazards of inbred marriages. So in fact, the Shu family does not have what the main and secondary lineage difference. The head of the family is generally whose daughter and son is the prince consort or the side of the emperor's son-in-law who is the next Zhu family head. On the second day, Tang San and others and the squad transporting supplies to the front line. On the way then encountered the squad intercepted by the Martial Soul Empire. And the person leading the squad intercepted by the Martial Soul Empire is Evil Moon and Amazing Hulina because it is now the Holy Maiden of the Martial Soul Empire. So it's not convenient to lead the squad in person. As for the identity of Hulina, this Holy Maiden Chi Dori Flo and Chen Rinshue didn't care. After all feel that they, granddaughters, are going to become God's Martial Soul Empire. The future should be managed by someone after all. Hulina, Evil Moon and Yen, 3 people in the Martial Soul Hall of a large number of resources tilted under the 3 people are also successful breakthrough 70 level to become a Soul Saint. As for the 3 people's level Y will break through so fast that should be mentioned Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong in the discovery of Titan Apes and the Sky Green Bull Python has been hunted in order to obtain the Soul Ring in order to look for their own high-year-old Soul Ring. At the same time, those who encountered unsuitable high-year-old soul beasts are generally directly killed to take the soul bone. And finally gained a lot of soul bone. And finally those soul bone once there is suitable for the soul bone will fall into the hands of Hulina and others. Hulina and other people hands. So Hulina 3 people are now a thing full of matching soul bone. But the price is the Sunset Grove high-year-old soul beasts almost dead. Star Dipper Forest in addition to the core circle and the inner circle of the strength of some of the powerful soul beasts outside of the high-year-old soul beasts is also a heavy damage. Randomly now the low-level soul masters to obtain the soul ring than the usual easier than a little bit of half a point. Evil Moon and Amazing also recognized each other after exchanging a few moves with Tang San and the others. So it's the defeated general. A few years not seen, the level is so high. I don't know if it's used for some unseemly method? Although Amazing's moves were not very smooth, and even a bit impossible to fight, but his mouth work was non-stop. But it didn't take long for Amazing to pay the price for his arrogance, and ended up being knocked to the ground by Dai Mubai, while Evil Moon escaped with serious injuries under the cover of Sol Doluo, who was in charge of the duo's safety. So far the interception plan of the Palace of Martial Souls ended in failure. As for Amazing's end is naturally death, but also for Tang San and the others to send 6 pieces of soul bone. One of them is clearly one of the prizes of the Soul Master competition, bursting burning flame right arm bone. And this piece of soul bone around and 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 finally still by Ma Hongjun got. The people in the safe escort supplies arrived to go to the front camp to find the so-called military division. But the people in the sea, this so-called military division is also a big surprise, because this person is exactly Yu Xiaojiang. Although it is said that Yu Xiaojiang's knowledge of soul masters has the reputation of copying masters, but he has succeeded in becoming the military division of the Star Luo ally forces by virtue of his own mind. This is the Star Luo Empire's senior management also understands the sentence. Those who have masters get the world. The meaning of the original refers to the role of his mind on the military engagement. P.S. Although I do not want to admit, but from the original situation, although the Jade Xiaojiang soul master knowledge can be said to be everyone knows or useless, but he is still quite smart, is too arrogant, and do not know what they should do. But smart is useless. The original persona personally feel really make people cannot like it. Teacher. So you're the warlord, Tang San said in surprise. After the crowd had exchanged pleasantries for a while, Tang San opened his mouth and asked, "Why aren't we seeing Sect Master Ning and the others?" Tang San and the others didn't know that the 9 Treasures Glazed Sect had defected to the Martial Soul Empire, so they opened their mouths and asked, "Don't mention the group of cowards from the 9 Treasures Glazed Sect that actually defected to the Martial Spirit Hall," a general from the Star Luo Empire said with displeasure. "Alright, it's not the fault of Sect Leader Ning. Haven't you noticed that the people from the 9 Treasures Glazed Sect never put up a fight?" Yu Xiaojiang said as he opened his mouth. In fact, Yu Xiaojiang was not really defending the 9 Treasures Glazed Sect when he said that. What he wanted was actually not to offend Ning Rongrong and Oscar. After all, a high-level 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda Soulmaster would still have a great impact on the battlefield of the high level. And he also had the idea of trying to get the 9 Treasures Glazed Sect to revolt by virtue of Ning Rongrong's connections. Ning Rongrong and Oscar didn't care about this, as they were now thinking about what to do to get back. They couldn't just stay in the enemy camp all the time. Right, how come it's just the 6 of you? Where's Li Mo Feng and Yi Lingling? Yu Xiaojiang asked. Although he disliked Chen Guhan Feng, but what he couldn't refute was that Chen Guhan Feng 3's strength was really strong. Tang San and the others had already reached the Sol Doluo. Then Chen Guhan Feng should be a Sol Doluo at the very least. A strong Sol Doluo's role could be great. Chapter 75, New Angel God. Magic Whale Sea Area. Mo Feng's test was different from ours, so he wasn't with us. Tang San spoke up. Is that so? There's no harm in that. With you guys around, I'm sure the Martial Soul Empire will definitely not be our opponent, Jade Xiaojiang said confidently. Then Yu Xiaojiang for the other generals to explain the identity of Tang San and others. These is the identity of Tang San's people did not care, but after knowing the strength of Tang San and others is also surprised. So young Sol Doluo, and still 6. Even if it is the golden generation of the Palace of the Martial Soul seems to not have a high level of soul power. On the other side, Evil Moon escaped back to the Martial Soul Palace after being seriously injured. Brother, who injured you so badly? Jelena asked. It's Tang San. I don't know where they went before, and their soul power level is still up to Sol Doluo. Evil Moon explained. Humph, Tang San. I'll make them pay, Jelena said. The next day's Tang San still in the original began to help the army against the Martial Soul Empire, but from the original Tiandou Empire Coalition side to the Star Luo Empire Coalition side. However, Rongrong and Oscar had been using various reasons to excuse themselves from making a move. Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang didn't care. After all, in the case of determining the attitude of the 9 Treasures Glazed Sect, putting it in a dilemma wasn't a good thing. And Hulina May, because of the Evil Moon and Amazing, is turned a little impatient. Several times the command appeared to be a huge mistake. The two combined, plus in the case of the two side sealed Doluo level combatants do not get off the field, Star Luo Empire Coalition forces were in the upper hand for a time. This went on. And on the other side of the Hall of Offerings, Qian Renshui also succeeded in inheriting the Angel God exam after spending a month, becoming the new Angel God. Sister Snow, you succeeded? Thousand Ancient Contained Frontier asked. Well, Han Feng, you prepare, I will help you to obtain the 9th soul ring. After I became a god, a voice appeared in my head telling me that I can only stay in the continent for a year at the most. The time is limited, it's better for us to hurry up. Qian Renshui said. Sister Snow, where is Grandpa Qian? Did something happen? Leafy Snow asked. Ling Ling, don't worry. Grandpa just lost too much power and has already traveled to the god realm with the help of the god of life. Qian Renshui replied. That's good. The three of them then headed to the magic whale sea after calling up Golden Crocodile Douro and the others. The situation within the Hall of Enshrinement naturally caught the attention of Tang San and the others. That's the direction of Martial Soul City? I wonder what the situation is. Yu Xiaojiang said. That's the aura of a deity. This is someone becoming a god. Tang San said. What? Becoming a god? Third brother. You mean the Martial Spirit Hall also has the help of gods? Ma Hongjun said in surprise. Looks like the rumors are true. Yu Xiaojiang sighed. What rumors? Teacher, do you know something? Tang San asked. Rumor has it that the Martial Soul Hall is not actually an organization or a force, but a family. Yu Xiaojiang said. Family? The crowd questioned. Yes. I have seen a book about the origin of the Palace of Martial Souls within the library of the Palace of Martial Souls. You guys don't know that in fact all the successive popes of the Palace of Martial Souls besides Bibidong all have the surname Qian, and they all come from the Thousand family of the Palace of Martial Souls. And the people of the Thousand family possess the family's unique angelic martial souls. And I guess the Thousand family is actually a descendant of the deities, as the angelic martial soul's innate soul power can be as high as level 20. Yu Xiaojiang said helplessly. It seems like we can't resist them after all. Teacher, I actually obtained the inheritance of a deity as well. And it seems that Mo Feng and Ling Ling also obtained the inheritance of a deity. Tang San saw that Yu Xiaojiang's mindset was a bit low, finally began to speak. What? You mean you and Li Mofeng and Yi Lingling have all obtained the inheritance of the gods? Yu Xiaojiang said in surprise. Yes. But, Tang San knew what Yu Xiaojiang was worrying about. It was nothing more than the other party had become a god, while his side had not. Then opened his mouth and said, Teacher, don't worry, gods shouldn't be able to stay on the continent for a long time, although I can't defeat him, but with the sea god Trident in place to slow him down it should still be possible. As long as we wait for him to leave, then it's hard to say whether we'll win or lose next. Also, but Ning Rongrong you and Oscar still go to find the Ning sect leader. See our situation here to inform them. With the help of the 9 treasures glazed sect, I believe that the explanation to come to an inside-outside cooperation is also certainly able to catch them off guard. Yu Xiaojiang said confidently. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, because although they were speechless but still didn't express it. On the contrary, they were also somewhat grateful to Yu Xiaojiang for giving them a reason to go back. But you have to say to come back. That's impossible. Thousands of ancient containing fronts naturally is not to Tang 3 and other people's thoughts, even if you know, you will not care, not to mention other things. The Martial Spirit Hall, there is also a Bibidong it. Under Qian Rinshui's leadership the crowd only spent a few days before arriving at the Devil Whale Sea. Qian Guhan Feng also did not hesitate, and directly called out the Scepter of Destruction. A destruction divine thunder fell. A large number of sea soul beasts died under the attack of the destructive divine thunder, and then an angry voice could be heard. Who is it? You are the deep-sea demon whale king? Qian Rinshui said as she looked at the huge figure in the water. Since you know my... The words of the deep-sea demon whale king were just half said when he sensed the divine power in Shiranyuki. Are you a god? Or did you let you come? What sea god? This seat angel god Qian Rinshui. I came here today for no other reason than your soul ring soul bone. Qian Rinshui said. Since you don't know the sea god and since you have become a god we still need my soul ring soul bone? Said the deep-sea demon whale king. Just because I can't use it doesn't mean others can't. When the deep-sea demon whale king heard this, he also looked to the side at Thousand Gu Huan Feng and the others, and then said, Wait, I know I'm not your opponent, but don't think that anyone has the ability to absorb my soul ring soul bone. This is not what you should care about. Words after Qian Rinshui held the angelic holy sword began to attack towards the deep-sea devil whale king. Deep-sea devil whale king also not ashamed of its 99,999 years of behavior. Qian Rinshui for a time since it did not take down the deep-sea devil whale king. Of course, there are reasons why Qian Rinshui is not fully familiar with the divine power. However, as the deep-sea demon whale king gradually fell into the wind, it will not be long before the deep-sea demon whale king will be defeated. The deep-sea demon whale king saw this situation is also to look to Qian Guhan Feng and others, want to take down them to threaten them, but after a few attempts to find that the Qian Guhan Feng and Yi Lingling even have divine power, and Qian Guhan Feng's body's divine power to their own feeling then the Qian Rinshui is more of a threat. Chapter 76 Unsolicited Sacrifice. Sea God's Rage. Yet slow, said the deep-sea demon whale king, who had fought and retreated early on, as he opened his mouth. Say something, Shirin said as she stopped moving. If I'm not mistaken you're also recognized by the gods, right? The deep-sea demon whale king said to Thousand Ancient Containment Frontier. Yes there is how. You should also know that the enhancement after absorbing soul rings after hunting is not as good as sacrifice. I know, but are you willing to sacrifice to me? I can give you sacrifice, but I have a condition. And if I really want to run, then dive into the bottom of the sea, even if she also can't in a short period of time. And how big the commotion! I believe that the sea god island should have been someone to come. At that time you want to absorb my soul ring soul bone is not so easy. Say, I'll consider it as long as it doesn't violate my code. The soul will be retained after the soul beast sacrifice. It should enter your spiritual sea, so I hope that you can resurrect me when I get to the god realm. Even if you can't resurrect me, I don't want the sea god to be well. I don't expect you to be able to kill him, but don't let him be well either, said the deep sea demon whale king, knowing that he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today, so he held the mentality of giving it a try. It's okay. In any case, there is no effect on oneself. It won't hurt to agree to it. Thousands of ancient Han Feng did not have any overreaction, but in his spiritual sea within the blood shadow Lion King is not calm. Resurrection. In the knowledge that he may be able to resurrect the blood shadow Lion King will be overjoyed. Good. I know that my corpse is also a heavenly treasure to you, so I hope that you can leave a part of it for my wife and child. After finishing his speech and not caring if Thousand Ancient Containment Front answered or not, he shouted a few times in a certain direction, giving the impression that he was explaining his last words in general. And the deep sea demon whale king was really just explaining his last words to his wife and child who were in the distance. Thousand Ancient Container Feng is also not disturbed. The deep sea demon whale king, after all, lived for an unknown period of time. How can there be no attachment? It didn't take long for the deep sea demon whale king to start the sacrifice ceremony, and the sea dragon Douro and the others who were leading the way from afar were shocked when they saw this, and the sea spear Douro opened his mouth and said, "This is a soul beast sacrifice, and that direction is the demon whale seas. Could it be the deep sea demon whale king? Let's go back first. If it's the deep sea demon whale king that can make its sacrifice, then the other party's strength should no longer be below us. There's also the possibility that it's the palace of martial souls, and it's not up to us to meddle with the demon whale seas either. First go back and report to the high priest," said the sea dragon Douro, who was the eldest brother. Hearing sea dragon Doloa's words, the crowd didn't hesitate and turned around to return to Sea God Island. About an hour later, Qian Guhan Feng also successfully accepted the sacrifice to obtain the ninth soul ring. At the same time absorbed the deep sea demon whale king's fallen torso bone, and Qian Guhan Feng's soul power also directly came to 95 levels, becoming a super Doluo. At the same time, the ninth soul ring with a lifespan of 999 years was presented as an orange-red soul ring with 9 golden lines. Every moment, the inheritance god seal on the forehead of Qi Guhan Feng also gave a message. The 8th examination of the 9 examinations of destruction is completed. The degree of understanding of the power of destruction is 30%, and there are 2 pieces of attached soul bones. The examination is overfulfilled with additional rewards for the elevation of the soul ring's lifespan by 50,000 years. Then he saw Qian Guhan Feng's soul ring gradually change color to red. Red, 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 and gold. Qian Guhan Feng was also shocked by the rewards. Having 2 externally attached soul bones also allowed for additional rewards, directly allowing his soul ring to reach 8 red and 1 gold. At the same time, the divine sense of the deep-sea demon whale king within the spiritual sea of Qian Guhan Feng is also by virtue of the connection to feel the power within the 9th soul ring of Qian Guhan Feng, is also expressed very happy, although and now they have no relationship, but after all, they have a relationship with themselves is still very happy. Thousand Ancient Containment Front is also very surprised after learning about his 9th soul skill, although the 9th soul skill is still only 100,000 years brought about by 2, but after reaching 1,000,000 years 2 soul skills can be called God skills. The first soul skill is called Whale Fall. After using it, you can summon a deep-sea devil whale made up of countless thunder above and below the impact. As for the number of by the mind of the 1,000 ancient Han Feng, that is to say, you can summon a countless small deep-sea devil whale or a huge deep-sea devil whale. After landing or hitting the target, the deep-sea demon whale will generate a thunderstorm with a radius of the volume of the deep-sea demon whale, and if it is combined with the destructive divine thunder, the power is even greater than that of the gatekeeper divine techniques of some Lord God level deities. The second soul skill is named Whale Tsunami. After using it, there will be a deep-sea demon whale king protruding blade chi tsunami. The tsunami is improperly powerful, but also by the destructive power of thunder and sharp blades. The tsunami range can naturally be controlled by 1,000 ancient contained blades. Really mention is that the 9th soul skill of the deep-sea magic whale is no longer the original appearance of the deep-sea magic whale. It should no longer be called the deep-sea magic whale, With the words of the deep-sea magic whale king within the sea of spirit should be called the deep-sea dragon whale, grows a dragon's horns and dragon scales. As for the skills of the torso bone, they were the two responsible soul skills, which were the demon whale domain, in which the domain 1000 ancient containing blade was enhanced in all aspects and the opponent was weakened in all aspects, and the demon whale descending, which had an effect that was similar to that of the sixth soul skill, the shadow of the mad lion. 1000 ancient containment blade came to the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king after adapting and adjusting, but did not take the meat, only the whale gelatin, and also killed some of the surrounding powerful sea soul beasts. Afterwards, the crowd also left directly without stopping. The deep-sea demon whale king naturally knew that Qian Guhanfeng was trying to protect his own corpse, so he also did not make any pretense, and said thank you to Qian Guhanfeng, and then began to brag with the heaven-awakening holy golden dragon and the blood shadow lion king within the spiritual sea. And the heaven-awakening holy golden dragon expressed his disinterest, but the blood shadow lion king listened to him with great interest. In the crowd left the mouth soon a small deep-sea devil whale came to hit the deep-sea devil whale king's corpse beside Sea God Island. Sea Dragon Douro and others returned and then explained the situation with Poseidon. Poseidon heard that there was no hesitation, and directly perceived in the direction of the devil whale seas, and after discovering the corpse of the deep-sea devil whale king, he also knew that the matter was big. And then he came to the front of the sea god statue wanting to contact the sea god. The sea god almost vomited blood after learning the news from Poseidon and became very angry. After all, this deep-sea devil whale king as he left him is now even was shortcut. And no need to guess, all know this matter and destruction of the divine king's heir and not yet come to the divine realm of the new angel god has a relationship. In addition to them, even if it is Poseidon should not dare to guarantee that you can take down the deep-sea devil whale king. On the other hand, Tang San's feeling inheritance divine seal had a strange movement. After a little perception found that the content of the 8th examination changed from cultivating the martial soul to the 9th ring level, collecting all the soul bones and killing the deep-sea devil whale king to cultivating the martial soul to the 9th ring level, collecting all the soul bones. Tang San was puzzled, but because of the current situation he didn't care too much. Chapter 77, Two parties confront each other, the Great War begins. The sea god was also forced to change the content of Tang San's divine examination after learning that the deep-sea demon whale king had already been hunted. 1000 ancient container blade of course in the return to the Hall of Enshrinement saw a day ago just came back to the light plume Douro, and then learned after some exchanges is also learned that the light plume Douro has completed the 7th examination, obtained the inheritance artifacts of the ice god. Ice god's inheritance artifacts called the ice god's ice sword, is as if a piece of ice sharpened into the sword. The sword body is long and slender. It's a woman's style sword. The light plume Douro in fact, not very much, but don't want it for nothing. After coming back is also in the life god lion mouth to learn in fact each god will generally have their own inheritance artifacts. Of course, there is no such as Hercules. Can be understood as inheritance artifact is the companion treasure of the god position. Generally are the first generation of the god refining, is the most suitable for the god position of the weapon, so generally will be passed on from generation to generation. Of course, you can also own refining belongs to their own gods. But the general gods are not willing to spend a large price to refining artifacts, so the use of the inheritance artifacts. And light plume Douloua's 8th examination content was to unify the Doulua continent. 1000 ancient containment front is also said to be very speechless after learning that how is the content of this one's examination the same. Because the content of the golden crocodile Doulua's 8th examination is also the unification of the Doulua continent. Chen Guhan Feng Si light plume Doulua has come back thinking that other people should not have any big problem. And there is also Chen Rinxuan unless Tang San now in situ to become the Shura god should not have any big problem. Subsequently, after explaining a sentence, he took Yi Lingling to leave. Thousands of ancient Han Feng intends to take Yi Lingling to obtain soul rings first, and then intends to return to the abyss of life to open the inheritance examination. Thousands of ancient Han Feng originally wanted to open the inheritance examination in the Hall of Enshrinement, but after thinking about it, he gave up. There is such an uncertain factor as Tang San. Thousands of ancient Han Feng is still not assured. A month later, in the month after 1000 Guhan Feng and Yi Lingling left with the Divine Lion of Destruction and the Divine Lion of Life Qingwan Doulua and Lion Doulua also returned to the Martial Spirit Hall after completing the 7th examination. Today is the day of the battle between the allied forces of the Martial Soul Empire and the allied forces of the Star Luo Empire. The Martial Soul Empire, because of Hu Lina's performance during this period of time, the allied forces of the Star Luo Empire under the leadership of Tang San and Jade Xiaojiang can be said to be in high morale. Not only to recover the territory previously seized by the Martial Spirit Empire, but also to fight to the previous Tiandou Empire and Star Luo Empire junction Tongyu Valley. Tongyu Valley is the Doulua continent has been completely explored by mankind at the lowest place. Tongyu Valley is a huge canyon. In addition to the Soul Saint and above the level of flying martial souls can be completely in-depth. Even some of the sealed Doluwa level of power, if not good at flying, also dare not easily in death. But also because of the existence of the Tongi Valley plus the palace of the martial souls of the regulation of the heavenly kingdom of the empire and the Star Empire has not been the occurrence of large-scale battles. Martial Spirit Empire allied forces and Star Luo Empire allied forces are located on both sides of the Tongi Valley, connecting the two sides of the only 3 chain bridges. These 3 chain bridges are made by the palace of the Martial Spirit, Heavenly Dipper Empire and the Star Luo Empire to jointly build. After all, the two empires still have some of the necessary exchanges. If it is to go around, the opening of the valley need to spend more than a week's time. So the 3 parties, in order to facilitate the exchange of common to build the 3 chain bridge. The previous usual has been the palace of martial spirit management is also afraid of the 2 empires have some extremists to destroy the chain bridge. Temple management is also afraid of the 2 empires have some extremists to destroy the chain bridge. Of course, there are also in order to collect the meaning of the road. Or else the temple of the martial soul issued to the low-ranking soul masters of the subsidies is where to come from. In fact, the big head of those soul masters subsidies from the 2 empires. But it is not possible to reputation to you money I out of it, but the martial arts soul temple before after all, just an organization. So want to ask for money, the best way is the management fee and protection fee. So these money is the so-called protection fee, and the management fee is similar to the chain bridge tolls and so on. The site of the martial soul empire mainly consisted of the military of the martial soul empire, some of the clan children of the collected army of the Heavenly Dipper Empire, led by Hulina and Ju Doluwa and other elders of the martial soul hall. However, it does not include the people of the 9 treasures glazed sect. Hulina was looking for Ningfengji, but Ningfengji refused to listen to the orders of the Hall of Envoys and 1,000 ancient containment fronts. As for Hulina to find Xian Rinxue and Golden Crocodile Doluwa, she did not have the guts to do that, although she has not been in contact with the Golden Crocodile Doluwa and others, but from the mouths of the Jux Doluwa and the Ghost Doluwa, he knew that the people of the Hall of Envoys were not happy with him. But for the fact that the Bibi Dong, her sainted maiden seat, whether there is or not is a question. Star Luo Empire side mainly by the Star Luo Empire's army, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rexong and some dissatisfied martial soul hall trainees composed of, led by the Star Luo Emperor, Jade Xiaojiang and Tang San and so on. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, after going to look for Ningfengji, did not come back. Tang San and others see the 9 treasures glazed sect of the people did not show up, as also guessed that it should be Ningfengji do not want to join the battle and left Ning Rongrong and Oscar. In fact, Ning Rongrong and Oscar just simply don't come back. Worth one is the 4 elemental colleges, only Blazing Fire College and Thunder College joined the battle. The Divine Wind College would also like to join, but has been awakened by the wind laughs at the sky to persuade. Said we are just a college, why to join the battle between the empire. As for the Tianxue College has long returned to Tianxue City, said not to participate. Both sides of the battle is underway, because the Seal Doluwa level of strong soul skills too powerful. So the continent has an unwritten rule. Does not allow the Seal Doluwa level of strength at will, so both sides did not send Seal Doluwa strong, but the Star Empire because of Tang 3 so a Soul Doluwa with the Seal Doluwa level of combat power for a time, but even vaguely occupy the upper hand. In the end, Helena still couldn't stand to watch, letting Ju Doluwa and Ghost Doluwa and other Wu Soul Palace elders take action. Although the Wu Soul Palace is now externally known as the founding of the country, but their management is not the so-called royal family, but the Wu Soul Palace. And those sub-hall masters changed into managers such as city masters. However, with the martial soul palace elders strike, the strongest people on the Star Luo Empire's side also directly struck out. But with the presence of Tang San and the others, the martial soul Empire's side was still being beaten back just like the original, because the time of the Great War was more than a year later than the original. Although Bibi Dong had delayed some of the time of the God Formation examination because he had to coordinate some of the matters of the establishment of the empire. But now it was still already the beginning of the inheritance examination, so Bibi Dong didn't appear to command the battlefield right now, and this was the reason that the commanding authority of the great army would fall into the hands of Hulina, the Soul Saint, because Bibi Dong is not in, which also led to Tang San can kill in the battlefield. Without Bibidong's hold holding the sea god trident of Tang San, and how can it be Ju Doluwa these ordinary Seal Doluwa can resist? Chapter 78, Catching a Thief, Legion of Angels. With Tang San charging ahead plus the assistance of the martial soul fusion technique Spectral White Tiger executed by several Star Luo Imperial powerhouses, the Star Luo Empire's powerhouses quickly crossed the chain bridge, which also meant that the chain bridge had already been taken control of by the Star Luo Empire's allied forces. It was only a matter of time before the Star Luo army crossed over. As time passed, Tang San and the others gradually approached the temporary military camp of the Martial Soul Empire coalition. This also led to Vulina and Evil Moon, who were sitting in the rear and commanding, having to make a move. But how could 2 Soul Saints have an impact on the battlefield of the 2 allied armies? However, because there was no more Hulina's command, the Martial Spirit Empire's army became even more chaotic, and the Star Luo army that was gradually crossing over began to close in. Hu Lina see this situation for a time actually become don't know what to do. Just at this time 500 holding various colors of knife martial soul master killed into the battlefield. It is to listen to the order of Qian Rinxue ready to support at any time of the sky wake up the army. Because Qian Guhan Feng and the Sky Bucket Empire plan after success has been away from the martial soul hall. So the command of the sky wake up the army has been in the hands of Qian Rinxue. Although most of the soul masters of the heavenly awakening army were soul emperors, and there was only one soul Doluo and two soul saints in Li Chengfeng. With the addition of the sword method researched by Thousand Ancient Contained Blades, the heavenly awakening army had also succeeded in stopping the 5,000-man advance party of the Star Luo Empire outside the military camp of the allied forces of the Martial Soul Empire. Martial Soul City, Hall of Offerings. Grandfathers, it looks like we have to make a move after all. Tang San with the sea god trident is not something they can resist. Qian Rinxue said helplessly. Ha ha ha, let's hurry up and get going then. Or let them see my mad flame blade. Lion Dolua laughed out loud. The berserk blade was the fire god's inherited artifact. It was a large blade surrounded by flames, so it looked as if it was a burning stick to outsiders. But if you underestimated it because of that, you would have to suffer a great loss, because the flames surrounding it were divine flames. In fact, the most suitable god position for Lion Dolua was not the fire god, but the beast god. But because the beast god joined the dragon god's camp during the dragon god war, he was also decapitated by the other gods in the late stages of the dragon god's defeat, and his god position was sealed and could not be inherited. The inheritance artifact of Qinghuan Dolua is the divine wind dagger, a transparent dagger that looks ordinary, but it is the sharpest artifact in the divine realm. Even if the Shura god's Shura demon sword is not as good as it is in sharpness, in the wind god's speed under the addition of people cannot be convinced. Plus the divine wind dagger can generate the ability of the hurricane is even more difficult to deal with. Although those hurricanes cannot be caused by the abandonment of the body is not very big, but once you are attacked by the divine wind dagger, those hurricanes will instantly tear your wounds, and one after another. Your state will only get worse and worse. So the wind god has always been those who are not good at fighting the most reluctant to mess with the gods, because you do not if you are not good at fighting. You can only be passive and defensive when facing the wind god. Legion of Angels. You will depart first to gallop to the aid of the allied forces. Qian Rinxue ordered. Qian Rinxue was the only one who could order the Angel Legion after Qian Daolu's absence, who called the Angel Legion the private army of the Qian family. On the battlefield, although the Heaven Awakening army had joined, with the arrival of the Star Luo Empire's coalition armies, subsequent hordes, the Heaven Awakening army also began to gradually become powerless to resist. Kiku Dolua saw Jelina's situation and was also forced to give up his entanglement with the Golden Iron Triangle to protect Jelina, causing the balance of the sealed Dolua battlefield to be broken. With Ju Dolua's protection, Hu Lina also finally had the opportunity to command the army to defend. With Hu Lina's command, the allied forces of the Martial Spirit Empire also finally began to orderly resist the attack of the Star Luo Empire's allied forces. Tang 3 found this situation mouth is also understand Hu Lina's status, because there is no small dance. The existence of Hu Lina and Tang 3 in addition to the killing of the capital will then have no intersection. So Tang 3 on Hu Lina does not have any feeling. Although Hu Lina has a good sense of Tang 3, but there is 1,000 years of the existence of the ancient containing fronts of Hu Lina on the good sense of Tang 3 is not like the original that. Zhu Zhuqing, capture the thief first, Tang San said to Zhu Zhuqing, who was not far away from Dai Mubai, who was performing a martial soul fusion technique with him. Zhu Zhuqing also lifted his martial soul fusion technique when he heard this and quickly attacked in Hu Lina's direction. Tang San also came in front of Zhu Dolua intending to restrain Zhu Dolua so that Zhu Zhuqing could let go. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to attack Hu Lina, a rain of golden light descended upon the battlefield. Because Martial Spirit City was originally located at the junction of the original two empires, it didn't take long for the angelic legions to arrive at the battlefield. The Angel Legion is here to support by order of the young lord. In order not to shake the heart of the army, so the fact that Chitaru had already traveled to the divine realm was currently known only to the Temple of Offerings and the others. So the angelic legion still referred to Qian Shui as young lord. With the help of the angelic legion, Zhu Zhuqing was also forced to back off and give up his attack on Juliana. The Legion of Angels? Why have I never heard of it? Queried the Star Luo Emperor, who was sitting at the rear. There is no Zhu Dolua's hold has returned to the rear to recover soul power. Yu Xiaojiang said, Angel Legion Martial Soul Hall of a Special Army. All by the possession of angel martial souls composed of. Only at the command of the Martial Soul Hall of the Great Provider. As for why Yu Xiaojiang did not continue to perform martial soul fusion techniques to fight, that is certainly because of the false. The Golden Holy Dragon is after all dominated by Yu Xiaojiang. So the upper limit is decided by Yu Xiaojiang. By virtue of his current 29 levels of soul power, and how long can he maintain the martial soul fusion techniques? Great Confessor. You mean Chi Dori Ryu? Precisely. Your Majesty looks like you're going to have to do it after all. Empress. Then let them see the true power of the underworld White Tiger, the Star Luo Emperor said to the Star Luo Empress behind him. Although Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing had both reached Soul Doluo as well, but after all, Zhu Zhuqing still had a grudge against Daimubai's previous actions, so the development of martial soul fusion techniques hadn't reached the same level as the original, so Star Luo Great Emperor and Empress, who already had decades of experience in cooperating with each other, didn't have any lesser degree of understanding of the spectral White Tiger than Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Originally faced with a sudden angel army, Tang San for a time also do not know how to deal with, because without the help of Lu Gao Tang San did not forge the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. The hand of the best machine-class dark weapon is the second-ranked Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, which is still Tang Hao to help Tang San forged. P.S. I personally feel that the anime's Buddha's Fury Tang Lian is a bit outrageous. The machine-class dark weapon is hard to get out of the feeling of the mysterious magic treasure. However, Tang San understood that although the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle was extremely powerful, it was still insufficient in the face of the angelic legions, and just as Tang San wanted to retreat, first Star Luo Emperor's arrival allowed Tang San to find an opportunity. With Star Luo Emperor's help, Tang San managed to cross over the angelic legions towards Hulina's direction with the help of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle and other dark weapons. Although he managed to break out, the dark weapons on Tang San's body were also exhausted. Chapter 79 Hao Tian emerges. Tang San's strength is exhausted. Tang San, become a king or a bandit. Kill or die as you wish. In the face of Tang San, who had already killed in front of her, Hulina was ready to die. Jelena, if you want to blame it on you for joining the Palace of Martial Souls. After the words were spoken, Tang San raised the Sea God Trident and invested it towards Jelena. Ninth Soul Skill, Light Plume Ice God Break. Just as the Sea God Trident was about to hit Hulina, a cold ice arrow came and successfully intercepted the Sea God Trident. Facing the sudden change, Tang San was also on guard, because he felt 6 extremely strong soul force fluctuations coming in his direction, and in addition to those 6 soul force fluctuations he also felt a divine force fluctuation. He understood that it should be the deity of the martial soul hall. Facing a deity, he couldn't help but be cautious. It didn't take long for the 7 figures to land in front of Tang San. At the same time, Daimubai and the others came to Tang San's side. Star Luo Dadi understood that the incoming party wasn't good as soon as the Light Plume Doluo's attack came, and then maneuvered the underworld White Tiger to return to the rear. Who are they? Asked Davis, who had taken over command after Starla Grande joined the battlefield. The Martial Soul Hall envoys. All of them are Super Doluo whose soul power has reached the 95th level, and are the true underpinnings of the Martial Soul Hall. Yu Xiaojiang said. Super Doluo, or 7, quickly summoned the army to retreat. It had to be said that Davis was still qualified as a leader, and did not intend to engage in a battle after knowing the opponent's strength. Want to leave? Did I agree? Lion Doluo brazenly struck out when he saw the Star Luo Union army begin to retreat. Tang San saw this and just wanted to block a golden flame sword she attacked, blocking Tang San's steps. The person who struck was precisely Qian Ren Shui. Your opponent is me, Qian said. Who are you? Tang San asked. There's no point in talking more. Come and fight, Qian Ren Shui said. Then she attacked towards Tang San with her angelic holy sword in hand. Seeing this, Qinghuan Doluo and the others also struck out in the direction of the Star Luo Empire's allied forces. The Golden Crocodile Doluo was still comfortable facing the Star Luo Empire's 3 major confessors by himself. The Green Luan Doluo and Light Plume Doluo were attacking the Star Luo Emperor and the others who had already retreated. The male Lion Doluo was taking on the Yu Yuanjun, who was pressuring the Ghost Leopard Doluo and Demon Bear Doluo, and the Thousand June Doluo and Demon Subduing Doluo were massacring on the battlefield. Just when the generals of the Star Luo Empire's allied forces thought that they were going to be buried here today, a mini meteor shower fell, interrupting the rhythm of the crowd's attack. Hao Tian Hammer. It's Hao Tian sect, Yu Xiaojiang said in surprise. Tang Xiao and the 7 elders of the Hao Tian sect descended on the battlefield with the Hao Tian sect's disciples, causing the generals of the Star Luo Empire's allied forces to be motivated again when they saw that they would. Hao Tian sect. I was going to go looking for you guys, but I didn't expect you to send yourselves to the door. The Golden Crocodile Doluo said. Where's Tang Hao? Let me see how the youngest sealed Doluo who injured seeking illness is doing. Second brother. Have you forgotten that I told you that Tang Hao is wasted? Light Plume Doluo said. There's no point in talking too much. We'll see what happens under the hands, Tang Xiao said. Facing Tang Hao and the others' attacks, Golden Crocodile Doluo and the others didn't hesitate and directly met them. Ha ha ha, today just happens to be the day to try out my Berserker Blade. The Lion Doluo who rushed at the front took out his Berserk Blade and said, Berserk Blade, Chaotic Flame Berserk Dance. Along with the Lion Doluo waving countless flames in the Lion Doluo side appear. The Lion Doluo and the flames surrounded like a flame giant general toward Tang Xiao attack. Ice God Sword. Sky Ice Funeral. Light Plume Douro raised the ice god sword in his hand. A rectangular tombstone caused by cold ice gradually changed from small to large, after growing to one person long towards Tang Hao and the others. The attack of the duo made Tang Hao and the others feel a huge threat. 7th Soul Skill. Haut Yen True Body. Tang Hao and the 7 elders had used their martial soul true bodies to try to resist, and in the end, under the joint resistance of the 8 of them, they had also finally dissolved the attack. But after shattering the cold ice tombstone, the 2 figures holding long clubs were rapidly approaching. Although Qianjun Douro and Lion Douro did not have a divine weapon, but the 2 of them joined forces. But even Qian Daolu dare not underestimate Tang Hao and the others, and how can easily deal with Lion Douro and Light Plume Douro, and how can be dry to watch. Lion Douro with a wild inflammation knife rushed over, while Light Plume Douro preferred to be the 6th, has been at a distance with the Light Plume Divine Bow from time to time to come on an arrow. He used his Light Plume Divine Bow to shoot arrows from time to time. Seeing that the 4 had already made it impossible for Tang Hao and the others to fight, Golden Crocodile Douro and Green Luan Douro weren't going to support them. Golden Crocodile Douro approached Yu Engine and said, "Let me see what the world's #1 beast martial soul of today is like." Qingluan this was continuing to chase after the Star Luo Emperor. On the other hand, in Tang 3 fighting Qianrenxue is also has been oppressed. Tang 3 see the situation is also understand today. If not go, I'm afraid to stay here. But the face of Qianrenxue himself and may be able to escape to where to go it. Although the Sea God Island has Poseidon himself, if and Poseidon teamed up, may not be afraid of Qianrenxue, but hear from the Sea God Island and how can say to arrive. May not have arrived at the Sea God Island because of the soul power exhaustion was Qianrenxue catch up with. But besides Sea God Island, where could anyone possibly be able to help? Finally Tang San thought of a place after a burst of brainstorming. The killing capital. Although Tang San understood that the king of killers wouldn't be a match for a deity, but was there any chance that the special suppression power of the killing capital could be effective against Qianrenxue? Thinking of this, Tang San didn't hesitate, fighting and retreating as he determined the direction, quickly advancing in the direction of the killing capital. Qianrenxue didn't think anyone could help Tang San, and also chased after him with her angelic holy sword in hand. Tang San, surrender. I can still give you a pain in the ass. Tang San sniffed and didn't care about Qianrenxue, advancing towards the killing capital while dodging Qianrenshue's attacks. The Golden Crocodile Douro also didn't care, and they didn't think anyone could threaten Qianrenxue as they continued to attack their opponent. Tang 3, although the speed is not as good as Thousand Renxue, but with the Ghost Shadow Fan trace, Thousand Renshue's attack also has no way to accurately attack to Tang 3. But there is no 8 Spider Spear. Tang 3's strength compared to the original, there is a big gap, so Tang 3 can now be said to be very lousy. The clothes have become tattered and tattered. If it is not a god of the sea trident in the clothes may have long been burned by the angelic flames of a sliver of nothing left. But the huge gap. Tang San finally didn't succeed in reaching the killing capital. Seeing that Tang San was already incapable of escaping, Qianrenxue also had no intention of showing mercy, raising the Angel Saint sword and starting to build up his strength. Tang San, a father's debt is paid by his son. Tang Hao made my father die from serious injuries. Today, you will pay for Tang Hao's life, Qianrenxue said. 5th Soul Skill, Sacred Sword. After the words were spoken, a huge holy sword condensed from angelic divine power fell towards Tang San's position. Chapter 80, The Goddess of Mercy has tears. The great war ends. The huge sacred sword quickly fell. Tang San saw this and hurriedly put the sea god trident in front of his body in order to resist. But the sacred sword cast by Qianrenxue, and how can it be randomly can resist? In the end, although Tang San by virtue of the god of the sea trident resisted most of the damage, but he was also seriously injured. A mouthful of blood spit in the god of the sea trident on top of the power to counterattack. Qianrenxue see the situation, just want to strike again when you see the god of the sea trident emitted a shining light, and then a pillar of light rises up to the sky. Qianrenxue also did not act rashly when she saw this. As the light column dissipated, a silhouette appeared. Qianrenxue did not know who this was. Can Tang San still not know? This is precisely the silhouette of the sea god. Watch, this is the true power of the Neptune trident. Golden 13 halberd. First style, undetermined wind wave. The sea god silhouette quickly swung the sea god trident. With the rapid swinging of the sea god trident, a golden wind wave attacked towards Qianrenxue. Even if Qianrenxue quickly dodged, it was still hit. But just as Tang San thought that the sea god's shadow would attack again, the sea god's shadow began to gradually dissipate. God realm, Poseidon, that's enough. The voice of the god of destruction resounded through the god realm. Although the sea god was only exerting his power through the sea god trident, no matter what method was used, it needed to go through the god realm hub. And the god of destruction king, who was one of the 5 law enforcement gods, naturally sensed it. The sea god also had to terminate his behavior when he heard this. After all, really pissing off the destruction god king himself would not end well. Doluwa continent, After realizing that the power of the sea god began to dissipate, Tang San also did not hesitate, urging the remaining soul power to draw out the moisture in the blood he spat out, condensing into a tear-shaped droplet. Precisely the Tang sect's #1 ranked concealed weapon, Guanyin tears. P.S. It is well known that Tang San's original world is a combination of martial arts and metaphysics. The dark weapon in the front of the novel is martial arts, organ type. To the back of the metaphysical, what the Buddha's wrath, Tang lotus and Guanyin tear, Bodhi blood and so on. All living beings suffer much. A tear of compassion. Guanyin has tears. Tang San spoke. You're lucky. This is the first time I've cast this skill. Tang sect's #1 ranked hidden weapon, Guanyin's tear, ignores defense, never falls. Chen Rinxue sniffed and didn't cast a defensive soul skill, but instead fully urged the divine power in her body to form angelic flames. Tang San also secretly said that it was bad when he saw this, but there was no other way except to increase his soul power output. In the end, Tang San's this Guanyin tear ended up having most of it vaporized by the angelic flames, and although it finally managed to hit Chen Rinxue and injure her, it wasn't penetrated through the heart like in the original. However, it still made a huge impact on the combat power. Tang San also took advantage of this opportunity when Chen Rinxue froze and quickly fled. Chen Rinxue also hurried to catch up when she saw this. As for why Chen Rinxue didn't cast the same defensive soul skills as the original, that is naturally what Chen Guhanfeng told Chen Rinxue before he left. Sister Shui, Tang San has a special hidden weapon called Guanyin tears. This hidden weapon ignores defense and never falls, but it is very fearful of flames. If Chen Rinxue encounters it in the future, he must be more careful. In the end, out of her trust in 1,000 ancient hundred blades, Chen Rinxue also pushed her divine power with all her might to form angelic flames, but she was still injured by Guanyin tears because she was in too much of a hurry. Tang San, in order to be able to escape, is also no longer reserved. Used the Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer martial soul only 3 soul rings, using the blow-up ring to form a huge impact to make their own speed to become faster. Although there is no Titan Giant Ape and Heavenly Bull Python, Tang San's Blue Silver Emperor martial soul still only has 8 soul rings, but previously has added 3 10,000-year soul rings for Haotian. Under the impact of this 10,000-year-old soul ring blowing up the ring, Tang San also managed to come to the entrance of the killing capital of the killing town. Because Tang San did not obtain the Scarlet Swan kisses, so did not poison the killing capital like the original. So now the killing capital is still the same as before. The only change is that there are more than 2 gods of killing. After seeing the killing town, Tang San hurriedly accelerated his speed, found the killing tavern and entered the killing capital. Chen Rinxue just wanted to enter but felt 2 strands of their own very uncomfortable atmosphere. In addition to their own injuries, a little thought is no longer intended to pursue. She is not afraid of Tang San into the gods, only that Tang San into the gods themselves will not be weaker than him as one of them or so, but also because she also found the Bibi Dong is participating in the examination of the gods. And then there are also the uncle of all the offerings to help themselves. And then again there is also 1,000 Guhanfeng in Yilingling. She does not believe that a Tang San can still kill so many people all. She doesn't believe that one Tang San can still kill so many people. Entered the killing capital after Tang San found Chen Rinxue did not chasten again is also a sigh of relief. But he is also not enter the killing capital. He is now his own state is not good. Enter the killing capital if you meet some not long eyes is also very troublesome. Casually in the entrance to the cross-legged began to recover the state. Chen Rinxue in the return to the battlefield when the Great War is also close to the end. Star Luo Empire allied forces dead and wounded half. Only some stronger strength of the Soul Master in the cover of the Seal Doluo was able to escape. Although the Star Luo Emperor did not have any major problems in the end. But the Empress, in order to cover its evacuation, died under the dagger of the Green Luan Doluo. At the same time, the Star Luo Empire's 3 major envoys died in battle. Dai Mubai, Xu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun also didn't fight after Tang San left with Chen Rinxue and retreated, and finally managed to escape. And Yu Xiaojiang is by the Qinghuan Doluo broken arm after being Lu Erlong and Yu Yuanjin took away to escape. If not the Qinghuan Doluo, no Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang between the matter. Even if there is Yu Yuanjin now, Yu Xiaojiang should be a corpse. Although the Blue Luan Doluo cannot guarantee that can 100% take Yu Yuanjin. But in the Wind God inheritance, after obtaining the speed has been greatly improved, wanna kill a Yu Xiaojiang or can. Although Yu Yuanjin had successfully escaped with Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, all of the strongest members of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect had been killed in the battle. Except for some who had escaped together with the Star Luo Empire's army and the Haotian sect's disciples. Only a few disciples who hadn't taken part in the battle had survived. Jade Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong escaped back to the original mountain gate of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect under the leadership of Jade Yuanjin. As for Flanders, he was captured. However, because Light Plume Doluo knew that Thousand Ancient Containment Front still had some respect for Flanders, so he also told the people not to make things too difficult for Flanders. The Haotian sect probably suffered the smallest losses because they were the most powerful, not much more just compared to the others. The 8th sealed Douro only Tang Hao and the 7th elder flame Douro managed to escape, and the Haotian sect's disciples were killed or injured by 1/3, and finally evacuated together with the Star Luo Empire's army. Martial Soul Empire's side of the ordinary soldiers died 2/3, low-ranking soul masters died 1/3. The death rate of high-ranking soul masters is smaller. The sealed Douro in the protection of a few worshippers, although seriously injured, but there is no threat to his life. Chapter 81, King of Killers. Greetings to Great Ancestor. Tang San got up and entered the killing capital after recovering most of his soul power, intending to find the King of Killers to discuss working together against the Martial Soul Empire. Came to the entrance. The killing knight was still guarding the entrance as usual. Tang San didn't hesitate when he saw this. Killing God Domain. Opened the Killing God Domain and walked straight into the killing capital. The killing knights didn't stop them after feeling the aura of the Killing God Domain, letting Tang San enter the killing capital. Captain, why can he just go in? A total of soldiers who had just joined asked suspiciously. He is the god of killing. Stop him, don't you want to die? But he is still the first killing god to return to the killing capital since its establishment. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, said the killing knight who was the leader of the killing squad. Tang San entered the killing capital after a diminutive woman bent and bowed. Honorable killing god, welcome back to the killing capital. I wonder what I can do to help you. Take me to the King of Killers. Tang San opened his mouth. Yes, Honorable Lord Slayer, please follow me. Tang San followed the woman for about 20 minutes before arriving at a magnificent palace. Please wait here, I'll go in and inform you. After speaking, the woman walked into the palace. What is it? The King of Killers asked. King, the God of Killers seeks an audience. Let him in. The woman sniffed and once again walked out the door to bring Tang San into the palace. Ha ha ha, you're the first killing god to personally return to the killing capital since its establishment. But you want to join my killing capital. The King of Killing said to Tang San. I don't know if the King of Killers knows about the Martial Spirit Hall having established a nation. Tang San didn't answer the King of Kill's question, but instead opened his mouth to ask his own question. I know, but what does that have to do with me? Said the King of Killers. The Martial Soul Empire has huge ambitions, so I want to ask you and the killing capital to make a move to deal with the Martial Soul Empire with us. Tang San didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Ha ha ha, against the Martial Soul Empire. Why do you think the killing capital, would help you against the Martial Soul Empire? The King of Killing laughed out loud. Aren't you afraid that the Martial Soul Empire will strike at the killing capital after unifying the continent? Tang San asked. Strike against the killing capital? Why would they strike against the killing capital? Do you think they were unaware of the existence of the killing capital before? Tang San sniffed for a moment and didn't know how to answer. After thinking for a moment, he still spoke. Then how can you be sure they won't make a move? Ha ha ha. Have you ever thought that my killing capital only enters and exits besides becoming a killing god? And where do the supplies for this killing capital come from? Is it because I personally go to purchase them? You mean the Martial Soul Hall? Tang San sniffed and also reacted, then opened his mouth. Looks like you're not stupid. Since you can come to the killing capital to seek assistance, I'm sure your status shouldn't be low. Handing you over to the Martial Soul Hall might even turn out to be quite a bit more in terms of supplies in the future. After the words were spoken, the Killing King's hand was already placed on the Shura demon sword at the side. Seeing this, Tang San also understood that the King of Slayers wanted to strike at himself. He also summoned the Haotian hammer. Have you forgotten that I possess the God of Killing domain, and that the restrictions of this killing capital are ineffective against me? Ha ha ha, do you think you're the only one who can strike in the killing capital? Tang San heard this and also understood that the King of Killing really wanted to strike at himself. There was also no hesitation in holding the Haotian hammer and rushing towards the King of Slaying. He was able to escape in the hands of the gods. He didn't believe that the King of Slaying was able to leave himself behind. At the same time, he wanted to free the King of Slaying and subsequently take control of the Slaying capital to fight against the Palace of Martial Souls. The King of Killers was not afraid when he saw the charging Tang San. Carrying the Shura demon sword, he met the charging Tang San. But Tang San had already experienced a great battle. How could he be the King of Kill's opponent by solely relying on the Haotian hammer Martial Soul? In the end, Tang San still used the Sea God Trident. Tang San held the Sea God Trident and charged towards the King of Slayers. With the Sea God Trident's power, Tang San was also able to fight the King of Kill back and forth. After exchanging several rounds, Tang San found that the light of the God of the Sea will appear as short stiffness when it shines on the King of Killing, then also without hesitation began to fully activate the Trident of the God of the Sea to use the light of the God of the Sea to shine on the King of Killing. As the Sea God's light continued to evolve, the killing aura around the King of Killers also began to gradually disappear. Not disappear to be precise, but rather internalize. That'll do, young man, thanks for the help this time. Tang Chen, who had already regained his sanity, spoke. Tang San sniffed and stopped the movements in his hands. but didn't put away the sea god trident. Obviously still wary of Tang Chen. There's no need to be so nervous. I see you're using the Poseidon trident. I wonder if you recognize Poseidon. Tang Chen also opened his mouth when he saw Tang San so nervous. Tang San was very surprised at his words, obviously surprised that he recognized the Poseidon trident and knew about Poseidon. But he still opened his mouth and asked, "You know Elder Poseidon? How many years has it been? I have finally failed to think of the past. It's just a matter of time. Young man who carries the divine power of the sea god and can use the sea god trident, I guess you should be the chosen successor of the sea god, right? Speaking of which, we're still in the same category," Tang Chen said. "One of a kind? Because we are both chosen by the gods, but the one who chose you is Poseidon, and the one who chose me is Shura. Since Senior is also a person chosen by God, why is he here? After all, I failed. This killing capital is actually also a place of inheritance for gods, and it's a place of inheritance for two gods. One is the Shura god who is in charge of killing, and the other is the Rakshasa god who was in charge of evil thoughts. And the one who was chosen was the Shura god. But I was affected by the Rakshasa god's thoughts during the examination. And then later on I was parasitized by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. And if it wasn't for the help of your Neptune's light, I don't know if I would have regained my consciousness if it wasn't for your help from the sea god's light. Young man, I don't have much time left, so I have a favor to ask, and I ask you to grant it. Elder, please speak, and I will certainly do my best. Please tell Posey when you see her again that it was me who missed the appointment," said Tang Chen. "That's fine, but dare I ask the senior's name? My name is Tang Chen." Tang San froze at his words for a moment before directly kneeling down and saying, "Tang San, pay homage to great ancestor, great-grandfather?" Tang Chen sniffed in confusion. Tang San sniffed and summoned the Houtnan hammer once again, and said, "My father, Tang Hao, ha ha ha, you are actually Hao's son. Well, I really didn't expect that the sea god's heir would be my descendant." There were only two things that Tang Chen's direction couldn't get enough of, one of which was Poseidon, and the other was naturally the Houtian sect. "Actually, the reason why I'm 10 million sea gods is because of that secret rumor you left behind in the Houtian sect." Tang San opened his mouth. Chapter 82, Shura Devil Sword. Tang San returns to the island. "What? Because of that secret message I left behind? Could it be that something went wrong with Houtian?" Tang Chen sniffed with some surprise and worry. "Great ancestor, you don't know. This matter still has to start from my father, and Houtian sect." Tang San sniffed also did not hide. Well, Tang Hao's matter and the martial spirit palace after the establishment of the Great War to the Houtian zone out of the mountain of the matter briefly told Tang Chen. Martial Soul Hall. What a martial soul hall. Tiandou, do you really think of the continent as your Qian families? Harm. Shao San Ah. Go to see God Island. The only ones who can deal with gods are gods. Tang Chen said helplessly despite his anger. If Chidori Ryu had known, he would have said, "It's true that you don't mention the matter of bestiality at all. Great ancestor, can we get the soul masters of the killing capital to deal with the martial soul empire?" Tang San asked. "Junior, I know what you are thinking. Although these soul masters in the killing capital are powerful, but they are originally some outlaws. There are even many evil soul masters. The killing capital is a paradise for them, but at the same time it is also a cage. In the killing capital they will not be pursued by the palace of martial souls, although they will not be able to go out and endanger the continent at the same time. But with them, even if you win in the end, you will be regarded as a foreigner by the continent, and it will do harm but no good to your future path," Tang Chen said. "But, go, take this sword and go see Poseidon. For my sake the sea god island will help you. If someone can obtain its recognition, it will also be a great help to you. This Houtian order will then be given to you as well." After Tang San left with the Shura demon sword and the Houtian order, Tang Chen also finally let out a sigh of relief, and then muttered to himself, "After all, just the body is given to you. Consider it my final contribution to the continent." After Tang Chen's words, the rich killing aura once again appeared around Tang Chen. In fact, Tang San's sea god's light didn't destroy the scarlet nine-headed Bat King, it only suppressed it temporarily. It wasn't that Tang San's strength wasn't enough. After all, he first fought with Qian Ringshui, and then later on he fought with the King of Slaying. The divine power consumption was too great. "Ha ha ha, this body finally belongs to me," said Tang Chen. Accurately speaking, the King of Killing, or the Scarlet Nine-Headed Bat King, although he didn't have the Shura demon sword, but with the divine power of the killing capital suppressed, it was still more than enough for the King of Killers to want to control the killing capital. After leaving the killing capital, Tang San didn't immediately head to see God Island, but instead returned to the Sacred Soul Village to find Tang Hao. "Junior, are you alright?" Tang Hao asked as he saw Tang San's arrival and opened his mouth. Although Tang Hao didn't participate in the great battle, he still knew about Tang San, and was very worried when he learned that he was being chased by Qian Rinshui. "Father, I'm fine. I hid in the killing capital. So Qian Rinxue didn't come after me. And I even met great ancestor in the killing capital. Great grandfather. Are you talking about Grandpa Tang Chun? Yes. How is his old man doing now? Tang Hao asked with some surprise. If Tang Chen made a move, it must be a great help. Father, great-grandfather Tang San informed Tang Hao of what he had learned from Tang Chen's mouth. You mean the king of killers is grandpa? I actually didn't recognize his old man. It's just fate after all. Father, actually, I came here this time to bring you along to see God Island. And this, Tang San said after handing the Shura demon sword to Tang Hao. Tang Hao let out a violent tremor after receiving the Shura devil sword. But after some trembling it returned to calm. Tang Hao saw this and spoke. It seems like it should be because of my current state. Tang Hao thought that it was because his state was causing the Shura magic sword to be like this. But it was actually because the Shura magic sword was sensing the resonance of the Shura god's power within his body. After all, what Tang Chen didn't know was that although the Shura magic sword was a divine artifact, it didn't have the ability to choose a successor for the Shura god. Father, come with me to see God Island. No, Junior. I want to stay here with your mom. Seeing this, Tang San didn't force himself, intending to bring Tang Hao along to the God realm when he became a god. And when he arrived at the God realm there might be some way to resurrect his mother. Before leaving, Tang Hao handed over the 2 soul bones he had previously obtained to Tang San after learning about the content of Tang San's examination. Because of Thousand Ancient contained Blade's intervention, Tang San only had one piece of 100,000-year-old evil demon Orca King's left leg bone up to now, so he didn't refuse Tang Hao's 2 soul bones, one piece of which was a 10,000-year-old unicorn heavenly horse's right leg bone, with the soul skill of flight, and the other piece of which was a 10,000-year-old blood wolf's right arm bone, with the soul skill of berserk. Tang San did not stay too long after leaving the Holy Soul Village, straight toward the direction of the Sea God Island. Thanks to the Great War has just ended. People don't want to cause more trouble. In the end, Tang San spent a month's time as also smooth back to the Sea God Island. Along the way Tang 3 and then hunted many 10,000-years-old soul beasts, although obtained 3 or 4 pieces of soul bone, but only one 10,000-years-old ghost tiger left arm bone can be used. And finally, still by virtue of the sea god Trident, hunted 2 100,000-years-old sea soul beasts for the 2 major martial arts souls to get the 9th soul ring to make up for the soul bone, respectively, is the 100,000-years-old silver thorn sea urchin head soul bone and the 100,000-years-old giant devil whale torso bone. Sea God Island. Tang San, you're back, Poseidon said. Senior High Priest, I have met my great-grandfather on this trip. What you mean Tang Chen? How is he now? Poseidon said with some surprise. Great ancestor Tang San informed Posey of Tang Chen's. I didn't realize that Tang Chen he was, Poseidon said with some emotion. Senior, I also hope to ask you and see God Island to help us deal with the Martial Soul Empire for the sake of great ancestor. Tang San took out the Shura demon sword after hesitating for a moment and spoke of wanting Sea God Island's help against the Martial Soul Empire. Child, you must remember that you are the heir to the Sea God. Sea God Island will always be your home. And when you become a sea god, everyone on Sea God Island will follow your orders. As for this sword, since it was left to you by Tang Chen, it's better for you to keep it yourself. And it's useless to us, said Poseidon. Many thanks to Senior for making it possible. Senior, please also open the inheritance test for me, Tang San said after putting away the Shura demon sword. Good. Tomorrow you will go to the Sea God Temple and I will open the examination for you, Poseidon said. High Priestess, do you? Sea Dragon Douro said after Tang San left. Alright, Sea Dragon, is my mission. After tomorrow Sea God Island will be in your hands. As for the Martial Spirit Hall and us, we can't coexist after all, Poseidon said. After the Sea Dragon Douro left, Bose faintly spoke. Tang Chen, I didn't expect you. Rather, I didn't expect Chidori Ryu that you would go that far ahead of me. Chapter 83, Sea God Inheritance. Stalemate. On the second day, Tang San, are you ready? Poseidon asked to Tang San. Well, Trouble Senior, Tang San said. In the name of the current High Priest of the Sea God, I, Posey, open the inheritance test for Tang San, said Posisai as he came to the Sea God idol. As soon as the words were spoken, a golden light shot up from the Sea God idol, and then Poseidon and Tang San successively walked into the light door made of golden light. As time passed, Tang San's divine examination gradually came to the most crucial part, asking the heart. In the end, Tang San still passed the test without any danger. But just when Tang San thought the test was over, a low and majestic voice sounded in Tang San's head. Tang San, would you like to become my successor and pass on the Shura God position? Shura God, is it the one inherited by great ancestor? Tang San doubtfully wondered in his heart. Just then that voice said, as if it could hear Tang San's heart. But, I am the Shura God King, one of the 5 God Kings of the God realm. The power is far above the sea god. As long as you're willing to have the padding Tang Chen did you can skip the first 8 exams and directly inherit the divine throne. No, thank you for Shura God King's love, but the sea god has given me a favor. I still want to inherit the sea god divine throne, Tang San said after thinking for a long time. After the words were finished that voice never sounded again. Tang San also began to pass on the inheritance of the sea god divine position under the guidance of the sea god divine power. On the other hand, without Tang San's help the Star Luo Empire allied forces had almost lost all of their sealed Douro level combat power due to the great battle. In addition to Jade Yuanjin being able to escape, the 3 major worshippers were killed in battle, the Star Luo Empress was killed in battle, and the Star Luo Emperor who was left alone was also unable to use his martial soul fusion technique. As for the Golden Iron Triangle, Flanders was captured, Jade Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong escaped, and the martial soul fusion technique Golden Sacred Dragon was unable to be performed, and as for the Haotian Sect's 6 sealed Douro elders who had joined at the back of the group, they were killed in battle. It can be said that the Star Luo Empire Coalition Army's current sealed Douro level combat power is only Yu Yuanjin, who didn't know where he fled to, and Tang Xiao and Liang Douro, who joined later. Currently, there were only 3 sealed Douro, Yu Yuanjin, Tang Xiao, and Blazing Sun Douro, 6 Soul Douro, Star Luo Emperor, Chu Family Head, Star Luo Marshal, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun, and 15 Soul Saints who had been able to escape from the Star Luo Empire allied forces. If it wasn't for the fact that the sealed Douro elders on the side of the Martial Soul Empire had more or less suffered some injuries, and that the Golden Crocodile Douro and other confessors didn't care enough to make a move to chase down and kill the high-level combatants on the side of the Star Luo Empire coalition, I'm afraid that they would have to lose all of them. The next 2 parties seem to have agreed generally no more large-scale battles, which is also the Star Luo Empire allied forces want to see. And the Martial Spirit Empire side is because of the command of the next big battle into the quarrel. Originally there is Bibidong's instructions. Hulina is naturally the first commander, followed by the elders. But the end of the war because Hulina's several command errors so that many people on the command of the Hulina have doubts. Originally, this would not have been a problem. With the elders and cardinals promoted by Bibidong's hand, the influence on Jelena was not great. However, after some neutral and anti-war people's calculations, they realized that if not for that unknown small-scale army and angel armies joining in the end, plus the timely support of all the priests in Shirin Shui, I am afraid that they are the ones who will lose. Subsequently, in some of the people of the Temple of Providence faction plus some neutral and anti-war faction people propaganda, this news began to gradually spread in the army, causing many generals and people's dissatisfaction, which also led to more and more members of the neutral faction to join, resulting in the position of Hulina, and a few elders began to waver, but they have nothing to say. After all, most of their lives are directly or indirectly by the Heavenly Awakening Army, the Angelic Legion and the many members in Qian Rinxue saved, which led to the Martial Spirit Empire Army because of the command problem could not organize an effective attack to invade the Star Luo Empire side, Legion and all the offerings as well as Qian Rinxue, which led to the Martial Spirit Empire Army being unable to organize an effective attack to invade the Star Luo Empire's side due to the issue of command. As for the Light Plume Doulua and other people, this situation is not care. Because with the 1000 Rinxue injury returned to make the crowd had to Tang San's strength reassessment. The angel from the mouth of the 1000 Rinxue learned that Tang San seems to run into the killing capital. In the 1000 road flow, Tang Chen and Poseidon in the killing capital of the 3 understand the Golden Crocodile Doulua's explanation of the matter of the killing capital, and the people also have a new view on the killing capital and the island of the sea god. Understand that the sea god island and the sea god island, the people also had new ideas. As Tang San entered the killing capital alone, his movements could not be grasped again, meaning that Tang San's next appearance would most likely have already become a god. Tang San can just rely on some help from the sea god in his mortal body to let Qian Rinxue injured, and Tang San next time to return and very likely to become a god. So if Chen Guhanfeng and Yi Lingling can't return in time, they even have Qian Rinxue and the very likely to be no match. And Qian Rinxue can stay in Douluo continent less than a year. So if Tang San becomes a god in 1 year and Qian Guhanfeng returns and does not return, the balance will be tilted directly towards the Star Luo Empire side. If Tang San becomes a god after a year and Qian Guhanfeng doesn't return, the balance will be tilted towards the Star Luo Empire. 3 days later, after Qian Rinxue recovered from his injuries, the crowd also discussed a way, rather than waiting here for Qian Guhanfeng and Yi Lingling's return, to take the initiative, and finally decided to let Hulina continue to organize the army to launch an attack on the Star Luo Empire allied forces, and strive to take down the Star Luo Empire allied forces before Tang San returned. As to why do not personally come out to take command of the first is not to want to, but then if they all head to the God Realm Douluo continent, still Nita can preside over the big picture. So this is also on Hulina's attest. The purpose is to test whether it has the ability to become the future master of the martial spirit empire. As for whether they would be worried about handing over the martial soul empire to outsiders, they could only say that the martial soul hall was the martial soul hall, the martial soul empire was the martial soul empire, and the martial soul empire was Bibidong's heart and blood, not theirs. If it wasn't for the fact that the martial soul empire was established with the martial soul temple as its successor, they were afraid that they wouldn't even care about its death or life, and in the future to be the end of the Great War, not to mention the martial spirit hall. The Hall of Offerings and the Doluwa Hall will certainly be independent from it, and no longer ask about the empire. After all, the Doluwa Hall as the resting place of the death of the sealed Doluwa will not be allowed to become an integral part of a country. With the support of all the worshippers, Hulina is also finally have the right and ability to organize the army to carry out an effective attack. But the Star Luo Empire seems to think that there is no hope of victory, decided to fish death net broken like let Tang Hao and Flame Doluwa with the army to take out the 3-chain bridge destruction. Stop the pace of the attack of the army of the Martial Spirit Empire. The Martial Soul Empire had to choose between a detour and a new bridge. However, no matter which one they chose, the Martial Spirit Empire would not be able to launch an attack in a short period of time. Chapter 84: A Terrifying Tsunami. Tang San's Return. But as the saying goes, the side of the couch will not allow others to sleep peacefully. So the unification of the continent is imperative. The attack on the Star Luo Empire is a must. As for the method of attack, Hulina, after thinking for a long time, decided to take a detour. I have to say, Hulina finally made a correct decision. Rebuild the chain bridge, not to mention the difficulty is extremely high. The need for flying Soul Master Team first with rope to reach the opposite side of the fixed one can allow people to transport the chain of the cableway, but also need to have a high-level Soul Masters always guard to prevent each other from sabotage. And to reforge enough to connect to the opposite side of the chain not only need a large number of iron ore but also blacksmiths, but also not a moment to be able to complete. The key point is that if the other side to sabotage when finished, the point is that if the other side comes to sabotage the chain when it is finished, there is a high possibility that it will be ruined. So detouring is the best choice for the moment. After deciding on the method of attack, Hulina also began to order the army to be counted and prepare food and weapons supplies. As time passed, the army marched in an orderly fashion under the leadership of Hulina and Evil Moon towards the new quarters of the Star Luo Empire's allied forces. A month later, Hulina is also finally led the army successfully arrived at the Star Luo Empire Coalition camp outside the 10 kilometers. The Star Luo Empire Coalition naturally also found the arrival of the Martial Spirit Empire army. Although anxious but also cannot help know that the two sides will eventually have a battle. Only hope that if Tang San is still alive then can rush back. Because the Martial Soul Empire's army was very consumed after a month of rushing, it only sent out some Soul Master squads to conduct some small-scale attacks. Firstly, to provide time and conditions for the squad that was probing the strength of the Star Luo Empire's allied forces, and secondly to give the subsequent logistics team time to transport the supplies and foodstuffs needed to sustain the war. Another month's time. Today the two sides of the army is also finally ushered in the final battle. Although there is Tang Hao and the fiery Sun Doluwa led by the Hautian sect disciples to join, but the Star Luo Empire Coalition army after all, in the previous battles suffered huge losses, and Yu Yuanjin since the last battle to escape to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect of the old site after they did not come out again. 2 months of the time the Star Luo Emperor naturally looked for people to go find in the past 2 months. Star Luo Emperor had naturally looked for someone to find Jade Yuanjin, but in the end, he was refused by Jade Yuanjin because he was seriously injured and could not make a move. Hulina, after learning of this situation, although doubt, after all, to Yu Yuanjin if really seriously injured to the point of not being able to fight that day, how to bring Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong back to the old site of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. So Hulina finally guessed that Yu Yuanjin should just simply do not want to fight, but the current priority is to take down the Star Luo Empire. However, Yu Yuanjin's strength cannot be underestimated. Have to prevent, so still let Yu Doluwa and Ghost Doluwa always pay attention to Yu Yuanjin's whereabouts, to prevent its sneak attack on the army. As for the sneak attack on the capital of the Martial Soul Empire, Hulina cannot wait for him to go, depending on whether he has the courage. I'm afraid that even if borrowed a few of his guts, he would not dare. Star Luo Emperor's thoughts after learning what Yu Yuanjin had said were similar to Hulina's, but what could he do? The other party was a super Doluwa after all, and couldn't be offended. He only hoped that he could help out at a critical moment. Although Tang Hao and Blazing Sun Doluwa's strength is powerful, there are Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing to perform the martial soul fusion techniques to assist. But the Martial Spirit Empire Coalition army after all, there is a Spiny Dolphin Doluwa, Snake Spear Doluwa, Demon Bear Doluwa, Ghost Leopard Doluwa, Spirit Iris Doluwa, Holy Dragon Doluwa, 6-Sealed Doluwa sit in the town. Even if Tang Hao and Blazing Sun Doluwa has Haotian 9 Jedi 6-Sealed Doluwa cannot take down the 2 people at a time, but they only need to delay the 4 people and so on the army to take to the other side on the line. Star Luo Empire allied forces are naturally not the opponent of the Martial Spirit Empire army, so finally after a day and a night of war surrendered. Dead. Finally only less than 1,000 people alive. And the Martial Spirit Empire allied forces facing the Star Luo Empire allied forces of the death counterattack, although the loss is also very huge. But compared to the Star Luo Empire on the worth of mentioning. And most of the dead and wounded are the Tiandou Empire's army. The death of the instead for the in the future. The rule of the Martial Soul Empire will be favorable and not detrimental. Just when the two sides felt that the war was going to be divided into winners and losers, a tsunami appeared as if out of thin air from the rear of the Martial Soul Empire. The sudden attack caught the army of the Martial Soul Empire by surprise, causing it to suffer huge losses. Only some soldiers who were good at water and able to fly and some strong generals were able to survive. Hulina and Evil Moon were also shocked after seeing the scene, because this tsunami directly wiped out the gap between the two sides. The Martial Soul Empire was able to survive the tsunami with less than 1,000 people, and even now, the remaining generals of the Martial Soul Empire might not be a match for the remaining people of the Star Luo Empire. Who is it? Who the hell is it? Jelena yelled hysterically in the face of the scene's misery. Hulina, your Martial Soul Empire has created a great killing spree. This is all deserved. The Star Luo Emperor laughed out loud. Who is it? Who is it? Dare to do it, don't you? Jelena hadn't cared about the Star Luo Emperor's words, kept yelling. It's me. After the words were spoken, a figure wearing blue and gold armor and holding a golden trident led thousands of people dressed as fishermen to quickly attack from the rear of the Martial Soul Empire's army. These people were all surrounded by soul rings, and the least of them had 3 soul rings surrounding them, and it was clear that all of them were soul masters. The person coming was none other than Tang San, who had already become a god, and the people behind him were naturally the soul masters of Sea God Island. As for that tsunami, it wasn't Tang San's handiwork. And even if Tang San had become a sea god, he didn't have the ability to create a huge tsunami out of thin air on land. The tsunami was actually formed with Sea Dragon Dolua's 8th soul skill as the leading force, combined with the power of thousands of soul masters from Sea God Island, and can be said to be one of the strongest attacks that the soul masters from Sea God Island can currently perform. Sea Dragon Dolua's 8th soul skill is called Submerged Dragon Tsunami Sea, which can form a small tsunami to attack the enemy. The reason why it can have such a great power naturally thanks to the help of thousands of soul masters of the Sea God Island. Although this attack is extremely strong, but it also leads to the exhaustion of Sea Dragon Dolua's soul power and spiritual power. The consumption of thousands of soul masters of the Sea God Island is also very huge. Some of the soul power level and spiritual power are very strong, very huge. Some soul masters with lower soul power level also lost their combat ability. After all, this is on land. The difficulty of creating a tsunami can be imagined. If it is not now on land but in the sea, I am afraid that the presence of the Star Luo Empire coalition forces, including in addition to a very few powerful soul masters, will be no one to survive. Your Tang San? Jelena was also very shocked after seeing the figure of the visitor, and finally asked this with a trembling voice. Precisely. Today I, Tang San, will act for the heavens and put an end to your Martial Spirit Hall's evil deeds. Is Hulina ready? Tang San said righteously. Chapter 85, Bibidon's appearance. 3 men's battle. A substitute for heaven. What a substitute for heaven, Jelena said in a somewhat maniacal manner. It must be like this no matter who appeared when their plan was about to succeed to make their plan fail. You, Martial Spirit Hall, have provoked a war for no reason, and have killed people without reason, so everyone will be punished, Tang San said righteously. Ha ha ha, become a king or a bandit. Come on, Tang San, kill or die as you wish. After the words, Hulina had already closed her eyes, intending to die openly. Tang San saw the situation, lifted up the sea god trident aimed at Hulina. The prickly dolphin Dolua and others although have the intention to stop, but in order to avoid that monstrous tsunami either consumed a lot of soul power, or all suffered not light injuries, although there is still a battle. But the face of the Tang San has become a god also has the intention to not be able to do anything. It's over, Jelena. After the words, Donnie threw the Poseidon trident towards Jelena. However, just as the Poseidon trident was about to hit Hulina and pierce her chest, a scythe flew in a fast spin, and in the blink of an eye, it came in front of Hulina's body and blocked the Poseidon trident. Just as the sea god trident was blocked, a low and shadowy female voice came from the distance. Tang San, you dare. The sudden change raised everyone's spirits and they began to be on guard. Not a moment later, a woman with 3 pairs of purple insect-like transparent light wings on her back and wearing dark purple armor flew to stand in front of Hulina. This purple color is different from the purple of the power of destruction of the 1,000 ancient blades. The purple of the power of destruction is a kind of purple to black purple, and this purple is a kind of dark purple. Your Bibidong? Tang San asked in a puzzled voice after seeing that the voice of the visitor was somewhat familiar. Teacher, you are the teacher. Teacher, you're finally here. But We failed after all. Jelena opened her mouth with some joy and some sadness upon learning that the person coming was Bibi Dong. Nana, it's teacher who's late. But we didn't fail. Not as long as Tang San died we didn't fail. Bibi Dong spoke up. Bibi Dong, I really didn't expect that you've also become a god. If I guessed correctly, the god position you inherited should be the Rakshasa god, one of the two divine inheritances of the killing capital. Tang San felt a familiar aura on Bibi Dong, and the aura within the killing capital was very similar, although his own attack didn't use his full strength. But it wasn't something that anyone could easily resist, but Bibi Dong was able to easily resist it with a sieve, saying that with his guess Bibi Dong should have become a god as well. Combining with his familiar aura on his body, he guessed that what she had inherited was the other deity in the killing capital, the Rakshasa god, except for Shura god, the other deity in the killing city besides the Shura god, the Rakshasa god. Tang San, you actually know the deity I inherited. I'm sure the king of slayers told you, right? But so what? The Rakshasa god and the sea god belong to the same first level deity. This is still in the continent. How do you think you will be my opponent? And you don't worry about yourself, don't you think about those soul masters from the sea god island behind you? Bibi Dong said as he picked up the Rakshasa demon scythe with one hand. Bibi Dong, there's no point in saying more. The fate of the two empires will be decided in your hands and mine today. After the words, Tang San used the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to retrieve the sea god trident, and then held the sea god trident with the intention to fight with Bibi Dong. But just then another 7 familiar power fluctuations quickly came from the direction of Tongyi Valley. The people coming were none other than Qianren Shui and the 6 offerings. Tang San, are you bringing so many Sea God Island soul masters here to start a war with my martial soul hall? Qianren Shui opened her mouth after stabilizing her stance. In Tang 3 led the Sea God Island Soul Master into the mainland when the Martial Spirit Hall is responsible for monitoring the Sea God Island movements of Soul Master began to report by level. Qianren Shui after learning the situation is also with 6 big offerings rushed to. However, because of Tang 3 and others is a hasty march. And the Palace of Soul Masters because of the flow of reasons Qianren Shui even in the first time to learn the news on the departure can still let the Sea Dragon Douro Sea God Island launch that monstrous tsunami. I really did not think that Bibi Dong has not shown up for such a long time as inheriting the deity inheritance. If only Qianren Shui I still have the power to fight. But now there is more than one Bibi Dong. It seems that today can only be the first to retreat. The distance from the Qianren Shui to go to the God Realm should not be too long. And wait for the Qianren Shui to go to the God Realm is the opportunity. Tang San secretly said in his heart. After making up his mind, Tang San was also transmitting to the leading Sea Dragon Douro. Find a chance to retreat. Waiting for Qianren Shui to head to the God Realm is our chance. Sea Dragon Douro nodded his head in knowledge at his words. On the other hand, Qianren Shui was transmitting to Bibi Dong. The matter between you guys will be counted in the God Realm in the coming day. I can't stay in the continent for much longer. So let's team up to take down Tang San first today. Although with the interference of 1,000 ancient containing fronts and the God King of Life Qianren Shui's inheritance divine examination was not affected by the sea god Poseidon. But the questioning heart examination is generated based on the most fearful thing in the heart of a person. And Qianren Shui's most fearful thing is the death of 1,000 roads flow and the departure of 1,000 seekers. So Qianren Shui also learned of the true cause of 1,000 seekers' death during the divine examination. So Qianren Shui now has no feelings for Bibi Dong to speak of. Tang San, I think you should take me to the God Realm before unifying the continent. But today both of you must decide the winner. Qianren Shui opened her mouth. Tang San also sniffed and secretly said, not good. I didn't realize that my intentions had already been seen through by 1,000 Renfeng. It seems that there's no way to avoid today, and I don't know how far Mo Feng's divine examination has progressed. Tang San knew that it was highly likely that he would lose today, so he pinned his hopes on 1,000 Renfeng, who had also obtained the divine examination but was unaware of his whereabouts. If 1,000 ancient hidden fronts had known Tang San's thoughts, he would have said, there's no way I can help you even if I come back. Faced with already holding the angelic holy sword and Rakshasa magic sickle toward their own rushed Qianren Shui and Bibi Dong, Tang San is no other way to hold the sea god trident and the two people war together. Although now Tang San Han Hai Chin Kuan cover and have broken. For the sea god position fit degree compared to the original has a greater degree of improvement. But in the 1,000 ancient containing Feng's interference in Tang San's soul ring soul bone and the original compared to the original is not at all a level, but also lost the 8 spider spears of this deity in general. So the strength compared to the original is still inferior. The strength of 1,000 Rinshui and Bibi Dong compared to the original is not weakened, and even absorbed 100,000 years of soul rings of 1,000 Rinshui compared to the original is also improved. So the face of Tang 3,000 Rinshui and Bibi Dong is always in the upper hand, and did not experience the god of the sea god Poseidon tampered with the god of the examination of 1,000 Rinshui to Tang 3 do not have any feelings to speak of. At most, is the same as a genius appreciation, but a mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. An era if there are two out of opposing geniuses, then there will be a war between the two cannot peacefully coexist. If there are two geniuses on opposite sides of an era, then there will be a war between the two, and they can't coexist peacefully. Facing Qian Rinxue and Bibidong's strong offense, Tang San didn't take long before he began to be unable to fight and was beaten back. All he could do was to support as much as possible for a while so that the Soul Masters from Sea God Island could leave. Chapter 86, Tang San's Defeat, Killing God Power. Because previously, in order to be able to escape from the hands of Qian Rinxue, Tang San has already consumed his senior dark weapon. And then after leaving from the killing capital directly to the Sea God Island inheritance God position, after successfully inheriting the God position, directly led the Sea God Island Soul Masters to come to deal with the martial Soul Empire, has not had time to reforge the senior dark weapon. Forging advanced is not something that can be accomplished in a moment. Not only does it need to be strong enough to support the operation of an advanced concealed weapon, but it also needs to be whacked. And it's not something that ordinary blacksmiths can whack. So even if Tang San wants to forge an advanced concealed weapon, it will take a very long time. Without the help of hidden weapons, Tang San's current strength is about the same as an ordinary first-grade deity. Although Qian Rinxue and Bibidong are also the strength of an ordinary first-grade deity, but after all, it is a 2 against 1. So even if Tang San has Xian Tian Gong, controlling crane and escaping dragon and ghostly shadow and trail and other skills in the hands of Qian Rinxue and Bibidong, it is also unable to get good. Tang San, admit defeat. Although your methods are many and bizarre, you can't possibly be a match for the two of us, Qian Rinxue said to Tang San. Humph. Saying more has no meaning. You marshal Soul Hall for your own selfish desires to kill. Everyone will be executed today unless I die. Otherwise everything is exempt from negotiation. Although Tang San was already hard to fight, his mouth was still hard. Humph. Tang San. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us. Bibidong picked up. Then he saw that Bibidong, who had already changed into a human-headed spider body, changed once again. The 8 spider legs shifted to its back, and its legs also appeared once again. Actually similar to the original Tang San, who had the 8 spider spears on his back. 8 spider legs forward embrace. Like human ribs will Bibidong protection. Behind the 6 wings of purple light, wings emit purple light, give a kind of eerie evil feeling. Bibidong finally began to use full power. Bibidong used full strength, and the side of the Thousand Rinxue formed a stark contrast. Thousand Rinxue behind the angel feathers, one by one feathers as a group of flames in general, exudes a golden red light. Every time you swing, the feathers will have scattered feathers as burning, slowly floating down. A purple and a gold, 2 silhouettes quickly toward the Tang San that has shown decadence. Now Tang San has no 8 spider spears evolved out of the sea god 8 wings, so this is not as long as there are light wings of Bibidong and long feather wings of the Thousand Rinxue show of splendor. And now by the Bibidong and Thousand Rinxue surrounded by attack. So now in Bibidong and Thousand Rinxue compared to appear to be very woeful. Tang San was in a stalemate with Bibidong and Qian Rinxue while paying attention to the dynamics of the Sea God Island Soul Masters. After realizing that Sea Dragon Douro had already led most of the Sea God Island Soul Masters to leave, Tang San was no longer planning to tangle with Bibidong and Qian Rinxue, wanting to look for an opportunity to get away. Because Tang San had previously injured Qian Rinxue, who had already become a god with his mortal body. So Golden Crocodile Douro also didn't dare to underestimate Tang San. So he kept an eye on Tang San's movements to prevent accidents from occurring. Although the 6 of them weren't Tang San's rivals, but they could still do it by wanting to create a little bit of trouble for Tang San. And the aftermath of the God Wars battles couldn't possibly be something that these mortals like Jelena could withstand. So Golden Crocodile Douro and the others also had to protect Hulina and the others. Without Hulina, this whole Bibidong is also without any hold on the full force of the attack. But because Qian Rinxue and Bibidong are each fighting each other without any cooperation, so many attacks did not cause damage to Tang San, which led to Tang San and the Bibidong and Qian Rinxue duo's joint hands until now has not yet been defeated. Qian Rinxue swung out a sword to knock Tang San back, but Tang San didn't stop his form, but flew straight backwards. Qian Rinxue saw the situation is also very puzzled. Already she can feel out Tang San has not reached the bottom of the powerless. However, in order to not let Tang San have a chance to escape or swing angel feather wings toward the direction of Tang San flying out backwards to chase, Bibidong is also swinging light wings, closely followed Qian Rinxue. But just when Qian Rinxue was about to catch up with Tang San, he heard Golden 13 Halberd 13th style, Human Halberd Unity, bucket turning, star shifting. Afterwards, he saw Tang San suddenly twisted his body, and the sea god trident in Tang San's hand swung in a half circle and then flew towards Qian Rinxue. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue also hastily twisted her body, wanting to dodge the Neptune trident, but the speed of this bucket was extremely fast, and Qian Rinxue ended up having to use the angelic sacred sword to fend it off. Tang San was also relieved when he saw that the attack worked, but he had forgotten that there was still a Bibidong watching from the sidelines. Bibidong see Tang San no see God trident is also did not hesitate. See Bibidong transformed into rib armor 8 spider legs stretched out, and then transformed into 8 small sides toward Tang San rotating and flying. Sudden attack make Tang San difficult to fight. Even if there is a sea god divine armor, Tang San's body is also appeared in the 8 not shallow wounds. Bibidong's attack caught Tang San off guard. Qian Ren Shui, who had already sent the sea god trident flying on the side, also raised her angel holy sword high when she saw this. Angel holy sword, judgment, chop, and then saw a huge angel saint sword shadow heavily chopping down towards Tang San. Tang San also did not dare to underestimate the situation. By virtue of controlling the crane to capture the dragon to let the sea god trident back into the hands, and then began to close his eyes to store power. Golden 13 halberd. 13 halberd unity, the sea god's yellow dusk. A huge light shadow appeared behind Tang San. This light shadow and Tang San had an 8-point resemblance. The light shadow holding an enlarged version of the sea god trident shadow to meet Qian Ren Shui's attack. The two shadows stalemate for a long time after the end is still in better condition. Qian Ren Shui is more superior. As Qian Ren Shui's attack falls, Tang San's chest appeared a deep visible bone wound. The heavily injured Tang San was also no longer able to resist. Tang San, you've lost, Bibidong said. Although Qian Ren Shui had seriously injured Tang San, he was greatly depleted himself, so he didn't say anything. Bibidong had thought that Tang San would still be mouthy, but there was a delay in hearing Tang San's reply, and at this moment, Tang San's eyes were tightly closed, and a familiar voice appeared in his head. Young man, become my heir, and you'll gain the power to defeat them. I'm willing. Tang San, who had thought that he should die for sure, heard the words and also understood that this was his last chance, so he also hurriedly agreed. This before and after less than a minute a divine force filled with a killing aura began to surge out within Tang San's body. Seeing that Tang San didn't answer, Bibidong just wanted to give Tang San a final blow when he saw a divine force he was very familiar with start to surge out with Tang San as its heart. Retreat! Bibidong yelled to Qian Ren Shui. Qian Ren Shui didn't know which deity this divine power belonged to. Could Bibidong not know? Chapter 87, Shura Tang San. Unbeatable. Qian Ren Shui naturally also discovered the changes in Tang San's body, in addition to hearing Bibidong's words, so there was no hesitation. Immediately waving her angelic feathered wings to the rear and retreating rapidly. What kind of power is this? Why do I feel that it's a little similar to angelic divine power, but it's filled with the aura of killing? Qian Ren Shui said suspiciously. One of the 5 great god kings, the Shura god king, in charge of killing and judgment in the god realm. I didn't expect Tang San to obtain his inheritance. Bibidong sniffed and also opened his mouth to answer for Qian Ren Shui, although she and this woman of hers didn't get along. But Tang San was currently acting as the common enemy of the two of them, so there was no hiding about it. What? One of the 5 great god kings? I don't know if the two of us are his opponents. If we really can't, we'll have to wait for Han Feng to return. Although the angel god had already died, but because of the previous popularization of the destruction god lion and the life god lion, so Qian Ren Shui still had some understanding of some of the basics of the divine realm. Humph. If you and I are not that Tang San's opponent, even if that 1000 ancient contained blade returns as a god, what use would it be? Bibidong said disdainfully. Although the Rakshasa god and Bibidong had spoken some basic information about the battle power of the divine realm, but after all, they hadn't personally experienced it, and at the same time, Bibidong had always been very confident in her own strength. Plus, even though she had discovered through her own perception that 1000 ancient Huanfeng had also gained the inheritance of a god, she had only assumed that the inheritance it had gained was at most a first-level god's inheritance like her own, and so she had said such a thing. Destruction. Qian Ren Shui sniffed and did not intend to explain too much, only spitting out these 2 words. Are you saying that what that 1000 ancient containment blade has obtained is the inheritance of the destruction god king? Bibidong wasn't stupid, and was also quick to understand the meaning of the 2 words Qian Ren Shui, and was immediately surprised. Qian Ren Shui sniffed and didn't reply, just nodded. Bibidong saw this and also understood Qian Ren Shui's meaning, at the same time prepared to tangle with Tang San, hoping to stall Tang San waiting for 1000 ancient contained fronts to return as a god. What is this situation? The golden crocodile Douro and the others who had rushed here after realizing the situation opened their mouths and asked. Qian Ren Shui also opened her mouth after seeing that the visitor was golden crocodile Douro and briefly explained the current situation for the crowd. I'll try him out. Light plume Douro spoke. Then it began to bend its bow and shoot several arrows towards Tang San. But what was unexpected was that those arrows began to melt like cotton candy meeting hot water after coming into contact with the blood-red mist surrounding Tang San's body, and in the end didn't have any effect on Tang San. The crowd saw the situation and felt tricky. Let me try. And in the end it was Qian Ren Shui who spoke up. Angelic holy sword. Like flame sword fall. With Qian Ren Shui's strike, countless angelic holy swords made of flames began to fall towards Tang San's direction. Those angelic holy swords in contact with those fog after those fog is also began to reduce, but not waiting for the crowd happy those fog as if it will reproduce the general rapid replenishment, and finally restored in earlier exactly the same. Damn angel god. You better not fall into my hands, causing me to waste so much divine power. Sooner or later you'll have to pay the price, said the Shura God King in the God realm who was maintaining the divine throne inheritance process for Tang San in a sinister manner. No, these blood-red mists around Tang San were all formed by the Shura God King through his own divine power, in order for Tang San to be able to successfully inherit his divine throne. But to resist attacks dominated by soul power by virtue of divine power wasn't a big problem. But the amount of divine power to be consumed to resist attacks dominated by divine power wasn't something that could be done easily even for the Shura God King. However, what the Shura God King didn't know was that there were many people in the divine realm who were paying attention to his movements, led by none other than the Destruction God King and the Life God King, though there was no shortage of first-level deities or those of a lower rank. Although the Shura God King, as one of the 5 God Kings, can be said to be the pinnacle of existence in the divine realm, but because the evil God King, the good God King and the God King of Life usually do not ask too much about the divine realm, resulting in usually only the Destruction God King and the Shura God King management of the divine realm things, in addition to the Shura God King control of the divine realm's power of judgment. So usually a lot of deities are very scrupulous towards the Shura God King, and are eager for him to step down. Plus some of the actions of the Shura God King also offended many deities. In addition, some of the things that Shura God King did also offended many deities. So now with the Destruction God King and Life God King taking the lead, they also came to join in the fun. Douro continent, although the Shura God King's divine power was limited. However, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong and the others didn't know about it. So after realizing that Qian Rinxue's attack didn't work they didn't strike again, and began to recover, ready to face Tang San at any time. A day later, Tang San slowly opened his eyes, and the blood-red mist around him began to slowly dissipate. Qian Rinxue and the others were also standing by after realizing this. Light Plume Douro didn't hesitate when he saw this. He directly started bending his bow and arrow to store up power for the attack. 9th soul skill, Light Plume Ice God Break. Then an ice arrow emitted a cold light toward Tang San. Tang San facing the incoming attack just holding the Shura Devil Sword swung out a blood-red sword. She will dissolve the Light Plume Douro that wrote even Shen Daolu and Poseidon don't dare to despise the attack. Although Light Plume Douro obtained the transmission of the gods, but the God King even in the God world is also the peak of the existence. It may be that the Light Plume Douro is a sealed Douro how to do damage to it. The crowd also found it very tricky to see, especially Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. The two of them could clearly feel the power contained in that sword. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue also spoke up. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, you guys go first, go find Han Feng. We can only rely on him next. Golden Crocodile Douro and the others also left directly without hesitation. They understood that they would only be a burden to Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong if they stayed. So the only way to help the duo right now was to hurry up and find Chen Guhan Feng, to see how far his divine examination had progressed. Tang San, I really didn't expect that in the end our real opponent would be you. I should have known that I shouldn't have let you go before. Bibi Dong opened his mouth. Humph, Bibi Dong. Everyone will be punished for what your martial spirit hall has done. Even without me there will be others to stop you. Tang San said. Ha ha ha, what a good one everyone gets. Tang San, if I remember correctly you didn't receive a lot of soul master subsidies from my martial soul hall. And don't forget who awakened your martial soul. Qian Rinxue sniffed and spoke. Her current thought was to be able to stall for a while was a while. Only by stalling Tang San could she acquire enough time for Golden Crocodile Douro and the others. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you Tang San to be an ungrateful person. Bibi Dong also understood Qian Rinxue's thoughts, so he opened his mouth to respond. Chapter 88, Finally Becoming a Deity. God Realm Assembly. Humph. Even without you martial soul palace with my talent I would have reached my current achievements. So there's no point in talking more. Come and fight. Tang San couldn't refute in the face of the duo's speech for a moment, and after uttering that sentence he rushed towards Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong with the Shura demon sword in hand. Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue also did not hesitate, respectively holding the Rakshasa Devil Scythe and Angel Holy Sword to meet Tang San. Although the two can obviously feel that they are not Tang San's opponent, but if even the courage to fight against it is not how to talk about the victory, and will also leave their own heart demons, the future cultivation will also be affected. On the other hand, Golden Crocodile Douro was also quickly advancing directly towards the location of the Abyss of Life after leaving, which was the place where Thousand Guhan Yufeng and Yi Lingling were most likely to open the divine examination. In the Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue and Tang San fight the sky dark when the continent of a dark purple column of light and a green column of light rises up to the sky. This phenomenon so that the continent is not calm again set off waves. In particular, the Tang 3 who are fighting also because of the sudden vision to separate. looked toward the location of the two light pillars. Qian Rinxue naturally know that it is Qian Gu Hanfeng and Yi Lingling is inheriting the throne of God. Bibi Dong in the sea Qian Rinshue's some happy expression is also guessed that the vision is afraid that in Qian Gu Hanfeng is inseparable from the relationship, while Tang San thought, it's Mo Feng and Ling Ling? But Tang San couldn't see a happy expression on his face. Tang San is a selfish and egotistical person, although usually do not see, but in fact Tang San is a day boss, the oldest two of my oldest three people, in the Shrek time because he is a dual-birth martial arts soul. So although the strength of the ancient contains the front is very strong, but also think that its future must be inferior to their own. And later when he arrived at Sea God Island to obtain the divine examination because he didn't know that there were also ranked distinctions between gods, he didn't think that he would be weaker than 1,000 ancient Han Yufeng. Then after that, he learned that there were ranked distinctions between gods because he had the favor of the Shura God King, so he had always thought that he was the one who would be the strongest in the future. This also has a lot to do with Tang San's character. In his previous life, Tang San in order to learn the Tang Sect's mastery is not to prove himself recognized and openly learn, but choose to steal. In the success of the creation of the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus is because of stealing to learn the Tang Sect's inner door jutsu was found to want to not come up with the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus to prove themselves but to escape. This is all because of his unwillingness to condescend to the character of the people below him, so he is not willing to go to prove themselves, that they do is right. So now when he learned that 1,000 Gu Hanfeng was going to inherit the destruction god seed, what he thought in his heart was not to be happy for 1,000 Gu Hanfeng's achievement, but rather he didn't want 1,000 Gu Hanfeng to succeed in inheriting the god seed. With this thought Tang San also began to use his divine power to probe in the direction of Qian Gu Hanfeng and Yi Lingling in an attempt to interfere with their godhood. But the godhood inheritance was protected by the divine realm's center. Even if Tang San was the newest Shura god he couldn't have any influence on it, or else earlier on, Poseidon wasn't just thinking about interfering with Qian Rinshue's godhood inheritance through the divine realm's regulations, but directly interrupting Qian Rinshue's inheritance of the godhood. And if he wasn't trying not to, if not for the fact that it is not in order not to cause the suspicion of the gods of the divine realm, Poseidon would really directly make Qian Rinshue unable to pass the inheritance examination. Seeing that he couldn't interfere with 1,000 Gu Hanfeng's inheritance of the divine throne, Tang San didn't try again for fear of being discovered by 1,000 Gu Hanfeng to be unfavorable to himself in the future. After all, Yi Lingling definitely listens to 1,000 Gu Hanfeng, and won't be able to get any benefits even if he is a Shura god. But what Tang San didn't know was that even if he hadn't been discovered, 1,000 ancient containing fronts would have come to find him in trouble. The two pillars of light rushing into the sky also affirmed the speculation of Golden Crocodile Dolua and the others. So Golden Crocodile Dolua and the others couldn't help but accelerate their speed by a few points. Although Tang San, Qian Rinshue and Bibi Dong had their attention drawn by this vision, it didn't take long for them to battle again. But because they knew that Qian Gu Hanfeng had already begun the news of the divine position inheritance, Qian Rinshue and Bibi Dong knew that they weren't hopeless, so they no longer battled with fear, only hoping that they could stall for some more time. On the other side, 1,000 Ancient Container Blade, who was already about to successfully inherit the divine throne, was also finally given the opportunity to communicate with the Destruction God King. Little friend, congratulations on successfully inheriting my divine throne, said the Destruction God King. You are the God King of Destruction? 1,000 Ancient Containment Fronts asked. Exactly. I know you have a lot of questions you want to ask, but I'm afraid this is not the time to chat. That little angel is not doing so well right now, said the Destruction God King. You mean Sister Snow? Go, little friend. I'll wait for you in the God Realm. You don't have to worry about Shura. I'm here in the God Realm. 1,000 Ancient Containing Fronts also heard this and no longer hesitated, intending to leave the abyss of life after feeling his body's condition for a bit. One's greatest worry was that the Shura God King would help Tang San. Now with the assurance of the Destruction God King, one didn't need to worry about anything. Just as 1,000 Gu Hanfeng was about to leave, Yi Lingling finally completed her succession to the divine throne. Seeing this, he waited for Yi Lingling to familiarize herself with the power and then left the life abyss together. The battle between Tang San and Qian Rinshue could be said to be earth-shattering, so Qian Gu Hanfeng and Yi Lingling also directly determined the direction. Just as the two of them were rushing towards the battlefield, they also encountered Golden Crocodile Dolua and the others who were rushing to find themselves. Several grandfathers, why are you here? 1,000 Ancient Contained Frontier asked. This is not to find you guys. That Tang San is not a dog's luck, even inherited the Shura God position. Snow and Bibi Dong is afraid that it is not an opponent. You hurry to go. Light Plume Dolua said. Are you saying that Tang San inherited 2 godhoods? That's absolutely impossible. It's absolutely impossible for one person to inherit 2 godhoods. The Destruction God Lion exclaimed at his words. That's right. The divine realm stipulated that although a person could control multiple divine powers, they could only inherit one divine position. This was also the reason why the Shura God King could control the power of judgment and the power of killing, and the angelic god could control the power of judgment, flame as well as light, although it controlled the three kinds of power, but they were not fully controlled, resulting in it being only a first-class god. But if the angel god did not fall, when it completely controlled the three kinds of power, it was likely to become an existence at the level of becoming a god king. God realm is paying attention to the situation of Qian Guhan Feng and others of the destruction of the god king herd also suddenly realized, right, a person cannot inherit two god position, so Xiao Luo, this is a violation of the god realm rules, so also came directly to the god realm center, to convene the god realm general assembly, although its god position has been inherited out. But in the Thousand Ancient Han Feng did not come to the god realm before the handover of the destruction of the god king is still one of the five major law enforcement god, naturally have the right to convene the god realm general assembly. At the same time, before Qian Guhan Feng and the others didn't arrive at the god realm to hand over their lives and deaths had nothing to do with the god realm, which is why the god realm doesn't allow random death battles between gods, and the original Tang San could abolish Qian Rinshui's godhood on the continent. Chapter 89 Mysterious Saint's Son. Tang San's Rage. One person can't inherit two divine positions? But Bibi Dong said that the divine power in Tang San's body isn't see god divine power, it's Shura divine power. Lion Dolua said, alright, now is not the time to discuss this. Huanfeng, you'd better hurry and go with us to take a look. I don't know how little Shui is doing now. Before Thousand Gu Huanfeng could say anything, the most stable Qinghuan Dolua opened his mouth and interrupted. Also, let's hurry, said the golden crocodile Dolua. The group of 8 then quickly rushed towards the battlefield. Although Qian Rinshui and Bibi Dong are 2 against 1, but after all, Tang San has the divine power of the two gods, so how can Qian Rinshui and Bibi Dong be opponents? That is, because Qian Rinshui became a god earlier on, the use of divine power is more skillful. The duo did not lose quickly. Because of the uncertainty of the situation of the battlefield, so Chango Hanfeng decided to go to the battlefield first. Chango Hanfeng waved the ice and fire dragon wings first rushed toward the battlefield. There are ice and fire dragon wings of Chango Hanfeng's speed than the Yi Lingling and the golden crocodile Dolua, and so on, a lot faster than the green Luan Dolua can keep up with Chango Hanfeng. After all, as the heir to the throne of the wind god, speed is its strength. After all, as the heir to the wind god throne, speed is his strength. So in the end, it was Qinghuan who led Thousand Gu Hanfeng to quickly rush towards the battlefield. After half an hour, Qian Rinshui and Bibi Dong ended up no longer being able to fight against each other due to the rank difference in divine positions. Qian Rinshui, Bibi Dong, your martial spirit hall has committed murder in an arbitrary manner, and everyone will be punished for it. Suffer death. After the words, Tang San raised the Shura demon sword in his hand and chopped towards Bibi Dong and Qian Rinshui. Shura holy sword. Shura judgment. Shura demon sword. Shura god's inheritance artifact. Because it has been surrounded by endless killing breath, so the gods of the divine realm are called Shura demon sword. After all, Shura demon sword, how to look at how to see that there is no sacred breath. So only the Shura god king and Tang San and Tang Chen will call it Shura sacred sword. But just as Shura judgment was about to hit Bibi Dong and Qian Rinshui, a voice rang out. Scepter of destruction. Destruction divine thunder. Fall. After the words were spoken, countless dark purple thunderbolts fell, and under the intensive thunderbolt bombardment, the Shura trial was finally successfully dissolved. The sudden attack, in addition to Tang San and Bibi Dong as well as Qian Rinshui, the three of them watching the battle from afar, the two empires' powerhouses were also stunned. And they all muttered to themselves, this shouldn't be another deity. This session is really something. There hasn't been a deity for hundreds of years, and this session has 3 of them, and now there's another. And so on. Because of Thousand Ancient containing blades attack, Bibi Dong and Thousand Rinshui were also finally breathing a sigh of relief. The danger was lifted. But at this time, Tang San was gloomy and didn't attack again. Tang San, I really didn't expect you to have inherited the divine positions of 2 gods at the same time. Thousands of ancient fronts containing voices came from afar. Not a moment later, Qian Guhan Feng's silhouette appeared above the battlefield. Seeing that the visitor was Qian Guhan Feng, Tang San was also surprised to open his mouth. Mo Feng, it's really you. Why do you want to help the Martial Soul Palace to help the evil? Humph. Tang San, reintroduce yourself. My name is Thousand Ancient Huanfeng. I am the holy son of the Palace of Martial Souls, said Thousand Ancient Han Yufeng with a sniff. What? You're that mysterious holy son of the Martial Spirit Hall who has never shown his face, Tang San said in surprise. Thousand Ancient Hidden Fronts didn't say anything, but only nodded in affirmation. Tang San saw Thousand Ancient contained blades movements and spoke again. No wonder the sacred son of the Palace of Martial Souls has never shown his face. But you're obviously the holy son of the Palace of Martial Souls, and why did you come to Shrek? What else could it be? Naturally it's because of you, said Thousand Ancient contained front. Because of me? I shouldn't have much of a connection with you, right? Tang San sniffed with some doubt. I suppose you already know what you are. 2. Tang San's face was obviously a bit unsightly when he heard this, and Thousand Ancient Containing Fronts also spoke again when he saw this. Back then, the ones who hunted the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor with the former pope of the Palace of Martial Souls, Thousand Searching Disease, were my parents, but they ended up staying there. Thousand Ancient Han Yu Feng, you seek death, said Tang San clearly unhappy. Holding the cultivating demon sword he killed towards Thousand Ancient Han Yu Feng. Thousand Ancient Container Fronts saw this and didn't say much to Qian Renshui. After transmitting something to him, he swung his ice and fire dragon wings to meet Tang San with the sky wake chop in his right hand and the scepter of destruction in his left hand. After exchanging a few strokes, Thousand Ancient Hundred Blades secretly said, "It seems that in the future, we still need to find a way to upgrade the Heavenly Awakening Chop to a super divine artifact. Even though the Scepter of Destruction is a super divine artifact, it's not good at melee combat after all. The Divine Realm only had the 5 great super divine artifacts, which were the inherited divine artifacts of the 5 great divine kings. Although the Heaven Awakening Chop had also reached the divine artifact level with the help of the Heaven Awakening Sacred Golden Dragon after the Thousand Ancient Containing Blade had become a god, the Shura Demon Sword was after all a super divine artifact. Just after the two of them exchanged dozens of moves, Yi Lingling and the other 5 offerings also finally arrived at the battlefield. Seeing the state of Qian Renshui and Bibi Dong, Yi Lingling also didn't hesitate to directly activate the God of Life Tree to heal the duo. God of Life Tree, heal. The God of Life, as the only auxiliary deity among the 5 god kings, didn't have that many skills. Although the Sacred Heart Begonia had also reached the divine artifact level after Yi Lingling had become a god, and it was enough to heal Bibi Dong and Qian Renshui, but after all, she had just become a god, and her healing speed was naturally inferior to the divine tree of life. After healing the duo, Yi Lingling also added an auxiliary divine skill to Thousand Gu Huanfeng, Divine Tree of Life, Salute of Life. The effect of this one divine skill was to speed up the recovery speed. With Yi Lingling's support, thousands of ancient Huanfeng also quickly gained the upper hand. Tang San saw the situation, also understood that with Yi Lingling's support he was definitely not thousands of ancient Huanfeng's opponent, so intentionally or unintentionally towards Yi Lingling attack, Qian Gu Huanfeng also did not care. With himself and Tang San and how could threaten Yi Lingling. And there is also Qian Renshui and Bibi Dong in, so Qian Gu Huanfeng is very assured of Yi Lingling's safety. Knowing the origin of her 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, Yi Lingling pretended that she couldn't dodge and was hit by one of Tang San's sword chi, then quickly recovered with the help of her soul bone. That's my mother's soul bone, give it back to me. Tang San also guessed that it was his mother's soul bone after feeling that familiar aura. Shura Demon Sword, Shura Blood Sword. The Shura Blood Sword's attack was extremely powerful, but the cost was also extremely great. It would consume the user's blood chi. Seeing this, Thousand Ancient Containing Blade didn't dare to be careless. Scepter of Destruction, Divine Thunder of Destruction, Divine Technique, Whale Whistle. The figure of a gigantic deep-sea dragon whale appeared behind Thousand Ancient Blades, and then spat out countless tsunamis made up of blade chi mixed with destruction divine lightning to meet the cultivator blood sword. Because did not travel to the divine realm to accept baptism, so Tang San and others in addition to those inherited divine techniques soul skills have not yet reached the level of divine techniques. But the deep sea devil whale king originally reached 999 years, and then because of the assessment reward reached 1,000,000 years to become a divine beast deep sea dragon whale. To the Thousand Ancient Containing the front of the soul skills provided by the person is also reached the level of divine skills. Qian Renshui saw Tang San's attitude and also understood that the time had come. Then urged his divine power to say in a voice that could be heard in half the continent. Chapter 90, Tang San's Death. Going to the Divine Realm. Tang San, your father, Tang Hao, fell in love with a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, even gave birth to you, and in the end even dragged the Hautnan sect into trouble for that 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. Although Tang Hao seriously injured my father in order to protect your mother, but my father hunting that 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast was just doing what all the continent's soul masters would do. What's wrong with that? Qian Renshui will Tang San's life said a 7 or 8. Because it is hypnotized divine power said no, so almost half of the continent heard. As for why Qian Renshui will say so much, naturally, is 1,000 Gu Xianfeng earlier voice told Qian Renshui. Let her find a suitable time to talk about Tang Hao's business and Tang San's life. This move can be said to kill and kill the heart. Tang San's face directly pulled down after hearing Qian Renshui's words. After all, his own body is the thing he is most reluctant to mention, although he thinks Tang Hao did the right thing, but after all, he is a human-beast hybrid, as the saying goes, not my kind. Its heart must be different. If he let the rest of the continent know about it, he would inevitably point his finger at himself. The fact is no surprise. has become a god of Tang San. Perception was extremely strong. There is Xian Tiangong's support, even if it is now in the battle with 1,000 ancient contained blades, but not far away from the battlefield of the two armies of those generals can still hear some of the words, and those generals naturally said something like, so Tang San is still half a soul beast, right? The former pope didn't do anything wrong. If I had that strength I would have done the same. After all, 100,000-year-old soul rings and soul bones, who doesn't want them? What's wrong with our martial spirit hall wanting to unify the continent? Doesn't the Star Luo Empire want to? What qualifications does he, Tang San the bastard, have to say about us? And such words, most of them were said by generals on the side of the martial soul empire. After all, Tang San was on the side of the Star Luo Empire's allied forces, but there were still some generals who just wanted to live a peaceful life and didn't want to fight, who answered a few sentences. 1,000 Ancient Containment Front and others naturally didn't feel much when they heard these words, but Tang San and those Haotian sect disciples were unhappy. Tang San naturally because his own life was revealed, and Haotian sect disciples naturally because they were unhappy about the past when Tang Hao caused the Haotian sect to be affected by the 100,000-year-old soul beasts, and finally shunned the world. Tang San was also quite affected by these words, making many mistakes, and several slash marks and lightning strike marks appeared on his body's cultivator god costume. 1,000 Ancient Containing Blade also didn't hold back a bit. Bibidong and Qian Rinshui also rejoined the battle after recovering to their full strength with Yi Lingling's help. The God King of Life was worthy of being the only healing deity amongst the 5 God Kings. As the number 1 healing in the God realm, the healing ability of his divine skill was very powerful. The only thing that could be compared to it was the God of Eclipse and the 9-colored goddess's deity fusion skill, Resurrection Divine Light. With Bibidong and Qian Rinshui joining Tang San, it didn't take long for him to fall. The Shura Demon Sword and Sea God Trident were knocked down to the distance. The ground was filled with broken gold silk blue silver grass. Tang San held the Haotian hammer with both hands to make himself half kneel on the ground. Tang San, if you still have last words, just say them. 1,000 Ancient Containment Fronts said indifferently. Humph, blame me for not recognizing you, but do you think I really lost today? Tang San said. Tang San matter now, you still have the means to make it out. Qian Rinshui said. I'll see you in the God realm. After the words were spoken, the body wanted to catalyze the remaining divine power in his body to communicate with the divine realm, wanting to travel to the divine realm, but there was no response for a long time, and that was when Tang San finally started to get scared. What's going on? Why can't I travel to the God realm? Tang San, 1 body, 2 gods, the God world, but there is a rule that 1 person naturally inherits a God position. I'm afraid that the God world is now trying to figure out how to solve it, said 1,000 Gu Huanfeng, who had some guesses. Without the existence of a blade sheath like Little Dance, Tang San's 1 body, 2 gods was naturally not permitted by the divine realm. Suffer death. Tang San, Scepter of Destruction. Destruction Aurora. 1,000 Ancient Containment Blade had no intention of letting Tang San go, directly utilizing the strongest divine skill he could currently use. A purple-black beam of light fell straight down towards Tang San's position. Seeing this, Bibidong and Qian Rinshui also used their strongest divine techniques to attack Tang San. Angel Holy Sword, Angel Judgment, Rakshasa Devil Scythe, Underworld Rakshasa. Seeing this, Tang San closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate, and in the end, his body was shattered by the trio's attacks, only leaving behind the Sea God Trident and the Shura Demon Sword, as well as the broken divine costume made up of 2 soul bones. Those 6 pieces of soul bones could not be absorbed by ordinary soul masters because they had already been baptized with divine power, and they were already broken. So 1,000 Ancient Hidden Blade had no intention of keeping them. Scepter of Destruction, breaking black hole, using the divine technique to directly wear out the soul bones. As for the Sea God Trident and the Shura Demon Sword, it was not something that 1,000 Gu Huanfeng could destroy at will. After all, they were the inherited divine artifacts of the Shura God and Sea God. After Tang San's death, Xian Gu Huanfeng also has no intention to stay. Directly with Yi Lingling and Qian Rinshui, as well as 6 offerings, returned to the Hall of Offerings. As for Bibidong is to stay in addition to the follow-up matters. After all, the Empress of the Martial Soul Empire can now still Bibidong. In the God realm, all deities of the 3rd level and above had come to the God realm center under the summoning of the God King of Destruction. Poseidon, Shura, tell us, what's the situation with Tang San's 1 body, 2 gods thing? Shura God King and Sea God Herd is also open. After all, this matter is the truth. The 2 do not know how to refute, and finally waited until after Tang San body death is not settled. But because of this matter, 2 gods in the God world is basically also no right to speak. Doluwa continent, the Martial Spirit Empire is also finally successful unification of the continent, and Bibidong is announced abdication. As for the throne finally handed over to Hu Chango, Hanfeng did not pay attention to. Helena and the Evil Moon is to follow the Bibidong to the divine realm. Bibidong wanted to go to find Jade Xiaojiang, but Changde Hanfeng had long guessed, so that the Qinghuan Dolua secretly resolved the Jade Xiaojiang and the two dragons of the Willow. And Qian Rinshui at this time announced the independence of the Temple of Offerings and Dolua Hall, and announced that the Temple of Offerings in the form of a family recluse, externally known as the Angel Family, and Dolua Hall as a sealed Dolua after the death of the burial place finally decided by the continent of all the sealed Dolua common management. Ju Dolua, Ghost Dolua, Prickly Dolphin Dolua and Snake Spear Dolua is also announced to join the Temple of Offerings Angel Family. When the four offerings completed the Divine Artifact Inheritance examination with the help of the Destruction Divine Lion and the Life Divine Lion, they left for the Divine Realm. Ning Rong Rong and Oscar also successfully completed the Divine Examination and traveled to the Divine Realm with the crowd. Ning Fingji, Sword Dolua and Bone Dolua also traveled to the Divine Realm at Oscar's request with the help of all the offerings. After all, Lightning Dolua and Qinghuan were all alone, and the 3 spots were still available. The people were greeted after traveling to the Divine Realm by not only the various gods who had inherited the Divine Throne but also Chirin Yuki and Shitaru, who had long ago traveled to the Divine Realm. After going to the God Realm Hub and completing the handover ceremony of the Divine Throne, because the God King of Destruction and the God King of Life as one of the 5 major law enforcement gods had to convene a God Realm General Assembly to explain the situation and then familiarize themselves with the work. However, what could be seen with the naked eye was that the faces of the Shura God King and the Sea God were very unsightly. After helping Thousand Gu Hanfeng and Yi Lingling familiarize themselves with the powers of the divine position, they left for the universe to travel, during which time the God King of Destruction and the God King of Life approached Thousand Gu Hanfeng once alone. It turns out Thousand Ancient containing Feng came to the Dolua continent. Fear is not an accident, but the destruction of the God King selected its around the successor talent will bring its soul to the Dolua continent, and Tang 3 is the king of the Shura God brought. The destruction of the God King is not sure that the Shura God does not know about the matter of the Thousand Ancient containing Feng, so the previous God World Assembly did not mention Tang 3 crossing thing. As for Tang Hao injured Thousand seeking disease and take away Tang 3 left the martial spirit city of the 2 bursts of seed and all are Shura God in the secret help. After all, Kill God Field to a certain extent is also the Shura God to choose the means of successor. After the Destruction God King and the Life God King left, Xin Gu Hanfeng then started discussing the future with Yi Lingling and Qian Rinshui with the offerings. End of book.